It was over after a long battle. The Kyuubi was defeated. It was not without its costs, however. The third Hokage had to give his life to seal the demon. The fourth Hokage and his wife were alive, but unconscious in the hospital and were predicted to stay unconscious for at least a week. No one could blame them, however, as fighting the Kyuubi and giving birth to triplets would take it out of anyone. There was a problem though. Someone had to take care of the triplets while the parents were recovering. It was decided that the Sannin would each take one and keep it safe until Minato or Kushina woke up. Jiraiya got the most important of the bunch. A little girl by the name of Naruko. Kushina had told Jiraiya the names of all her kids before she passed out. The Leaf's new jinchuriki. Tsunade was given the other girl, Minima. She had the Kyuubi's leftover chakra sealed inside her, about one tael's worth. The last and only boy of the bunch, Naruto, was given to Orochimaru. This was a little strange because Orochimaru didn't seem like a person who would willingly take care of a kid, but he seemed eager to get Naruto. Later Jiraiya and Tsunade would say he was too eager. Naruto didn't have anything from the Kyuubi, or if he did get any chakra from Kyuubi it was minimal. After the kids were given to each Sannin, Orochimaru took off to his lab with an evil grin on his face. When he got to his lab he set Naruto down on a table and started packing. Today he was going to leave Konoha. It was a little earlier than planned, but he wanted to take his new test subject with him and he wouldn't have him for long. Yes, he had special plans for the son of the Hokage. When Orochimaru finished he worked Naruto in a blanket to hide him from view and quickly escaped the village. It wasn't hard, everyone was still disorganized due to the Kyuubi. He escaped without anyone noticing. Kushina eyes opened slowly, still trying to adjust to the light. Once she was able to accomplish that, she looked around to see she was in a hospital room. Once she realized she was in a hospital room her mind went into overdrive trying to remember what had happened. Then she shot up. Minato, the kids, where are they? Kushina started to panic. She was going to get out of bed and leave the hospital when the door opened. Kushina, you're awake. Minato said as he ran into Kushina's line of vision carrying two baby girls. Minato, thank goodness you're okay, and are those my babies? Kushina said, holding her hands out. Let me hold them. Minato smiled as he gave them to Kushina, who embraced them. They're so warm, but where's Naruto? She asked. That's when Minato's mood changed from happy to depressed. There's something I need to tell you. Minato told her how he had woken up 2 days earlier and how Orochimaru took Naruto. Don't worry Kushina, we'll find him. I have every Umbu team under me along with Jiraiya's spy network looking everywhere. We'll catch Orochimaru. None of Minato's words could calm Kushina, however, as she was crying and holding Naruko and Minima even closer. But why would he take him? What is he planning on doing with my baby boy? Kushina sobbed. Minato hesitated for a moment. He wasn't sure if he should tell Kushina what they had found so far. It would just make her depressed, but in the end Minato figured Kushina would force him to tell her anyways. We found a lab. It looks like it was being used for human experiments. Minato said, bracing himself for Kushina's reaction. The look on Kushina's face was pure horror. He took my son to be used for his sick experiments. Kushina said as her eyes darkened. Minato, when you find Orochimaru I want you to bring him to me so I can rip him limb from limb. She said, sounding angry and sad all at the same time. I'll make sure of it. Minato said, a little terrified. How about we head home? 3 years later. Kushina was sitting on the couch watching her two daughters play in the living room. They were both bundles of energy and Kushina couldn't be any more pleased. They were getting to live relatively normal lives despite being the daughters of the Hokage and Naruko being a jinchuriki. Naruko Jinchuriki's status was revealed to the village. As to be expected, people were angry at first because the Kyuubi wasn't killed, but after Minato explained that a jinchuriki was not the Kyuubi most people calmed down. For the ones who didn't, well, Kushina took care of that. All in all, things were going well expected for one thing. Orochimaru and Naruto had disappeared off the face of the earth, and while Jiraiya was still looking as hard as he could, most of the villagers and ninja believed Naruto was died. Kushina of course believed Naruto was alive, but it made Kushina so angry thinking about what that snake bastard was doing to him. Kushina had to calm down, though it wasn't good for her or the baby, Kushina thought as she rubbed her extruded stomach. Kushina was pregnant again. She knew that she might have wanted another kid to fill the void that Naruto had left, but she tried not to think about that. This kid wasn't going to be a replacement for Naruto, it was going to be an addition for when Naruto came back. Her daughters were both thrilled to know they were going to get a younger sibling, but they argued a lot about the gender. Naruko wanted a little sister, saying that they would get along more. Minima wanted a little brother, saying that having too many girls would cause them to fight. Their arguments were endless amount of enjoyment for Kushina and Minato. Speaking of sibling, the girls haven't been told about Naruto. They were going to tell them about Naruto eventually, but they were too young, and with another child on the way, Kushina felt they should all hear about it at the same. This was of course if Naruto didn't come back before then. 3 years later, Kushina and Minato watched their twin daughters trying to stick a leaf to their heads. Kushina was holding their youngest daughter, Mito, by the hand. Naruko and Minima had started the academy last year and were both working really hard on chakra control. Naruko had long blonde hair and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Her eyes are a dark blue color. Minima looked like a younger version of Kushina, right down to the color of hair and eyes. Minima, however, in an attempt to look a little different from her mom, kept her hair a little shorter and had it covering her left eye. Mito had sky blue eyes along with red hair that she kept mid-length. Naruko and Minima had a hard time controlling their chakra. This was of course due to Naruko being a jinchuriki and Minima having some of the Kyuubi's chakra. Minato and Kushina had sat them down a few years ago and told them the story excluding Naruto. Kushina had also told Mito recently so she would understand what a jinchuriki was. Unfortunately, chakra control wasn't the only problem that was arising because of the Kyuubi. Naruko was just as hot-headed as Kushina, and because she was so young she would often get angry. This let the Kyuubi take control. Likely it's never became too bad, and Minato has been able to stop it with only Anbu knowing about it. The thing was, it was happening a little too often and one day it could get out of hand, so Kushina and Minato tried to keep her happy all the time. It would probably be better when she got a little older. The other issues was when Naruko did lose it, it caused the demonic chakra in Minima to try and take control also. So far Minima has been able to keep it at bay and keep control, but it's very painful for her to do so. Minima finally got a leaf to stick to her forehead and looked really happy about. Naruko still couldn't do it and looked frustrated at Minima, so she just pulled the leaf off Minima's forehead. "Hey, why'd you do that?" Minima yelled. "Because I felt like it," Naruko said, sticking her tongue out. Minima pulled her arm back ready to punch Naruko, but Minato grabbed her. "Minima, don't punch you sister," Minato said harshly. "But she pulled the leaf off my head," Minima complained. "Even so, you shouldn't hit her just because you're mad," Minato said, calming down. Minima didn't look happy, but lowered her arm. "Alright, I'm sorry." "As long as you're sorry," Minato said as he picked her up and put her on his shoulders. "Come on girls, me and Kushina have something to tell you," Minato said, looking happy, but Kushina knew this was going to be the hard conversation, even harder than the Kyuubi talk. The family walked to the living room. Minato dropped Minima off the couch with Naruko and Mito, then sat in another couch with Kushina. "Girls, this is a story about someone very dear to us even if you never meet him," Kushina said as she clasped her hands. "It's the story on how your brother was taken away." All the girls gasped, finding it hard to believe. "We have a brother?" Naruko said. "How come you never told us?" Minima said. "Big brother?" Mito said. Kushina raised her hand to silence them. Then she and Minato told them about the incident involving Orochimaru. "We would have told you sooner, but we wanted you to be old enough. When we found out we were having Mito, we decided to wait until she was old enough too, so we could tell the whole family at once." All the girls were thinking different things. Naruko was thinking what Orochimaru was doing to Naruto. Minima was thinking how to find Naruto, and Mito was only thinking what her brother was like. Have you found out anything since Naruto was taken? Minima asked. Kushina was surprised to hear her daughter ask a question like that, but answered anyways. A year ago Jiraiya heard a rumor that Orochimaru joined some group called the Akatsuki, but we haven't even been able to confirm if the Akatsuki even exist, let alone if Orochimaru joined them. The girls seemed a little disappointed in the lack of information, but knew their parents were just as frustrated as they were. That was a lot to take in, so how about we all go to bed? Minato suggested, trying to lighten the mood. The girls just stood up and walked to their rooms without saying anything. They all had a lot to think about. Somewhere. Thud, bounce, bounce, thud, bounce, bounce, was the only sound that came from a pitch-black room. Although it was more like a holding cell than an actually room. A boy was throwing a ball against a wall. He had blonde hair, but it was strange, it was pale, like someone had sapped all the saturation from it. A couple strands of his somewhat spiky hair fell over his dark red eyes. The boy was also very pale. He was wearing black shinobi shoes with gray pants and shirt. He also had some sort of glowing ring around his wrist. As he was throwing his ball, he heard someone walk up to his cell. "It's time, Naruto," Orochimaru said as he unlocked the door. Naruto stood up and followed Orochimaru to a large stone room. Inside the room was another man who was spinning a kunai around his finger. "So I just have to kill this brat and you'll let me go?" the man asked Orochimaru. "Yes, of course," Orochimaru hissed as he walked off to the side. As he did, the glowing ring on Naruto's wrist stopped glowing. "This will be over soon," the man said as he stopped spinning his kunai and threw it at Naruto's head. Naruto didn't do anything to stop it or try to dodge. He just stood there. "What an idiot," the man said. The kunai looked like it was going to pierce Naruto's skull, but when it got close to Naruto's head it was sent back in the direction it came from, stabbing the man in the shoulder. "What the hell?" the man shouted in pain. He gave a death glare at Naruto, who still hadn't moved, as he removed the kunai from his shoulder. The man was pissed. He ran around Naruto throwing kunais, but each and every one of them was sent flying back at him. After a little bit the man stopped throwing them. "Fine, kunais won't work on you. Then how about this?" the man screamed as he charged Naruto. He tried to punch Naruto, but when his fist got close there was a loud snapping sound as the man's wrist broke. "Damn it!" the man screamed, holding his wrist in pain. "Just what kind of monster are you?" "One that is growing bored," Naruto said as he started walking towards the man. The first movement he had done all fight. The man backed away, scared at the monster coming towards him. "Stay away," he said, trembling. In an act of desperation and stupidity he threw a kunai at Naruto, forgetting that it would just come right back at him, and it did. Right through his head, killing him. The fight was over and the ring around Naruto's wrist started glowing again. "Your vector control has improved," Orochimaru said with his twisted smile as he led Naruto back to his cell. "If you say so," Naruto said. He went back to his cell, sat down and started throwing the ball again. Naruto did not like it here. The experiments were frustrating and he was bored out of his mind. The first chance he got he was escaping, and he knew where he was going, to his family in the Leaf. Naruto knew who he was. He was the son of the 4th Hokage and his wife Kushina. He had two twin sisters, Naruko and Minima, and a younger sister, Mito. Naruto knew all this because he made Orochimaru tell him. If he didn't, Naruto wouldn't participate in his experiments. Naruto also had knowledge on just about everything, since he also forced Orochimaru to bring him books to read. He knew all about the elemental nations and ninja life as a whole. He could name and theoretically do a bunch of elemental jutsu, only theoretically however, since Naruto only actually used vector control. It wasn't like Naruto was a huge knowledge nerd, it just seemed like a good way to kill time. Reading and throwing his ball were really the only things he ever did in his free time. Naruto had also seen pictures of his family and he had to admit he didn't look too much like any of them. He asked Orochimaru about and it turns out his eyes were red due to Naruto getting a tiny amount of Kyuubi's chakra. It was so little that Orochimaru didn't really know what to do with it. So when Naruto was little, Orochimaru placed the demonic chakra in his eyes. This was really the only thing it could be used for. It gave him prefect night vision, but a side effect was his eyes turning red. The paleness of both his hair and body could be chalked up to his vector control. Naruto always had his body set to reflected vectors by default. This included sunlight, not like he got much of it anyways, so his body didn't have a need to create pigmentation. Orochimaru predicted his hair would turn white, but for whatever reason it didn't. This leads us into Naruto's ability. The ability to control vectors. In Naruto's opinion, he was pretty OP. Taijutsu was complete worthless against him as he could just break any part of the body that hit him. Weapons along with ninjutsu were easily reflected back at the attacker. His reflection took up so little chakra that Naruto's chakra actually replenished itself faster than reflection took away. It was only if he was using actually offensive moves was he in any danger of running out of chakra. His only real weakness was genjutsu, and even that wasn't so much of a weakness. He can't reflect a genjutsu, but when he's caught in one he can just command the vectors in his chakra to go all over the place, thus breaking any genjutsu. The only problem was that Naruto's wasn't doing this all the time like he was with his regular reflection, so if he didn't realize he was in a genjutsu then he wouldn't break out of it. So if he was so powerful, why didn't he break out now? That was because of this damned glowing ring. Orochimaru had always had planned for him to be able to control vectors, so when he was still a baby he put a ring on him that had seals to cut off his chakra. When it was glowing, Naruto couldn't use vector control, and the only time it ever stopped glowing was during experiments. He also didn't know what kind of seals Orochimaru had on it, but for some reason he couldn't break the ring even if it wasn't glowing. Orochimaru had also been busy lately, so there weren't as many experiments. Naruto didn't know what he was busy with. Only that it started when Orochimaru started wearing those black cloaks with red clouds on them. That wasn't anything for Naruto to really think about, however. He would just bide his time until he could escape and go home, but that seemed far away, so for now he would just throw his ball. Thud, bounce, bounce, thud, bounce, bounce, thud. Asterisk Konoha 2 years later asterisk. 5-year-old Mito was watching her older sister's training with her mom and dad. Mito had started the academy today, but did anyone congratulate her? No. All her parents cared about was how Naruko and Minamo were doing. She didn't even get to choice where they got to eat today. Naruko got to choice because she was starting a new year at the academy too, and Kami forbid they eat anything but ramen. The only good thing that came out of today was that Mito was in the same class as her two best friends. They were Hanabi Hyuga and Hitomi Uchiha. The three of them practically made up the entire shinobi-born ninja of their class, since it seemed that all the clans decided to avenge the year the Kyuubi attacked. Hanabi and Hitomi were however stronger than her, since their parents actually taught them stuff before entering the academy. What did Mito parents do? Focus all their attention on Naruko and Minamo, and it was all because Naruko was a bitch. It turned out that Naruko didn't get better control over the Kyuubi, no, she got worse. Naruko thought she was entitled to everything and that everyone should worship the ground she walked on. She had to get her way, and if she didn't she would throw a fit and demonic chakra would leak out. So her parents made sure she always got what she wanted. They thought that it would get better, but Mito knew that Naruko did it on purpose and would keep milking it as long as she could. Naruko also treated Mito like trash. She would always make fun of her and call her weak. Minamo wasn't as bad, but she was far from good. Because Naruko could cause her pain if she let out demonic chakra, Minamo was hesitant to talk back to Naruko or tell her no. Since Naruko liked to bully Mito, Minamo didn't want to hang out with Mito because Naruko might get mad if she saw her twin sister hanging out with the weak sister, as Naruko liked to call Mito. So Minamo pretended Mito didn't exist. All this led to Mito not really caring about her sisters or her parents. Mito grew tired of watching her family train, so she headed up to her room. There was at least one sibling that Mito cared about, Naruto. Ever since she found out she had a lost older brother, she dreamed of the day he'd come back. He would be stronger than both Naruko and Minama combined, and he actually care about Mito and teach her cool ninjutsu. Mito took out her sketchbook where she had a dozen drawings of what she thought Naruto would look like. There was one where he had red hair that resembled fire. There was also one where he had blonde hair that fell over his left eyes like Minama. As Mito was looking through the sketches, she smelled something cooking. Her mom had probably finished dinner and forgot to call her down again. Mito went downstairs so she could at least have something to eat. The next day at the academy, Mito was eating lunch that she had to make herself, with Hanabi and Hitomi. "So Hanabi, how is your family training going?" Hitomi asked. "Hitomi, shouldn't talk about that. Mito would kill to be able to train with her family," Hanabi said. "No, it's okay, I want to hear about it too," Mito said. "Well, if it's okay. It's been going well, but I don't think my sister is getting it. I mean, I'm younger than her, yet I'm able to beat her in her sparring matches. That shouldn't happen, she's supposed to be the next clan head," Hanabi said thoughtfully. "I'm sure it will be fine. Even my sisters had to get lots of training before they became strong," Mito said. As much as she hated to admit it, her sisters were pretty strong for their age. "I wish I had siblings, I could show them how cool I was with my Sharingan," Hitomi boasted. "You mean the Sharingan that you haven't awakened yet?" Mito pointed out, and Hitomi seemed to deflate. Hanabi and Mito giggled at their friend's antics. "It's not funny," Hitomi screamed, which only made the other two girls laugh harder. "Fine, forget you guys. I'm going back to class," Hitomi said as she stormed off. "Ah, come back," Mito said between laughing fits. "It was just that morning things were going so good, so how come by that night things would go so wrong? That night Itachi Uchiha murdered most of the Uchiha clan." Mito remembered it well. That night she was woken up by her parents and told to come downstairs while they got her sisters. When they were all downstairs, Minato started telling them the story that would cause Mito to become even more infuriated with her parents. "Girls, I came here to tell you that I had Itachi Uchiha kill the Uchiha clan," Minato said. "What, why?" Minama yelled. "They were planning a coup and all negotiations weren't working, so the only choice we had was to kill them in a single night. Itachi had the horrible job of doing it. The official announcement will be made tomorrow, but I thought I should tell you now just so you knew." "Wait, what about Hitomi?" Mito screamed, afraid that her friend was dead. Minato looked at her strangely. "I'm sorry, Mito, but who is that?" Mito couldn't believe it. Was her father so detached from her life that he didn't even know who her friends were? "Hitomi Uchiha, one of my best friends." "Oh, she should be okay. Any Uchiha under the age of 10 was spared because they weren't even told of the plot," Minato said, like it was no big deal that Mito could have lost one of her only friends. "Anyway, that's all I wanted to tell you. Can go back to bed." Mito went back to her room, but she did not sleep. She kept thinking how Hitomi must be feeling right now, because she was definitely not okay like her dad said. Didn't he understand that he ordered her parents to be killed, and he was the one that always spoke of how family was the most important thing? The next day the announcement of what Itachi did was made public and he was hailed as a hero. While the rest of the village was celebrating, Mito and Hanabi went to the building where they were keeping all the Uchihas that weren't killed. It was basically a glorified orphanage. They found Hitomi in her new room crying on her bed. "Hitomi!" Both Mito and Hanabi screamed as they jumped on her bed in an attempt to comfort her. "Are you okay?" Mito asked, even though she knew that Hitomi wasn't. "My parents are died," Hitomi shouted, even though she was also sobbing. "And the person who killed they is being treated like a god. Did you know that he and his little brother Sasuke get to still live in the Uchiha clan compound while all the other were sent to live here?" "I'm so sorry, Hitomi. I can't even imagine what you must be going through," Hanabi said, ready to cry herself. "Do you know how many Uchihas are left?" Mito asked. Hitomi wiped her eyes, but more tears filled their place. Including Itachi, there are 11 left. Only 11, that's terrible. Hanabi said, now crying. How many of them have awakened their Sharingan? Only Itachi. Hitomi said. In fact, Sasuke and I are the only ones even trying to become ninja. Every other Uchiha is either too young to join the academy or decided not to go. This is horrible. Mito said. The three girls didn't go to the academy that day, they stayed there helping Hitomi, who cried the entire day. Asterisk somewhere a few months later asterisk. Naruto was sitting in his cell like always, just waiting for the next experiment to being. He honestly didn't know what the point was. Everyone Orochimaru told him to fight were easily defeated. Naruto was getting really tired of sitting here, but Naruto was hopeful that he would get out soon because Orochimaru was nervous about something. Well, Orochimaru could never really be nervous about anything, but Naruto had noticed a change. For one, Orochimaru spent a lot more time at the base, like he was afraid to leave. Naruto thought it had something to do with those black cloaks that Orochimaru had stopped wearing some time ago. Naruto also sometimes heard Orochimaru talking to his assistant Kabuto about moving to a new base. Another good indicator was that the ring around Naruto's wrist was weakening. When it was glowing, Naruto still couldn't use his chakra, but when it wasn't, Naruto noticed he could now move the ring with his vector control, something that was impossible before. Although he couldn't break the ring, Naruto had high hopes that soon he would be able to escape. Soon came a lot earlier than expected, however. As Naruto was thinking about it, there was a huge explosion and someone screamed. Orochimaru, they're here. The Akatsuki. There were more explosions and the sound of metal hitting metal. Naruto stood up to go near the cell to hear better when Orochimaru appeared in front of him. Naruto, as you can hear, we're in a bit of trouble, so I appreciate if you would help me. Orochimaru said as he unlocked the cell door and the ring stopped glowing. Remember which side you're on. If you don't, things could go badly for you. Orochimaru said, pointing to the ring that he could activate anytime. Naruto didn't say anything and headed to the direction of the battle. Naruto chuckled to himself as he walked down the hall. There was no way he was following that snake anymore. As he walked down the hall a little farther, his first opponent appeared. It wasn't what he was expecting. His opponent wasn't even human, it was some sort of puppet. It was holding a sword and had a blue chakra string attracted to his back. The chakra string went back down the hall and around a corner where the puppeteer was probably fighting. The puppet wasn't any threat to Naruto, but Naruto needed it. The puppet swung his sword at Naruto. Naruto blocked with the ring. The ring didn't take any damage, but Naruto expected that. The puppet swung again, this time at Naruto's neck, but Naruto used his vector control to redirect the attack at the ring. This went on for a while. No matter where the puppet attacked, it would always end up hitting the ring, and slowly the ring began to crack. Once it was filled with cracks, Naruto was able to use his vectors to break apart the weakened ring. Naruto had the biggest grin on his face. He was finally free from Orochimaru. He didn't even notice the puppet taking another swing, but this time the sword shattered when it came close to Naruto. Then Naruto grabbed the puppet and it shattered too. Well, time to get out of here. Naruto looked up at the ceiling. He knew this base was underground, so all he had to do was go up. He stomped the ground with his feet and was sent flying through the roof and several layers of dirt before he broke through to the surface. Naruto was in some sort of forest. He had only been to the surface a couple times before. Orochimaru had to take him up for experiment evolving controlling the wind because the underground base wasn't well suited for it. Naruto started running as he used the vectors under his feet to push him forward. He didn't know what direction he was going in, but any direction was fine. He would find out where he was later. After an hour of running, although it wasn't really running, Naruto came across a small village. It wasn't much, but it would tell him where he was and he could get some basic supplies. He probably also needed to get some new clothes. His current outfit was falling apart due to being the only thing he had worn for years. Yeah, he defiantly needed clothes. Naruto was on his way to the hidden leaf with new clothes and a map. He had kept the black shinobi shoes, but he had bought blue shinobi pants and a basic white long-sleeve shirt. He got the money by going around to different stores and offering to sweep the floors for a super low price. The owner would get a huge deal, and since Naruto used his vector control to force all the dust out in a matter of seconds, he got money for doing basically nothing. Naruto did this until he got enough money to buy supplies. The only problem was that he far away from the leaf. It would take some time to get there, but it would be worth it in the end, at least he hoped. 1 week later. Naruto could see the gates. It had taken him forever and a half to get here, and it was past midnight when he finally did, but he was here now. He walked up to the guard station where there were 2 people who looked very tried. "State your business," one of the guards said in a tone that didn't make it seem like he actually cared. "Hello, I'm here because I'm the Hokage's son," Naruto said. The 2 guards shot to attention instantly, but they looked pissed. "Are you trying to be funny, kid?" one of the guards said seriously. Naruto was confused. Why did they suddenly become so angry? "You think impersonating the Hokage's dead son is some kind of joke?" the other guard spat. "DD dead?" Naruto stuttered. "Yes. He was taken a long time ago, and no matter how much the Hokage's family wants to believe it, there is no way he is still alive. So I'll ask you again, where do you get off?" the guard said as he reached to grab the collar of Naruto's shirt. But since Naruto's always had his reflection active, the guard's hand never made it. Instead, his wrist broke with a loud snap. The man screamed in pain before turning to his partner. "Did you see that this kid's dangerous? He might be trying to attack the village called Umbu," he said. Naruto was freaking out. They were calling Umbu to get him? So Naruto did the only logical thing and ran away from Konoha. He was so scared he forgot to push himself with vectors. In the distance he heard the guard scream, "Yeah, you better run, you monster, but you won't get very far." Naruto ran for a little bit before stopping to catch his breath. He wasn't used to running like a regular person. He was breathing heavily, trying to think of a plan, when he heard something land in front of him. Naruto looked up to see a leaf Umbu ninja. "Well, you don't look like much of a threat, but monsters come in all shapes and sizes," the Umbu said before lunging at Naruto. "Just leave me alone," Naruto screamed. He used his vectors to create a cyclone of wind and sent it at the Umbu. The Umbu was quick to dodge, but was blindsided by another cyclone which torn him to shreds. After the Umbu was reduced to a bloody mess, Naruto fell to his knees, and for the first time in his life he started crying. What went wrong? How can the son of the Hokage be dead? He was right here. Then Naruto was hit by a horrible idea. What if Orochimaru had lied to him? What if he wasn't the Hokage's son? That would make sense. Orochimaru had no reason to tell him who his real family was. He could have said that he was a son of the Hokage because he knew that if Naruto ever escaped, that he would head to the leaf. It all made perfect sense. Naruto was lied to and he fell for it. Naruto wiped the tears away and stood up. He needed a new plan, but before that he needed a new name. The Hokage did have a son and his name was Naruto, that much was certain. But the person standing here was not Naruto. He would need a new identity so his actions wouldn't reflect on the real Naruto. But what should his new name be? Naruto thought about it for a little bit. Accelerator, Naruto said, testing out the name. Yes, that will be it. My name is Accelerator. So what happened to him? Minato asked. He was in an examination room with Tsunade, who had just finished the autopsy on the Umbu ninja that was found dead. Well, for starters, he must have been killed instantly, because if he hadn't, he would have destroyed his body, Tsunade said. Now, as for the cause of death, he has multiple large cuts all over his body. He would have bled out, but the cuts aren't what killed him. He was crushed to death. What? But all these injuries suggest he was hit by a wind jutsu? Minato said in shock. Exactly, normal wind jutsus only cuts the target. Tsunade said, smiling with interest. The only explanation is either this was a super powerful wind justice or dash. It wasn't a wind jutsu. Minato said. What about the guards? Tsunade gave Minato a smile. That part is even more interesting than the Umbu's case. The guard's testimony stated that a young boy walked up to the gates. When the guard asked him what his business was, the boy said, just regular business. Then one of the guards reached to collect the boy's papers. When he did, his wrist suddenly broke, and the boy ran away. That's when Umbu were called. Minato thought about it for a minute. That is strange. Why would that boy show up just to break the guard's wrist then run away? Do we have a picture of the boy? We're having an artist drawing a picture of the boy from the guard's account right now. Tsunade said. Alright, it doesn't look like there is much we can do until that picture is finished. Minato said, getting ready to leave. Actually, there is one more thing. Tsunade said, stopping Minato in his tracks. Remember, the guard said his wrist suddenly broke, not the boy broke his wrist. Then how was his wrist broken? Minato asked, now very curious. That I'm not so sure about. Tsunade said, sounding disappointed. You see, his wrist wasn't broken by someone grabbing his hand and snapping it. No, it was like he was pushing his hand against a wall until his hand was pushed far enough back that his wrist broke. As for why it's like that, I have no idea. Minato thought about it and couldn't come up with an explanation either. What in the world is going on? 2 years later. Hanabi was training in her family dojo under her dad's observation. She was once again sparring against her older sister Hinata. It was completely one-sided. Hanabi had already closed off most of Hinata's chakra points while Hinata had yet to land a hit. That's enough. Hayashi said, sounding displeased. Hinata, you are dismissed. Hi. Hinata said, quickly leaving the room. Hanabi was exhausted and wanted to be dismissed too, but that wasn't going to happen. Hanabi, you need to increase your endurance. How will you lead this clan if you're so tried after just 1 day of training? Hanabi wanted to tell him that his 1 day of training was what most Chunin did. She was only an academy student, not even a fully fledged ninja. Even if it was decided that Hanabi would be the clan head instead of Hinata, it didn't mean he could beat her in the ground. If only Hinata wasn't so weak, then Hanabi wouldn't have to pick up her slack. Anyways, let's get back to training. Hayashi said. Hanabi was finally done after 2 more hours of learning new gentle fist stances. Hayashi dismissed Hanabi. Hanabi opened the door to the dojo, only thinking about falling asleep in her bed. Hanabi, before you go, I think you should know that I'm thinking about teaching you the birdcage seal soon. Hayashi said. Hi, was Hanabi's only response. She walked quickly to her room, afraid she would say something she would regret later. Hanabi didn't want to learn the birdcage seal. It would just give the side branch family more reason to hate her. They already weren't a big fan of her since she was going to be the future head. What was worse is she knew that Niji was miles ahead of her in terms of skill. He was 3 years older, but so was Hinata. It not even like Hanabi could test her skills against him because Kami forbid that a main branch member and a side branch member spare. Even though he and Hinata used to spare all the time, the Hyugas just pissed Hanabi off. The next day, Hanabi, Hitomi and Mito were eating lunch at the academy just like always. Although nowadays, it wasn't just Mito complaining about her family. Yeah, my dad wants to teach me the birdcage seal. Which will just give Niji another reason to preach about fate. Hanabi said, angrily biting into her sandwich. You want to know what happened today? Mito said. Jiraiya came by and let my sisters sign the toad contract. On the other hand, my present was I got to watch my sisters try and summon a toad. But they're older than you, so it's natural for them to get things first. Hitomi said. I guess, but I'm positive that when I turn 10 I won't get to sign the contract. After all, my parents haven't given me a single kunai. Mito said. They sat there in silence for a little bit before Mito said. We should leave. You can't be serious? Hitomi said. Why not? Mito said. Hanabi and I hate our families, and you hate Itachi for killing yours. Why should we have to protect the leaf when we don't even like it? We would never make it. Hanabi said. We aren't just some random ninjas, we're the daughter of the Hokage, the last of only a handful of Uchihas, and the future heir to the Hyuga. The village isn't going to let another of the Hokage's kids and its two most important dojutsu go. The moment they realize we're gone, they'll send every Umbu team they have after us. But if we cross the border before they realize we're gone, then they can't follow us. Mito suggested. Alright, let's say by some miracle that happens, where would we go? Hitomi asked. We have to have some place to hide because Konoha isn't the only village that would send out every Umbu team to get the Sharingan and the Byakugan. Let's not forget we're academy students, we can't fight off ninja without help. Mito though about it. What about finding my brother? We don't know where he is. Hanabi pointed out. And even if we did, then we would just become another test subject for Orochimaru, which is worse than being captured by another village. What if he's not with Orochimaru anymore? Mito stated. Then that brings up a lot of other problems. Hanabi said. If he's not with Orochimaru, why didn't he come back to the leaf? If we did find him, would he even be strong enough to protect us? Will he even want to protect us? Let's not forget, to even find him we would have to know where he was and outrun the leaf's Umbu. That a lot of what ifs. Mito didn't look happy. Fine, I guess you're right. Mito said, thinking about her brother a little more. I wonder what he's doing right now. Somewhere. Look what we've got here. A bandit said to his fellow bandits. They were watching a very pale boy with a bag slung over his shoulder walking down the road. The bandits were following behind him. I wonder what's in the bag. Another bandit said. I don't know, let's find out. A bandit said. Hey buddy, why don't you give us your bag and we won't hurt you? The bandit yelled. The pale boy just kept walking, however, like he didn't even hear them. Hey, don't ignore us. The bandit screamed, yet the boy kept walking. That's it. The bandit said angrily. He pulled his sword and charged the boy from behind. But when the bandit swung his sword at the boy's neck, he was sent flying backwards. What the hell? The bandit said from his new position on the floor. The bandits had finally caught the boy's attention as he turned around to see what hit him. That's when the bandit saw his glaring red eyes. The boy looked over every bandit before smiling. Sorry guys, you see I was reflecting all the sound away from me, so I didn't hear you. If I did, I could have killed you much sooner. The boy said with a slight chuckle. Who are you? The now terrified bandit said. I'm Accelerator, but that hardly matters now. The boy said before he seemingly pushed off the ground and came flying at them. The bandit's screams could be heard from a mile away, but those who did hear it weren't sure if it was real or their imagination because it only lasted for a couple seconds. After Naruto dealt with the bandits, he once again started reflecting sound vectors away from him and continued on his way. He didn't actually have a destination, he had just been wandering around ever since he left Orochimaru. His bag only contained camping equipment and a few pairs of clothes. After the incident with the leaf, he didn't really have a purpose anymore. He didn't blame the leaf, after all it wasn't their fault that he believed Orochimaru's lie. He supposed he had been pretty stupid to believe that he was the son of the Hokage. After all, he didn't even look like the Hokage. That was all in the past though. Now he was looking towards the future. Unfortunately, he didn't know what he was looking for. Naruto knew he wanted to settle down somewhere, but where that was Naruto had no idea. Naruto actually found enjoyment in killing people like those bandits. Now he wasn't psychotic, he didn't just kill people for fun or just because he wanted to. It was more like when he was attacked or someone just pissed him off, the best option was just to kill them. That trait in Naruto's power would set him on the path to be a ninja, and Naruto already considered himself a ninja, so he should live in a shinobi village. Naruto didn't really want to, however. Having to report to the leader and being limited on where he could go and what he could do just didn't appeal to him. Wherever he went he would be able to do whatever he wanted. So until he found that place he would keep wandering, but just like how he felt that he was soon going to be free from Orochimaru, he also felt that he would find that place very soon. 2 weeks later. Naruto liked it here. He was in a good-sized city located in the Land of Frost. The town was somewhat near the border to the Land of Lighting, but it was out of the way enough that there wasn't too many lighting ninja coming through. Naruto didn't know why he liked it here, he just did. The town wasn't special and it didn't have any defining traits. It wasn't super peaceful, but it wasn't super violent. It just seemed like any other town you would come across, but Naruto liked it, so this is where he would live. He already found an apartment he liked, but he needed money. Naruto had never carried a lot of money, so he needed to get some. He didn't really want to have to work for the money, so the next best thing was looting. Naruto heard about a bandit camp not too far from the city. He would just go there, kill the bandits and take their money easy. It only took Naruto 2 hours to walk all the way to the camp. Naruto could see about 20 or so bandits all over the camp. Most of them were drinking or passed out from drinking. Naruto was a little skeptical if they even had any money after buying all that beer, but there was only one way to find out. Time to give them a wake-up call. Naruto stomped the ground and a miniature earthquake hit the camp. The ground cracked, tents and tablets fell over and so did the bandits. Before the bandits even knew what was going on, Naruto rushed them using vectors to enhance his strength and speed. He grabbed the first bandit and threw him towards another group of bandits. There were a bunch of small rocks that were scattered around from Naruto's earthquake. Now most people wouldn't think of these as weapons, but for Naruto they were. He simply kicked one of the pebbles and used vectors to greatly increase its speed. It was going so fast that when it hit a bandit it tore right through him. By now the bandits had finally realized they were being attacked. They pulled out all sorts of weapons. There was one who pulled out a crossbow which he used to shoot Naruto. Now normally the arrow would have been sent right back at him, but Naruto changed its course ever so slightly, so instead of hitting Naruto it hit another bandit. The bandit, thinking he had only missed, fired another arrow. Naruto once again changed its course to hit another bandit. Naruto decided to play a little game with himself. He would try to guess how many arrows the bandit would shoot at him before he realized that Naruto was the one changing the course. He guessed 5. Well, this bandit was either really stupid or really drunk because he shot a total of 12 arrows before he realized something was wrong. Naruto wanted to break out laughing. How anyone could be that stupid was beyond Naruto. Due to that one guy there were only about 6 more bandits left and Naruto was getting bored. It was time to end this and look for the money. Naruto picked up a handful of pebbles and started flicking them at the bandits. They were sped up, of course, and the bandits had no hope of dodging. Once they were all dead, Naruto started looking around. He found a bunch of stuff that looked like it could be valuable, but Naruto only wanted cash. It would be too much trouble to find buyers to sell all this stuff to. He did find enough money for now, and he even found some stuff he could decorate his apartment with. Naruto decided that this was a much better than getting a job. With his newfound treasure he walked back to the city. 1 year later. So your accelerator, you don't look like much. You're even younger than me, the boy said. Naruto sighed. He was having such a good day until these guys showed up. It was a genin team from Kumogakure and it looked like they were here to kill him, but just to make sure. I am. What do you want? Naruto said, not sounding the least bit interested. We're here to take you down. The same boy said, crossing his arms like he expected Naruto to beg for mercy. Why? Naruto said. He was actually wondering why Kumo said a genin team after him. The Jonin instructor answered this time. Because you have taken out at least 3 bandit camps and have killed a lot of bandits. Naruto didn't see why that was a problem. Isn't taking out bandit camps what genin teams normally do? Maybe they didn't like Naruto taking away all the C-rank missions. He had been destroying a bandit camp every few months to get some money. Because of that, a lot of bandits had packed up and left the Land of Frost for fear of being attacked by him. Maybe Kumo didn't like cleaning up after the destruction he caused. It didn't really matter, he had to focus on the problem at hand. The three genin were standing in front of their Jonin instructor getting ready for a battle. The Jonin had his arms crossed and looked like he was just going to observe the genin and not actually do any fighting. They probably didn't think Naruto was a serious threat. After all, the only thing he had done was destroy a few bandit camps, nothing a low-level Chunin couldn't have done. If in fact he was a low-level Chunin, then a genin team should be able to deal with him, but Naruto was not a low-level Chunin. He would have to show them that the hard way. "Come at me," he said. Two of the genin disappeared from sight while the one who had first spoken to Naruto charged at him with a kunai. "Well, aren't you arrogant?" Naruto said. As the boy got closer, two hands shot up from the ground underneath Naruto. The hands tried to grab Naruto's ankles only for their wrist to be broken. At the same time, Naruto felt a kunai touch his back, but it was reflected and there was a cry of pain. Then Naruto stomped the ground, causing rocks to fly up and hit the genin that was running towards him. This caused the boy to fly up a little bit. Naruto grabbed the boy's wrist. He swung him around so fast that he ripped the boy's arm out of his socket. The boy fell to the ground crying as he held his now stub of an arm. The Jonin instructor looked at Naruto with absolute shock and terror at how fast he had taken care of the genin. Naruto gave him his sadistic smile and held up the arm of the boy. "Would you like this back?" The Jonin looked angry but didn't say anything. Then with incredible speed collected the boy and set him on the ground away from Naruto. Then he once again ran past Naruto to collect another boy who had a kunai embedded in his stomach. The Jonin set the boy next to the other boy. "Don't worry, we'll get you medical attention soon," he said, although he sounded very worried. Naruto took one step forward and the Jonin instantly turned his head to look at Naruto. "Are you sure? Because I'm not one to let people who attack me live," Naruto said. The Jonin stood up and looked at Naruto with fire in his eyes. "I'm going to kill you," he said. He then went through a set of hand signs. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. The Jonin screamed as a wave of electricity was fired at Naruto. Naruto threw the arm he was still holding at the electricity. The electricity tore through the arm, turning it black and crispy. The electricity continued towards Naruto, and just like everything else, when it made contact it was reflected back at the owner. The Jonin had no choice but to cancel the jutsu and jump away. When he did, Naruto pushed off the ground, which sent him fly towards the Jonin. The Jonin, unable to move in midair, had to block Naruto's kick. The kick was so strong it sent him flying into a tree. The Jonin tried to get up, but Naruto flew at him again, this time kicking him through the tree. The Jonin was now on his back covered in blood. He was too hurt to get up as Naruto walked towards him. "You weren't as strong as I thought you'd be," Naruto said. The Jonin didn't say anything, he just looked at Naruto with hate in his eyes. Naruto wasn't bothered. He just kicked the Jonin head, which let him control the vectors in his neck, letting Naruto snap it. Naruto then walked over to the two genin who were still lying on the ground, obviously in pain. "Just remember, you were the ones who attacked me," Naruto said before walking over to a nearby tree and tapping it with his hand. The tree uprooted itself and levitated over to the genin. "Goodbye," Naruto said as the tree dropped on the genin, crushing them. Naruto smiled at his handiwork. "That was great, but where's the third one?" Naruto said, looked around. It would just be a pain in the ass to look for him, so I guess I'll just go home," Naruto said to himself, choosing to let the last genin get away. A couple days later, a bounty hunter attacked Naruto. After Naruto dealt with him, he took the bingo book the bounty hunter had with him. Naruto guessed that he had been placed in the bingo book after his little stunt with the Kumo ninja. He skimmed the pages until sure enough he found himself. Somehow they had gotten a picture of him and under it said, "Accelerator. Wanted for killing Kumo ninja. Wanted by Kumogakure. Threat, B. Afflation, none. Last seen, Land of Frost." Naruto looked at the book for a little bit, letting it sink in. He was surprised he was only a B-rank threat, but they probably still didn't know how powerful he truly was. He threw the book away in a nearby trash can. It didn't matter to him if he was wanted or not. He wasn't going to run away just because some bounty hunters were going to come after him. No, he was staying right here. 1 year later. Mito was cleaning out her father's office. It was life-draining. She had to go through every file he kept here and determine which ones he should keep and which ones should be moved to the archives. She had been at this for 5 hours straight and she wasn't even close to being finished. At the very least, Hitomi and Hanabi had agreed to come over and help. Mito hoped they would show up soon. It was all Naruko's fault that she was even doing this. Earlier today, Mito had been practicing her taijutsu in the mansion's training ground when Naruko walked in. Ah, that's so cute. Does little Mito really think she can be a ninja? Naruko said mockingly. Mito didn't say anything or do anything to acknowledge Naruko, which made Naruko mad. Did you know that in a couple of weeks Minama and I will become full-fledged shinobi? Mito still didn't respond, which pissed Naruko off even more. You know, we'll be going out of the village for missions. We might even run across Naruto. That caught Mito's attention. I bet he's just as weak and pathetic as you, or maybe Orochimaru already killed him and we'll find his corpse. Naruko said with a smile, knowing she was getting to Mito. Naruko knew about Mito's fixation on their brother. She had sunk into Mito's room a while back and found the sketchbook with all the drawings of their brother. So Naruko knew just what to say to piss Mito off, and it worked. You shut up, Naruto's is alive and a way better ninja than you will ever be. Mito yelled. Then he must be too embarrassed of having a weak little sister like you to come back to the leaf. Naruko said. This pissed Mito off. She charged at Naruko and punched her in the face. Mito expected Naruko to dodge since she was better than Mito, but she didn't. She stood there and took it, and after she did, an evil smile graced her lips. Demonic chakra leaked out of Naruko along with the killer instinct it naturally produced. It scared Mito and she backed away in fear. It wasn't long before Minato and Kushina burst through the doors, having sensed the demonic chakra. Minato quickly placed a seal on Naruko that repressed the chakra. Kushina looked at Naruko with worry. Naruko, what happened? Why did your demonic chakra start leaking? Naruko put on a good performance. She held her cheek and had tears in her eyes. Mito hit me and I just got so mad. Naruko said as she started cry. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Kushina embraced the crying girl while Minato walked over to Mito. Mito, you know you should never hit Naruko. Minato yelled. I'm sorry, was all Mito could say. You will be sorry because now you have to organize all the flies in my office. Minato said with his arms crossed. That was the story Mito told Hanabi and Hitomi when they arrived. That's terrible, Hitomi said after hearing the story. Yeah, it was really great for you two to show up. I'm really thankful, Mito said. Hey, that's what friends are for, so where do we start? Hanabi said. The pace went a lot faster with Hitomi's and Hanabi's help. They were almost done when Mito grabbed a new file and was shocked at its contents. Inside was a sketch of a very pale boy with red eyes. There was a paper describing an incident where an umbu was found dead and a gate guard was hurt. Hey Hanabi, Hitomi, come look at this, Mito said. The girls came over to look at the picture. What about it? Hitomi asked. Doesn't this guy look like Minato? Mito said. Hanabi and Hitomi deadpanned. They looked at the picture really hard and tried to imagine him as Minato. No, they both said. Mito looked at them, obviously frustrated. Stay here, she said as she left the room. A little bit later she came back with her sketchbook. Maybe it's because you two don't do sketches, but look. She started drawing a picture of Minato. The features on that guy are the exact same as Minato's. She colored Minato and so it looked exactly like Minato. Would you two agree that looks like Minato? Yeah, they both said. Now look at this. Mito said as she erased Minato's hair and replaced it to what the boy's hair looked like. All I've done it changed the way his hair looks. Does it still look like Minato? Mito asked. It's a little weird seeing him with that kind of hair, but yeah, I could see him as Minato. Hitomi said. So what? Mito smiled. You two are to focus on color if I do this. Mito changed the color of Minato's hair to a pale blonde. His eyes to a red and made his skin much paler. Hitomi and Hanabi stepped back in shock. The picture now looked like a direct copy of the guy in the file. Do you see it now? But how is that possible? Hanabi asked. There's only one explanation. Mito said with a smile. The person in this picture is my brother Naruto. But if that's true, then why did he attack a guard and kill an Umbu? Hitomi said, still trying to figure it all out. I don't know, but when we see him we can ask him. Mito said, partially glowing with happiness. Wait, don't you think you getting ahead of yourself? Hanabi said. This file at 2 years old. He could be anywhere now. Hanabi immediately regretted saying that as all the happiness Mito just had faded away. Hey, don't be sad, I'm sure we'll think of something. Hanabi said, trying to backtrack. Actually, I thought of something already. Hitomi said. Mito and Hanabi looked at her with bated breath. Look, according to the incident report, an Umbu was found dead. That means even at a young age Naruto had skills at least as great as an Umbu. Plus by the looks of it Naruto isn't with any village, so where do powerful ninja that other ninja villages don't want wandering around end up? Hanabi's and Mito's faces lit up in realization. The bingo book. They both said. Do you really think he could be in the bingo book? Mito asked. Well, I'll admit it's a long shot, but it's her best bet. Hitomi said. Come on, let's look around. I'm sure my dad has a bingo book in here somewhere. Mito said. The girls looked all over the office, leaving no drawer unopened until they found a bingo book. The girls waited with anticipation while they flipped through the pages. When they finally found his picture, they had a small celebration. Accelerator. Wanted for killing Kumo Ninja. Wanted by Kumogakure. Threat, B. Afflation, none. Location, Land of Frost. Man, Mito, your brother is a big shot. Only 12 and he's already a B-rank threat. Hitomi said. Your sisters aren't even full-fledged ninja yet. Accelerator is a pretty cool name too. Hanabi said. Mito wasn't hearing them, however. She was only focused on one thing. Location, Land of Frost. After so long of dreaming of her brother and wondering what he was doing, she finally knew where he was. Hey, why does it say location? Shouldn't it say last seen? Mito asked. Oh, that just means he doesn't really move from that location. Which is good since it's easier for us. Hitomi said. Should we tell your dad about this? Hanabi asked. No. Mito flatly said. Hanabi and Hitomi were a little shocked by her response. But why? I thought you wanted your brother to come home. Hanabi asked. I did, but now I want to go see my brother. I'm sick of this village. I'm leaving it. Mito said with the most serious expressing Hanabi and Hitomi had ever seen. Hitomi just smiled. If that's the case, do you think you could share your brother with one more? She said. Hitomi, are you sure? Mito asked. Mito, I haven't liked this village ever since Itachi killed the Uchiha clan. He got treated like a hero because he stopped the coup. While all the other Uchiha were treated like trash because they were the children of the people who wanted to betray the leaf. Of course I'm sure. Hitomi said just as seriously as Mito. You two are crazy. You know we'll be hunted down by Umbu. Hanabi said. We'll? Mito said, looking at Hanabi. Of course you aren't the only one who's sick of their family. Hanabi said. I can't take the way the Hyugas do things anymore. I've wanted to leave for a while now. Well, it looks like us three are going to become missing Nin. Mito said. Don't get ahead of yourself. Hanabi warned. We still have to find a way to get out of the village with enough time to cross the border before they notice us. You know, in a couple days our class is doing a survival exercise, where we head outside the village walls under the guidance of a genin who's supposed to teach us some survival techniques. Hitomi said. That would be a good time to leave, and no one would question us for binging survival supplies. Alright, that's when we'll leave and find my brother. Mito said. In the days following the survival exercise, the three girls packed everything they would need. When they were questioned about it, they would just say they were preparing for the exercise. When the day finally came, the girls made sure they were in the same group. Okay, everyone, make sure you listen to your genin instructor. The teacher said. Don't worry, we have Chunin set up nearby, so if anything goes wrong we'll be right over. So let's get started. Hi, the class said. Mito, Hanabi and Hitomi walked out the gates with the genin instructor. He looked extremely pleased with himself for getting such high-tier students. Alright, let me tell you about what to expect on missions. He said, and then told a bunch of stories about the missions he had gone on. They were mostly about him doing something cool. After an hour walk, Mito gave the signal to Hanabi, which was Mito dropping a kunai. You should be more careful with your stuff. The genin said. Right, I'm sorry. Mito said, trying to look embarrassed. Excuses me, but could you have a look at this? Hanabi said from behind the genin. Sure, what is it? The genin said, turning to face Hanabi, only for Hanabi to slam her palm into the genin's stomach. The genin doubled over, where Hanabi proceeded to close off all his chakra points, which knock him out. Okay, let's go. Mito said as the girls ran off. Mito took out a map and started planning the route as they ran. Okay, so in order to get to the Land of Frost we have to go through the Land of Hot Water. It doesn't have a ninja village, so once we cross the border we should be okay. How long do we have till they discover the genin? Hitomi asked. If something went wrong, then the genin was supposed to call the Chunin standing by, but since he didn't, they won't think anything wrong until near the end of the exercise. Hanabi said. That gives us a good few hours. Mito said as they ran far away from Konoha. What these girls did would later be considered the second greatest incident the fourth Hokage would ever have. Some would even say that it was the greatest incident he'd ever have, even higher than the Kyuubi attack. It was chaos. An emergency council meeting had been called after the disappearance of Hitomi Uchiha, Hanabi Hyuga, and Minato's own daughter Mito Namikaze. All the clan heads were present along with the civilian council. Minato also had to be there, although he didn't want to be. He wanted to be out there looking for his daughter because he'd be damned if he lost another child. Kushina felt the same way as she was out there looking for them along with every Umbu squad Minato had. How Minato wanted to be out there, but he had to sit here and answer these idiots' questions that they would ask over and over again. How much of a head start did they get? A random council member asked. A good 3 hours. Minato replied for what felt like the 5th time today. Where are they heading? We don't know. Who took them? We don't know. Minato was getting really frustrated with these questions. No amount of talking was going to fix the problem, and by the looks of it Itachi and Hayashi felt the same way. They didn't seem like they were worried from the outside, but Minato knew they wanted to be out looking too. Minato knew that Hayashi had already ordered the Hyugas to assist the Umbu. Plus the way that they looked at anyone who asked yet another pointless question was more than enough to figure out that they didn't want to be here. Minato finally had enough. Listen, you are just repeating the same questions over and over again, so I think we should call this meeting of dash. Do you know for sure they were taken? What if they ran away on their own accord?
A voice said, but not just any random voice, the voice of Danzo. Danzo's question finally got the council to shut up, but not in the way Minato wanted. And just what reason would they have to run away? Minato said angrily. Danzo stood up to make his point. Your daughter and the Hyuga heiress have been spending quite a bit of time around Hitomi Uchiha, correct? Yes, Minato said, though he didn't see why it mattered. May I remind you that not so long ago the Uchiha attempted a coup? Danzo said. In order to stop the coup, we killed the Uchiha clan, but under the assumption that the kids didn't know anything, we let them live. But what if we were wrong? What if Hitomi did know and wanted to take down the leaf? She would need the help of foreign allies. What if she ran away to get them and convinced your daughter and the Hyuga to come with her? That is no evidence to support they ran away. Minato said, losing his temper. Is there any evidence to support they were taken? Danzo replied. Mito, Hanabi and Hitomi were running as fast as they could. That was their only plan. They didn't know how to cover their tracks, so all they could do was run and hope they made it into the land of hot water before they were caught. How much farther? Hitomi asked. We should almost be at the border. Mito said. Do you think they found the genin yet? Hitomi asked. Definitely. Hanabi said. Which is all the more reason we need to make it to the border. They had a lot less time than they thought, however, because Kushina and her Umbu squad weren't that far behind. They had found the tracks a while ago and had been running along it ever since. These tracks are more recent. We must be getting close. Kushina said. Even with the 3-hour head start, Kushina was closing in mainly due to her using tree hopping. Where are we heading? Kushina asked the Umbu behind her. On this current path we'll hit the land of hot water. He replied. Shit, Kushina though. The land of hot water isn't their ally, so if they don't catch them before they make it across the border, then they'll have to contact the daimyo to cross the border themselves. It would take too long, however, and they lose the tracks. How close is the border? Kushina asked. Too close. The Umbu replied. Pick up the pace. Kushina yelled as she herself went even faster. She would not lose another child. Kushina ran as fast as she could, only her daughter's safety on her mind, but in the end. Lady Kushina, stop! One of the Umbu yelled. Kushina stopped on reaction alone. Why should I? We still haven't found them. She yelled back. Because we've hit the border, we can't go any farther. The Umbu replied. Kushina looked in front of her, and sure enough the markings that divided the border were there. They didn't make it in time. Tell my husband to contact the land of hot water's daimyo right now. Kushina yelled. The Umbu actually looked a little frightened as he ran back to the village. We should go back too, Lady Kushina. It will at the very least be a day before we can cross over. Another Umbu said. No, I'm staying right here. It will give my husband more motivation to contact the daimyo as fast as he can. Kushina said stubbornly. Mito, Hanabi and Hitomi all had their hands on their knees and were breathing heavily. They had crossed the border and ran a little farther, so they were out of sight, because if Umbu reached the border and could still see them, they might just run across the border to get them. Although they didn't know how good of a decision it was, because Kushina arrived at the border a mere 4 minutes before they crossed it. We made it. I can't believe it. Hitomi said through bated breath. We haven't made it yet. Mito said. There's no doubt that they'll request entrance to the land of hot water, but if we can blend ourselves in with the foot traffic and make it to the land of frost, then they'll have no idea where we went. How long will it take for them to get entrance? Hitomi asked. For so many Umbu, normally a couple days. Mito said. But since we're such important people, they'll probably be able to do it in a day. Maybe even less, since the land of hot water doesn't have a ninja village. So what you're saying is that we don't get any rest? Hanabi said. Is that a problem for you? Mito asked, giving Hanabi a smirk.
Hanabi also gave Mito a smirk before taking her hands off her knees and standing up straight.
Of course not, I'm just worried about you. We don't want to bring you to your brother half dead. It took almost a day and a half to get permission to enter the land of hot water.
When the OK came in, Kushina and Umbu searched up and down the land of hot water, but it was too late.
The trail had disappeared. The girls could be anywhere. Kushina had to report back to the Leaf and tell everyone that she had failed to find them.
When she made it back, the first thing she did was head home and hopefully get some rest, but when she walked in the door late at night, Minato was sitting there. Apparently he had been waiting for her.
"How'd it go?" he asked, although he already knew the answer. Kushina, having had to be tough in front of the Umbu squad, finally broke down in tears as she walked over and collapsed on Minato. "We lost another one, Minato. We must be the worst parents in the world. How could we let Mito be taken?" Minato rubbed Kushina's head, trying to calm her down. "That might not be the case," Minato said. Kushina looked up at her husband. "What do you mean?" Minato explained Danzo's theory. "That is complete crap. No way those girls would leave the village on their own accord." Minato took a deep breath. Kushina wasn't going to like this. Hell, he didn't like. Actually, there is a lot of evidence to support they left on their own. Kushina looked at Minato, not believing a word.
Examination on the genin that was attacked revealed that his chakra points were seal. When the boy woke up, her confirmed it was Hanabi Hyuga who attacked him. "No," Kushina said, feeling like the weight of the world had just been placed on her shoulders. "That can't be. Are you telling me that you believe Danzo?" "No, I don't believe him, but I do believe that Mito and the other weren't taken," Minato said, trying not to cry himself.
"Why would they leave?" Kushina said.
"I don't know, but we'll find out.
I'm calling Jiraiya back to the village.
He'll be here for an extended stay, so when his spy network finds them, we'll know right away,"
Minato said silently. They sat there and enjoying each other's comfort for a while. "What about the girls? How are they doing?" Kushina asked.
"I don't know, I told them and they just went up to their rooms and haven't come out since,"
Minato replied. "It must be so hard on them," Kushina said. Minato told everyone who was involved that the mission was a failure the next day.
He couldn't come out and say it publicly since he couldn't let the other villages know that there was a Hyuga and an Uchiha out there for the taking, but they probably find out soon. It was hard to keep this kind of thing under wraps. In the Hyuga compound, Hinata had been summoned by her father. "Hinata, as you know, Hanabi has fled the village for unknown reasons," Hayashi said. "As such, she cannot be the future head of this clan. So the responsibility has fallen back on you."
"Hi," Hinata said.
"Since you have not had the proper training, you will be taken out of the academy. This way we can make up for all the lost time we spent training Hanabi.
We won't have to deal with your Jounin instructor and you won't have to go on missions," Hayashi said. Hinata didn't want to leave the academy.
She wanted to be a regular genin just like her friends, but she didn't dare go against her father.
"I understand," Hinata said.
"Good, we will start by going over the basics, since if I recall correctly you still weren't able to master them," Hayashi said. In the Uchiha compound, Itachi and Sasuke were sitting at the table getting ready to eat.
"So do you really think that the Uchiha who ran away really wants to overthrow the Leaf?" Sasuke asked. "I highly doubt it. Danzo probably doesn't even believe it himself," Itachi said.
"He just wants an excuse to send his root ninja after them."
"Then why did she leave?" Sasuke asked. Itachi thought about it for a moment.
"If it was just her that ran away, then I would say it was to get stronger than try and kill me. After all, I did kill her parents. She probably hates me, but since she's with two others, I really have no idea."
"It's not like she could ever kill you. You're way too strong," Sasuke said as he played with his food. You never know what the future can bring. I expected you'll be able to surpass me one day. Itachi said. Yeah, right. Sasuke said. At the Hokage's mansion, a lot less civil decisions was taking place. So Mito ran away with her little friends. That's just great. Naruko said. She and Minima were talking in the training guard inside the mansion. I bet she ran off because she got mad about me saying Naruto was weak. Naruko said, having no idea that she had actually guessed right, so she went to go find him and invited her friends to help. She'll get herself killed. Not like I care. No, she left because of you. Minima yelled. Minima had it with her sister. All Naruko did was trash talk people, and then if something didn't go her way she would use the Kyuubi's chakra, then she would get whatever she wanted, and Minima had been letting it happen. Well, not any longer. Naruko was shocked that her sister would yell at her. Are you saying it my fault? Naruko asked, expecting Minima to backtrack and apologize. Yes, it is. Minima shouted. You talked down to her, tried your best to make her life a living hell, and even got me to ignore her. But worst of all, you used her missing brother as a trigger. Do you even care if Naruto ever comes back? Minima shouted with all the rage she had been amassing over these past years, and it felt good. Naruko was pissed Minima never talked back to her. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Minima screamed. You only do the minimal work required and don't put an effort into becoming a stronger ninja. The only real attack you have at flaring you demonic chakra and using your title as the Hokage's daughter to get what you want. But that's not going to work on missions because people don't care who you are, and we both know you would never risk using your demonic chakra if Toussaint wasn't around to stop you. Are you calling me weak? Naruko yelled. Never has her skills ever been questioned before. That's right, the only reason you were stronger than Mito is because she never got any training. Minima said, crossing her arms. I'm weak you say, then let's see you handed this. Naruko said as she started leaking demonic chakra. That's not going to work anymore. Minima said. She slammed her hand on the ground. Naruko was wondering what she was doing when under her a bunch of golden chains came up through the ground and wrapped around her. When they did, they retracted, pulling Naruko with them. She was slammed into the ground, lying on her stomach, so she couldn't get up. Also, her demonic chakra was getting absorbed by the chains. How? When did you inherit Kasan's chains, and how are they taking my demonic chakra away? Naruko said, trashing around trying to break the chains. Kasan and I discovered it earlier this year. You would have known about it if you actually cared what my abilities were. As for taking your chakra, well, I asked Kasan if I could learn how to steal a person's chakra with these chains, and she taught me. Now normally you can't steal demonic chakra because it would take over the person's body, but I bet you forgot that I have some of the Kyuubi's chakra too. Naruko kept trying to leak demonic chakra, but it would just get absorbed. She couldn't do anything, she was stuck. Come on Naruko, I thought you were super strong, but once you can't use your demonic chakra you're as worthless as a baby. Minima said mockingly. Shut up. Naruko said as she continued to struggle. Face it Naruko, you've lost. Minima said, how are you going to survive if you get caught so easily? I gave you plenty of time to dodge or use substitution, but you were so sure you could win with just demonic chakra that you didn't even think of doing or using something else. If you don't change you're going to die, and then I'll have lost 3 siblings. Minima said sadly, then dispelled her chains and walked away, giving Naruko a lot to think about. Land of Frost. Mito, Hanabi and Hitomi were walking down a road on their way to the city Naruto was in. They were all wearing white traveling cloaks that they had brought with them. Damn, why is it so cold? Hitomi said, hugging her cloak closer to her body. Hitomi, you can't be serious. You do know where we are, right? The land of frost. Hanabi said, spreading her arms to indicate the surrounding area. Did you think it was going to be nice and warm? No. I just thought these cloaks would be enough to keep us warm. Hitomi said, blushing a little bit as she turned away from Hanabi. Hey Mito, I think we should have left this one back in the land of hot water. Hanabi said jokingly. Sorry, what did you say? Mito said, seemingly having just been pulled out of a trance. Seriously Mito, you need to pay attention. Hanabi said. Sorry, it's just that we're really close to where Naruto is and I'm excited to see him, but I'm really worried. Mito said, looking a bit down. What are you worried about? Hitomi said. What if he doesn't like me just like the rest of my family? Mito said. Don't be, he's not going to be like your sisters, I'm sure he'll love you. Hanabi said. Yeah, you're right. Mito said, rising her head a little. As they were talking, they heard a group of people coming their way. That sounds like a lot of people. Hitomi whispered. Yeah, what do you think we should do? Mito said. Let's just hide for now. Even if they don't know who we are, at best not to let anyone see us until we make it to Naruto. Hanabi said. The girls left the road and hid behind some nearby bushes. When the group walked by, they were glad they hid because they looked like bandits and some of them had weapons. The girls could also make out what they were saying now. Are you sure about this? I mean, he's taken out a bunch of bandit camps? One of the bandits said. Those are just exaggerated stories. They can't be true, he's only a kid. Another bandit said. But he's listed in the bingo book as a B-class threat. The first bandit said. That's why we're going after him. Do you know how much money we'll get from taking him down? We're going to be able to buy enough booze and women to keep us entertained for years, and all we have to do is take down one brat. Accelerator better watch himself. The bandit said before walking far enough away that the girls couldn't hear them anymore. Did you hear that? They were talking about Naruto. Mito whispered just in case the bandits could still hear them. Yeah, but that's good for us. We can just follow then and find Naruto. Hanabi pointed out. But they're going to attack him. What if they hurt him? Mito said. Mito, are you listening to yourself? Naruto is in the bingo book as a B-class threat. There is no way that's a bunch of bandits are going to be able to hurt him. Hanabi said. Mito didn't share Hanabi's confidence. Fine, we'll follow them, but if it looks like they are going to get the jump on Naruto, we're going to help him. Mito said. If we did that, we would only get in his way or get ourselves killed. Hanabi said as they started to tail the bandits. Naruto was having a nice walk around town when a bunch of bandits suddenly ambushed him. One tried to stab him in the back of the head with a kunai, and Naruto could have sworn heard someone gasp. The bandit, however, was sent sprawling to the ground, now holding his brokering wrist. The other bandits were met with the same fate soon after. Why don't they ever learn? Naruto said as he walked past them. Naruto wasn't going to kill them, mostly because if he took the time to kill every idiot who attacked him nowadays, he would never get anything done. Ever since he got placed in the bingo book, people would come out of the woodwork to attack him. It was more of a nuisance than anything else. The only good thing about it was, for whatever reason, people usually carried money when they attacked him, so now Naruto could let the money come to him instead of going out and destroy bandit camps to get it. It was pretty nice to be able to stay in town. Little did Naruto know that his life was about to be shaken up by the three girls that had been watching him from a nearby ally. Mito, did you see that? Your brother is a total badass. He just took out those bandits without missing a step. Hitomi said, partially jumping up and down in excitement. Mito, however, was breathing heavily. She had one of her hands placed over her heart. I thought he was going to die when that bandit tried to put a kunai through his head. I told you. There's no way Naruto was going to let those losers touch him. Hanabi said. You should go talk to him. He is your brother. Hitomi said. I don't know. What would I say? Mito said. I'm sure it will come to you. Besides, we'll be with you. Now come on, I want to get out of this cold. Hitomi said as she started to push Mito towards Naruto, with Hanabi following close behind. Hitomi pushed Mito so she was directly behind Naruto, although he hadn't seemed to notice them yet. Excuses me.
Mito said in a voice that even she knew sounded pathetic. Naruto turned his head to see three girls in white cloaks standing behind him.
What do you want? Naruto asked, not sounding too friendly. I'm Mito and I believe a warm older brother. The one with the red hair said so quick that Naruto couldn't understand what she was saying. Naruto just gave a loud sigh. I don't have time for this kid. Naruto said before turning his head and walking away. Hey, wait. The one with the pupilless eyes said. We came a long way to see you and you're just going to walk away without hearing what we have to say. Naruto ignored her and kept walking. Are you just going to leave your sister just like the rest of her family, Naruto? Naruto actually paused when he heard that name, something that the girls caught. He turned back to face the girls who all looked at him with anticipation. I haven't thought of myself as Naruto in a long time, but since you brought it up, I'll hear what you have to say. Follow me. Naruto said, almost seeming interested in what they had to say. Naruto led the girls to a nearby restaurant. They took their seat with Naruto on one side of the table and all the girls on the other side. So why did you want to see me? Naruto asked. For a couple of reasons, but first we wanted to ask you a few questions. Mito said, trying to sound businesslike and redeem herself from earlier. Yeah, like why you live someplace so damn cold? Hitomi yelled, slamming her fists on the table. Naruto and the other girls couldn't believe what she said and stared at her with dropped jaws. Naruto was the first to recover and got up from his seat. I'm leaving, he said as he started to walk away. Nana no. Mito said, holding her arm out to stop him, losing all her businesslike tone and reverting back to a child. Naruto sighed and sat back down. Okay, for the first real questions. Mito said, looking at Hitomi, who looked rather embarrassed. Why don't you think of yourself as Naruto? Why do you think of me as Naruto? Naruto replied. Mito went into her explanation of how she was his little sister and how she came to the conclusion that he was Naruto and even showed him the picture to prove it. I see, Naruto said. Well, I did go to the Leaf that day, but things turned out much differently than I had planned. Naruto then told his story about how he thought he was Naruto, but how his trip to the Leaf changed that. The girls were shocked to hear the story since it meant the guard had lied to Naruto and in his testimony. Well, now I'm positive you're Naruto since my brother was taken by Orochimaru and not killed. Mito said. Naruto lied back in his chair and put his hands behind his head. Wow, what do you know? I really am the Hokage's son and you are my sister. So what are you going to do now that you confirmed I'm Naruto? Take me back to the Leaf? No, I came here because I was hoping you would take care and train me to become a better ninja. Mito said and told Naruto all about her sister and the neglect of her parents. And I was also hoping you could take care and train my two friends if it isn't too much trouble. They're Hanabi Hyuga and Hitomi Uchiha. Mito said, pointing to her friends. Naruto almost fell out of his seat in surprise. Too much trouble? I'd be in enough trouble by just taking in the Hokage's runaway daughter, but an Uchiha and a Hyuga. I'll be lucky if every ninja in the Elemental Nation isn't on my ass by tomorrow night. The girls were saddened by Naruto's reaction. So does that mean you won't do it? Mito asked. Naruto rubbed his hand through his hair. Taking in these three girls would be a lot of trouble, but having a Hyuga and an Uchiha would help him with his only weakness, Genjutsu, and Naruto had been getting kind of bored lately. He would never admit it, anyone, not even himself, but he was kind of lonely. Fine, I'll do it, Naruto said, and all the girls perked up. On a few conditions. First, don't call me Naruto, only Accelerator. This is to keep my identity a secret. Second, I'm not taking in the bunch of wimps. You better do what I say. Got it? Got it, all three girls said. Naruto decided to take the girls back to his place after they ate. Hey Narrow Accelerator, I've been meaning to ask you, what did you do to those bandits earlier? Mito asked on the way to Naruto's apartment. That's just my power. I have the ability to control vectors. Naruto went into a little more detail about his powers on the walk home. My hair and body are also pale because I reflect sunlight. I was wondering what that thin layer of chakra around your body was. Hanabi said. Wow, what an amazing ability. Can you teach Yus how to use it? Hitomi asked. No, I only got this ability because of Orochimaru. It can't be taught, and even if you awaken your Sharingan it can't be copied. Naruto said. That's stupid. Hitomi said, puffing out her cheeks a little. They made it to Naruto's apartment building, and when they got there. Oh great. Naruto said, not sounding too happy. In front of them was Naruto's apartment, but the door was ripped off its hinges. Everything was destroyed inside, and there was graffiti all over the walls with such sayings as "fuck you" and "go to hell you monster." Who would do something like this? Mito questioned. It was probably some bandits. They couldn't hurt me, so they decided to vandalize my house. Naruto said as he laid down on the torn-up couch. You sure you want to stay with me? Naruto asked. Of course. Mito said without any hesitation. Then you three can have the bed. Naruto said as he pointed to the bed, which wasn't all that bad all things considered. Mito and Hitomi headed for the bed, but Hanabi stayed put. What wrong? Don't want to sleep in the same bed as your friends? Naruto asked. It's not that. It's just we're going to be sleeping in the same room as you? Hanabi said, making it seem like it was the most obvious thing in the world. So it's not like I'm sleeping with you. Naruto said. Yeah, but it's improper for a boy and a girl to share the same room unless they're married. Hanabi said as she was starting to blush. Are all you Hyugas like this? Just suck it up and go to sleep. Naruto said, rather irritated. Or you can sleep outside if it's that big of a problem. Hanabi walked towards the bed and got in with her friends, but she didn't look too happy with Naruto. I'm already regretting taking in these stupid brats. Naruto thought before falling asleep. Mito, on the other hand, was having a hard time sleeping. She was just so glad that she finally had a sibling who cared. Well, as much care as Naruto seemed able to produce, but Mito already knew from her short time with him that was just the way he was, and she was perfectly fine with that. It was much better than her family back in Konoha. The sun was up and the day was nice. Mito, Hanabi and Hitomi had gotten up about 2 hours ago excited. Today was the day Naruto was going to teach them. Unfortunately, Naruto had yet to get up. That's it. It's almost noon and he still hasn't gotten up. I'm going to wake him. Hitomi yelled as she walked towards the couch. You can't touch him. His powers will break your wrist. Mito reminded Hitomi. Hitomi stooped just moments away from touching Naruto's shoulder to shake him awake. Oh right, I forgot. But how are we supposed to wake him up? I'm tired of waiting. Maybe just try yelling? Hanabi suggested. But didn't he tell us he could also reflect sound? Guess it couldn't hurt to try. Hitomi said, shrugging her shoulders. Hey Accelerator, wake up! Hitomi shouted as loud as she could. Naruto stirred awake as if Hitomi's screaming was nothing more than a tap on the shoulder telling him to get up. Why did you wake me? Naruto said drowsily. Because it's almost noon, and you said you train us to become ninjas. Hitomi said. Why do I have to train you so early? Naruto said. It's not early. Hitomi said angrily. It is for me. I mostly sleep through the day and go out at night. Naruto said. The only reason I came back here at all last night was because you brats showed up, but if you really want me to train you then. Naruto looked around his ruined apartment. Clean up the house. That's not training. Hitomi yelled. It's stealth training. You clean the apartment while I sleep. If you wake me up you will be punished. Naruto said, glaring at them and actually releasing some killer instinct to show he was serious.
Then Naruto rolled over and fell asleep aging.
Good job Hitomi, we get to be maids now. Mito whispered so she didn't wake Naruto. Shut up, you two wanted him to wake too. Hitomi said.
Well, at least we know now not to wake him up because that was pretty scary.
Hanabi said. Yeah, I know. Can you believe he even used Ki? Hitomi said. Let's just get it done. We have a lot of work to do. Mito sighed, looking around the apartment.
The apartment took forever to clean, but it was mostly because for some reason Naruto became much more prone to being woken up by sounds. He almost woke up a number of times when one of the girls made any sort of noise above a whisper or the shuffling of feet. Putting the door back on the frame was the hardest part, and they couldn't believe they did it without wakening Naruto up. Once they were done, Naruto woke up on his own like he knew they were done.
Wow, you brats did a pretty good job. Naruto said, sounding completely awake. Does that mean you'll actually train us? Hitomi asked. Yeah, but for right now you brats stay here, I'm going out.
Naruto said as he opened up the newly put on door.
Wait, don't just leave us here. Take us with you. Mito pleaded.
Naruto sighed, now he was going to have to explain it to them.
Alright, listen up, brats. You can't come with me, you can't even leave the apartment. Why? Mito said, not understanding. Have you forgotten already? You brats ran away from Konoha, people are going to be looking for you. Does Jiraiya of the Sannin mean anything to you brats?
The three girls nodded their heads.
Good, because it should.
He has the largest spy network in the entire elemental nations, and I bet it's working overtime trying to find out where you brats are. I honestly expected Umbu to come barging in last night, but they didn't.
So right now they don't know where you are, but that most likely because Jiraiya's spies in the Land of Frost hadn't gotten the order to find you brats yet, since you only came to this town yesterday. They'll definitely be looking for you now though. Does that mean we can't ever leave? Hanabi asked in worry. She didn't run away just to spend in life trapped in a room. I didn't say that.
Naruto pointed out, giving them a grin that in the future the girls would learn was his winning grin, which looked kind of psychotic. I'm going out to solve that problem right now, so until I get back don't set foot outside this house, alright brats?
Hi, the girl said as Naruto left. Naruto walked away from the apartment complex and down the street. He needed a way to keep Jiraiya's spy network away from him. The best way to do that was to set up a counter spy network, and Naruto knew just the guy for the job. He headed into a certain part of town, the bad part of town where gangs ruled. Most people would be afraid to travel here, but Naruto couldn't care less. When Naruto first came to this town, he traveled here and of course got attacked by thugs. After he killed them, the gang they were with decided to hunt him down for revenge. 2 months of this and the bodies piles were getting too high, so they stopped and never tried to attack him aging. Naruto was here however to talk to the gang's leader, some guy named Kai's. Naruto has only met him once, but he knew that if he wanted a spy network, Kai's was the guy for the job. The only thing Naruto knew about Kai's was that he was a missing nin. Naruto didn't know from which village or for how long he had been a missing nin, and Naruto was pretty sure Kai's was an alias. Even with all these unknowns, Naruto knew he could trust Kai's because he, just like Naruto, couldn't afford to be found out. Naruto made it to the building that Kai's was most likely in. The guard in front of the door moved out of the way right when he saw Naruto. Not because Naruto was welcome, it was because the guard knew that he couldn't stop him. Inside, Kai's was playing cards with a bunch of people that Naruto didn't know. When Kai saw Naruto walk in, he immediately excuses himself from the game. Hey Accelerator, what do I own the honor? Kai said in a tone that made it seem like Naruto was his buddy. I need to talk to you, alone. Naruto stated. Alrighty, Kai said as he led Naruto to an empty room and locked the door. Alright Accelerator, what do you want, because I know you didn't come over to say hello. Kai said, losing the buddy-buddy attitude. You got that right. I need a spy network. Naruto said. A spy network? Kai said, thinking it over. Why do you suddenly need one of those? I came into possession of something that I can't let the world know I have. Naruto said. So you don't really want a spy network, you just want your secret to stay a secret. Who do you need to keep it a secret from? Kai's asked. Anyone who's looking, but mostly I can't let Jiraiya of the Sannin catch wind of it. Naruto replied. Keeping secrets from Jiraiya is a pretty tall order. Kai said. Are you saying you can't do it? Naruto asked. Are you serious? Who do you think turned these thugs who only thought about getting wasted and picking up girls into an organized gang? Besides, if it's only this city you need me to cover, then it shouldn't be too hard to block off Jiraiya's spies. This city isn't a hotspot either, so there should only be 1 or 2 spies around. I hope you know that this isn't free. Kai said with a cocky smirk. I've already paid you enough. I know that you boys collected everything I leave behind at the bandit camps. Naruto said, and was glad when he saw a little bit of sweat roll down Kai's neck. Alright, fine, I'll do your bidding, but just curious, what do you have that Jiraiya would be looking for? Kai's asked. Naruto didn't know if he should tell him, but figured that the spy network he would set up to keep Jiraiya off him would tell Kai's. The youngest daughter of the Hokage, a Hyuga, and an Uchiha. Naruto said before walking out the door. Kami Accelerator telling me to keep anyone who's looking away, don't you mean everyone who's going to be looking? Kai said after Naruto left. Konoha. Today was the Genin exam. Too bad almost everyone had forgotten about it. It had been 1 week since Mito, Hanabi, and Hitomi had run away. It was supposed to be a secret, but it got leaked and now everyone in the Hidden Leaf knew about it. That, along with Hinata being taken out of the academy, had been the only topics of discussion in the classroom for the past week. So when the Genin exam finally rolled around, most people were caught completely off guard. The class was currently working hard on the written test. For most of the clan kids this stuff was basic knowledge, but for the civilian kids, especially the ones who forgot about the test, the questions could prove difficult. There was one student who was blazing through the test, however. Minima was writing too fast. Some of the students swore they saw smoke coming from the paper. After Mito ran away, Minima had fully devoted herself to her training. She wasn't doing it just to show Naruko how strong she really was either. No, Minima was convinced someone had taken Mito. Now she knew Mito and her friends run away on their own accord, but she didn't think they were skilled enough to hide from Jiraiya's spy network this long. So Jiraiya should have found them already. The only explanation that Minima could think of on why Jiraiya hadn't found them yet was they had been taken by someone. Minima believed that Mito ran away on an impulse and was then caught by someone and hidden away. When Minima thought of that, she thought of someone like Orochimaru, and Minima hated the thought of someone doing the same things to her little sister that Orochimaru was doing to her brother. When she found whoever was holding her sister, she was going to kill them and bring Mito back. Then she was going to the same thing with Orochimaru. Then their family could finally be reunited, but in order to do any of that she had to become stronger. Naruko, on the other hand, was a complete mess. For the first time in her life, her parents weren't paying attention to her. They and Jiraiya have been working hard trying to find Mito and the other girls, but so far they weren't having any luck. Her parents were both seriously depressed, and Naruko felt like it was her fault. She had done a lot of thinking after Minima defeated her, and Naruko realized that she really didn't have any unique powers. The only thing she could do that another graduating genin couldn't was leak demonic chakra, summon toads, and create shadow clones. Leaking demonic chakra wasn't really a skill since she couldn't control it. She could only summon very small toads, and she had only learned the shadow clones jutsu because she threw a fit saying the regular clone jutsu was too hard due to her large amount of chakra. She probably would have been able to do regular clones with a bit of hard work, but Naruko chose the easy way out. She wasn't in any danger of not passing the genin exam, but she just felt like she wasn't at the level she should be at. The rest of the test proceeded smoothly. Minima and Sasuke came out on top with near-perfect scores on everything. Naruko passed, but the only noteworthy thing she did was produce shadow clones instead of regular clones.
When they got their headbands, Minima tied it around her forehead with pride. It was half covered by the part of her hair that also fell over her left eye. Naruko looked at her headband for a little bit, feeling like she didn't really deserve it. She ended up just tying it around her arm. After everyone was done with the exam, the teachers told them to come back tomorrow for their team assignments. Naruko and Minima walked home with Minima looking the happiest she had ever been since Mito left. Minato and Kushina congratulated them at the door, but both the girls could tell their hearts weren't really in it. They both had bags under their eyes and they looked saddened despite the smiles they had when they saw Naruko's and Minima's headbands. They walked into the living room where there was a cake that had the words "We know you'll become great Kunoichis" on it. "I'm so proud of you too," Kushina said, giving them both a hug. "Thanks, Kaa-san," Minima said, returning the hug. "Thanks, Kaa-san," Naruko said half-heartedly. "You two should be thrilled you finally get to be ninjas, and I know you two will become just as strong as your mother, if not stronger," Minato said. "Does that mean you'll start us off on C-rank missions instead of D-rank missions?" Minima asked, her eyes shining with hope. "Not a chance," Minato said, chuckling a little bit. "Ah, well that's alright because I'm going to be strong enough to go on S-rank missions soon, and don't worry about Mito or Naruto because I'm working as hard as I can. I'm going to rip Orochimaru and whoever holding Mito limb from limb and bring them back," Minima said with the most confidence Minato and Kushina had ever heard from her. For the first time since Mito had run away, they smiled a real smile because not only did they trust her daughter, but she said the exact same thing Kushina had said when Naruto was taken. Naruko could only stand to the side and watch her sister work her magic, and for the first time in her life Naruko wished she was more like her sister. The next day everyone who passed was at the academy discussing who they wanted to be on their team. The noise only stopped when Irika came. "Well, you all made it and I just want to tell you how proud I am of each and every one of you, but let's get to teams," he said, going through a bunch of teams. Most of the kids didn't pay attention till he got to their team. Team 7 will be Naruko Namikaze, Minima Namikaze, and Sasuke Uchiha. Your sensei will be Kakashi. Team 8 will be Kiba Inzuka, Shino Aburame, and Sakura Haruno. Your sensei will be Kurinai. Team 10 will be Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. Your sensei will be Asuma. That is all the teams. Your sensei should be here soon, Irika said, taking his leave. The class waited around from their senseis and one by one they came, all expect Team 7s. Soon Sasuke, Naruko and Minima were the only ones in the classroom. An hour passed then too and he still didn't show up. Naruko waited around, furious that Kakashi was keeping them waiting. Minami had approached Sasuke and started asking him a bunch of questions to try and get to know him better. It took another hour before Kakashi finally came through the door. "What took you so damn long?" Naruko yelled right when he came in. "Well, you certainly have a mouth on you," Kakashi said, not sounding amused. "Anyways, meet me up on the roof," he said before disappearing in swirl of leaves. Sasuke just sighed and walked out of the classroom. Naruko was so mad, however, that she almost started leaking demonic chakra and would have if Minima didn't put her hand on Naruko's shoulder. Naruko turned to look at the dead serious expression on Minima's face. "Naruko, you're my sister and even after what you did to Mito I still love you, but I will not tolerate you carelessly using your demonic chakra," she said. Naruko didn't like what Minima was saying, but not wanting to get pinned to the floor with chains, she stopped. "Good, now let's go see our sensei," Minima said, not looking as serious as she had before. "It's not like we don't already know him," Naruko said, getting up from her seat and walking out of the classroom with Minima. "Well, now that we're all here, let's get to know each other. Tell us a little about yourselves. So who wants to go first?" Kakashi said. "I guess I will," Sasuke said. "I like training and becoming stronger. I dislike people who look down on the Uchiha clan just because of the coup. My dream is to help my brother rebuild the Uchiha clan to its former glory." "Alright, I guess I'll go next," Minima said. "I like training with my family.
I hate Orochimaru and anyone else who tries to hurt my family.
My dream is to one day bring Mito and Naruto back to the leaf.
Kakashi turned to Naruko. You're the last one. Naruko signed. I like ramen. I dislike people who think they're better than me.
My dream is Naruko stopped. What was her dream, she wondered. She had never really thought about it before. She had always believed that she was strong, but Minima had shown her she wasn't. She guessed her dream was, my dream is to become stronger.
Naruko said.
Well, those are all very good dreams, but in order to attain any of them you have to pass one more test.
Kakashi said. But we already passed the Genin test. Minima said. Yes, but you see, in order to become Genin you have to pass my test. Kakashi said.
Meet me at Training Ground 3 tomorrow and don't eat any breakfast, you'll just regret it. Kakashi then diapered, aging.
Damn, Kakashi always disappearing like that. Naruko cursed as she, Sasuke and Minima walked down the stairs.
The next day Team 7 went to Training Ground 3 and waited for Kakashi, who was late, aging. Just like last time, it took him 3 hours to finally show up, and when he finally did show up he went on explaining the test like nothing had happened.
Do you all understand?
Kakashi asked after explaining the bell test.
So only 2 of us can pass? Minima said.
That's right, so let the test be. Kakashi said, and all the kids disappeared. Kakashi looked around to try and find the kids, but before he could find them he suddenly jumped in the air to avoid being hit by golden chains coming from the ground.
Kakashi landed a few feet away from the chains.
It didn't look like the chains were long enough to go after him because they retreated back underground.
Kakashi looked around to find Minima.
He knew that she didn't have great control over her chains, so she had to be close.
Kakashi saw the slightest movement in a nearby bush.
Kakashi ran to the bush so fast that to Minima it looked he teleported. She couldn't do anything as Kakashi kicked her from her hiding place. She tumbled across the field until finally came to a stop. She quickly stood up to see Kakashi standing in front of her reading an orange book like he hadn't just kicked her halfway across the field. Minima knew she couldn't take Kakashi head on, so as much as she didn't want, as she ran back to the forest and hide. Well, at least she knows she'll never get the bells like that.
Kakashi said offhandedly. Right after he said that, however, he heard Sasuke shout, "Fireball Jutsu!"
A fireball engulfed Kakashi and Sasuke was sure he made a direct hit, but after the smoke cleared Kakashi was nowhere to be seen.
Sasuke looked around for him but couldn't find him.
Then he heard Kakashi say, "Headhunter Jutsu."
Sasuke was sucked down a hole until only his head was above ground.
Kakashi rose up from the ground near him.
You know, playing with fire is dangerous,
Kakashi said before walking back to the open field, leaving Sasuke unable to move.
It wasn't long before Naruko tried to charge Kakashi.
Naruko faced Kakashi off in taijutsu, but it wasn't long before Kakashi sent a good solid punch to Naruko's stomach.
However, instead of a grunt of pain, Naruko burst into smoke.
Kakashi wasn't worried though as he spun around to see the real Naruko reaching for the bells.
Kakashi kicked her back into the forest just like he did with Minima. The test went on like this. Sasuke, Naruko and Minima would try and take the bells, but in the end none of them even got close.
The time ran out, but Kakashi said he would give them one more chance after they ate.
But not before he tied Naruko to a post and told Minima and Sasuke not to feed her and then disappeared.
Minima and Sasuke ate their lunch, but after Naruko's stomach started growling, Minima decided to have mercy on her sister and broke Kakashi rule and feed her.
Sasuke eventually helped too.
Then something unexpected happened. Kakashi came back and told them they passed.
He then went on to explain the importance of teamwork.
So in the end everything worked out and Team 7 would start missions tomorrow, and they couldn't be happier.
Land of Frost.
Mito was the happiest she had ever been. Finding Naruto was the greatest decision she had ever made, and today was the day she would finally start her ninja training with Hanabi and Hitomi. They hadn't been able to do it for a week because Kai's had to get the spy network set up, but he had just given Naruto the okay. The girls could finally leave the house. They had only left 2 times before.
The first time they left Naruto's apartment was to move into a house. Kai's gave them the house because it was in his territory, which he owned most of the buildings in, so it would be easier to watch the girls, and he wasn't doing anything with it anyways. The house was pretty big, not as big as the mansion Mito had grown up in, but it was big enough for each the girls and Naruto could have their own room. The second time they left the house was to buy ninja supplies and new clothes. Mito was excited because it would have been the first time that she ever got stuff that was her own. Her parents never brought her anything, and when she needed new things she would just get all the old stuff that Naruko and Minama didn't use anymore. Naruto also told them they could buy whatever they wanted. It turns out that raiding bandit camps was pretty profitable, and since Naruto never really bought anything he had tons of money saved up. So the girls went on a shopping spree, something that Mito had been denied for her either life. Hanabi now wore a dark purple sleeveless jacket with the hood always up, since Naruto had told her that even with the spy network her eyes would be a dead giveaway to anyone passing by that she was a Hyuga. Since Hanabi didn't want to wear a mask, she decided on a hood to cover her eyes. She also wore dark blue umbu-style pants with blue shinobi shoes. 2 kunai holsters were resting on top of her but slightly covered by her jacket. Hitomi now wore a black short-sleeve shirt with fishnet underneath. She had blue pants with the right pant leg going all the way down to her blue shinobi shoes, while the left pant leg stopped a bit above her ankle. She also had a kunai holster strapped to her right leg. Mito went a little more extravagant than her 2 friends, since she had never gotten to do this before. She had on crimson red shinobi shoes along with crimson red pants. She had a belt around her waist which kept her kunai holster on her right thigh. She had on a white long-sleeve shirt with red flames coming from the cuffs and stopping halfway up her forearm. Of course, all the girls got a bunch of kunais and anything else they needed. Just thinking about the past week made Mito so happy. Naruto had done more for her in a week than her parents had done in 9 years, and today was going to be the best yet. Hurry up! Naruto called to Mito. Hi, Mito said, running downstairs so Naruto could take them to their first training spot. Naruto took them outside the city, much to the girls' surprise. They walked along a seemingly random road for a couple of hours before Naruto suddenly stopped. All right, we're here, Naruto said. What are you talking about? Mito said, looking around and not seeing anything. Naruto just gave them his psychotic grin. We're at your first test. You see, if I was a regular instructor you would have to go through a test before becoming genin. So I decide I would give you one to test your skills. Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out 3 kunais that had each one of the girls' names carved into it. Now your goal is to get the one with your name on it before the sun rises. Tomorrow, Naruto said, pointing to the sun that was already starting to set. It's as simple as that. Then Naruto threw each of the kunais over a hill. Oh, by the way, you don't want to know what will happen if you can't get yours. The girls quickly climbed over the hill to find their kunais, but when they did their hearts skipped a beat. In the valley below was a huge bandit camp along with the kunais. Naruto must have scouted this place before and calculated where the kunais would land, because the kunais landed in such a way that none of the guards noticed. One of the kunais was embedded in some sort of flagpole towards the center of the camp. The second kunai was under a table where bandits were eating their dinner. They couldn't see the third kunai, but there was a small tear in one of the roof of a tent towards the back. The girls realized just how ridiculous this test was. For one, all the kunais had landed in places where they would hard to retrieve without being noticed, and since they were only academy students they doubted that even the 3 of them combined could take on a bandit camp this large. The kunais were also so far away they couldn't tell whose name was on which kunai. Just how do you expect us to get them? You haven't given us any training yet. We'll be killed. Mito shouted, turning around to face Naruto, but when she did he was nowhere to be found. Well, it looks like we're on our own, Hanabi said, looking back down at the camp. What should we do? Hitomi asked. We should wait till it gets dark, then we can each go for one, and if it's not the right one we could just trade, Mito suggested. Sounds like a good plan as any other, Hanabi said. I'll go for the one in the tent. I'll get the one under the table, Hitomi said. Then I guess I got the one on the flagpole. Mito said. Alright, I'm going to go around the camp so I'm closer to the tent. Hanabi said. I'll do the same. Hitomi said. Alright, good luck, we strike when the sun sets. Mito said. Hi, the girls said as they separated. Naruto was watching the girls from a tree nearby. He was impressed they were working well together and realized that it didn't matter which one got which kunai. Now he just had to see if they had the skills to actually get the kunais. The girls waited for hours. The sun went down and most of the bandits went to sleep. There were a few guards, but it was down to a skeleton crew. There would be no better time to go. Hitomi went first. She darted around tents and guards until she got to the dining area. The dining area had a bunch of tables and the one with the kunai under it was towards the center, and that was the problem. There was no cover in the dining area. If she tried to bolt for it and grab the kunai, then she would be seen. Hitomi had to think of something. She had to get the guards to leave. She thought about it for a little bit before coming up with a solution. She picked up a rock and threw into a pot that was hanging on the other end of the dining area. The pot fell down and made a loud clanking sound. The guards went over to pick it back up, and that's when Hitomi ran and grabbed the kunai. Then she quickly but quietly ran back outside the camp. Hanabi went next. She activated her Byakugan and avoided every guard until she reached the tent. She could see the chakra signature of one guy in the tent. He was sitting at a desk that faced the opening of the tent, so there was no way Hanabi could enter without being seen. Lucky for her, the guy had his desk so close to the tent that while he was sitting, the guy's back was practically touching the back of the tent. Hanabi focused and got into the stance that her father had drilled her in over 1,000 times. She then hit the tent with her palms with enough force that she managed to hit the guy's back as well. She blocked off all the chakra points she could, and the guy collapsed on the ground unconscious. Hanabi was pretty pleased with herself as she ran inside the tent and found the kunai under a different desk. Mito, having made her move around the same time Hanabi had, was already inside the camp looking at the flagpole. She was trying to figure out how to get the kunai down without anyone noticing her. Hanabi had taught her and Hitomi the tree walking exercises a while ago, but climbing the pole would instantly give her away. She pulled out one of her own kunais and aimed it at the kunai embedded in the flagpole. She was going to try and hit the kunai out, but she wasn't sure if she could do it. The only kunai training she had done was with the academy, and they really didn't teach her how to make shots as hard as this. She took aim and threw her kunai. It hit way below where she wanted it to, and it made a small thud noise which some on the guards took notice of but didn't investigate. Mito knew she couldn't miss. Aging the guards might not look into one small noise but multiple from the same place. They would surely investigate. Mito slowed her breathing just like they had taught her in the academy and threw another kunai. This one hit its mark and both of the kunais fell to the ground. Mito quickly snatched them up before the guards could come over. The girls met up outside the camp and Hanabi and Mito traded kunais since they got each other's. Even with all the careful sneaking around they did, they were in and out within an hour. So what are we going to do? Wait till sunrise for Accelerator to show up? Mito asked. That won't be necessary. You brats did a great job. Naruto said, jumping down from a tree. You got all the kunais with ample time left and you didn't even get injured, but that isn't your entire test. This next part may be even harder than the first part, but you'll have to do it or you can't become a ninja. And what are you going to have us do? Hitomi asked. Wait here, this won't take 5 minutes. Naruto said as pushed off the ground and propelled himself to the bandit camp. 4 minutes later Naruto came back and the bandit camp looked like it had been hit with an earthquake. For this part all you have to do is take the kunai you got and kill one of the bandits I left alive. The girls paled looking at Naruto. You really want us to kill someone? Hanabi said. Yes I do. Naruto said with no pity in his voice. The fact is ninja kill people, and since you brats are missing Nin, not only will you have to kill people more often, but you'll also have to eventually fight against people you know from the Hidden Leaf. If you can't kill a simple bandit, then there's no way you could kill someone you once knew. The girls all looked at the kunai in their hands, preparing themselves for what they were about to do before heading down to the camp. Naruto watched each of the girls walk up to a wounded bandit. They didn't look like they wanted to do it, but each one of them plugged their kunai through a bandit's head. When they came back, they were sad and depressed. They each had a lot to think about, so the walk back to town was deadly quiet. Naruto didn't even say anything because even though he was a little sadistic and didn't have a problem with killing people, he knew that the brats wouldn't feel the same way. Mito was lying in bed late at night, but was unable to sleep. She had made her first kill and she couldn't get it out of her mind. Every time she closed her eyes, the bandit's face appeared all bloody and bruised. He had begged her not to kill him, but she had plunged a kunai right through his skull. Mito knew that killing is what ninjas did, but hearing about it and doing it were so different. Mito just kept thinking, what if that guy had a family, or how it felt to see your friends die before your eyes only for you to die yourself. Mito sat up and brought her knees to her chest. She didn't think she would get any sleep tonight. Hanabi and Hitomi were probably the same way. Her parents had always told her and her sisters that killing was hard, but you got used to it. Mito didn't see how someone could ever get used to killing someone. Then again, Naruto had killed way more bandits that night than they did, and Mito was sure that he had killed a lot more before then too, so maybe she could become used to killing. Mito decided what she really needed was someone to talk to. Hanabi and Hitomi wouldn't help since they were in the same state as Mito, so there was only one person left. Mito got out of bed and wrapped her blanket around her before heading off to Naruto's room. Mito opened the door to Naruto's room as quietly as she could. Naruto's room was pretty bare with only a dresser and a bed. Mito was apparently quiet enough because Naruto was still sleeping. Naruto actually looked peaceful while he slept, opposed to the dark psychopath he was when he was awake. Mito wasn't bothered by his behavior, however. Naruto was her brother, and even though he was a little on the insane side, he had given Mito more attention and care than her parents ever did. Naruto, as if sensing Mito's presence, slowly stirred awake, his red eyes cutting through the darkness. "Hey brat, what are you doing in my room?" Naruto said, sitting up in his bed. "I just wanted to know if you had any advice for handling my first kill," Mito said, suddenly feeling really stupid for coming here. Naruto didn't look surprised, however. "I see, honestly I expected something like this to happen. You may think it was mean of me to make you kill someone so young in your life, but I feel like your first kill is something very important you have to learn. The truth is, the kill you three made were probably harder to do than most kills that will be required of you, since the bandits you killed were really no threat to you after I dealt with them. There was a reason for that thought. It's so when you're in a real fight and the person you have to kill is a threat to you, then it will be a lot easier to go thought with it. I know it might seem hard to accept now, but it will get better." Mito latched on the ever word. True, he said basically the same thing her parents had told her, that she would get used to it, but that way he explained it made Mito feel so much better. "Hey Naruto, can I ask you one more question?" Mito asked. Naruto didn't miss Mito using his real name instead of Accelerator, but he would let it slide this time. "What is it?" "What was your first kill like?" Mito asked. Naruto sighed and laid back down facing the ceiling. "I haven't thought about that in a long," Naruto said as he told Mito his story. Naruto at the age of 3 was curled up in the corner of his cell. He had red eyes and was still very pale due to his lack of sunlight, but his hair was the golden blonde he had inherited from his father. He was still scared of Orochimaru at this time, so when the snake unlocked his cell door, Naruto tried to make himself disappear by being as small as he could. "Come on now Naruto. It's time for your first test," Orochimaru hissed. Naruto, not wanting to make Orochimaru mad at him, got up and followed him. Naruto was pulling on the ring that had been on his wrist ever since he could remember. He hated it. It was itchy and made it hard to sleep with it constantly glowing. "Are you going to do more experiments on me?" Naruto said, risking a question. "Not today Naruto, because I believe I have completed what I set out to do. All those experiments were done to give you the ability to control vectors, and today we're going to see if all my work paid off." Orochimaru said. Naruto wanted to ask Orochimaru what a vector was, but couldn't since they made it to their destination. It was a large room that Naruto would become very familiar with in the future. There was a man already inside holding a knife. He looked like a common bandit with no real skills whatsoever. "All right, Naruto, you will fight him," Orochimaru said. "What, but I don't have any weapons and he's scary looking," Naruto said, looking ready to cry. "I don't want to fight him." Orochimaru chuckled, seeming to take pleasure in the boy's fear. "Of course you have weapons. I just told you that you had the power to control vectors now. So prove to me that. These 3 years weren't wasted and use your new power." Orochimaru pointed to the ring that had stopped glowing. Naruto, not wanting to do this, but not really given a choice, stood across from the bandit. Orochimaru yelled begin and the bandit charged Naruto. Naruto still didn't know what a vector was, but it must be pretty powerful if Orochimaru had done all those hellish experiments on him for 3 years just to give Naruto the ability to control them. Vector control! Naruto yelled as the bandit continued to charge him. Nothing happened. The bandit got close enough to slash Naruto with the knife. Naruto fell backwards in pain, now with a deep gash on his arm which he brought up to defend it himself. Naruto was now terrified. This guy was trying to kill him and he had nothing to defend himself with. There was only one thing Naruto could think to do: run. He ran as fast as he could, but the bandit was gaining on him and was already taking swings with his knife. It was only due to Naruto's small size that he hadn't been decapitated. The chase ended all too soon, however, as Naruto tripped and fell to the ground. Naruto looked back to see he had tripped on a rock about the size of his hand. The bandit was also directly behind him. Naruto sat up, grabbed the rock and scooted back. The bandit walked towards Naruto, his knife still cutting the air. Naruto knew that the rock wouldn't stop the bandit, but Naruto didn't know what else to do. Naruto imagined the rock going super fast and crashing into his opponent, and surprisingly, when Naruto threw the rock, it went far faster than any 3-year should have the ability to achieve. It crashed into the bandit's skull. There was a loud crack and the bandit fell over his head, a bloody mess. Naruto was breathing heavily when Orochimaru examined the body. "Well, Naruto, it looks like he's dead. Your powers are truly something to behold," Orochimaru hissed. "I didn't feel bad about killing him because if I didn't kill him he would have killed me," Naruto said. "Plus I knew there would be another test soon, and I did everything I could to learn my new powers. That's when I started working on my reflection. At first it was pathetically weak. I could only reflect kunais and some other object, but soon I learned all about different kinds of vectors. You see, my reflection only works if I know the properties of the vector I'm reflecting, but once I figure it out, then that vector will always be reflected. I worked on reflecting all the chakra elements. Lighting was the hardest, but I eventually got that down too. Up until that point it had been kill or be killed, so I didn't really think about the people I killed, and by the time I was powerful enough to actually think about the people I killed, I had done it so much that it didn't bother me anymore." Mito couldn't believe what Shu was hearing. This was the first time Naruto really talked about his time with Orochimaru and all the stuff he had gone through. It made Mito feel like she was a spoiled brat for coming in here complaining to Naruto about one kill when he had gone through much worse at a much younger age. "I'm sorry, I had no idea," Mito said. "It's alright, but I guess that story didn't really help you since I never had to go through what you're going through," Naruto said. "No!" Mito yelled. "That story helped way more than you could ever know." Naruto smiled like a regular person, which was unusual. "Then I guess I'll take your word for it," Naruto said as he put his hand on Mito's head and rubbed her hair. It felt nice. Her hair was moving strangely due to Naruto's reflection, but it reminded Mito of the time so very long ago when her dad would rub her hair. Mito wished she could stay like this forever, but all too quickly Naruto removed his hand and laid back. "Alright, go back to bed, you brat." Mito signed but did as she was told, feeling like she could actually go to sleep now. The next day was an interesting day. It seemed like Hitomi and Hanabi had also found a way to cope with taking a life, as they seemed mostly okay. Naruto took them to a nearby hot spring to start their training. Accelerator, why are we at a hot spring? I thought we were training. Hitomi asked. This is training,
Naruto said, pointing to the river that cut in front of the hot spring.
I'm going to teach you how to walk on water like this. Naruto walked right up to the river bank and then stepped on the water. He went out a little ways before turning to face them.
It's just like tree walking, but you have to match your chakra to the flow of the water.
But shouldn't you be teaching you some offensive jutsu before you teach us how to water walk? Mito said, because that was the way her parents taught Naruko and Minama.
Normally you wouldn't learn water walking until later, but this is only because under normal conditions you would be expected to go out on mission.
They can't send out ninjas who only know how to do chakra exercises, so they teach them jutsus first. I, however, don't have to send you on missions, so you'll be learning water walking first, so let's see how you do, Naruto said. Hitomi and Mito walked to the river bank and channeled chakra to their feet.
They each took one step onto the water and immediately fell in. That's when they realized how hot the water was, and the two girls got out as fast as they could.
Why is the water so hot?
Mito yelled, turning to look at Naruto only to see Hanabi standing on the water right next to Naruto.
Looks like we've got a natural, Naruto said, looking impressed.
The Hyuga clan requires good chakra control to use the gentle fist, so I had to learn how to water walk, and for the record I'm the only one doing it the right way,
Hanabi said, looking at Naruto's feet with her Byakugan activated. That when Mito and Hitomi noticed the difference between Naruto and Hanabi.
Hanabi was standing on the water without causing any disturbance on water below her. The water under Naruto's feet, however, kept rippling.
Yeah, you're right, Naruto said.
I'm not using chakra, instead I'm just repelling the water below me slightly.
It just refills as soon as I repel it, so I can stand on it. Do you know how to do anything without the use of your vectors? Hanabi asked.
Not really, but hey, it looks like we don't have to worry about you, so you get to relax with me while the other brats work on this,
Naruto said, walking towards the riverbank with Hanabi following close behind. Wait, you just going to leave us? Hitomi said.
Yeah, the only way to master this is through lots of practice, and by the way, the water hot to discourage you from falling in.
We'll be in the hot spring if you need us, Naruto said, waving them off as he and Hanabi walked through the entrance of the hot spring. Why did you have me stop training? Hanabi asked.
Because it would be pointless to have you do something that you already know how to do,
Naruto said.
Besides, I was planning on coming here anyway, but now you get to relax with me.
You know, if you Hyugas know how to do that sort of thing. Hanabi glared at Naruto, looking very offended. Of course Hyugas know how to relax. Naruto just gave her a look that seemed to say, really? At least I think they do, Hanabi said, a little embarrassed.
Whatever, Naruto said before walking into the boys' locker room.
Hanabi decided that a little relaxation would be good for her. She walked into the girls' locker room and stripped out of her clothes.
She wrapped a towel around her before heading out to the hot springs. When she got out there, she noticed something that was horribly wrong. The boys and the girls had different locker rooms, but they lead to the same place. This was a mixed-sex hot spring. There weren't a lot of people, but there were quite a few couples.
Hanabi then noticed that Naruto was already into hot spring, relaxing by the edge. Hanabi ran up to Naruto, ready to chew him out.
Her cheeks were red and the towel gripped tighter to her body.
What the hell? Why didn't you tell me this was mixed? Are you some kind of pervert? Why does it matter? Just get in, Naruto said, obviously irritated. No way, I am not bathing with guys, Hanabi said, blushing even harder. Naruto just sighed. You really don't know how to relax, do you?
But if it bothers you so much, I'll handle it for you,
Naruto said, standing up.
Luckily the water was high enough to reach his waist, so Hanabi was spared for seeing his lower regions. Naruto walked around the hot spring using his vectors to move the heat from the water away from the other people there.
The other guests suddenly found themselves very cold, and no matter where they went it didn't get any warmer because Naruto would keep moving the heat. Eventually the other guests got fed up with the lack of hot water and left. Soon it was only Naruto and Hanabi left. Naruto dispersed the heat back to the water and sat down where he was sitting before. Happy now? Hanabi was still glaring at Naruto, but since she couldn't get him to leave, this was the best she was going to get. She walked over to the other side of the hot spring. As quick as she could, she took off her towel and got in so Naruto wouldn't see her naked. Naruto, however, did see her naked and couldn't help himself. You know who have pretty big boobs for a 9-year-old? Maybe I should teach you some seduction techniques. Naruto said, chuckling to himself. Hanabi blushed bright red and started splashing water at Naruto. It just got reflected back at Hanabi, however. But even so, Hanabi kept splashing, hoping some way somehow the water got through Naruto's reflection. It did not. Eventually Hanabi realized it was never going to work and gave up. Now that you've calmed down, we need to have a talk. Naruto said, suddenly sounding very serious. Why did you leave Konoha? Hanabi was shocked by the sudden question. What? Naruto put on a smug grin. You say you left Konoha because your father forced you to train too hard and you were sick of how the main branch treated the side branch. If that was the case, however, then you would have stayed in Konoha, so when you became clan head you could fix things, but instead you came to me, a person who was going to train you just as hard as your father. So I'll ask again, what is the real reason you left Konoha? Hanabi clenched her fists underwater. I left because I hate the Hyugas. The side branch hates me because I'm the heir. The main branch kept me locked up in the Hyuga compound because my sister was too weak to become the clan head. The only reason I was allowed to hang out with Mito was because she was the Hokage's daughter, and being her friend would allow the Hyugas more political power in the future. I left because I wanted the same freedom my sister got. She was allowed to do whatever she wanted. She could leave the Hyuga compound and make friends while I was trained to the bone. After Hanabi was done, she looked up at Naruto, who had been sitting there quietly the whole time. Naruto didn't seem fazed about anything Hanabi had just said, however. In fact, he seemed a little happy. Well, that's a relief. I thought you wanted to help the Hyugas and wouldn't be able to fight anyone from your clan, but now I see that you would be glad to have the chance to finally show that clan of yours how wrong they really are. Naruto actually leaned back and laughed. That's when Hanabi realized that Mito's brother was nothing like any of the other ninja in Konoha. He didn't believe in the will of fire. He was insane and would let they do whatever they wanted, whether it was right or wrong, and Hanabi actually liked him this way. Konoha. Team 7 here to report another successful mission. Kakashi said to Minato. Hey, can we get a C-rank mission this time? Minima asked her dad. Minato let out a sigh. For the last time, Minima, you can't request a C-rank mission. It's up to Jonin instructor to decide when you're ready for a C-rank mission. Hey Kakashi, can we have a C-rank mission? Minima asked. No Minima, in fact we wouldn't even be taking another D rank since it's so late. Kakashi said. Alright, I guess we'll just go home then. Minima said. The girls and Sasuke walked out the door and headed home while Kakashi stayed behind. Minima is really in a hurry to get out of the village. Kakashi said. Yeah, she can be quite the handful, but she has the right intentions. Minato said. How is the search going? Kakashi asked. Not good, I have no idea where they could be. Jiraiya and I are checking everywhere, but we're getting nothing. Hayashi and Itachi are breathing down my neck, and Kushina is tearing herself up over not being able to catch them in time. Minato said, looking like a defeated man. Kakashi felt bad for his sensei and Kushina. Maybe I should let them go on a C rank. You and Kushina need the time alone, and besides they have completed the number of D rank required and Naruko hasn't had an incident since she graduated from the academy. Yeah, I guess you're right, Team 7 is strong in Kushina and I could use some time to talk about what happened. Minato said, looking a little better. I just hope everything goes okay. I wouldn't want Kushina worrying about our other children. Things did not go okay. The next day Kakashi told Team 7 that they were going on a C-rank mission. They were of course excited and got ready right away. Their mission was to escort a bridge builder named Tazuna. It seemed like it was going to be a simple mission, but when they got attacked by the demon brother Kakashi knew it would be anything but. Despite being attacked by ninja, Team 7 decided to stick with the mission after hearing Tazuna's story. Things got even worse when they were attacked by Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen. After Kakashi defeated him with the help of Sasuke, Naruko and Minama, a hunter Nin came and took Zabuza's body away. Kakashi passed out soon afterwards and they had to take him to Tazuna's house. When he woke up, was in bad shape and was confined to a crutch. Then he told them that Zabuza was more than likely still alive, and that Hunter Nin was his assistant. So while Kakashi got some rest, Naruko and Minama decided to look around town. Sasuke stayed at the house and Kakashi would be giving them some extra training later that day to be better prepared to face Zabuza. The town was in rough shape. Actually, rough would be putting it too nicely. The houses were wooden shakes that looked ready to fall over if someone breathed too hard. Kids were in the streets wearing little more than rags. It just made Minama and Naruko depressed. Minama couldn't believe someone would be evil enough to do something like this. Naruko couldn't even bring herself to look and instead looked at the ground. It was the first time something had ever really bothered her. She had never cared about other people until Mito left. In Naruko's mind, the whole world revolved around her, and if she was happy, then it made sense that everyone else was happy too. But that wasn't the case. There were people who dreamed of simple things like having a good meal and having a safe house. Naruko clenched her fists. It wasn't so long ago that there had been a young girl who dreamed about finding her brother, and what did Naruko do to that dream? Laugh at it, told the girl that her brother was dead. Then Naruko would go back to her nice warm bed and slept soundly, thinking about how much better she was than everyone else. Naruko couldn't believe she did that and enjoyed it too. "Hey Naruko, are you alright?" Minama said. Naruko stopped just now, noticing that she had clenched her fists so hard that her nails had cut into her palms. "Yeah, I'm fine, I was just thinking about some things," Naruko said. "Alright then," Minama said, although she knew what Naruko was thinking of. Now Minama never wanted her younger sister to leave, but it had honestly been the greatest thing that had ever happened to Naruko. She cared about people now and she felt bad for what she did. Minama smiled to herself. When they found Naruto and Mito, maybe Naruko would apologize to Mito and they could be a true family. The next week flew by. Kakashi taught them how to water walk since Minama and Naruko had already learned the tree climbing exercises from their parents, and Itachi taught Sasuke. The bridge was also ahead of schedule thanks to the help of Team 7, but on the last day of building, Zabuza and his assistant showed up and Kakashi told Team 7 to guard Tazuna while he fought Zabuza. While he was doing that, however, Zabuza's assistant, who told Team 7 that his name was Haku, separated them from Tazuna by making a dome of ice mirrors. "This is bad," Minama said as she blocked another senbon. Things were not looking good. Haku was throwing a seemingly endless supply of senbons at them. They managed to block or dodge most of them, but they were just so fast. It didn't take long for each one of them to have several senbons sticking out of them. "What are we supposed to do?" Naruko asked as another senbon was lodged in her skin. Naruko was scared. She was having a hard time dodging and was having to rely on Minama and Sasuke to cover her. She felt so useless. Was she really this weak? "Fireball jutsu!" Sasuke shouted. He sent a fireball crashing towards one of the mirrors, but it didn't even leave a scratch. "That won't work," Haku said. "Shut up!" Minama yelled as she sent a chain towards the mirror she thought Haku was in, but just like Sasuke's fireball, it didn't do any damage. "Damn it! I'm sorry, but Zabuza needs my help, so I will have to end this now," Haku said. Then all of the Hakus in the mirrors pulled out senbons. "Goodbye, Leaf Ninja." Sasuke, Naruko and Minama quickly stood back to back in a triangle formation. Haku launched the senbons.
Team 7 tried as best as they could to block, but there was just too many and more than a few hit their marks.
Lucky none of them hit anything vital.
Haku wasn't finished yet, however, and threw a sunbon at Minama head. Minama tried to block with her kunai but discovered that her arm had been parlayed. The sunbon was coming closer and she saw her death. However, right before it hit, Sasuke stepped in front of her and blocked the sunbon.
"Are you okay?" Sasuke asked, turning to Minama. Minama gasped, "Sasuke, your eyes."
Sasuke turned to look at the ice mirrors and saw that he had awoken the Sharingan.
"You're an Uchiha then,"
Haku said.
"That's right, and now that I have my Sharingan, there's no way you're going to beat us," Sasuke said.
"We'll see about that," Haku said, throwing more senbons at Sasuke, but now Sasuke could see them much easier.
No matter how many senbons Haku threw, Sasuke was able to block them. Haku was getting more and more worried by the second. His chakra was running low and Zabuza was still fighting Kakashi. He needed to end this, and the best way to do that was to go after the weakest link. Haku quickly changed his target and threw about 6 senbons at Naruko. "Naruko, watch out!" Sasuke yelled, being too far away to do anything. Naruko saw the senbons coming and knew if they hit she would end up died, but she was too scared to move. The senbons hit flesh, but not Naruko's flesh.
Minama had jumped in front of her and had taken all the senbons to the back.
Naruko's eyes went wide as she saw Minama collapse to the floor. "Minama, Minama," Naruko said as she bent down and looked at Minama. She wasn't moving. She wasn't breathing. Naruko had tears running down her face. "Come on, wake up. You can't be dead.
You said you were going to make us a true family. How can we do that if you're not here with us?
Please don't leave me alone." Naruko cried, and for the first time in her life Naruko released demonic chakra without meaning to.
Haku knew she was in trouble right when she saw the red chakra envelop Naruko. It wasn't even a second later when Haku felt something griping his neck and sent him crashing through his own mirror.
Naruko was on top of him with red eyes promising death. Haku knew this was the end and accepted it.
Kakashi felt the demonic chakra from his side of the bridge and knew that things had gone from bad to worse.
He quickly finished off Zabuza with a Chidori and ran off to find Naruko. When he got there, the demonic chakra had vanished. Haku was a bloody mess on the bridge, barely recognizable. Sasuke was standing behind Naruko, who was crying over Minama's body.
Kakashi felt a pain in his heart having guessed what happened.
He walked over to Naruko and put his hand on her shoulder. "Naruko, I don't know what to say. She's died and it's all my fault." Naruko cried. "No, it's not," Kakashi said. "Yes, it is," Naruko yelled.
"I didn't do anything that whole fight but stand there and hold everyone else back, and it's all because I didn't care. If only I had been serious about being a ninja. If only I trained like Minama, then this wouldn't have happened. I should have been the one to die."
As Naruko was talking, Minama opened her eyes. "Hey, don't write me off that quickly," Minama said, coughing up so blood, but still managed to give Naruko a big smile. Naruko was in tears. "Minama," she said as she bent down and gave Minama a hug. "I was so scared. I promise I'll work harder. You won't have to carry me any longer. I'll hold you to that," Minama said. "Well, isn't this touching?" a voice said.
Kakashi and Team 7 turned to see the voice belonged to a short man in a suit, and he had a whole lot of bandits behind him.
"That must be Gato," Sasuke said. "Yeah, it is,"
said another voice. Team 7 turned again to see all the villages armed with knives and pitchforks. "And we're going to stop him.
Mind if we lead a hand?" Kakashi asked. The fight was over before it even began. Gato was killed and the bandits that weren't killed ran off. Minama was taken back to Tazuna's house to get treated. It turns out it wasn't as bad as they thought and she could walk again by the next day. The villagers gave them a great farewell before they left for the leaf.
They even named the bridge after Minamo's suggestion, the Great Naruto Bridge. Of course she did have to explain who Naruto was and why she wanted the bridge to be named after him. When they got back to the Leaf, Kushina almost killed Kakashi for putting her daughters in so much danger, but after she heard the girls explain, she let Kakashi off easy. He would only have to spend a week in the hospital. But the real surprise came when they went back home. Minato and Jiraiya were there congratulating the girls on their mission when Naruko stood up and announced she had something to say. She got on her hands and knees and started apologizing for being the reason that Mito ran away.
Kushina, Minato and Jiraiya were shocked at first, but then Naruko went on to explain everything that happened the past 12 years.
She told them how she bullied Mito and how so would joke about Naruto's death, and how she would release the Kyuubi's chakra of purpose.
By the end, Naruko was in tears. Minato and Kushina couldn't believe it.
That all this stuff was going on without their knowledge. Now they knew why Mito had left. It had been because of Naruko, but even thought they were both severely disappointed in Naruko. Neither one of them could be angry because Naruko was honestly sorry for what she did.
Naruko, it's going to be okay, Kushina said. Naruko looked up, not believing her.
It's going to be okay because when Mito hears you apologize just like you did now, I'm sure she'll come back.
Then Minamo walked over to Naruko. I'm proud of you, and I think you need to be proud of yourself too, she said.
Then she took the leaf headband off Naruko's arm and wrapped it around her forehead.
Naruko gave a small smile.
She couldn't believe that they forgave her after all she had done, and she promised she would do something to truly earn that forgiveness.
Land of Frost. A couple weeks later.
Mito rolled out of the way to dodge a pebble that went flying past her. She was covered in sweat and panting hard, but she couldn't take a break because another pebble was heading her way. She jumped out of the way, barely avoiding the pebble.
This was the most difficult thing Mito had ever done. At least Hitomi and Hanabi weren't doing much better. Naruto was currently training them.
He was sharpening their reaction time and dodging skills by throwing accelerated pebbles at them. They were in forest and the goal of this exercise was to reach Naruto. Now this was easier said than done. Those pebbles went insanely fast, and Naruto wasn't even using his full power because if he was, the pebbles would go right through the girls instead of just giving them a nasty bruise. This had been the majority of their training after Mito and Hitomi learned to water walk. The first time they did this, the girls would be lucky to avoid one of the pebbles. Hanabi tried using her palms revolving technique, which was the last jutsu she learned before leaving the leaf. But Hanabi couldn't keep up the spinning for too long, and when she was done, a pebble would nail her right in the stomach. That first day was a nightmare and all the girls went home bruised and sore. But now, a few weeks later, they could dodge most of the pebbles. That didn't mean they could get anywhere close to Naruto, however. They were almost done with today's training when suddenly the pebbles stopped coming.
The girls were confused and looked to see what was going on.
Naruto was scanning the forest looking for someone when he flicked a pebble towards a tree to the right of him. This one was at full power because it went right through the truck. The girls thought Naruto was crazy, but then they heard a voice coming from behind the tree.
Damn, you could have killed me, Naruto. Oh wait, you go by accelerator now, don't you?
The girls were on edge, especially since this person knew Naruto's real name, but Naruto didn't seem concerned.
The next one will kill you if you don't tell me what you're doing here, Tayuya, Naruto said. A girl with red hair and a black hat walked out from behind the tree.
I'm impressed you remember my name since you left almost as soon as I began, but I'm here because Orochimaru has a job for you.
Your point is? In case you haven't noticed, I don't really work for Orochimaru anymore, Naruto said. I think it will be in your best interest too. After all, you wouldn't want your identity to be leaked, would you? Tayuya said.
Naruto looked at her in anger, obviously not happy that she had the upper hand.
What is this job that Orochimaru needs done? Tayuya smiled and handed Naruto a scroll. That's a map to the Otogakure. Be there in 1 week. Orochimaru will explain everything there. Don't be late, Tayuya said before jumping into a nearby tree and started tree hopping away, leaving Naruto and the girls alone. Naruto unrolled the scroll. The girls filed in behind him wondering what he was going to say. Pack your bags, brats. We're going to Orogakure to meet Orochimaru. The girls paled, having never wanted to meet the Leafs' #1 traitor. But why, I thought you hated Orochimaru? Hitomi said. I do, but he's giving me an invite I can't refuse. Naruto said, not looking too happy himself. But wouldn't it be safer for us to stay here? Mito said. No, I'm not leaving you alone because Tayuya saw you brats and Orochimaru will defiantly hear about it. Plus I don't trust Kais to not give you up to the highest bidder while I'm away. Naruto said. The girls knew there was no going against Naruto. They headed to the house and got everything they would need for the journey. Orogakure wasn't so much a village as it was a series of dark, tight tunnels. In Mito's opinion, it was perfect for a snake. They were being led by some guard to Orochimaru. Mito, Hanabi and Hitomi hated every step as it took them closer to Orochimaru, but much to the girls' displeasure the guard stopped in front of a door. He's in here. The guard said. Naruto didn't miss a beat. He pushed the doors open with no fear, the girls following close behind. Orochimaru was sitting at a table in all his ugly glory. Mito had never seen a picture of him before, but snake was the perfect way to describe him. He was paler than Naruto was and he had grin that screamed evil. I see you brought guest. Orochimaru said, his eyes examining each one, the girls seeming to take special interest in Hitomi. I'm surprised you didn't. Where's Kabuto? Naruto said, taking a seat across from Orochimaru. He on a mission for me, hopefully you'll meet him on your mission. Orochimaru said. Ah yes, the job that you are blackmailing me to do. What is it? Naruto said, not sounding the least bit happy. So demanding, don't you want to talk about the good old days when you were still with me before we talk business? Orochimaru said mockingly. Naruto sent him a glare, obliviously not amused. Fine, let's talk business. It's simple really. All I want you to do is take part in Konoha Chunin exam. I don't think they'll let a B-rank ninja participate. Naruto said. Oh no, you won't be taking the exam, you'll be a jounin instructor for Orogakure. Orochimaru said. I see, that is pretty simple, but I doubt that's all of it, so I'll make you a deal. Naruto said, giving Orochimaru his psychotic grin. You see these brats behind me? Well, I can't take them to Konoha, and I'm not leaving them alone. So I need someone to take care of them while I'm away doing you dirty work. Now I don't have anyone to fill that position, but I'm sure you have many qualified ninja that can look after them. You wouldn't mind giving me one, would you? Orochimaru wasn't fazed by Naruto's request. I will arrange someone to look after them. No. I'm not letting you choose who watches them. I'm going to let them choice. That way I'll get a ninja that they want, and by the way, the ninja isn't a loan, it's a keep. Naruto said, knowing that taking one of Orochimaru's ninjas would make him mad. Orochimaru did indeed look at Naruto with hate, but after thinking about it for a little bit he agreed. They can wander the base and take anyone who's willing to go with them while we talk about the rest of the plan. Naruto turned to look at the girls. Find someone who is an experiment that has no loyalty to Orochimaru, and of course make sure you like whoever you pick because you'll be spending about a month with them. The girls nodded, not looking to forward wandering around Orochimaru's lair, but anything beats staying here with the man himself. The girls looked around the base and various holding cells, but none of prisoners were even close to right. Most of them they too weak or they were straight up nutballs. The girls went at this for a while and were beginning to think that they would just have to pick the best of the worst, but then they wandered into a room full of what looked like giant tanks of water. Hanabi was curious and used her Byakugan. They all looked like regular tanks of water except for one towards the center. It had a chakra signature coming from it. The girls went to investigate it. Are you sure, Hanabi, because it looks like all the other ones? Mito said. Yeah, this one is different. Hanabi said. But how? Hitomi said.
Then all the girls were shocked when a fourth voice suddenly spoke, and it was coming from the tank.
"Hey, could you break the glass so I can get out?" the voice said. The voice had the same aura as Naruto, cockiness, and a little bit of insanity. "Maybe, if you tell us who you are," Hitomi said. Even though none of the girls could see it, they could tell the person in the tank was smiling and had the same psychopathic smile as Naruto.
"That's a pretty interesting plan," Naruto said, leaning back into his chair. "When you first told me that you would be attacking the leaf, I thought you were crazy, but with Tsunegakure on our side along with a jinchuriki, it might actually work."
"I'm glad you agree, so you'll be joining us?" Orochimaru said.
Naruto sneered.
"Like you're giving me a choice."
Meanwhile, in another part of the base, the girls were making a deal with the guy they had found in the tank.
"My name is Suigetsu Hozuki and I'm originally from Kirigakure. Why can't we see your body?" Hitomi asked.
"My clan's technique allows me to liquefy my body, but as long as I'm in this tank I can't reform,"
Suigetsu said. "What do you think, should we pick him?" Hitomi asked her friends.
"Well, that ability alone makes him pretty powerful, but other than that we don't anything about his skills or background,"
Hanabi said.
"Yeah, but who in this place are we going to get that kind of information from? I say go with him, he's the only suitable candidate we've found so far,"
Mito said.
"Alright, Suigetsu will free you, but we have a few conditions,"
Hitomi said.
Hitomi then explained who they were and why they needed him. "So all I have to do is take care of you brats and you'll free me.
That seems like a pretty good deal to me," Suigetsu said.
"Great, he's already calling us brats already,"
Mito said.
"By the way, who is the guy that normally takes care of you?"
Suigetsu asked.
The girls looked at each other, not sure if they should tell him or not, but since he would be taking care of them and everyone in this place seemed to know Naruto's name already, it probably wouldn't hurt.
"His name's Naruto," Mito said.
"I've heard of that guy, he's sort of a legend down here. He's the one who escaped, but hey, I guess now I get to be a legend too,"
Suigetsu said.
Mito took out an explosive tag from her kunai pouch.
"Will this be okay?"
"Go ahead."
Mito placed the tag on the tank and the three girls walked away. Mito then did a hand sign and the tag exploded. Water poured out of the hole and onto the floor.
Once the tank was empty, the girls walked up to the huge pool of water on the floor. Then a head with white hair and purple eyes emerged, then a neck, and then a body. The girls weren't expecting him to be so young. He only looked to be about Naruto's age, and that only made the next part all the more worse. He was completely naked and had no problems being in the presence of three girls. They blushed horribly and tried to avert their eyes, but it was too late, the damage had been done.
"It's great to be free,"
Suigetsu said, then turned the girls who were facing away from him for obvious reasons.
"But now that I'm free, why do I have to listen to you brats?
After all, I have better things to do than take care of some little kids." The girls were shocked. He wasn't going to keep his end of the deal, but they guessed they should have expected that. Suigetsu was about to walk away when a voice stopped him.
"You don't have to listen to them, but you will listen to me,"
Naruto said, emerging from the shadows.
"You must be Naruto," Suigetsu said, turning to face Naruto. "I am, but I prefer you call me Accelerator," Naruto said.
"Okay, Accelerator, then answer me this." Suigetsu smiled, showing off his sharpened teeth, and faster than any of the girls could see, he turned into water or reformed behind Naruto.
"Why do I have to listen to you?"
he said as he pointed a finger gun at Naruto's head, but as he did, his fingers suddenly explode into water. Suigetsu seemed surprised as he looked at where his finger was just a few moments ago.
Naruto blared at Suigetsu, red eyes meeting purple.
"That's why."
Suigetsu let out a small chuckle as he stepped back and reformed his finger.
"All right, I give," he said, holding his hands up.
Naruto sent him one more glare before turning to face the girls.
"Let's get out of here, then I'll tell you what's going to happen."
The girls nodded. Naruto turned to Suigetsu, and you put on some clothes.
Yes, sir, accelerator, sir.
Suigetsu said in a mocking tone.
Suigetsu found some clothes which consisted of a purple sleeveless shirt and blue pants. He also had a belt around his waist which held 2 water bottles and another belt across his chest. The group left the base and headed into the nearby woods.
Hanabi, check if there is anyone around. Naruto said. Byakugan. Hanabi said.
After looking around for a little bit, she confirmed that no one was watching them.
Alright, then let's discuss the plan. Naruto said. So basically Orochimaru wants to invade the leaf and he wants me to help. Do you think he can do it? Mito asked. Naruto burst out laughing. Hell no, he's gotten too cocky.
He thinks that just because he has the help of Suna and their jinchuriki that he can take on the leaf.
Well, this plan is going to crash and burn and I'm invited to come along. So what are you going to do? Hitomi asked.
I have to go along with it since Orochimaru blackmailing me, so I'll be leaving in a week, which leaves you brats on your own with our new friend here.
Naruto said, eyeing Suigetsu.
So you 3 will be under his care when I'm not here.
Why do I have to play babysitter? I have my own agenda. Suigetsu said. Because we freed you, and I'm sure whatever your agenda is isn't that important. Naruto said, shooting Suigetsu another glare.
It is important. I'm going to collect the 7 swords of the mist and recreate the 7 swordsmen and become their leader. Suigetsu said with the more passion they had ever heard from him. Naruto seemed to actually take interest in his goal, however, and gave him his psychotic smile.
That's great, it gives you another reason to take care of the brats. And what would that be? Suigetsu said curiously. I know where the Kubikirabocho is. Naruto said. Suigetsu and the girls were shocked. How do you know where it is? Suigetsu said, suddenly sounding very excited.
Kai's hires his thugs out sometimes, and recently he hired some out to a man named Gato. Most of them were killed on the mission, but Kai's told me that Gato had hired Zabuza before that and he had been killed. Apparently he was buried with his sword. Naruto said, enjoying having Suigetsu warped around his finger. And where would this be? Suigetsu asked. Hey Mito, give me one of you explosive tags and a scroll. Naruto said, ignoring Suigetsu's question. Mito handed him what he asked for. Naruto opened the scroll and wrote something in it. Then he stuck the explosive tag inside the scroll and closed it. I just put the location of the sword inside the scroll, but as you saw, I also put an explosive tag in it, so if you try to open it carelessly then it will explode. The only way to know for sure where to open it is to use Hanabi's Byakugan. Now if you can prove yourself trustworthy to the girls when I'm gone, then they might open it for you. Suigetsu gave Naruto a nasty look, but knew there was nothing he could do about it. So what do I have to do to get the sword? It's simple, just take care of the brats. Naruto said. The only rules are that you can't let them be discovered and you can't do anything that would get them killed. Also, you have to be back in the land of frost before I get back, but other than that you have free reign. You can take them wherever you want, and if you feel so inclined, teach them whatever you want. If Hanabi doesn't open the scroll for you, then I'll open when I get back. So I have free reign, then maybe this won't be so bad. Suigetsu said after thinking it over. I'm glad we were able to reach an understanding. Naruto said. Now we'll be spending the next week in a nearby town. Orochimaru has assured me that none of Jiraiya's spies are there, so we should be okay. They booked 2 hotel rooms, Naruto and Suigetsu in one room and the girls in the other. The next couple of days the girls got to work on their taijutsu by sparring with Suigetsu, something that would have been impossible with Naruto since the girls would just end up breaking their wrists. Suigetsu wasn't any pushover either. Even with all 3 of the girls fighting him, they had trouble landing a hit, and even then it didn't do anything since his body was made of water. Suigetsu even looked like he was having fun fighting the girls, but this may have only been to convince them to open the scroll. Eventually the girls got used to having Suigetsu around, and even warmed up to him. He was like Naruto in a lot of ways. He and Naruto even seemed to get along since they had so much in common. They even went out one night and massacred an entire bandit camp, which the girls thought was some strange bonding experience for the two of them. So when it was time for Naruto to leave, he felt pretty comfortable leaving them in Suigetsu's care. "Alright brats, I'll be back in a month, but before I go I'm going to give you something to do while I'm gone," Naruto said, holding out 3 pieces of paper. "Take one and apply your chakra to it." Each one of the girls took one and sent chakra to it. Hitomi's burst into flames, no surprise there. Hanabi's became damp and Mito's wrinkled. "What happened?" Hitomi asked. "Those papers are used to find out what chakra affinity you have," Naruto said. "I want you to be able to do the basic technique for your affinity by the time I get back. Hanabi, you have a water affinity, so Suigetsu should be able to help you. Mito, you have lighting, and Hitomi, you have fire, so you'll need to do some research on what you need to do. That you task now, I need to get going. Just be careful," Mito said, looking a little worried. After hearing that, Naruto proceeded to flick her in the head. "Why did you do that?" Mito said, rubbing her head. "Because you were scared, thinking that Az was going to die," Naruto said. "Well, I've got news for you, there is nobody in the leaf that can take me down, so don't be thinking that I'm not coming back." "Hi," the girls said. Naruto gave one of his rare smiles before leaving. "Hey, why don't you open that scroll? If you do, I'll teach you how to use your water affinity," Suigetsu said to Hanabi right when Naruto was out of sight. "I think you should teach me first," Hanabi said, much to Suigetsu's displeasure. "Besides, how important can these swords be?" Hanabi would regret saying that as Suigetsu nearly had a heart attack. "You're saying you don't know about the 7 swordsmen of the mist and their swords?" The girls shook their heads. "Then I'll need to educate you." Suigetsu then spent the rest of the day lecturing them on the swords and just why he wanted them and their importance. It was horrible. Naruto made his way to Orochimaru's base to pick up his genin team. When he got there, 2 boys and a girl about his age were waiting for him. "So, are you 3 my genin team?" Naruto said. The 3 of them looked shocked to see Naruto. "How are you our instructor, you the same age as us?" the female of the group said. "Age doesn't have anything to do with power. Now give me your names so we can get going," Naruto said. "It's polite to give your name first," the male who looked like a hunchback said. "Great, they talk back," Naruto said to himself. "My name is Accelerator, and just so you know, I'm listed in the bingo book as a B-class threat." The 3 of them were surprised, but at least now they knew that Naruto wasn't to be messed with. "My name is Dosu," the hunchback said. "I'm Kin," the female said. "I'm Zaku," the other male said. "Great, now we can leave," Naruto said. "Actually, we were told to give you this," Doso said, taking out a headband with a music note on it. Naruto signed before taking it and wrapping it around his forehead. "Try to keep up," Naruto said before pushing off the ground and went flying off towards the leaf. Since Naruto forced them to go so fast, they made it to the leaf in record time. Dosu, Kin and Zaku were all patting and covered in sweat by the time they reached the gate, while Naruto hadn't broken a sweat. "You 3 are pretty pathetic, aren't you?" "Shut up," Kin said, although it didn't sound very threatening since she was panting between words. Naruto was nice enough to let them caught their breaths before walking up to the gate guards. They weren't the same guards as when Naruto first came here, and for that he was glad. "We're here for the Chunin exams," Naruto said, trying to sound polite, but even the genin could tell it was fake. "Alright, but where's your Jounin instructor?" the guard said, looking around. Naruto set his red eyes on the guard, and actually made him shake a little. "That would be me, Accelerator." The guard quickly looked through his book, trying to find his name. "Yes, you are indeed in here. Your hotel is on the north side of Konoha, and here are your room keys."
Naruto took the 2 keys that the guard gave him before walking into the village, his genin following behind. Naruto threw one of the room keys to Dosu. "There's your room now, don't bother me," Naruto said. "Hey, you only gave us one," Kin said. "Yeah, I did, so what, I need a place to sleep too," Naruto said, not understanding. "It's boys in one room and girls in the other," Kin said. "No, it isn't, Genin get one room and Jounin get the other," Naruto said.
"Now you 3 can do whatever you want, all you have to do is make it through the Chunin exam. While I also get to do whatever I want, but I don't have to make it through the exam, so in other words you 3 have work to do while I get to screw around." The genin looked at Naruto with hate in their eyes, but they knew he was right, they had their mission and he had his. They soon wandered off, much to Naruto's pleasure. Naruto went sightseeing around the village, examining the place where he could have and should have grown up in. He had to admit the place was nicer than the dark cell that Orochimaru kept him in, but the cold bleakness of the land of frost was much more appealing to him. After a little bit of wandering around, Naruto heard someone yelling, deciding that it would be fun to investigate. He headed over to the noise, and was he glad he did. A person who had on purple face paint and a girl with 4 ponytails were arguing with none other than his sisters and a guy that Naruto suspected to be the Sasuke Uchiha that Hitomi talks about. Naruto also knew who the other 2 people were, and they probably knew who he was, being part of the plan. They were the siblings of the Sans Jinchuriki, Temari and Kankuro. Which begged the question, where was Gaara? Naruto guessed it didn't matter. After all, could have plenty of fun without Gaara. "Hey, what's with all the racket?" Naruto said. The group of 5 turned to see a very pale boy wearing a headband with a music note on it coming their way. "None of your business," Kankuro said. "Oh, my mistake, you see, you were just making so much noise that I thought you wanted someone to show up and beat the crap out of you," the pale boy said, letting off some killer instinct. "That enough, just who the hell are you?" Sasuke said. "Name's Accelerator," the boy said. Kankuro's and Temari's eyes seemed to widen, like they knew the name, although Sasuke, Naruko, and Minama couldn't guess why. "So Accelerator, what are you doing here?" Minama asked. "I heard some noise and thought I would check it out like the good Samaritan I am," Naruto said, sounding like a real prick. "That's not what I meant," Minama said, trying to control her frustration. "What are you doing in this village?" "You mean you don't know?" Temari said, cutting into the conversation. "We're here for the Chunin exam." "The Chunin exam?" Minama said. "Yeah, you know, where Genin are giving the chance to be prompted to Chunin," Temari said. "We weren't told anything about that," Naruko said. "Then it means you aren't good enough to participate," Kankuro said, chuckling. "Oh yeah, I bet we'll kick your ass in the Chunin exams," Naruko said. "Then how about we test your skills right now?" Kankuro said, taking some sort of bundle off his back and unwarping it. But before he could finish, a new voice spoke. "Kankuro, do you want me to kill you?" The group looked up to see a boy with red hair standing upside down on a tree branch. Kankuro looked sick to his stomach and was staring at the boy with fearful eyes. "Sorry, Gaara." "So that's Gaara," Naruto thought. "Pretty impressive, I didn't even see him climb up there." "You got something to say?" Sasuke said, looking a little pissed off. Gaara just looked at him with blank eyes before turning into sand and they reappearing in front of his siblings. "Come on, Baki wants to talk to us." "Right," Temari said as they started walking off. "But you just got here, don't leave now," Naruto said. Gaara didn't even pay him any mind as he walked away. "Well, that's disappointing. Now there is no more fun to be had," Naruto said, trying to look as down as possible. "What about us?" Naruko said, sounding offended. "You 3 are too weak to have fun with, but I do hope to see you in the Chunin exam," Naruto said before walking off. Naruto had a new plan in mind. He would go see Orochimaru's favorite little spy and make a request concerning his new form of entertainment,
pissing off his sisters. After all, he didn't have anything better to do. Naruko and Minama headed back to their house, still angry about the treatment they had gotten from those outsiders. How could they not be told about the Chunin exam? It made them look like idiots. When they entered the house, they could already smell Kushina's food. "Ka-san, we're home," Minama said. Kushina peeked out from the kitchen. "That's great, dinner almost ready, so how about you take a seat?" The girls took a seat at the table while Kushina put some food in front of them and also took a seat. "Hey Ka-san, why weren't we told about the Chunin exams?" Naruko asked. "So you found out?" Kushina said. "Yeah, we need some genin from other villages. They were kind of asses," Minama said. "Yeah, that's bound to happen, but I wouldn't let it get to you. They're probably just showing off," Kushina said. "We didn't tell you about the Chunin exams because we're the village hosting it, so we can't tell any of our beforehand genin since they could try and get an unfair advantage. We were going to tell you soon. In fact, your father is meeting with the Jounin right now to see who will be participating." "So are we going to be taking it?" Minama said excitedly. "It's up to Kakashi and you, but I have pretty good hunch that he's going to let you participate," Kushina said. The girls smiled at each other. It was going to be an exciting week. Naruto walked out of Kabuto's house after getting him to agree to his idea, although it was more trouble than it should have been. First, Kabuto had yelled at him telling him that they shouldn't be talking to each other, but Naruto blew him off. Then Kabuto flat had refused him, saying that his idea would draw unnecessary attention, but after Naruto refused to leave Kabuto house, he eventually gave in. Naruto wished he could see the look on his sisters' faces when they heard, but sadly he wouldn't be there to witness it. Naruto was interrupted from his train of thought when he turned a corner and a man with red clothes and white hair was leaning on the wall looking very smug. "Now what's a B-class ninja doing in our village?" Jiraiya of the Sannin said. Naruto was little surprised to see him there but played it cool. "Wow, a big shot like you knows about a little Mino like me. I'm honored," Naruto said, stopping to look at Jiraiya. Jiraiya lost his smug look and just looked annoyed. "Cut the crap, what are you doing here, Accelerator?" "I'm here for the Chunin exam, of course. It not so strange for a Jounin to be listed in the bingo book now, is it?" Naruto said. "You're right, but it is strange for someone so young, even if they are a Jounin, to be given a genin team," Jiraiya said, looking at Naruto, taking in every detail of his face, trying to detect some sort of lie. "I'm just that talented," Naruto replied. "It's also strange that a ninja who has lived in the land of frost for a number of years would suddenly become a Jounin of a newly found village far away," Jiraiya said. "What can I say, I wanted a change of scenery and Otogakure needed ninja," Naruto replied. Jiraiya got right into Naruto's face so much so that if he got any closer he would have hit Naruto's reflection and be sent tumbling backwards like an idiot. "You know what I think? I think that you're up to something and I'm going to find out what it is. Why don't you go pester some other Jounin instructor?" Naruto said with a hint of anger in his voice. Jiraiya took one last look at him before walking away. "What an asshole," Naruto said under his breath, but Naruto knew that Jiraiya's threat was serious and would be a huge problem. Jiraiya would go digging and he would find the file of Naruto's visit so long ago. From what Mito told Naruto, the guards that he had told his name to had lied in their testimony, but if they were asked again by one of a Sannin, they wouldn't be so quick to hide the truth. If they told Jiraiya Naruto's real name, then he would have a lot more to worry about than Orochimaru's invasion. It would take Jiraiya a little bit to find the file since he would have to go by face and not name, so before he found it Naruto would have do something. Naruto smiled his insane smile. He hadn't even been here a full day but he was already having so much fun. He got to piss off his sister and Jiraiya and he had barely done anything. The leaf sure was an interesting place. Naruto observed how quiet it was in Konoha at night. There was hardly anyone out except for the few Umbu that patrolled the village.
It was nothing like the land of frost where the night was filled with bangs and crashes, and the occasional scream. Naruto didn't like the quiet because if it was quiet someone may hear. Naruto had taken a shoot in the dark. He expected that the guards that had turned him away were the night guards. So Naruto had hid near the guard post right before the night shift, and long and behold the guards he wanted to show up did. He would have to wait a little longer and keep an eye out for the Umbu patrols, but other than that the plan was set. After Naruto determined enough time had passed and there were no Umbu around, he took 2 pebbles from his pocket and took aim. The guards weren't really paying attention to anything around them, and they looked pretty tried. This was good for Naruto since their reaction time was going to be slow. So Naruto sent the first pebble flying. The guard didn't even notice as the pebble entered his skull, went through his brain and out the other side. It was a clean shoot with hardly any blood splatter at all. The sight of his friend dying did of course put the other guard on alert, so he actually saw the second pebble coming at him. He pulled out a kunai to block the incoming projectile. It didn't do any good however, as the pebble was going so fast that it broke the kunai without losing much speed, and that guard met the same fate as his friend. Naruto got the hell out of there before Umbu found the bodies. Naruto got to his hotel room without anyone seeing him or the bodies. Naruto congratulated himself on a job well done. Naruto knew that once Jiraiya found the file and the bodies he would put 2 and 2 together and Naruto would be the prime suspect, but without any evidence there was nothing Jiraiya could do. After all, Naruto had just used 2 pebbles he found off the side of the road, nothing that could be traced back to him, and if Jiraiya asked for an alibi then Naruto's genin would give him one. Naruto went to sleep thinking about the upcoming Chunin exams. Minato and Jiraiya were looking at the 2 dead guards being examined by medical ninja and Umbu. Jiraiya was pissed. He had just discovered the file of Accelerator's visit and was wondering why he had come to the Leaf as a child. He had planned to ask the guards about it since something seemed off about their testimony. To his surprise however, he showed up and saw Minato and 2 dead guards. Jiraiya explained this all to Minato and Minato was surprised to say the least. "I never thought I'd hear about that case again. Truth be told, I had completely forgotten about it till now," Minato said. "Damn, he was one step ahead of me," Jiraiya swore. "Is there anything here that can prove he did it?" Minato shook his head. "No, they were killed by pebbles of all things, and although I don't know any ninja who uses pebbles as a weapon, any jounin or higher could have thrown it fast enough to pierce someone's head." "Can't we get him for that Umbu he murdered that night since now we know who did it?" Jiraiya asked. "No, because we can't take action for any previous crime since he's here for the Chunin exam," Minato said. "So we can't do anything to him then?" Jiraiya said. "That's about right, but I want to know it. Why did he kill them? He can't be punished for the Umbu murder, so why bother killing these guards?" Minato said, trying to think of an answer. "They must have known something that Accelerator didn't want us to know about, but if that's the case, why did he tell them in the first place or even come to the village that night, and if it was something we couldn't know about, why didn't he kill them that night along with the Umbu? This just doesn't make any sense," Jiraiya said, truly stumped as what Accelerator could be thinking. "I don't think we're going to find out anytime soon, but I'll make sure to have Umbu keep an eye on him," Minato said. The day of the Chunin exams was nice and sunny. The academy was bustling with activity. There were genin from all over the elemental nations, all looking for the chance to become Chunin. Naruko, Minima and Sasuke were no exception. They walked through the halls of the academy, hardly being able to believe that they were students here no so long ago. They walked past an obvious genjutsu on the 2nd floor and proceed to the 3rd floor. When they got there, they were greeted with an ear-shattering scream of Sasuke. Then Sakura and Ino jumped him from both sides before arguing about who got there first. "Can you 2 give it a rest already?" Kiba said, walking over with Shino. "Try not to get involved, it would just be too troublesome," Shikamaru said, walking over with Choji. "I'm glad to see you guys haven't changed a bit," Minima chuckled. "Yeah, well, I wish some of us had," Kiba said, looking over at Sasuke, who was still trying to get Sakura and Ino off him. So it looks like we're taking the Chunin exam together. Choji said in between taking bites of his chips.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting. Naruko said. You guys may want to keep it down, you drawing some looks. A man with glasses and a leaf headband said as he walked towards them. It was only then the group looked around to see that the other genin were looking at them with not so friendly faces. Oh, our bad. Thanks for the advice. Minima said. It really no problem, I'm glad to help out some rookies. My name's Kabuto, by the way. Rookies? So you must have taken this exam before? Choji asked. Yes, 7 times in fact. Kabuto said. That many? Sakura asked, having a hard time believing it. Well, it's not all that bad. I've been able to get a lot of information from all my times taking it. Kabuto said, pulling out a bunch of cards. I have a little bit of something on every one. Sasuke suddenly looked at Kabuto with a serious expression. Do you have anything on a guy named Gaara and one named Accelerator? Who are those guys? Ino asked Sasuke. Some guys we meet a little while ago. They talked a big game and basically thought that we weren't even worth their time. Sasuke replied. What, how dare they? Sakura yelled. There is no way they could best you, Sasuke, not in a million years. Naruko and Minima weren't so sure. Sasuke might be strong, but those two just had something about them that screamed danger. You know their names that make it too easy. Kabuto said, looking through his cards. What they didn't know was that Kabuto had more than just a little bit of information on Accelerator. After all, the man himself did come and make sure Kabuto added a couple of tidbits to his card. We'll start with Gaara. Kabuto applied chakra to the card and a picture of Gaara appeared. Wow, this guy's intense. He completed a B rank mission as a genin. The group looked at the card with wide eyes. There was a genin that strong taken the Chunin exam. Bug deal, we fought one of the 7 swordsmen. Naruko said. There's another thing too. Kabuto said, and the group looked at him with anticipation. All the missions he's done, he has come back without a scratch. This information actually shook Naruko and the other up. Man, this guy isn't someone we should mess around with. Kiba said. Now let's see about Accelerator. Kabuto said, taking a card and looking at it, but when he did, his face changed to utter horror, which only put the rookies more on edge. What is it? Minima asked. This guy, I don't even know what to say. Kabuto said, trying to keep calm. He's your guy's age, but he's not a genin. He's a jounin, and a B-rank threat in the bingo book. Any fear the group had about Gaara was immediately replaced with Accelerator. How is that possible? That's only 1 rank lower than Kakashi. Minima said. I don't know, but it's all here. Kabuto said. He recently became a jounin for the hidden sound. His genin team is Zaku, Kin, and Dosu. Not only that, but the rumor is that Accelerator has been with his genin team less than a month. He also got his B rank when he killed an entire genin team, Jounin Sensei include, all by himself. The rookies paled. Even Sasuke and Naruko, who were the most eager to fight strong opponents, weren't looking too good. What kind of guy has that much power? Naruko asked. And apparently, just like Gaara, he's never been hurt on a mission. Kabuto added. Well, at least since he's a jounin, we wouldn't have to face him. Sakura said, sounding relieved. That might be true, but we still have to deal with his genin team, and who knows what they're like. How about we show you? A voice said, and then a guy who was covered in bandages appeared right in front of Kabuto. The guy threw a punch that Kabuto barely dodged. At least they thought he dodged, but then his glasses broke and Kabuto fell to his knees and vomited. Kabuto, yelled Minima and Naruko as they ran over to him. I'm okay. Kabuto said, getting to his feet. You 3 certainly did show me, and I have concluded that you are just as crazy and dangerous as your sensei. Kabuto told the 3 ninja from the sound. Please don't put us on the same level as our sensei. The female said. He's way more insane and dangerous than we are. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't watch yourself,
the other male of the group said.
Naruko wanted to say something back, but before she got the chance, an eruption of smoke came from the far end of the room. When the smoke disappeared, a man in a black trenchcoat stood in front of the genin with what looked like a small army behind him. "Knock it off, you sound ninja. Do you want to be disqualified before the exams have even begun?" the man said.
"Sorry, sir," the ninja with the bandages said, although it was clear he didn't mean it.
"I'm name is Ibiki, your first examiner and your worst nightmare," he said. "Now you have 5 minutes to grab a number and get inside this room or be disqualified."
This of course made every rush towards the room.
Naruko got a seat right next to Sakura towards the front of the room. When everyone was inside, Ibiki started explaining the test.
They would start with 10 points, and if they were caught cheating, then they would lose 2 points. If one of them lost all their points, then their whole team would fail.
The last question would be given in the last 10 minutes, and that was all there was to it. Ibiki started the clock. The test begun.
Naruto opened the doors and everyone in the room looked at him.
They didn't look too happy either. Naruto could guess why. He was less than 3 times their age after all.
Naruto kept walking, ignoring the other Jonin hate-filled stares. Naruto was in a lounge that all the Jonin senseis were allowed to use while they wanted for their genin.
Naruto noticed that all the Jonin stuck to their little groups.
Waterfall ninja with other waterfall ninja.
Leaf ninja with other leaf ninja. There was no mingling with the other shinobi. Unfortunately, Naruto didn't have a group to seat with since he was the only sound Jonin in the leaf. Naruto looked around the lounge to see where he could sit when he noticed that it wasn't just Jonin in the lounge.
Sitting at the leaf's table was none other than the Hokage and his wife.
He was chatting with a bunch of other Jonin.
There was Kakashi, a guy with a bowl haircut, another guy with a cigarette and a beard, and a woman with eyes as red as Naruto's own.
Naruto walked over to their table. "Hello Hokage, mind if I sit here?" Naruto asked. Minato gave Naruto a look that showed he was obviously not invited, but when Naruto didn't leave, Minato said he could. Naruto sat down right across from the Hokage.
No one wanted to talk, which led to some very awkward silence.
Kushina wanting to do something about it and tried starting up a conversation. "Accelerator, right? You're so young to be a Jounin."
"Yes, Lady Hokage, I'm a little young, but it's not so unheard of, is it? I heard that Itachi Uchiha became a Jounin even younger than I did,"
Naruto said. "Well, yes, I guess that's true. How do you like the leaf?" Kushina asked. "It's nice, although it's very different from what I'm used to," Naruto replied as a waiter came by and he ordered a drink.
"Well, I'm pretty sure everyone likes their home better than anywhere else,"
Kushina said.
"I guess so, but hey, I heard you daughters are participating in the Chunin exams."
"You must be proud of them," Naruto said. "I am, and I'm sure you're proud of you Genin as well," Kushina said.
The waiter came by and handed Naruto his drink. "I am proud of them, I just hope they don't go killing every other Genin team, especially the one your daughter's on. After all, you've already lost 2 kids, it would be tragic to lose the other 2. I think if I was that terrible a parent, I would kill myself." Naruto took a drink of his beer with his eyes on Kushina.
Everyone fell dead silent.
No one ever brought up Kushina missing kids. It was a very touchy subject for her, and not only did this guy bring it up, he just implied that his Genin team was going to kill her daughters.
Kushina was gripping the side of the table with shaking hands.
Her hair was covering her eyes so no one could tell what expression she had, but it couldn't be good.
Kushina just clammed down.
Minato said, trying his best to not let things get out of hand.
Kushina didn't listen, however, as she stood up and hit the table so hard that it spilt in half. "Listen up, bastard!" Kushina yelled as Naruto sat there calming, sipping his drink. "You and your Genin might be some big shoots in the tiny little village you call home, but this is the big leagues, and there's no way your wimpy little Genin could ever beat my girls. So when you have to take them back to your village bloody and defeated, just remembers this conversation."
The only sound in the whole room was Naruto taking the last sip of his drink. Then he placed it on the table, but because the table was broken down the middle, the bottle rolled off and fell to the floor with a crash.
"I think you're the one who thinks they're a big shoot," Naruto said, standing up.
"There are a lot of things you don't know, but you'll find out before the Chunin exams end, and when you do, just remember this conversation,"
Naruto said, walking to the doors. "You know, I've known a couple people like you," the man with cigarette said. Naruto stopped and looked back at him.
"People who are so powerful that they think they're invincible, but let me tell you something, there will come a time where you are real trouble and have to admit you lost."
Naruto smiled at him. "I know that I'm not invincible.
I know that it's possible that someone may be able to hurt me one day, but it's also possible that the sun won't rise tomorrow. But let's face it, the sun is going to rise tomorrow, and it's going to keep rising."
Naruto then left the lounge. Minato watched him leave.
It had taken all of his self-control to not do what Kushina had done. Accelerator had walked into the leaf like he owned the place and had done whatever he wanted. Minato was positive he had killed those guards, but there was still nothing he could do about it. There was, however, something his daughters could do. When they wiped the floor with Accelerator's genin, Accelerator would finally lose that cocky attitude and Minato would enjoy every second of it. Naruko had figured out the point of the test. The problem was that she didn't have any good way to cheat. Sasuke could use his Sharingan, and Minamo was sure to figure out something, but Naruko had no idea. She could try glancing over at Sakura's paper since she seemed to know the answers, but not only was she likely to get caught that way, but it would also take too long. Naruko went over every jutsu she had to see what she could do. Then an idea hit her. She did some hand signs under her desk and slammed her palm on the underside of the desk. Naruko sneezed to cover up the popping sound of her summon. A small orange toad was now sitting on Naruko's lap. "Hey, what's you?" Gamakichi tried to say, but Naruko put her hand over his mouth. "You need to be quiet," Naruko whispered. Gamakichi nodded and Naruko let go. "Why did you summon me?" Gamakichi asked. "I need a distraction so I can cheat on this test. You think you can do that?" Naruko said. "Sure thing," Gamakichi said as he hopped off Naruko's lap. When he was a little ways away, he jumped on top of a girl's test. The girl was so shocked by the sudden appearance of a toad that she screamed and tried to hit it. This caused everyone in the room to look and see what was going on. Gamakichi hopped around the whole room with everyone trying to catch him, but no one succeeding. Eventually Ibiki calmly walked up to where the toad was hopping around and with a flick of the wrist he caught him. "Well, looks like that's it for me," Gamakichi said before disappearing. "Everyone go back to your tests and shut up," Ibiki yelled. Everyone did just that, but luckily for Naruko, she now had every question filled out. Now all she had to do was wait for the last question. When the time ticked down, Ibiki called the class's attention. "I'm only going to say this once, but you can choose whether or not to take the final question." "Why wouldn't we take the question?" someone said. "Because if you miss this question you'll be a genin forever. If that's too much pressure, then feel free to leave," Ibiki said. This got the class discussing and a couple teams did leave. When it looked like no one else was going to leave, Ibiki said they all passed, which led into a speech on about being a chunin. Then something really strange happened. Something came through the window and a giant banner was displayed with a woman with purple hair standing in front of it. "Hello maggots, I'm your next examiner, Anko," the woman said. The class was too stunned to say anything. "You're early, Anko," Ibiki said from behind the poster. "Whatever, no one wants to hear your speech anyways," Anko said. "Now you maggots, you are to run to the forest of death, and make it double time." Anko then jumped out the window with the genin following. All the genin teams made it to the forest of death, where Anko made then sign a release form them explained to them the test. It was pretty simple, but it guaranteed that at least half of them would fail. Naruko, Minamo and Sasuke got an earth scroll before heading into the forest. The forest of death really earned its name. They hadn't been there for too long,
but Naruko already lost count of the thing that tried to eat her. It was frustrating because they had to keep using time and energy to fight these things. It took them the entire day to finally find a team. Well, team wasn't really the right word since it was only one person. Did you get lost? Minima taunted the grass nim. The grass ninja sent them a wicked smile. You three are quite the bunch, the grass nin said. Then out of nowhere a giant purple snake appeared and hit Naruko with its tail, sending her flying off into the forest. The snake went after her and Minima and Sasuke were going to follow it, but the grass nin rushed them. The grass nin was really good at taijutsu. He kept finding openings in Minima's and Sasuke's defense. He was also hard to hit since he was able to bend at impossible angles, and when Minima did manage to hit him with one of her chains, it would turn out she just hit a log. So things were going bad. Come on, I thought you'd be more of a challenge. Aren't you an Uchiha and the Hokage's daughter? The grass nin said. Sasuke sent a fur ball at him, and Minima used the flame to hide her chain. She felt the chain hit something, but when the fire cleared, it was just another log. Nice try, the grass nin said from right behind them. How did he get there? Minima thought right before the grass nin kicked her in the stomach. She was sent flying, but used her chains to dig into the ground and stop herself. She was still sent a pretty good distance away, however, which gave the grass nin some quality time with Sasuke. Come on, Sasuke, are you really this weak? The grass nin said as he easily dodged Sasuke kunai swigs. Sasuke didn't say anything since he was running out of energy. He could feel his movements becoming more sluggish, but then a kunai was suddenly beside the grass nin and it had an explosives tag on it. Sasuke and the grass nin broke apart to avoid getting blown up. Too bad for the grass nin. Minima and gotten back to them and had wrapped a chain around the grass nin's arm, keeping him from moving. Sasuke, without thinking, sent a fireball at him. The grass nin went up in flames. Minima rushed to Sasuke as he collapsed to his knees. Sasuke, are you alright? Minima asked. Yeah, I'm fine, just used too much chakra. By the way, thanks for the help, Naruko, Sasuke said, looking up at the trees. Naruko jumped down and landed in front of Sasuke and Minima. I didn't do that much, I just threw one kunai, she said. Yeah, but that one kunai gave us the opening we needed, Minima said. That was actually pretty good, the grass nin said, emerging from the fire. Although now Team 7 could see that he wasn't a grass nin. Half his face had peeled off, reviling someone that was hated by the whole village. Minima clenched her fist and bit her teeth together. Sasuke and Naruko could see the rage building up inside her. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Orochimaru gave a snake-like smile. That's it. Come on now, Minima, I haven't seen since you were a baby. This only made Minima more pissed. Orochimaru, where is my brother? Minima hissed. Wouldn't you like to know? Orochimaru said. That was the final straw for Minima. She charged at Orochimaru, all strategy and reason leaving her mind. Minima, don't, we can't fight him, Naruko screamed, but it fell on deaf ears. Minima continued to ran at Orochimaru. You're not the one I came here to see. So could you please leave me alone? Orochimaru said, bringing his hand into a fist. When Minima got close enough, he went for her stomach. She wasn't even thinking about dodging and would have been hit if it wasn't for Naruko pushing her aside just in time. Minima went tumbling to the ground, getting dust and dirt all over her clothes. What the hell? Minima said, sitting up only for her to go speechless. In front of her was Orochimaru with his fist logged inside Naruko's stomach. The punch that Minima should have been hit with. Naruko's face was twisted in pain. When Orochimaru brought back his hand, Naruko fell to her knees, then vomited blood before completely collapsing into it. Then Orochimaru's neck extended to an impossible length all the way to Sasuke. My gift to you, Orochimaru said before biting Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke's scream was horrible and Minima was sure that the whole forest could hear.
Thankfully it didn't last long as Sasuke passed out from pain.
Orochimaru retracted his neck looking very pleased with himself, then looked Minama in the eyes. Minama was too scared to move as Orochimaru walked towards her. He stopped just in front of her and said something that would haunt Minama for a long time to come. "You know Naruto is much more behaved than you three." Minama had no idea how long she sat there staring off into the distance. All she knew was that when she did regain her senses, Orochimaru was gone and the sun was setting. Minama stood up on shaky legs. It was only now she realized how hurt she was. Her clothes had cuts and rips all over them. Her hair was tangled in knots and her skin was bruised. The sad part was that she was in best condition on her team. Sasuke was out cold in a not-so-peaceful sleep. Naruko's face and hair was stained with her own blood and her stomach was tinted red. Thankful the Kyuubi had taken care of most of her injuries, but Naruko didn't seem like she would be waking up anytime soon. Minama knew they couldn't stay where they were, so she dragged Sasuke and Naruko to a cave she found nearby. She tried to treat them as best as she could, but she was no medic nin. All she could really do was make them comfortable and make sure that no one else attacked them. She worked into the night setting traps. Minama was exhausted and hurt, but she was the only one who could keep watch, so she would have to stay up. She sat by the entrance of the cave trying not to fall asleep. More than once she was almost taking to the land of dreams, but managed to keep herself awake by telling herself that once Naruko woke up she could sleep. The night turned into day and the day came with problems. Minama was so tired that she couldn't really say she was keeping watch, she was just keeping her eyes opened. That's why the voice in front of her shocked her so much. "You're not a very good lookout, are you?" For the first time in a while Minama actually saw what was in front of her, and it was the people she less wanted to see. Accelerator's Genin team was standing on front of her with smug looks, and to Minama's displeasure, well rested. "Why don't you wake Sasuke so we can have a little fun with him?" Dosu said. "I won't let you touch them," Minama said. She was a little more awake now, being faced with an enemy, but even she knew she was in no shape to fight them, as it felt like it took a lifetime to get to her feet. She threw a few kunais at them, but they were going so slow that an academy student could have blocked it. Dosa did just that and the kunais bounced off his gauntlet. "That was just sad," Kin said as the three genin jumped towards Minama. Minama shot two chains from her hands at the three, but once again they were just too slow. "Damn it, why am I so weak?" Minama thought. They were closing in on Minama and she was just too tired to dodge. There was nothing she could do. Then suddenly a green blur appeared out of nowhere. The blur managed to kick all three of the genin away before landing to reveal it was actually a person. Minama couldn't believe she had just been saved and asked the question that everyone was thinking. "Who are you?" The boy stood up to his full height. "I am the handsome devil of the leaf, Rock Lee." Minama didn't know what to say. A guy she didn't even know had saved her and her team. Dosu was not amused. "You should have never come to save your girlfriend, since now you're the one who's going to be put in the ground," he said, rolling up his sleeve to reveal his gauntlet, and rushed Lee. "No, you will be the one in the ground," Lee said before disappearing. Dosa stopped wondering where Lee went when he heard something beneath him. Front lotus. Dosa got a sharp kick to his chin which pushed him into the air. The Lee suddenly appeared behind Dosu and wrapped him bandages, then slammed him to the ground right after Zaku softened it. Lee returned back to his position in front of Minama while Dosa pulled himself out of the ground. "Now you've pissed me off," Dosu said. He rushed Lee inside, swung at Lee. Lee managed to block, but then his ears started to bleed. Lee felt dizzy and couldn't see straight until he eventually fell to the ground. Big talk from someone so weak. Now on to Sasuke. Minama was in real trouble now. Lee was out of the picture and it was still 3 against 1. Luckily fate seemed to be on Minama's side. "Human bullet tank!" A voice yelled, and then a huge green ball came rolling at Zaku, who was forced to dodge. After the green ball missed, it shrunk down to reveal it was Choji with Ino and Shikamaru behind him. "The worms just keep coming," Doso commented. Oh man, this is such a drag. Shikamaru said. Hey, you can at least act like you're willing to help out our friend. Ino yelled at him. Guys. Minima said, about ready to cry. So couldn't believe that so many people were willing to help her, even thought they were supposed to be enemies in this test. I've had just about all I can take with you, Leaf Ninja. I'm going to kill you. Dosa said, but when he tried to run at Ino he discovered he couldn't move. What is going on? Then Dosa noticed that there was a shadow connected to a smirking Shikamaru. Shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru said, then moved his arms up, forcing Dosu to do the same. Kin, Zaku, do something. Dosu said. Alright Kin, what should we do? Zaku asked, only to notice that Kin wasn't responding. Kin, what wrong? Sorry, this isn't Kin right now. Please try again. Kin said, pointing over to Ino, who was lying unconscious. So you took over Kin's body. Well, in that case. Zaku blasted a strong gust of wind at Kin, causing her to hit a tree. How could you do that? She's your teammate. Minima yelled. But right now she's someone else. Kill her, Zaku. Dosu said. I wouldn't do that. A voice from the tree said. Everyone looked up to see Niji standing on a branch. Dosu's face was twisted in anger. They were outnumbering, two of them weren't even able to move anymore. Things were getting really bad, and it only got worse when he and everyone else felt an evil aura coming from Sasuke. He had these black marking all around his body and he seemed to glow purple. In the blink of an eye he had pushed Zaku to the ground and dislocated both his arms. It was such a horrific scene that Shikamaru let go of his jutsu. Sasuke, stop it. This isn't like you. Minima shouted, nearly crying. This seemed to break whatever spell was on Sasuke as the marking disappeared and he looked around confused. What happened? We're being attacked. Minima answered, glad Sasuke snapped out of it. Sasuke turned to the only able-bodied sound ninja, but the sound nin held up his hand. Stop, I know when I'm defeated, so I'll cut you a deal. He laid a heaven scroll on the ground. You take this and we get to leave. Minima and Sasuke glared at him, but accepted in the end. Once he left, Shikamaru and Choji woke up Naruko and they, along with everyone else, demanded to know what happened. Minima explained their run-in with Orochimaru to the people who weren't there. So Orochimaru is in the leaf. That's a scary thought. Ino said. I'm more worried about that mark on Sasuke's shoulder. Lee said once he recovered. Yeah, I'll have to get someone to look at it. Sasuke said. Naruko, there's one other thing I want to mention. Minima said. What is it? Naruko asked. After you and Sasuke passed out, Orochimaru brought up Naruto. Everyone in the group gasped. What did he say? Ino asked. Nothing much, but one thing I know for sure is that Naruto's still alive. Minima replied. Well, that's a good thing. Shikamaru said. Yeah, but it just makes me so mad that Orochimaru still has him. Minima said. You should tell your dad. Ino said. But I have to get out of this forest first. Minima said. But you have the scroll that guy left. Choji said. But I can't take that. Minima said, waving his hands in front of her. I didn't do anything to fight them. That doesn't matter. Ino said, handing her the scroll. If Orochimaru really is in the village, then you telling your dad is much more important than the Chunin exams. Minima looked at everyone with tears in her eyes. Thanks everyone. Just make sure to get your brother back. Ino said, giving her the thumbs up. I want to see how hot he is compared to Sasuke. Everyone laughed at Ino's comment. I'll make sure of it. Minima said, giving Ino the thumbs up. But first I really need to get some sleep. Minima said, falling to the floor.
The last thing she heard before falling asleep was Naruko saying, "Don't worry Minima, this time I'll keep watch over you." When Minima woke up from her well-deserved rest, the team headed out for the tower. They got there in just under the 2-day mark. They were surprised to learn that they were the third team to arrive following Gaara's team and Team 8. Minima wanted to tell her dad about Orochimaru right away, but they were forbidden to leave the tower until the test was done. So they spent the rest of the time waiting. More teams filed in, and by the end of the test there were a total of 7 teams. Most of them were Leaf, but unfortunately the Sound team made it too. They were all taken to a big room where the Hokage explained the purpose of the Chunin exams as well as announced they would be holding a preliminary. He also offered anyone the chance to drop out if they didn't think they were ready. Kabuto did. Minima suggested that Sasuke do the same because of that mark, but he said he would finish the preliminary then have it looked at. The remaining genin were told to go wait in the balcony with their Jonin senseis. Naruko couldn't help but notice that all the Leaf Jonin were eyeing the Sound genin as they walked up to Accelerator, who was leaning over the railing looking incredibly bored. When Minima met up with Kakashi, she told him everything about their encounter with Orochimaru, but Kakashi surprised her when he told her that he and the Hokage already knew. Then he went on to tell Sasuke about not letting the cruise seal get out of hand, and that after his match he would been sent to Itachi so he could remove it. Then the huge screen in the room lit up and showed the names of the first match. Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akato. At the start of the match it looked like Sasuke was going to lose due to his chakra being drained, but he managed to beat his opponent by using taijutsu and some clever thinking. Then Sasuke and Kakashi left to go see Itachi on the curse mark. Zaku Obumi vs Shino Aburame. Even though one of Zaku's arms was unusable, he still fought. Shino used a series of assaults with his bugs, and when it looked like Zaku was surrounded he revealed that he could use his other arm. It didn't change anything however, because when he tried to blast air at the bugs his arms exploded, making Shino the winner. The Leaf Jonin looked glad that one of Accelerator's genin got his ass handed to them, but Accelerator didn't seem concerned. Masumi Tsurugi vs Kankuro. It looked like Masumi had won the match within a couple seconds of starting by threatening to break Kankuro's neck, but Kankuro revealed that Masumi was only attacking a puppet. Then the puppet broke Mishmi's bones, making Kankuro the winner. Ino Yamanaka vs Sakura. The match was as average as it could get. The girls battled it out in a series of punches and kicks, but neither one of them did anything that really posed a serious threat to their opponent. The match dragged on and Accelerator had no problem expressing how stupid the match was. The match ended with Ino pulling off a semi-impressive ninjutsu that Sakura managed to break out of. Then they knocked each other out. Tenten vs Temari. Temari wiped the floor with Tenten. It wasn't like Tenten was a bad ninja, it was just that her matchup couldn't have been worse. Temari used her giant fan to blow away all of Tenten's weapons, and the Tenten herself was set flying into the air only to land on Temari's fan. Shikamaru Nara vs Kin Tsuchi. Kin was able to use Senbons and string to throw Shikamaru off his game, but Shikamaru ran his shadows under Kin's wire and got her to hit her head against the back wall, giving him the victory. All the Leaf Jonin and even the Hokage looked really excited. If Accelerator's last genin could be taken out, then he would be forced to leave the Leaf. What they didn't know was that Naruto didn't care if all his genin were defeated. If that happened, then Naruto just wouldn't take part in the invasion, and that was perfectly fine with him. Kiba Inuzuka vs Naruko Namikaze. It was a fight between the Leaf's biggest hotheads. The fight was pretty even at first, with Akamaru transforming into Kiba then attacking Naruko using his Fong passing Fong technique. Naruko match. Him blow for blow however by making a ton of Shadows clones and piling them up to slow Kiba down. This kept Naruko from taking any blows as Kiba had to sort through shadow clones that would just replace themselves as soon as they were destroyed. Eventually Kiba ran out of chakra and was forced to give up the match. Minima Namikaze vs Neji Hyuga. Minima got ready to face Neji. She knew about the Hyuga's gentle fist technique, so Minima would have to keep her distance. When the fight started, neither one of them made a move. Then Neji started to tell her how he was going to win the match because of fate, and that she should just give up now. Minima however wasn't going to give up just because some prick told her to, so if Niji wouldn't make the first move then Minima would. Minima slammed her hand on the ground sending her chains under the floor and over to Niji. When the chains burst through the ground Niji easily evaded them. Minima kept pulling her chains back underground and kept trying to hit Niji, but every time he would dodge with elegant movement. "You know you'll never hit me like that," Niji said pointing to his eyes. "You chains might look a little different, but there's still chakra which my eyes can see even though the ground." Minima hissed knowing he was right but not wanting to give her attack. She would have kept trying too, however Niji worked his way closer and closer to Minima. Minima knew that she couldn't beat Niji in a taijutsu battle since that was his specialty. She kept backing off throwing kunais to halt his approach, but she could only keep him off for so long. Niji was slowly making his way towards Minima not wanting to take any risks, but if he got close enough or impatient enough then he could charge her and Minima wasn't sure she would be able to stop him. It was only too late that Minima realized that she had backed up all the way to the wall. Her only option now was to run past Niji or try to fight him off. Fighting him off next to a wall was defiantly not a good idea so she tried to run around him. That was when Niji made his move right when Minima took one step forward to run away from the wall Niji rushed in front of her forcing her in an awkward fighting position. Minima's first instinct was to shoot her chains at Niji, but when she brought her right arm up Niji hit the chakra points on her arm leaving it more or less useless. It was all downhill from there. With Minima not able to use her domain arm and being forced to fight against a wall Niji was able to hit all her chakra points. To Minima's credit she didn't do a terrible job defending, but as more of her chakra points were hit and more of her body becoming useless it was a losing fight. The match was called with Niji the winner after Minima collapsed to her knees. It was a good fight, it was just that Niji had more experience and could read Minima moves. Minima was brought back up to the balcony where So was forced to sit near the railing to be able to watch the rest of the fights. Lee vs. Gaara. The match started off not looking good for Lee. Gaara's sand, which his siblings called the ultimate defense, stopped Lee dead in his traces. So everyone in the arena was surprised when Lee took off his leg weight and was suddenly able to get through Gaara's defense, which was apparently the first time it ever happened. Gaara had to resort to using his sand armor. Lee managed to kick him away from his gourd and it looked like he would win, but Gaara got a hold of Lee's arm with his sand and in a gruesome display crushed it. Then he did the same with Lee's leg. Gaara probably would have killed him too if Guy didn't step in. Choji Akimichi vs. Dosu Kinyuta. The final was the match that all the jounin were looking forward to. It would decide if Accelerator got to stay or not. It didn't help that Choji wanted to quit before the match even started, however. Luckily Asuma managed to talk him into fighting by offering him food. Choji immediately used his human bullet tank to stop Dosa-san from reaching him. It was a good plan, but all Doso had to do was use the water in Choji's body to transmit his sound, leaving him as the winner much to the disappointment of the Leaf. All the victors drew a number to see who they would fight in the tournament after the month-long break. Naruko would fight Niji, something that Naruko was ready to do since he had beaten her sister. Sasuke would fight Gaara. Kankuro would fight Shino. Shikamaru would fight Temari, and Dosu would fight the winner of their match. Once that was done they were dismissed. "I'm so proud of you too," Kushina said on the way home. Minato wasn't with then since he had to start setting up the Chunin exams and look into Orochimaru's little plan. "That's great mom, but I lost," Minima said, still mad about the whole thing. "That's okay, it was your first exam and hardly anyone pass on their first go," Kushina said, sounding upbeat. "Hey, can I ask you something?" Naruko asked. "Go ahead," Kushina said, thinking about what she was going to cook for dinner. "Why did the jounin seem so happy when one of Accelerator's genin lost? I know he's kind of an asshole, but there were a few people like that," Naruko said, thinking she may be reading too deep into the situation. Kushina missed a step, but recovered without the girls noticing. "That is just because he said so very rude things about the Leaf." Naruko didn't think that was all he said, but if her mom didn't want to tell her then it was none of her business. "Also, I need to tell you girls a few things, this especially concerns you, Naruko.
Kushina said. The girls looked at Kushina wondering what she had to say. You know that kid from the Sangara? Well, he's a jinchuriki. This hit Naruko hard.
She never expected meet another jinchuriki so soon, and he was even the same age as her.
This got Naruko thinking about how different they were. He didn't even hesitate when crushing Lee's arm. Could she have been like that if she had stayed on the path she was on before Mito left?
She wanted to say no, but she wasn't sure.
Because of this, Minima and I have decided we're going to teach you too the Rasengan. Kushina said. Minima and Naruko both perked up at that they had wanted to learn that jutsu since as long as they could remember, but Kushina always said they were too young. It was the one thing Naruko tantrums never got her. But what about our training with Kakashi? Minima asked. There won't be any. Kakashi is training Sasuke personally since he's granted to fight Gaara. Kushina said. But if he does lose to Gaara, it will be up to you, Naruko, to beat him, so you have to win against Neji. Kushina said. Alright, I'll do my best. Naruko said. You better be, because learning the Rasengan is going to be anything but easy. Kushina said. Naruto walked towards his hotel thinking about how bored he was going to be for the next month. He honestly kind of wanted Dosu to lose, then he wouldn't have to participate in the invasion, although he was sure Orochimaru still would have made him show up. Naruto was thinking how much this month would suck when Naruto was suddenly aware that someone was following him. Naruto turned around to see who would be stupid enough to sneak up on a B-rank ninja. When he did, however, he was caught off guard. Not because it was a serious threat behind him, no, far from it, there was a square rock behind him. Naruto had only ever been stumped a few times in his life, but he seriously had no idea how to react to this awful disguise. Should he just walk away and pretend he didn't see anything? That seemed like the best option, but before Naruto was able to completely turn around, the rock flew up into the air and a boy with a long scarf ran at him. Naruto stepped to the side a little, not wanting to have to explain to Wumbu why the boy had a broken wrist. The boy ran right past him, not being able to stop himself, and ran right into a trash can. Wow, you're really good. The boy said, climbing out of the pile of rotting food and discarded clothes. I'm Konohamaru, what's your name? He asked. Naruto walked right past him, hoping that he would just go away. Naruto already had to look after 3 brats, and he didn't think he could deal with even talking to another one. Hey, wait up. The brat said, running after Naruto. Don't talk to me, don't you know I'm not a leaf ninja? Naruto, hoping that would be enough to get him to leave. It was not. Of course I know that I can see your headband. Do you think I'm an idiot or something? Konohamaru said. Yes, was Naruto's simple answer. Konohamaru didn't even seem to hear Naruto's reply as he kept on talking. You're here for the Chunin exams, right? I'm a Jounin brat. Naruto wished he hadn't said that as the brat's eyes lit up like a firework. Wow, really, does that mean you go all over the elemental and do cool missions? If I say yes, will you go away? Naruto said, thinking how much trouble he would get in if he broke this kid's arm. Once again, the kid didn't seem to hear him. Hey, I have a question for you. Since you're not a leaf ninja, have by any chance you seen 3 girls? Their names are Mito, Hanabi, and Hitomi. Naruto looked at him through the corner of his eye. Naruto couldn't believe he mentioned those names to a complete stranger. The runaways was supposed to be a secret, so other nations wouldn't go looking for them, although Naruto was pretty sure that the other nations had this information by now. What are they to you? They're my friends, of course. Konohamaru said. Naruto doubted it. None of the girls had ever mentioned him before. No, kid, I haven't seen them, so can't I leave now? Finally, Naruto's words seemed to get through to him. Alright then, fine, I can see that I'm not wanted here. Konohamaru said, leaving Naruto alone. Naruto relived that he finally got that brat to leave, but why did he ask about the girls? Naruto was truly puzzled by this. He didn't seem like a close friend, so why was he concerned? As Naruto was thinking about this, a girl almost ran into him.
She wasn't looking where she was going, and got so close to hitting Naruto that Naruto was positive that his reflection was going to send her flying back and break a few of her bones, but at the last second she spun of her foot to avoid Naruto. For a brief moment their eyes met. Naruto could see the reflection of his red eyes on the white pupilless eyes of the girl. That was all he saw before she ran past him. Naruto looked back at her to catch one last look to make sure he wasn't mistaken, but he knew he wasn't. The girl that had just passed him was Hanabi's older sister Hinata, but that girl wasn't at all what Hanabi described. Hinata was working hard. Naruto saw the sweat on her face when she passed. Hinata also had a look of determination in her eyes. Hanabi had described Hinata as a nervous wreck, but Naruto could see that this was no longer the case. It looks like the girl's departure had changed this village more than they thought. "Come on, it's not that hard," Suigetsu said. "Shut up. It only easy for you because you're made of the stuff," Hanabi said. The girls had been working on their elemental chakra training ever since Naruto left. The training was going really well if you asked the girls. If you asked Suigetsu, however, he would say it was going painfully slow. They were set up by a lake to help Hanabi with her water release. Suigetsu had told her that the first step to mastering water release was to control already existing water, so that was what Hanabi was trying to accomplish. She would put her hand in the lake and then try to move the water up her arm and eventually to her face. Hanabi had managed to get it half up her forearm, but that's when it would become too hard on her and the water would fall back down to the lake. Hanabi was actually the farthest in her training thanks to Suigetsu's help, but then again he asked Hanabi about opening the scroll every few hours. Mito and Hitomi were also making remarkable progress for not having a teacher to help them. Mito was working on her lighting release. She was holding a metal rod with the light bulb on the end. Her goal was to channel her lighting chakra into the rod and light up the bulb. She has gotten it a few times, but every time it stayed on for less than a second. Hitomi was holding a regular piece of paper and was trying to burn it. The only thing she has been able to do was make it warmer, and recently it even started to crinkle. While the girls were doing this for hours on end, Suigetsu would spend time swimming in the lake. "Come on, just opening the scroll. I promise I won't leave when I get the sword. Besides, you can still work on this stuff on the go," Suigetsu said from the lake. "I told you before, I'm not opening until I feel like I've made real progress on my water release," Hanabi said, getting tired of Suigetsu's complaining. He was like a little kid. "But you have made really good progress, and so have Mito and Hitomi," Suigetsu whined. Hanabi was getting fed up with Suigetsu and lost her concentration, causing the water on her arm to fall back into the lake. "See what you made me do, now I have to start over," Hanabi yelled. "Starting over isn't that big of a deal," Suigetsu said, lifting his arm above the water, and as if it was as simple as breathing, Suigetsu made the water climb up his arm all the way to his hand. They continued this routine for 2 weeks as the girls got more in tune with their chakra. Mito was able to keep the light on for much longer. Hitomi's paper turned black and started to smoke, and Hanabi was able to get the water up to her shoulder, and this is why Hanabi finally decided to open the scroll. As much as they hated to admit it, Suigetsu had helped them considerably. Even with Hitomi and Mito, who had chakra natures he knew little about. He had also helped them with their taijutsu, so now they were in the land of waves, standing in front of the great Naruto bridge. "Hey, doesn't he want his name to be kept a secret?" Suigetsu said, taking yet another sip of water. "Yeah, I don't know why he has a bridge named after him," Mito said. "I guess it doesn't matter, let's just get my sword. I don't want to stay here too long. We're in the land of fire, and if you three are discovered, Accelerator will have my head," Suigetsu said. "I agree," Hitomi said. They walked around town asking about the sword, and they found out where it was. They also found out that it was Kakashi, Naruko, Minama, and Sasuke who took down Zabuza. Who knew that it would be Accelerator's sisters who took down Zabuza-sensei? Suigetsu said, walking up the mountain where the villages supposedly buried Zabuza. Mito was also surprised. She didn't think her sister were strong enough to take on one of the 7 swordsmen.
Naruto could beat Zabuza. Mito was sure of that, but Suigetsu was just a swordsman apprentice, so Mito wasn't sure if he could beat Zabuza and Suigetsu kick all three of their asses during taijutsu training.
So did that mean that Minama and Naruko were already that much stronger than her, and possibly as strong as Suigetsu? Mito clenched her fists at the thought. She was falling behind, she would have to pick it up. Unknown to her, Hanabi and Hitomi were having similar thought. They got to the top of the mountain and there it was, Suigetsu's new sword stinking out of the ground. "Come to Papa," Suigetsu said, running towards it. Mito, Hitomi and Hanabi didn't know what to make of the sword. It was huge, they didn't even see how anyone could lift it alone, fight with it, but Suigetsu seemed to have no problem pulling it out of the ground. He examined the blade, letting the sunlight hit it. "Oh yeah," Suigetsu said before strapping it to his back. "So now that you have your sword, are you going to leave us?" Hitomi said. "Sorry, but no, you see, not only am I going to keep my promise, but I have a special interest in you three," Suigetsu said. The girls were stunned. Suigetsu had an interest in them? He certainly didn't show it when he was training them. "And what is this interest?" Mito asked. Suigetsu smiled. "Don't you remember my goal?" "Yeah, to collected the 7 swords," Hanabi said. "That's only half of it," Suigetsu said. "You see, I can't possibly use all the swords at one time, so I want to recreate the 7 swordsmen, and Accelerator has so kindly shown me some good candidates. How do you three feel about learning some kenjutsu?" The girls couldn't believe what they were hearing. Suigetsu was offering to give them one of the 7 swords. Mito was just thinking of ways to get more power and Suigetsu was offering it to her. "Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt," Mito said, trying not to sound too excited. "Alright, I teach you a few things, but since Accelerator's going to be done with the invasion soon, we better get back to the Land of Frost," Suigetsu said. "Hi," the girl said, excited to have a second sensei. Konoha *. Naruto was sitting in the arena where the final stage of the Chunin exams would take place. He had been bored out of his mind for the past month. His only source of entertainment had been watching Hanabi's sister. He had discovered that she ran the same path every day as part of her training. Naruto liked to compare her to Hanabi and see what the difference between them was. She wasn't as strong as Hanabi yet, but her pace was incredibly, and if Hanabi didn't work just as hard, then Hinata would catch up. Watching Hinata was not nearly enough to keep him entertained for long, however. Naruto was hoping that these fights could brighten him up a bit before the invasion began. Naruto's last genin would not be fighting, however, since he got himself killed on Orochimaru's orders. It was no loss to Naruto. Dosa was nothing to him, and honestly his fights were boring to watch. Thinking of fights, the genin were lining up in the arena. The tournament was about to begin. The first fight was between Neji and Naruko. The next match was supposed to be Sasuke against Gaara, but Sasuke hadn't shown up yet. This was an obvious problem to the invasion plan, since they were supposed to start when Gaara went into his beast mode during their match. Naruto was wondering how much Orochimaru was sweating up there in the Kage box. Naruto knew that Orochimaru was disguised as the Kazekage, and Naruto assumed he had killed the real one, a fact that he was also sure that the Sannin had no idea about. Naruto was also curious on how the Hokage and his wife, who was also in the Kage box, would react to seeing the one who took their precious son away from them. Naruto just hoped Orochimaru wouldn't spill the beans on him when he ultimately got his ass handed to him by the Hokage. Naruto heard the roar of the crowd and looked back down at the match that had already started. Neji took care of another one of Naruko's Shadow's clones. "Come on, is this all you can do? This is the same strategy you used on Kiba," Neji taunted, taking out 2 more clones. Naruko didn't say anything and made 3 more clones to replace the ones she lost. Naruko knew, however, that her clones weren't getting through to Neji and was trying to think of plan. Unfortunately for Naruko, she had spent the entire month learning the Rasengan. She did manage to learn it, well, sort of. She needed the help of one of her clones to make it, since she still had horrible chakra control. She could use it on Niji, but she had the feeling that Niji also had something up his sleeve, plus she wanted to save her new move to use on either Gaara or Sasuke if he showed up, that is. Meanwhile, Niji was still tearing fought Naruko's clones and she was having a hard time replacing them quick enough. The whole goal of Naruko's shadow clones were to make her opponent use up chakra, but Niji was hardly using any in his gentle fists. It was a huge problem for Naruko since even with the Kyuubi Shadows clones still used up a bunch of chakra. What Niji didn't know, however, was that Naruko had been slowly making a ring of Shadows clones around him, and the ones that had been fighting had just been to keep his eyes focused on them and not the other clones, and now it was finally complete. The clones that were currently fighting Niji jumped back to join the ring and every clone pulled at 2 kunais. "You're surrounded, just give up, Niji," one of the clones said. "I don't think I will, as fate has determined that I'm the one who will win this match," Niji said, just as arrogant as ever. "Then I hope your hospital room is comfortable," Naruko's clone said, and all of them threw their kunais as Niji. 8 trigrams palm rotation. Niji yelled, spinning around so fast that a dome of chakra appeared around him. It sent Naruko's kunais all over the place. A few even found their ways into Naruko's clones, dispelling them. Once Niji stopped spinning, he pointed to his eyes and said, "Did you really believe I didn't see your clones surrounding me?" Naruko cursed herself and jumped back away since her ring of clones had been broken by that attack, but Niji wouldn't have that as he rushed Naruko, closing more than a few of her chakra points before Naruto's clones could come and distract him. Now Naruko was in real trouble. Her feet were numb and she couldn't even feel her left hand anymore, and since she couldn't feel her left hand she couldn't do hand signs, and if she couldn't do hand signs then she couldn't make more shadow clones. Naruko recalled the 6 odd clones that hadn't been dispelled by Niji. Niji wasn't going to give her enough time to think of a new plan, however, as he rushed Naruko and her clones. The only thing Naruko could think to do was send all her clones at Niji at once. She had her clones form a circle around Niji just like last time, although on a much smaller scale. When they threw their kunais, Niji once again used his palm rotation and blocked the kunais, but Naruko was ready this time. Right when Niji stopped spinning, Naruko rushed at him. She was so close to landing a knockout punch, but Niji was prepared for this. When Naruko got in range, Niji shouted 8 trigrams 64 palms. He landed every hit on Naruko, who was forced almost halfway across the arena. Her legs felt like jelly and her arms were not completely useless. On top of that, all her clones had disappeared since she no longer had the chakra control to support them. "It looks like I win, although fate already decided I would," Niji said calmly, walking up to Naruko. "You should just give up." Naruko growled at Niji, unable to do anything else. She was out of strength and out of plans. She really should just give up, but she was too stubborn to do so. She was just so mad that she couldn't beat this bastard for Minima's sake. If only she had more power. Then it hit her, she did have more power. Tusan and Kasan would hate her for using it, but if it was enough to beat Niji, then she would take the punishment. The crowd was ready for the next fight, sure that Niji had won, but something unexpected happened to Naruko. Demonic chakra started leaking out. Minima, who was watching from the crowd, was afraid that Naruko had gone back to her old ways. Minato and Kushina were horrified that Naruko lost control of the Kyuubi after not having an accident for so long, although they now knew those weren't accidents. They were about to jump in and stop Naruko, but just as quickly as the chakra appeared it disappeared, and with it Naruko had full use of her body. Niji, who had been caught off guard, was forced to take a punch to the face, and it made him disoriented. Naruko then overwhelmed him with Shadow's clones. He was too disoriented to put up a decent defense and was knocked out. Naruto actually thought Naruko pulled off a pretty good move with her demonic chakra. She used it to basically flush out her chakra network and restore it to normal. It was a dangerous move, however. Leak too little and it doesn't work. Leak too much and you lose control. Naruto was amusing himself with the idea that Naruko would lose control and help their invasion, but then Naruto remembered. It was Sasuke's fight, but he wasn't here to take part. As Naruto was figuring out what impact this would have on the invasion plan, the Hokage announced that the second match was to be pushed back to the last match, probably under Orochimaru's suggestion.
So the third match was announced, which Kankuro then forfeited. So the fourth match began. It was not nearly as flashy as Naruko's match, but it was still enjoyable, especially to Naruto, who despite his rather flashy vector control enjoyed outsmarting an opponent than just running at them at full force. The fight ended when Shikamaru used a clever trick with his shadows to take control of Tamari's body. Then he forfeited, which was a shock to most of the spectators, but Naruto had a feeling from watching the way Shikamaru fought that he was going to forfeit. Then it was on to Sasuke match, who had still yet to show up. He was given 10 minutes to show or forfeit his match. Naruto wondered what was keeping Sasuke. He didn't seem like the type to wuss out, so what could he be doing? Naruto's question was answered when a smoke cloud appeared in the center of the arena with Kakashi and Sasuke in it. What assholes, not only were they late, but they had to make a big entrance too. Naruto said out loud. Sasuke's curse mark was gone and he looked ready to go. Alright Sasuke, I'll be watching from the audience, so give me a good fight. Kakashi said. Hi, Sasuke said, staring down Gaara, who started walking down the stairs towards the arena. Kakashi then shined right next to Naruto. Mind if I sit here? He asked. I don't mind, wouldn't want you to miss Gaara killing your student because you were late. Naruto replied. I'm sure he'll be fine, but if you want to talk about being late, where's your student? Kakashi said, sending Naruto's blow right back at him. I have no idea. Naruto said angrily. The fight between Sasuke and Gaara was heated right for the get-go. Sasuke could now move fast enough to avoid Gaara's sand. This was a big blow to Gaara since up-close combat was his weakest point. To stop Sasuke from getting past his sand, Gaara surrounded himself in it. Sasuke used a move that Naruto hadn't seen before. He basically made a blade of lightning around his hand and he was able to move at a very fast speed. Apparently that jutsu was no joke either, because it pierced right through Gaara's sand, and that's when all hell broke loose. At first it was quiet. Nothing made a sound. Then a scream that sounded like the scream of a wounded animal came from the arena. Then a very large hand that looked to be made of sand shot out from the dome. Sasuke avoided it, but the trouble was just beginning. White feathers started raining from the sky, and at the same time a purple barrier was erected, trapping the Kage box inside. Naruto knew what was going on, had used his vectors to disturb his chakra, so he wouldn't be caught in the genjutsu. As the civilians and the less skilled ninja in the audience were collapsing, a giant snake broke through the village walls and let in a swarm of sand and sound ninja. Along with them, sound ninja who were hiding in the audience started attacking the leaf ninja who had broken the genjutsu. Kakashi stood up, took out a kunai and turned to Accelerator, knowing that he was part of the invasion. Accelerator gave him a smile that should have belonged to a serial killer. Before Kakashi even tried to attack, Accelerator stomped his foot on the ground, and what happened next both amazed and terrified Kakashi. Multiple cracks started tearing through the ground. It only took a second for Kakashi to realize what was going on. He jumped away from Accelerator right before that entire section of the arena collapsed. Once the dust settled, Kakashi looked around for Accelerator, but it was no use. He was nowhere to be found, and sound ninja were already starting to make their way into the arena. It was only now that Kakashi noticed that Gaara and Sasuke had disappeared just like Accelerator. Kakashi wanted to look for him, but he knew that he had to stay here and protect the people that hadn't been killed by Accelerator's attack. Kakashi just defeated 2 sound nin when Minama ran up to him. Minama, where is Naruko? Kakashi asked. She followed Sasuke, who ran off to chase Gaara. But what's going on? Who's attacking us? Minama replied. That's just great. Kakashi said, thinking what trouble Naruko would get herself into. Judging from the giant snake they're using, I'm guessing the sound nin are actually Orochimaru's soldiers. Minama suddenly seemed to snap to attention at the thought of fighting Orochimaru's minions. What do you want me to do? Minama asked. Go escort the villagers to the bunkers inside the Hokage mountain and then take shelter there yourself. Kakashi replied as more sound nin started coming towards him. But I can fight too. I want to help. Minama begged. That's not your job. As a genin, you need to help the villagers.
Kakashi said hastily as he ran to meet the sound ninja.
Minamo was infuriated.
Here were a bunch of people who could know where Naruto was, and yet Kakashi tells her to hide instead of forcing them to tell her.
Well, if he thought that was going to happen, then he was dead wrong. Sasuke followed Gaara all the way into the forest. He almost had to fight Kankuro, but Shino had shown up to fight him. Now Sasuke was facing Gaara, who had created a second sand arm. He had hit Temari into a tree, knocking her out, so it was just the two of them. Sasuke was surprised by how fast Gaara was now. Sasuke was barely dodging Gaara's attacks. The fight was becoming more and more draining on Sasuke. He eventually decided that the only way he could win was to use his Chidori a second time. He managed to cut one of Gaara's arms off, and Sasuke thought he had finally done some serious damage, but this was proven incorrect as the arm reattached itself and it only seemed to make Gaara angrier. He grew a sand tail and came rushing at Sasuke. Sasuke had already used his max of 2 Chidoris and didn't have the strength left to dodge. Gaara used his tail to hit Sasuke, and Sasuke was sent through a few trees before hitting the ground. Gaara walked up to him with a murderous look in his eyes. Sasuke was sure that Gaara was going to kill him, but right before he smashed his giant hand on Sasuke, he heard someone screamed, "Rasengan!" Gaara turned to look at Naruko, who had just jumped out of the trees. He had been caught off guard, and now Naruko's Rasengan was just a few centimeters from his face. When it did hit, Gaara was set flying into the trees just like Sasuke did. However, he was sent way farther than Sasuke was. "I guess it's a good thing that I came to help, or you'd be dead right now," Naruko said to Sasuke. "Whatever," Sasuke said. Their conversation was interrupted, however, when a roar came from where Naruko sent Gaara flying. A huge creature made entirely of sand rose from the forest, and if you looked closely you could see Gaara stinking out of the head, sleeping. "Crap, this isn't good," Naruko yelled. She and Sasuke ran away as the creature tried to step on them, but instead of stomping them, something else happened to the creature. Multiple explosions went off right next to his head, causing it to step back. Then a giant fireball was shot at its head, blinding it in smoke. "Who is that?" Naruko said. "I know you it is," Sasuke said, although he didn't seem happy. Then someone landed in front of them. "You know I can take care of myself, Itachi." Itachi turned to look at Naruko and Sasuke with his Sharingan already activated. "I know, but you're facing the one tail with little chakralet, so I thought I should help. Besides, you shouldn't run off." Sasuke didn't look happy. Naruko frowned at him before facing Itachi. "Forget about him, I'm actually glad you came to help us, so what should we do?" Itachi pointed to the Shikaka's head, which was finally become visibly as the smoke was clearing. "We need to wake up Gaara, then the Shikako personality should be suppressed." "And how are we going to do that?" Naruko asked. "I'll take you up there and let you punch him," Itachi said. "How are you going to get me up there?" Naruko asked. A few seconds later, Naruko was riding piggyback on Itachi. It was very odd to see Itachi, someone who is usually so stoic and calm, to be carrying a Naruko like a little kid. It was especially shocking to Sasuke, who had never seen Itachi do anything even close to this. "You ready?" Itachi asked. Naruko had a slight blush being in this embarrassing position with Itachi, but replied that she was. Itachi ran towards the one tail, who had regained its senses after Itachi's attack and was now spitting giant balls of wind at them, but Itachi dodged expertly and got to the Shikaka's leg before starting to run up it. The Shikaka tried desperately to swat them off, but Itachi was just too fast. He climbed all the way to of his head, where he dropped Naruko off. "It's up to you now," Itachi said before doing a backflip in front the Shikako's eyes. He sent 2 fireballs at the one tail's eyes, blinding him again and giving Naruko the chance to punch Gaara without the Shikaka's interference, and that's just what Naruko did. One good hard punch to the face shook Gaara awake, and the one tail was forced back in Gaara, leaving Gaara to fall to the ground below. Naruko landed gracefully on her feet and turned to look at the beaten form of Gaara. How did I lose?" Gaara asked seemingly to himself, but Naruko had a feeling he was actually asking her. "Gaara, do you know what I see when I look at you?" Naruko asked. Gaara didn't respond, but Naruko knew that he was listening. I see what I could have become. I was so close to being what you are now, but then I lost something important to me and I realized that if I kept going down that path I would keep losing the things I held precious. The truth is, Gaara, if it was just me then I would have lost, but it wasn't. I had Sasuke and Itachi to help me. Naruko pointed to where Temari was lying. There's a person that wanted to help, but you refused and now look, you lost. I can't live your life for you, but I will tell you that you can change too, and when you do I hope we can have a rematch. Naruko didn't know this at the time, but her words really did get through to Gaara. Naruto was walking down the streets of Konoha, occasionally having to step over a body. Naruto predication had been right, they were losing the battle. The Sound and Sand Ninja were being wiped out by the Leaf Nin. The snake they had used to break down the wall had been killed by Jiraiya, and the barrier that Orochimaru had put up to fight the Hokage was no longer there. Naruto wondered if Orochimaru was dead. Probably not, since Minato would try to keep him alive to get information about his lost son, and since Minato or Izumbu hadn't come after him yet, Naruto would assume that Orochimaru escaped. Naruto hadn't really been fighting in the invasion. He would just calmly walk down the city streets, and if a Leaf Nin engaged him then Naruto would kill him, but other than that Naruto didn't fight. If it wasn't for the sound headband he was wearing, you would be hard-pressed to actually realize he was an invading ninja. Naruto was an invading ninja, however, so it was probably time to leave and head back to the Land of Frost. Naruto started making his way to the gate when a golden chain swung at him from the side. Naruto assumed the attacker had planned for the chain to wrap around him and capture him, but instead it bounced off Naruto harmlessly. Naruto turned around to look at his attacker, although he already had a pretty good idea of who it was. You know you have some guts to be attacking a jounin. Minima was standing in the street, her chain coming out of the palm of her hand. Her eyes had the fire of anger in them, along with the confusion of why her chain didn't hit Accelerator. I attacked you because I knew you were one of Orochimaru's high ranks, so I want to know something. Where the hell is my brother? Minima screamed. I don't feel like answering that question, Naruto said as he pulled his pebble from his side pocket and threw it at Minima. Minima was shocked to see that the pebble was going so fast, but she was able to use her chain and block it. That was pretty good. Most of the time people are too stunned to see that I'm using a pebble as a weapon, but just because you blocked one doesn't mean anything. Naruto reached into his pocket again and this time pulled out a handful of pebbles. Let's see you block this. Accelerator threw all the pebbles at once and they were all going just as fast as the first one, something that should have been impossible. Minima dodged along with blocking them with her chain to avoid getting hit. How was he able to throw them all so fast? He didn't even wind up his shot, Minima thought. Accelerator kept throwing pebbles until he finally reached into his pocket and found out that he had used all of them. Minima sighed in relief. She could finally take the offensive. Just give up, you out of ammo, so just tell me where my brother is and I promise not to hurt you. Accelerator tilted his head to the side and gave Minima a look that made it seem like she just suggested the stupidest thing in the world. You really think just because I'm out of pebbles you've won? Well, I got news for you, I can throw other things than just pebbles. Accelerator reached into his back pocket this time and pulled a gray-colored ball that was about the size of Accelerator hand and looked to be made of rubber. You know you have the strangest weapons, Minima said, not sure if she should be laughing or not. Accelerator gave her a psychotic grin and said, you know it might not look like much, but this ball is going to make you wish I hadn't run out of pebbles. Then Accelerator threw the ball like a baseball. It was going mildly faster than the pebbles, but it didn't matter. Minima didn't even have to move. The ball sailed right past Minima's head. You were saying something about that ball giving me some trouble, Minima said, taking a step forward. Well, I show you some Trubo W. Minima screamed as she felt something drilling into her back. She could feel it tearing through her clothes and it was burning her skin, but just as quickly as the object came it went away. The pain did not, however. Minima turned around to see what had hit her and saw the ball that Accelerator had thrown bouncing off a wall behind her. When it bounced off the wall, Minima could see a mark on the wall where she assumed it hit the first time. The ball bounced at an angle, so instead of going back to Minima it went back to Accelerator, who caught it. It was still going pretty fast when it was heading towards him, but right when it touched his hand it was like all the speed was lost. You know, the only thing I had for most of my childhood was books and this ball. I threw this ball every day for years, and I learned every angle it would bounce and every way that I could throw it to make to bounce at that angle. Accelerator said. Minima was slumped down because her back hurt so bad. It was like someone had dipped a drill in magma and used it on her back. I won't lose to you, Minima said. That's a pretty bold claim considering that you haven't hit me once and I've barely been trying. But since you're so determined, I'll show you one of my real moves. Accelerator held his hand with the ball out and his palm facing down. Then he dropped the ball, but it was going so fast that it seemed like he threw it. The ball hit the ground and bounced back up to Accelerator's hand, but when it hit his hand it was forced back down like he threw again, and this kept happening. Every time it went faster, and not too long after he started, a crater started to form on the ground, and it got bigger every time the ball hit the ground with more speed than it had the previous time. Eventually it got so fast that it just looked like a gray blur. Then Accelerator suddenly pulled his hand back and slapped it. Minima had no chance at all. The ball hit her before she could even register that Accelerator had hit it. It hit Minima's chest and she felt pain like she had never felt before. She was sure a couple of her ribs were broken on impact, but that wasn't the worst part. The ball was spinning so fast that it was actually causing her clothes to smoke. That was before it torn through and hit her skin. It felt like what had happened to her back, but 100 times worse. After what felt like a lifetime of pain, the ball bounced off Minima and back to Accelerator, and just like before he caught the fast-moving object as if he was just playing catch with a friend. Minima collapsed to her knees, and Accelerator put the ball back in his back pocket. "I'm done with you," he said before starting to walk off. Minima was in pain and probably needed medical attention immediately, but she just couldn't let him get away. She painfully got to her feet and formed a Rasengan. It took every ounce of strength she had, but she forced herself to run at Accelerator. She could see him looking at her from the corner of his eyes, but he didn't do anything to stop her. She was almost there when suddenly she came to a halt. The Rasengan was so close to Accelerator that it was just a few inches away from his hair. "Man, that was a close one," a voice said from behind Minima. Minima shifted her eyes as best she could to see who had stopped her. She was surprised to see Shikamaru with his Shadow Passion Jutsu active, and that when she realized that he had used it on her. "Shikamaru, why the hell would you stop me?" Minima yelled. "Haven't you been paying attention? At the beginning of the fight your chain bounced off him like it was nothing and he wasn't even looking. If I hadn't have stopped you, then who knows what would have happened to your arm. What, you've been here the whole time, why didn't you help me?" Minima said, although she did realize that she owned Shikamaru for stopping her. "I knew there was no way I could beat him, and I hoped you would figure that out too, but apparently not," Shikamaru said. Naruto watched them argue back and forth. It seemed like they had completely forgotten about him. Naruto didn't really care, but it seemed like a good way to get yourself killed. These Leaf Ninja were to laid back even in the event of an invasion. "You two can sit here and chat all day, but I've got to go," Naruto said as he walked off. "What, come back here, you bastard, you still haven't told me where my brother is," Minima yelled and ended up coughing up blood. "Let him go, Minima. We can't fight him and you really need to go to a hospital," Shikamaru said, releasing his jutsu. It was only now that Minima looked down to see how bad the damage was, and she almost lost her lunch when she did. Her clothes were burned right through and her chest was scarred black. The blood was crusted up on the sides of the wound. Blood was running down her stomach and pooling on the ground. Minima could only assume her back was in a similar state, just not as bad. "Yeah, I think you're right, let's go." Minato was in his office with Jiraiya after the invasion. "Damn it, I can't believe I let Orochimaru get away," Minato cursed. "There was nothing that you could have done. Orochimaru got the jump on us." We should just be glad that not too many people were killed. Jiraiya said. By the way, how is Minima doing? Minato signed. Tsunade said she'd be alright, although the injury is defiantly going to leave a scar and Minima will have to spend a while in the hospital. Kushina and Naruko are with her now, but Kami Jiraiya, did you see what Accelerator did to her? Yeah, I saw, and I bet Kushina want to get her hands on Accelerator, especially since he has links to Orochimaru. Jiraiya said. Yeah, about that, has your spies been able to locate Orochimaru or any of his men? Minato said. Well, apparently Accelerator really does live in the Land of Frost, but it's been hard to get information on him since I have so little spies there. I never sent more in because it was never a priority, but now I've more than tripled the amount of spies in the village he lives in, so if he comes back I'll know. Jiraiya said. What are the odds he'll return? Minato asked. Well, even with all the bounty hunters after his B-class rank, he never moved, so I'm thinking it's pretty good. Jiraiya said. Just then a knock came from the door. Come in, Minato said. Shikamaru walked through the door. Hello, what are you here for? Hello Hokage, I've come to talk to you about Accelerator. Shikamaru said. Jiraiya and Minato both leaned forward, eager to hear what he had to say. I saw the entire battle between Minima and him, and I think I have a pretty good grasp on his skills along with how to beat them. Minato was awed. Well, come on, tell me. Before I say anything, I think you should know that the bingo book is wrong. Accelerator isn't a B rank. From what I saw, he's a high A rank, probably even an S rank, since I didn't see him try very hard. Shikamaru said. The room descended into silence. Was Accelerator really that strong? A week later, Land of Frost. Naruto was finally back. It took him forever since he had to sneak out of the Land of Fire, but he made it. He opened the door to his house and was blasted with a stream of water. It was reflected, of course, but it still blocked Naruto's sight. When he could finally see, he saw Hanabi standing in front of him with a very proud look on her face. Hitomi and Mito were standing beside her, looking equally proud. I'm guessing you got a hold of your elements. Naruto said. You bet we did. Mito said. That's great. Now where's Suigetsu? Naruto said, walking past them and into the living room. Hey, we haven't seen you for almost 2 months and you're more concerned about him than us. Hitomi complied, following Naruto into the living room along with the other girls. Suigetsu was spread out of the couch looking at his sword, and to Naruto's surprise he wasn't the only one there. Kai's was also in the room, sitting in a chair. Accelerator, you're finally back. Kai said, getting up for his seat. We've got a problem. Jiraiya increased his spies tenfold, and they're looking for you, and I don't have the people to keep them off you. Naruto cursed himself. There was no way they didn't see him walking through the street so causally and into his house. They haven't found out about the girls yet, have they? Naruto asked. No, they haven't been targeting this house, and I told you girls not to leave, but since you back it's going to be almost impossible to get them out without Jiraiya's spies noticing. Kai said. Damn, that bites. I'll have to think of something. Naruto said to himself. But that's for later. Suigetsu, I see the girls already got you your sword, so there's nothing else for you to do, so you're free to leave. Actually, I think I'd be staying with you. Suigetsu said, getting off the couch. You see, I've decided I'm going to teach the brats Kenjutsu so they can become the new generation of swordsmen, if that's okay with you, of course. Naruto raised an eye, not expecting Suigetsu wanting to stay, but it didn't matter to him. It's fine if you want to stay, but just remember that my problems are you problems, which includes the one we're having right now. That's fine. Suigetsu replied. All right, now to fix the problem at hand. Naruto said, but just then they all heard the front door being opened. Everyone got into fighting position except for Naruto. They wouldn't launch an attack this soon, would they? Naruto thought. Everyone waited to see who would come through the living room and was surprised to see an old man with a torn traveling clock on. Although they knew something wasn't right. Hey, why don't you take Henge off? Hanabi said with her Byakugan active. A Hyuga impressive. The man said before he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Now standing there was a tall man with orange hair wearing cloaks that Naruto recognized. They were the same cloaks Orochimaru used to wear, but that wasn't what shocked Naruto the most, it was his eyes. They were like nothing Naruto had ever seen before. "Just who are you?" Naruto asked. "I'm Pain, the leader of an organization called the Akatsuki, and I would like to speak to you, Accelerator, or should I say Naruto Namikaze." Kai's looked at Naruto, then to Pain, then back to Naruto. "What are you really, Naruto?" Kai said, his mouth moving like a fish. "The only one in this room who wasn't aware of that fact was you," Suigetsu said, sounding like a smart ass. "But that means you're the Hokage's son and you two are sibling," Kai said, pointing to Mito. "Why didn't you say anything? I mean, if I would have known you were the Hokage's son, then my guys would have never attacked you." Kai, shut up, Naruto said, getting annoyed by Kai's sudden change of attitude towards him. "But I want to know how you know my name and why you came here," Naruto said, glaring at Pain, wanting to be attacked by him at any moment. "As you probably know, Orochimaru was once part of my organization," Pain said, sounding like a lawyer giving his opening statement. "He betrayed me, however, so I sent one of my associates to take care of him. Orochimaru was unfortunately able to escape when my associate invaded his base. We were able to collect all sorts of data from his base that he was unable to take with him or destroy. This information had all of his ongoing experiments in them, which includes you, Naruto Namikaze, who has the unique power to control vectors." Naruto's eyes darted to the side so Pain would catch his frustrated look. Pain really did have his number. "So why did you come here to talk to me?" "I'm sure Orochimaru had a number of other test subjects with unique skills." "That may be true, but none of them seemed as promising as you. What I came here for is to offer you a membership into the Akatsuki, a group of S-rank missing neens," Pain said. "Well, I'm not an S-rank, so wouldn't that be a problem?" Naruto said. "You are an S-rank in everything but title. I have spies everywhere, so I know about your part in the Konoha invasion, and I also know that you are under watch by the Leaf, and your counter system is all but useless to you now," Pain said. "What about the brats and Suigetsu over there? They're not S-class, so will I have to leave them behind?" Naruto asked, trying to find out more about this guy. "What about me?" Kai said. No one paid him any mind. "Even if they won't be full-fledged members of the Akatsuki, they can still come with you and help out the Akatsuki in other ways," Pain said, like he expected the question, which made Naruto even more concerned of how much he knew about them. "Let's say I do decide to join. I doubt you putting together a group of S-class ninjas to start a book club. What is your goal?" Naruto asked. "Right now the Akatsuki won't be making any big moves, but our goal is to capture all the jinchuriki and extracted their tail beasts," Pain said. Silence. Naruto didn't know what to say. The truth was that Naruto wouldn't have a problem joining the Akatsuki. He was basically being handed the answer to his current problem, and if all he had to do was take down Jinchuriki, then he should be fine, even if they were the strongest weapons of the shinobi world. The problem was that Naruko was a jinchuriki, and Naruto wasn't sure if his brats would be able to join an organization that's goal was to hunt them down, especially Mito. It was strange for Naruto to think of Mito's well-being over his own reason, but as much as he hated to admit it, he had grown attached to the brats. "Well, Mito, what do you think? If we join them, then you'll likely have to kill Leaf Ninja, and after that there won't be any way for you to return to the Leaf." Mito looked at her brother and at Pain, trying to make a decision. It was true that Naruko treated her horribly, but Mito knew that extracting a tailed beast meant death, and Mito didn't know if she could really help kill her sister. It was true Kushina survived the extraction, but that was a miracle that couldn't be expected to happen again. Mito looked into Naruto's red eyes. Would he be mad if they didn't join? Mito didn't think so, but one thing was for sure: if they didn't join, it was going to cause Naruto tons of problems, since he would have to think of something to get them out of the land of frost undetected. Mito probably stood there for a good 2 minutes trying to decide it, but no one rushed her, not even Pain. Mito took a deep breath and made her decision. My old family drove me away. I've found a new one. Mito said, looking at Naruto and Suigetsu, her two insane older brothers, and Hanabi and Hitomi, her two sisters. We'll join. I'm pleased to hear that.
Pain said, turning to Naruto.
I already have a base set up for you. There is no way they'll find you once you're there. Once you arrive, you'll be briefed on what to do. You're not coming with.
Kai said, as if it hadn't occurred to him that he wasn't invited.
No, I'm a busy man. There is already someone here to guide you. Pain said, answering his question.
Then the strangest thing happened. Something that Naruto could only describe as a Venus flytrap emerged from the floor, only to open up to reveal a person inside. At least Naruto thought it was a person. One side of his body was completely black and the other part was completely white.
Hello, where's Zestu?
The plant said in two different voices at the same time.
I'm guessing you're the one who's taking us. Naruto said calmly, although he was a little creeped out.
That's righty.
The white side said, even though Naruto only knew this because his mouth moved on the white side, where on the black side it seemed to be missing. Alright then, brats, get ready, you'll be tagging along with Zestu for a while. Suigetsu, make a water clone to make sure nothing goes wrong. Naruto said. Wait, you're not coming with us? Hanabi said. No, I don't want Janaya's spies to trail us, and if just you three leave the house under the cover of a henge a little after I wander around the village, then they won't follow you. Naruto said.
But I thought we're joining because it would let us get away from Jiraiya.
Hitomi said.
And that's exactly what we're doing, but we just met these guys and I don't have too much trust in them, so once I'm informed you'd be safely dropped off at the base, then I'll come.
Naruto said. But if you don't trust them, then why are you leaving us with the? Mito said. We have nothing to gain from killing you. It would only set back our plans if Naruto didn't join. Pain said. Although it's highly likely you'll be attacked if you stay here, Naruto. I didn't know you cared? Naruto said. I don't, but it would be problematic if you were to be killed. Pain said. Just come with us. Hanabi said. I don't want to be left alone with that thing.
I don't appreciate being referred to as a thing.
Black Zesta said.
I'm sure you'll be fine, besides you'll also have Suigetsu's water clone with you. Naruto said, pointing to the clone Suigetsu had already made and hinged to look like some random person.
I assume this arrangement will be fine? Naruto asked Zestu.
We'll come tell you when the girls have been dropped off along with proof we didn't eat them.
Zesta said. Then it's all set. Naruto said, pretending not to notice that Zesta said eat instead of kill.
The girls did notice, however, and you could feel the nervousness radiating off them. They knew that Naruto had already made his decisions to stay and there was nothing they could do about it. They went up to go pack their bags, and during this time Pain left under a very powerful genjutsu was not to be seen by the spies. Once the girls were packed and hinged, Zestu also transformed into another person. Alright, I'll leave the house and draw the attention of the spies away from the house, and then you'll follow Zesta to the base. Suigetsu, you'll stay in the house since they don't know about you and there's no reason for you to leave. Naruto said. Why are you having me make a clone instead of going with them? Suigetsu asked. Because I'm almost certain we'll be attacked by the leaf before the brats make it, and I want you to surprise them. Naruto said. Suigetsu smiled at the thought of an upcoming battle. The girls, however, wished that Naruto would come with them even more now. Hey, what about me? Kai said, getting really irritated. We can't have any loose ends. Naruto said darkly. Suigetsu, kill him. Suigetsu didn't waste a second, picking up his sword and lobbing off Kai's head. The girl stifled a scream at the gruesome display. Zesta was licking his lips. Mind him, I take the body I could as a snack for the road. Do what you want. Naruto said, walking out the door. Once Naruto was outside, he could feel them. Every eye looking at him, following his every move. When he took a step, he could feel the eyes shift a little, and it was exactly what Naruto wanted. He walked down the street, never seeing a soul, but knew they were all around him. During this time the brats, Zestu and Suigetsu's clone snuck out of the house.
Minato and Jiraiya watched Shikamaru leave the room. If Shikamaru's evaluation of Accelerator's skills is correct, then he's not going to be an easy enemy to beat. Jiraiya said.
I know, but his plan also gives you the most chance of success.
Minato said. Yeah, who are you going to assemble to go after him? Jiraiya asked.
Well, Shikamaru is a requirement along with Time Guy, who's a big part of the plan, and I know that Naruko will want to fight too. Minato said, giving Jiraiya a smile.
Are you crazy, Minato? Naruko is a genin and you going on an A-rank mission, she'll be killed.
Jiraiya yelled, slamming his hands on Minato's desk.
It's not like she not going to be protected because I'm going too. Minato said, instantly putting an end to Jiraiya's outburst.
I see, who else?
Jiraiya said.
Kakashi, Itachi, and since his brother and most of his team will already be going, Sasuke too, along with a handful of Anbu.
Minato said. I'd also like you to come as well.
Sorry, no can do, Minato.
Jiraiya said.
While you're chasing after Accelerator, I'm going to investigate the village hidden in the sound, so if it turns out Accelerator doesn't know where Naruto is, then Otogakure should give us some information.
I see, while I trust your decision. Now if you excuse me, I'm going to the hospital to see how Minima's doing. Minato said.
Tell her I said hi.
Jiraiya said.
Will do.
Minato replied. When Minato entered the hospital, he saw Kushina and Naruko sitting by Minima's bed.
She had an IV attached to her arm which was supplying her with painkiller which she desperately needed. There were bandages wrapped around her torso and chest.
Hey Minima, how you doing? Minato asked as he took a seat on the other side of the bed across from Naruko and Kushina. I'm feeling a lot better, Tsunade really helped me out. Minima replied.
Well, she did manage to patch Lee up good as new, which should be considered a miracle after what Gaara did to him, but I have even better news for you three.
Minato said. Thanks to you, Minima, we
found out a lot about Accelerator's power and came up with a plan to beat him, and that means we'll finally get to see Naruto again.
The girls and Kushina shoot up. Really, I'm going to get to see my baby boy. Kushina said. That's the plan. Minato said.
I'm making a task force right now to go after If, and guess what, Naruko, you get to be on it.
Really? Naruko said, her eyes lighting up. When do we leave? Hold on, Naruko.
We don't even know where Accelerator is yet, but Jiraiya suspects he's going to spot it in the Land of Frost very soon.
Minato said.
Plus it's going to take a little bit to get ready because we have to wait for some people to learn a special skill to beat him.
Okay, then I'll train twice as hard. Naruko said. She wanted to do this so badly it hurt.
She was responsible for one of her siblings running away, so bring one back could at least somewhat make up for what she did. As the days passed, the task force trained hard to prepare for the upcoming battle with Accelerator, who was confirmed to be in the Land of Frost. They went over the plan again and again until they could do it in their sleep. Everyone wanted to bring Naruto back, and the only way to that was to beat the information out of Accelerator. So when the day finally came to leave for the Land of Frost, everyone was ready. Minato, Team Guy, Shikamaru, Kakashi, Itachi, Naruko, Sasuke, and 4 Anbu were assembled at the village gate. In terms of power and people, the task force was far beyond the norm, and all to capture one ninja who could be anywhere from B rank to S rank.
Alright, our mission is to capture and interrogate the B rank ninja Accelerator. Minato said. Hi! The task force yelled. Let's move out.
Minato said, and the group ran full speed towards the Land of Frost. Naruto and Suigetsu were playing cards in the living room. It had been a couple days since the girls left, and they should be at the base soon. They were alright since Suigetsu could apparently communicate with water, and since his clone was made for water he could tell it was still fine, and if anything happened to the girls it would disappear, letting Suigetsu know. They're here, Suigetsu said in the middle of the card game.
And there's a lot of them. The water tell you? Naruto asked. Yeah, Suigetsu said. I'm still not sure how you can talk to water, but if you say they're here then I guess I'll believe you. Get into position, Naruto said as he got up and left the house. Suigetsu had a crazy look on his face. As he sealed his sword in a scroll, so it could become liquefied too. Then he liquefied himself and started leaking through the floorboards. Naruto walked around the city for a bit and it didn't take him too long to pick up some friends. There were 2 of them following him. They were on either side and they were good. If Naruto hadn't been looking for them he would have never spotted them, so they must be Umbu. However, if the Leaf thought that tricks like this would be enough to bring him down, then they had another thing coming. Naruto had his hands in his pockets ever since he left the house and they were filled with pebbles. Naruto took a step forward like he normally would, but right when his heel touched the ground he used his vectors to launch himself off his heel and went flying backwards. It took no time at all for him to be positioned behind the guards. Naruto took his hands out of his pocket and threw a pebble at each one of their heads. One was quick enough to dodge, but the other one was caught off guard with Naruto's sudden change in direction and a pebble was sent through his brain. Naruto went flying back a little farther before he put his feet on the ground and stopped himself. All the people that were currently in the street ran away in a panic, just leaving Naruto and the Umbu. Naruto didn't have time to engage though, as kunais rained down on him from every direction. Naruto didn't even move and the kunais were sent back to cinder. Naruto didn't hear any fleshing being hit however, so the attacker must have moved out of the way. Speaking of attackers, the Umbu had fled and Naruto couldn't see anyone in sight. That was until Naruto heard someone screaming above him. It was Guy, who looked like he was about to drop kick Naruto, but inside he missed and kicked the ground in front of Naruto. The kick was so powerful that it reduced the road to gravel, and Naruto realized he was trying to make him lose his footing. Naruto pushed himself off the ground and high into the air. It felt nice being so high above everyone. They were so much smaller, so much easier to crush. Naruto's happiness was short-lived as 2 Umbu jumped off building on either side of him. Both of them were doing hand signs, thinking that Naruto wouldn't be able to move in midair. How wrong they were. Naruto repelled the air behind him, which allowed him to shoot towards the Umbu. Naruto wrapped his hand around the Umbu's mask and threw him back down to earth. The impact wasn't enough to kill him, but Naruto produced 2 cyclones from his back and gridded the Umbu up in a blood-red tornado. Naruto went back to earth too, but his descent was a lot more graceful and a lot less deadly than the Umbu's. Naruto turned around to look for his next opponent, only to find himself eye to eye with Itachi Uchiha. Itachi cast a genjutsu on Naruto that made him seem like he was made out of paper. Naruto suspected there was more to it, but he didn't get to see as he made his chakra go haywire to break the genjutsu. Naruto tried to punch Itachi right when he broke free, but Itachi was too fast and dodged out of sight. Naruto was frustrated that he got away, but was distracted when he heard someone popping their knuckles behind him. Naruto turned around to see Rock Lee behind him. Naruto wanted to burst out laughing. Why would they send a guy who could only do taijutsu to fight him? They must know by now that he can reflect anything. Naruto looked around to find his real opponent, but no, it was only Lee. Everyone else had vanished. Lee ran at Naruto, getting ready to punch him in the face. Fine, whatever, come over here and break your wrist. It going to be such a shame after all, you just got your arm healed after Gaara's attack. Lee was close to Naruto and threw his punch. Naruto just waited to hear the snapping sound, but that didn't happen. Instead, Lee's fist collided with Naruto's face. Naruto didn't lose his footing but went sliding back quite a ways. Naruto could feel blood running from his mouth and down his lip. Naruto could feel the pain, but his mind was in overdrive, so it didn't really sink in. How did Lee get past his reflection? Could the leaf have found a way around his reflection? No, that couldn't be right, because if they had, Guy or Itachi would have hit him too, so what made it so this guy could hit him? Naruto knew something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what. There was only one thing for sure: Lee was able to hit him, and that made him dangerous. Naruto would have to kill him. He got ready to charge Lee, only to discover he couldn't move. Naruto looked around to see what was stopping him, only to see the horrible truth.
Lee had pushed him into the shadow of a nearby building and Shikamaru had his shadow connected to that shadow. In other words, Naruto had been caught. Shikamaru was crouched in an alley with a smirk on his face. It was true that Accelerator's ability to move in the air and created cyclones had caught him off ground, but his plan was going great. All his predictions had been correct. Shikamaru thought back to his talk with Minato and Jiraiya. So what's this plan to beat Accelerator? Minato asked. Let me start out with his skills. Shikamaru said. At the start of his fight with Minima, she used one of her chains to try and hit him, but instead it bounced off him without dealing any damage. He wasn't paying any attention to her at the time, so the only conclusion is that he has some sort of shield active at all times. So the question is what the properties of his shield are and how can we break it or get through it? I looked for this solution the rest of the fight and I think I figured it out. You see, the move he used to give Minima her injury was him slamming a rubber ball into the ground and it would bounce back up and hit his hand, then go back down with more force than it had before. You could say it was accelerated, so his shield has the ability to repel objects. This would make him seem untouchable if it wasn't for one thing. When he threw the ball the first time, it bounced off a wall and he caught it. If his shield repels objects, how did he caught the ball? Minato and Jiraiya were leaned in so far that Shikamaru thought they were going to fall over. I guess he could have turned it off for that moment when he wanted to catch the ball, but if that was the case, then the ball should have injured his hand, instead it slowed down. Shikamaru continued. That's not the only thing. If his shield repels objects, how can he walk? Shouldn't he repel the ground under him? And how can he pick things up? Shouldn't those objects be repelled as well? There's only one answer: he can modify his shield. This gives us the reason why he doesn't repel the ground, he only repels moving things. Now this might have been the end of it, but it doesn't explain how he was able to catch the ball. This is where I have to start hypothesizing, but I believe his shield works on a system of calculations. This means he tells his shield to send everything away from him unless he tells it otherwise, like for example to let a rubber ball through, but slow it down. This would explain his ability to throw rocks so fast without having to wind up his shots. Minato and Jiraiya were shocked that Shikamaru had been able to figure all that out for just one fight, but Shikamaru, how does that help? Use all you told uses that is impossible to touch him. Minato asked. Because his shield's greatest power is also its greatest weakness. Shikamaru said with that smirk that let you know he was really on a roll. You see, he might be able to change the calculations to let certain things through, but that means the regular repeal calculations are always the same. You see, you can't use calculations to just say go away. If that was the case, he would have to tell it to change the calculation every time he changed position or a new object came at him from a different angle or speed or was a different substance. He obviously can't do that since it would take forever and he would have to know what the object was and where it was coming from beforehand. So how does he do it? By not telling it to move away from him. No, he has it set so that anything that comes at him is just reflected instead of repelled. Shikamaru was grinning like he had just given them the answer, but Minato and Jiraiya were still confused. But Shikamaru, isn't repelling and reflation the same thing? Jiraiya asked. Not even close. Shikamaru said, sounding offended. You see, repelling would be if anything that came at him would be sent away, but reflection would be that anything he touches gets reverses, not sent away. So let's say something was touching him but going away from him, what would happen? Minato's eyes lit up. He would reflect it and it'd come towards him. Minato said, jumping up from his seat. That's right, Shikamaru said. So if we have someone like Lee or Guy pulls their punch right before they hit Accelerator, then he'll reflect it and end up basically hitting himself, and if that happens, then that opens up all sorts possibilities. Like the punch being strong enough to push him back into my shadow jutsu. Normally it wouldn't work because the shadow would be reflected, but if Accelerator's the one moving into it, then his shield won't reflect it. Shikamaru, you're a genius. Tell Guy and Lee to start patriating pulling their punches, and I want to hear from them right when they're done. Minato said. The plan had worked with only one hiccup. Lee was the only one who could pull his punches at the right time.
Everyone else either wasn't good enough at taijutsu to do it, or the ones that were had been using their own style for so long that it was incredibly difficult to punch then pull back in such an unnatural way, but Lee was good enough and hadn't fully devolved his style yet, so he was able to do. It was a dangerous punch to pull off. If he pulled too late, his wrist would be broken. If he pulled too early, nothing would happen. But now, after all that preparation and planning, Accelerator was trapped and he was still looking at Lee, trying to figure out how he hit him. There was something odd, however. Accelerator didn't even seem to be paying Shikamaru much attention, even though he had stopped him from moving. Shikamaru was trying to figure out the reason for this when out of the corner of his eye he saw a large blade swinging towards him. It would have lobed off his head if it hadn't been for Kakashi. Kakashi had seen Shikamaru almost get decapitated. The sword was already too close for Kakashi to step in and block, so he did the only thing he could. He ran towards Shikamaru and grabbed him before jumping on top of a nearby building. Once Shikamaru was safe, Kakashi looked back at the assailant. He had somehow gotten a hold of Zabuza's sword and was using it quite effectively, and he seemed to come from nowhere. Sasuke and Naruko jumped up beside Kakashi. "We're sorry, Sensei, we didn't have any gaps in our lookout, but somehow we still got through," Naruko said. "It's alright, I didn't see him either. We'll just have to take him out," Kakashi said, although it didn't change the fact that Shikamaru was forced to drop his jutsu because that guy was able to attack him. "Let's get him," Kakashi said, and the three of them jumped to engage the new enemy while Shikamaru stayed on the roof to monitor the situation. Naruto could move again thanks to Suigetsu, but there was a more urgent matter at hand. Lee was able to hit him and he still had no idea how, and Lee was running at him. Naruto wasn't going to let him get close enough to hit him again. He grabbed some pebbles from his pockets and started throwing them at Lee like a machine gun. Lee was doing a very good job at dodging them and he was getting closer. Naruto hissed. It looks like it was time to get serious. He reached into his back pocket to get his ball, but before he could, Lee rushed him with an incredible amount of speed. Lee again punched Naruto and sent him tumbling towards the guard. Naruto was trying to get up, blood now running from his nose. Naruto was in trouble and he knew it. Lee punches hurt, and since Naruto wasn't used to getting hurt, he was already starting to feel it. It only got worse as Lee came at him when Naruto was getting to his feet and punched him in the stomach. Naruto chuffed up blood, but managed to stay on his feet. He took a swing at Lee. His vectors enhance his speed and strength, but Lee was fast and dodged. Naruto was already breathing heavily. This was the first time he had used so much energy in a fight, and along with the pain he was feeling, it really looked like he might lose this battle. If only he could figure out how Lee was hitting him, then he could turn the fight around. He wasn't giving very much time to think though, as Lee was coming at him again. Naruto knew that he couldn't let Lee hit him another time, so right before Lee landed his punch, Naruto pushed off the ground and jumped onto the rooftops, and that's when he saw Lee's arm was going backwards. He was pulling his punches. It all clicked why only Lee could hit him, why Lee hadn't been kicking him, since a kick was a lot harder to pull back than a punch. Naruto smiled. The secret was out. Naruto had to admit it was clever, and if he hadn't figured it out, it could have done some real damage, but now he knew just how to defend against it. All he had to do was change his reflection to an acceleration. So anything coming towards Naruto would not be reflected but gain speed. Normally this would be a bad thing, but since Lee was pulling his punches, it would accelerate his arm backwards with enough force to dislocate his shoulder. There was also no outside sign to show that he changed the properties of his shield, so Lee wouldn't know, and once Lee's shoulder was dislocated, Naruto would change it back to reflection and continue the fight. Naruto changed it just as Lee was jumping up on the roof and was winding up for another punch. Naruto still acted like Lee would hit him so he wouldn't get suspicious. "Come just a little closer," Naruto thought, but just before it looked like Naruto's plan was going to work, the worst possible thing happened. Minato teleported in front of with a Rasengan in his hand. That when Naruto saw the seal on Lee's back that he hadn't noticed before, but that was hardly of any matter now as Naruto's head was racing. What the hell? Why was there a seal on Lee, and why did Minato teleport at this exact moment? He couldn't have known my reflection was off, could he? Wait just a moment, Hokage, that's not all there is to my plan. Shikamaru spoke to Minato and Jiraiya in Minato's office. What else could there be? Minato asked. You see, if Accelerator's as smart as I think he is, then he's likely to figure out what's going on, but we can use that to our advantage. Shikamaru explained. Go on, Minato said as he settled back down in his seat. Very well, you see, when Accelerator realizes what's going on, he'll probably adjust his shield accordingly. Shikamaru said. If it was me, I would switch the shield so it acts with a force that would push the force, so when Lee or Guy pulls their punch, their arms would be shooting back. This is the easiest way to solve the problem, and all it would take is reversing his already existing reflection. So what you're saying is Accelerator has a counter for your plan? Jiraiya said. That's exactly what I'm saying, but what he doesn't know is that we want that to happen. Shikamaru said. The shield is something physically and not just an act of Accelerator's will, but we can't see it, so it means that he can make changes to it without us knowing. We do have a way to know when he makes changes, however, and it all thanks to what his shield is made of, the thing all ninja use for all ninjutsu, chakra. We also just happen to have a certain white-eyed clan who are made for seeing chakra. So what you're saying is we attack him when Niji, who just so happens to be on Lee's team, see it change? Minato said. That right, Accelerator's shield has to flare at the very least for him to change it, and when that happens you can teleport while his defenses is down and really make it hurt. Shikamaru said, proud of himself for coming up with a plan like this. And it worked beautifully. The truth was that Naruto probably did have enough time to switch back to his reflection, but he didn't, all because he looked into his father's eyes. They were filled with the fire, the anger Minato had for Accelerator. He had hurt his daughter, mocked Kushina about her missing kids, and withheld information about Naruto. Then he left the village with a smirk on his face and blood on his hands. And because of that, Naruto hesitated for just a moment and the Rasengan was slammed into his stomach. Naruto felt his stomach twist into a knot and his insides seemed to explode. Naruto puked up more blood than he knew had in him before he was sent spiraling through the air. He didn't know how far he went, but it was quite a ways. He would have gone even farther if he hadn't hit the wall of a building. Maybe hit wasn't the right word, it was more like crash through it and tumbling on the hardwood floor before coming to a stop. Naruto laid there on the floor spitting up blood and his stomach on fire. It was a stronger Rasengan than it normally would have been because Naruto helped accelerate the damn thing. It was the worst pain Naruto had felt in his either life, and since pain wasn't something he was accustomed to, it was a miracle he didn't black out. But it was the only thing he could focus on. He couldn't even think of the right calculation to change his reflection back to normal. Every time he tried, he would go back to the pain and forget. Naruto was a sitting duck and he knew it. He couldn't think of calculations, and the Leaf Nin were probably coming after him right now. It looks like he should have gone with the girls after all. Just when Naruto had accepted his fate, he heard a familiar. How does it feel to get your ass handed to you? Suigetsu said. Naruto looked up at him with a great deal of pain. How do you get away from your fight so fast? Liquefied myself and went into the sewers just like how I got past them in the first place. Suigetsu said. Whatever, we just need to get out of here before the Hokage finds us. Naruto said, trying to get to his feet, but falling on his butt. You'll have to help we walk. I can't, your reflection will just send me away. Suigetsu said. It not working, you'll be able to touch me. Naruto said, coughing up some more blood. Alright then, Suigetsu said, picking him up bridal style. Normally Naruto would have killed him for that, but he was in way too much pain to care. Suigetsu left the house and started darting through the alleyways. But as they went on, they realized that they weren't going to escape. The Leaf Nin were looking everywhere for them, and Suigetsu, who wasn't known for having the greatest stamina anyways, was even slower thanks to him having to carry Naruto around, who may have just be a rock for all the good he was doing. When it finally looked like they were going to get caught, a miracle happened. Well, it looks like we made it just in time. White Zesta said, who was stinking out of the alley wall. You two have gotten in some trouble. Black Zesta said. Whatever, just get us out of here. Suigetsu said. How you suggest we do that? Zesta said. You can warp through wall, can't you do that with us too? Suigetsu asked. I can only do one person at a time and it takes a lot out of me, which is the reason we didn't do it with the girls. Zesta said. Suigetsu, liquefy yourself into your water bottles, then he can take both of us. Naruto said. Are you kidding? Do you really think I can fit in there? Suigetsu said. Well, you better, or you're getting left behind. Naruto yelled. Suigetsu managed to squeeze himself into his 2 water bottles and Naruto grabbed them, allowing Zesta to grab Naruto and take them to the base in record time. Once Zesta dropped them off at the base, Naruto opened the water bottles, letting Suigetsu out before coughing up more blood and collapsing to the floor. The girls heard this and ran out to see Naruto lying on the ground in his own blood. Kami, what happened to you? Mito screamed, running up to her brother. Doesn't matter, Naruto said weakly, just get me to a bed, I need to sleep. Suigetsu picked him up much to the girls' surprise and carried him to one on the many beds they had in the base. Once Naruto was in, the pain was finally too much and he blacked out. When Naruto finally came to, he was still in pain but not nearly as much as he had been in before. Naruto looked around to see where he was, having forgotten he was in one of the Akatsuki's bases, but there was something else that caught Naruto's eye. Hanabi was sitting on a stool right next to his bed. She had dark circles under her eyes and was looking out onto space. Are you all right? Naruto asked. This seemed to bring Hanabi back to reality as her eyes snapped to Naruto. Thank Kami, you're all right, Hanabi said as she jumped onto Naruto and hugged him, completely forgetting that this would normal result in her getting sent flying back. Thanks, Naruto. Reflection. Hey, get off me. Naruto said, only to notice that Hanabi had fallen asleep in that position. What the hell, Hanabi, don't go to sleep. Naruto yelled. Just then Suigetsu walked into the roof drinking his water bottle. Well, isn't that cute? He said. Shut up. Naruto said, although he was still in pain so it didn't sound like a threat. Why are you going to do? Get out of that bed and kill me, Suggest mocked. Naruto knew that he couldn't and just settled with asking Suigetsu how long he had been out. 2 days. The girls yelled at me when you went under. Yelling at me saying why I didn't protect you or what happened. So to get them to shut up, I told them that you got the crap beat out of you by the Hokage. After that, the girls just went to being sad and waiting for you to wake up. Hanabi there waited by your bed for the entire 2 days, never leaving or sleeping. Naruto looked down at the sleeping girl on his chest. What any idiot. Naruto said, but he didn't really mean it. By the way, Zesta said that he would give you the finer detail about the Akatsuki. Should I call him and tell him you're up? Suigetsu asked. No, I'm still really tired. I'm going back to sleep here in a minute. Naruto said, and it was the truth. It was amazing that just being awake for a few minutes could take so much out of him. Suit yourself, Suigetsu said, leaving the room. Now that he was gone, looked down at the sleeping Hanabi, trying to figure out what to do. He tried pushing her off, but he was too weak and Hanabi's grip was too strong. It also didn't look like he would be able to wake her up. Naruto pain had subsided enough out that he could switch back to reflection and force her off, but he deiced that would be a pain in the ass and just laid down with Hanabi on top of him. At least he told himself it would be a pain in the ass. The truth was, it was actually kind of nice. The task force walked back into Konoha not with smiles of success but frowns of disappointment. The mission had been a failure. Accelerator and his partner, who had been identified as the missing Miss Nin Suigetsu, had disappeared. Minato was furious with himself for sending Accelerator so far. If only he hadn't been so angry, then he could have kept him in sight. There was nothing that could be done now though. They searched everywhere, but there was no trace of Accelerator. When they got in the village, no one in the task force said anything and just wandered off to their own homes. How are we going to explain this to Kasan and Minima? Naruko asked. I don't know. Minato said. We lost our lead in Tuumbu on that mission. Those were the only words they said to each other the entire way back. When they walked in the house, Kushina and a recovered Minima were waiting for them. Welcome back. Kushina said. How'd it go? Minima asked, although by the looks on their faces she already knew it didn't go well.
Accelerator escaped, was all Minato said before heading up to his room.
Minato, wait, Kushina said, following him up there, leaving Naruko and Minima alone.
So I see you all better.
Naruko said, just to say something.
Yeah, but I got a pretty bad scar.
Minima said, lifting up her shirt to reveal a circular scar just under her breasts.
I guess I should count myself. Luckily my back healed up without one, and it's not like anyone will be able to see this one.
Yeah, at least that's good. Naruko said quietly. Naruko, what happened? Did it really go that bad? Minima asked.
Not really. It's not like we had a huge amount of deaths, and most of us knew going into it that it was highly likely that Accelerator would escape once he found out Lee could hit him.
Naruko said, tears starting to form in her eyes. But for me it wasn't even a fight. I didn't even get close to Accelerator. Because if I had, he would have killed me in 2 seconds. Naruko yelled, really starting to cry now.
He's our age, but he took out 2 Umbu like it was nothing. Even his partner was our age and he was a monster. Sasuke and Kakashi all fought him, but he held his ground against all of us. It was like Sasuke and I weren't even there. Suigetsu was really only fighting Kakashi and we were just some bystanders.
Naruko rolled up her sleeve to reveal bandages wrapped around her forearm.
He cut me with his sword, and he wasn't even looking in my direction.
Naruko said, tears running down her face and onto the floor.
I was so weak there was no point in me even going.
Minima ran towards Naruko and embraced her. It's okay, Naruko.
We're both weak right now, but we'll get stronger.
Strong enough so when it truly counts we'll be able to beat Accelerator. Minima said, leaking tears of her own. Things will get better.
Too bad they would not. It all started when Jiraiya got back a few days later. He immediately had a meeting with Minato, who then held a family meeting inside the mansion.
What's this all about? Kushina asked Minima. I don't know, Jiraiya wouldn't tell me.
He just said he needed to talk to all of us.
Minato replied. Just then Jiraiya walked in the room and took a seat on the couch across from Minato, Kushina, Naruko, and Minima.
I could have sent this by Toad, but I thought you needed to hear it from me. Jiraiya said. I infiltrated Otogakure and I found out where Naruto is.
The Namikaze sat there stunned after losing Accelerator. Jiraiya had pulled through. Minato didn't believe Jiraiya would find anything since Orochimaru would have fled Otogakure, but it looks like he was wrong.
Well then tell us where he is.
Kushina shouted, standing up.
Jiraiya signed.
You already know where he is.
In fact, you've all met him just recently, but you know him by Accelerator.
That can't be true. Minato yelled, also standing up.
Well, it is. Jiraiya said.
How do you know? Minato yelled.
Because the snake told me himself.
Jiraiya yelled. Minato stopped what he was about to say next and noticed that Jiraiya was slumped down on the couch.
He looked exhausted. When I got to Otogakure, it was abandoned except for one person, Orochimaru. Now this wasn't the real Orochimaru, just a shadow clone, but he told me that Naruto did know who his parents were and how he escaped when the base was attacked, and sometime after that changed his name to Accelerator.
How do you know he wasn't lying? Minato asked, finding it hard to believe that Hai-Sun was the psychopathic monster known as Accelerator.
I guess he could have been, but Naruto being Accelerator explains so many things. Jiraiya said. Why he came to the village when he was a kid. Why he killed the guards when we were going to ask them questions.
But why didn't he want us to know it was him? Minima asked, unconsciously touching the scare Naruto gave her.
He must have wanted to come back when he escaped from Orochimaru since he came to the Leaf, but since Umbu were called on him when he came, he must have thought he wasn't wanted. Jiraiya said.
That can't be. Kushina said, her eyes dilating. Are you saying we forced Naruto away? Jiraiya didn't say anything, but they all knew that it was true. Kushina broke down in tears and fell to her knees. Kushina, it's alright, I'm sure if we apologize to him then he'll understand and come back. Minato stopped. He just remembered that he had slammed a Rasengan into his son's stomach. How could he ever apologize for that? That's not the only bad news I've come to talk about, Jiraiya said, looking deeply troubled. Orochimaru also gave me some information about the group known as the Akatsuki. Minato managed to somewhat calm down, but only to hear what this other issue was. I thought Orochimaru was part of the Akatsuki. Why would he leak information on them? He left the Akatsuki some time ago. In fact, they were the ones that attacked his base, allowing Naruto to escape, Jiraiya said. So I'm guessing Orochimaru is hoping we'll kill each other off because the Akatsuki's goal is to capture all the tailed beasts, which puts Naruko in danger. Why do they want the tailed beasts? Minama asked. Who knows, but it can't be good, Jiraiya said. What else do we know about the Akatsuki? Minato asked. Jiraiya sighed. That's about it. Orochimaru only told me about their goals, nothing about their members or skills. I think he just wanted us to know about them, but not have a huge advantage over them. That way we'll lose more ninja if we have to face them, and if Orochimaru is telling the truth it looks like we'll have to. So what are we going to do about them? Naruko asked, very afraid of this new organization. The truth is, Naruko, I believe it would be best to take you out of the village for 3 years and train you so you can be better prepared to fight the Akatsuki, Jiraiya said. Wait just a minute, Jiraiya. Are you saying you want to take another one of my kids away from me? Kushina yelled. Only temporarily, Jiraiya said, trying to calm Kushina's anger. Minato, you can't let him do this. We can train Naruko and Minama in the village and Naruko will be better protected, Kushina pleaded. Minato was rubbing his forehead. He had a terrible headache. Just wait, I need to think. This is just all so much. Naruto, Mito, the Akatsuki, and what should we do with Naruko? I just can't answer these questions all at once. Plus, does Naruko want to go? Minato asked. Everyone looked at Naruko like they were expecting an answer. I don't know, Naruko said, because for her too it was a lot to handle. Well, I'll give you time to think about it. Until then, I try to find out more about the Akatsuki and where Naruto disappeared to, Jiraiya said, leaving the house. I got to go work on some things, Minato said, also leaving the house. The girls sat there in awkward silence until Naruko couldn't take it anymore. I'm going out, she said. Once outside, she felt like she could breathe. She decided to take a walk around town to clear her mind. There were just so many things that had gone wrong, and most of them were her fault. If only she had been nicer to Mito, then she wouldn't have run away. If only she had trained harder, then she could have fought Suigetsu on his level, then maybe they would have captured Naruto. Naruko was thinking about all these things when she spotted someone she hadn't seen in a very long time sitting on a bench. Hey Hinata, Naruko said, taking a seat beside her. Oh hey Naruko, Hinata said, sounding detached. I haven't seen you in a while, what have you been up to? Naruko asked, trying to start some sort of conversation to get her mind off everything. No much, just a lot of training since I'm the one who was going to have to lead the clan, Hinata sighed. Naruko looked at Hinata with sad eyes. She had forgotten that Mito hadn't been the only one to run off. Hinata's sister was also one of the escapees. Hinata must feel just as guilty about it as Naruko is about Mito. Hey Hinata, Naruko said. Hinata looked at Naruko for the first time since she sat down. Yes, Naruko. Don't worry, we may have screwed up as sisters, but I'm sure once we see them again we'll be able to make it up to them. So just keep trying and get even stronger, Naruko said, giving Hinata the thumbs up. Hinata actually smiled for the first time in a long time. Here was someone who knew what she was going through and probably had it even worse than she did, yet she could still smile and believe she could fix things, so why couldn't Hinata? You're right, Naruko, let's work hard to bring our sisters back. Mito and Hitomi were grinning like idiots when Naruto woke up. What are you two grinning about? Naruto asked with no sense of humor in his voice. Oh, nothing, just thinking that you two would make a good couple. Mito said, giggling to herself.
Naruto realized what they were looking at and turned to see that Hanabi was still sleeping soundly on his chest. Sometime during the night Hanabi had worked her way up so her arms were now wrapped around his neck and her head was resting just under his chin. Naruto just sighed. Dealing with the brats was getting tiresome. Naruto tapped the back Hanabi's head with his knuckles. Hanabi slowly opened her eyes. Well, good morning Hanabi, did you sleep comfortably? Naruto asked with the sweatiest smile he could pull off. It was nice. Hanabi said, her mind still fogged from just wakening up. That's nice, Naruto said, his smile slowly turning into a look that promised pain. Now would you please get off me? Hanabi finally realized that she was on Naruto's chest and at a speed that would put the Hokage to shame. She got off Naruto, head into line with the rest of the girls. Her face was so red that she was sure it would be tinted that way forever. I am sore, why na accelerator? How are you feeling? Hanabi said, tapping her fingers like her sister had always done. I actually feel a lot better. Naruto said, getting out of bed. There was still a little pain, but it was more of an irritation than an actually problem, and since he felt fine there was one thing he needed to do. He changed his refection back to normal. Now since I've been out for a couple of days I'm pretty hungry, so why don't you make me something to eat, Hanabi? After all, you made sure to keep me warm while I was sleeping too. You must be concerned about my well-being. This about sent Hanabi over the edge, as it looked she would die from embarrassment and probably would have if Mito and Hitomi hadn't grabbed onto each of her arms and dragged her off to where Naruto assumed the kitchen was, giggling all the way. Stupid brats, Naruto said. He decided to take the time he had alone to explore the base. The walls were all made of stone and each room was connected with a dimly lit tunnel. Naruto assumed they were either underground or craved into the side of a mountain. The base was pretty well suited for everything and anything a missing nin might need. There were plenty of bedrooms, a large area for training, which by the looks of it Suigetsu had been using since there were cut-up training dummies everywhere. There was a small medical bay that Naruto probably should have gone to instead of just sleeping a Rasengan off. There was a library with books on just about everything, a dining room, the kitchen which Naruto could hear racket coming from so he didn't bother to go in, and some kind of meeting room. Naruto assumed he would get all his assessments there. Naruto took a seat in the dining room and waited for the girls to bring out his food, and thought about his new position with the Akatsuki. He would need to make the girls stronger since he was sure they would also be getting missions from the Akatsuki, and although it was unlikely they would been sent out on S-rank mission like Naruto was likely to be seen on, he doubted the missions they got were going to be simple escort missions. He would also have to get stronger. His fight with the leaf had shown him that he had been too dependent on his refection. While he was thinking of some new tricks, the girls brought his food. Hope you enjoy. Hitomi said, setting the food in front of him. Naruto eyed each of the girls to see how they felt about joining the Akatsuki. They seemed happy. Hanabi seemed to have gotten over herself as her blush was gone, but the way Mito and Hitomi were eyeing her made Naruto think that a serious girl conversation had gone down in the kitchen. They would probably never tell him what they talked about, but Naruto had a theory he wanted to test. This is pretty good, Naruto said, taking a bite of his food. But I feel like it just isn't enough. Were there any maid costumes back there you three could wear? Mito put her hand over her mouth, trying not to giggle, having guessed what Naruto was doing. Hitomi was looking at Naruto like he was the biggest pervert since Jiraiya, and poor little Hanabi's face was so red that Naruto was sure that if you touched it you'd burn your hand. Naruto chuckled as he took some more bites of his food, but then Zesta had to come and ruin his fun. That's cruel of you, Zesta said, emerging from the floor besides Naruto. The black side seemed annoyed at the white side for making such a comment and decided they needed to get down to business. Follow us, we need to discuss your position within the Akatsuki. Naruto got up and followed Zesta to the meeting room. The girls tried to follow, but Zesta took them. Only official Akatsuki members were allowed. Once they entered the room, a number of seals appeared on the wall that Naruto assumed were there to keep anyone from listening in. First things first, welcome to the Akatsuki. Zesta said, handing Naruto the Akatsuki cloak and a red ring with the kanji for Shu on it. Put the ring on your right middle finger. Naruto did, along with putting on the cloak. The ring will allow you to use Pain's magic lantern body technique, which you'll need to help with the sealing of the jinchuriki. That's great on all, Naruto said, admiring his new ring.
But could you just tell me what I have to do? This one's impatient. Maybe we should pair him with Sasori. Don't be stupid, Sasori already has a partner. Zesta said to himself. Hold on, what's this about a partner? Naruto said. Akatsuki working pairs of two. Lucky for you, or unlucky, Kisame, the man who was supposed to be your partner, was assigned to another member, due to a rather bloody accident, so as of right now we don't have a partner for you, so until we can find another person that meets the Akatsuki's requirements you'll be supporting the girls on bounty hunting missions. I see, so basically I'm doing what I've already been doing, expect I'm giving the money to the Akatsuki, Naruto said. If you want to think about it that way then sure. Zesta said. Can I pick my own targets? Naruto asked. As long as their bounty is worth the time and they aren't someone who will get the Akatsuki a lot of attention for taking out, so stink to missing neens. Zesta said. Well, if that's it then I better start finding some bounties. Naruto said, leaving the room. When he got out the girls were waiting for him, no doubt having tried to listen in on them. That looks good on you. Mito said, eyeing the cloak. Maybe one day you'll get one, but for now you three have training to do. Naruto said. Go to the library and find an elemental jutsu you think you can learn, then go to the training room and learn it. I've got to talk to Suigetsu about what bounty we're going to go for. Hi, the girls said as they rushed off to the library. Now to find Suigetsu. Naruto said. Naruto and Suigetsu spent the rest of the day looking through the bingo book, secreting for an acceptable missing to hunt down that was in Mito's, Hanabi's, and Hitomi's skill range. Unfortunately for the girls, they found someone way out of their skill range, but too good to pass up, Raiga Kurisuki, one of the 7 swordsmen and currently missing Nin. This is pretty brutal for their first mission. I mean, look, this guy's Umbu level. Naruto said. Hey, if the brats want to become the new generation of the 7 swordsmen, then they'll have to get their hands on the 7 swords. Suigetsu said, eyeing the Kiba blade with a lustful look in his eye. Besides, your sister's Genin team had to face Sabuza on their first mission and they lived. I guess you're right, he has a nice bounty and getting that sword will boost their strength, but I want to let them finish learning the new elemental jutsusai assigned before heading out. Naruto said. But what if someone else gets to him before we do? Suigetsu said nervously. It will be fine, Naruto said. It didn't seem to calm Suigetsu down, however. If you're so worried about it, then go in there and help Hanabi with her water jutsu. Naruto had never seen Suigetsu move so fast. It only took 2 days for the girls to learn their jutsus thanks to Suigetsu's help. Then the group headed off to find Raiga. Naruto found out they were craved into the side of a mountain when they left the base. The girls were excited and nervous to be fighting someone of such high level. Naruto had promised them that if it looked like they were going to be killed then he'd step in, but other than that he wasn't going to help them at all, so the entire journey the girls spent discussing strategies and asking Suigetsu for information about Raiga and his skills. Once they finally made it to the small mining town that Raiga was in, the girls had a pretty good plan. Asking around the village, and although the villagers were hesitant to talk to Naruto due to his appearance, when the girls asked they revealed that Raiga had a small following called the Kurisuki family. Apparently they buried people alive. Well, that sucks. Come on Suigetsu, let's take out the grunts. Naruto said. I thought you said we weren't going to help them fight. Suigetsu said, but followed Naruto nonetheless. I didn't know he had a following. I don't want the girls getting tried out because they had to fight the cannon fodder. The group made their way towards Raiga's base on top of a mountain. Naruto and Suigetsu took out the Kurisuki family with little effort. Once they made it to the top, Raiga was waiting for them with the Kiba blade in hand. Although it was 2 separate blades, so he actually had one in each hand. He also had some sort of backpack on. Well, what do you know if it isn't Suigetsu? Are you here to take my head? Raiga asked. Yes and no. We are here to kill you, but I won't be one taking your head. Suigetsu said. Really, so I'm going to have to bury your friend here? Raiga said, looking at Naruto. Wrong on that too, you'll be fighting them. Suigetsu said as he and Naruto stepped to the side to show the three girls behind them. They'll be the ones killing you. Raiga looked at the girls who were staring at him intensely. Come on, do you really think 3 girls is enough to beat me? The girls looked annoyed before they each disappeared, then reappeared in the air on all sides of Raiga, prepared to attack. Don't take us lightly, Mito said. And you need to take me more seriously. Lightning Dragon Tornado. Raiga yelled as he put his swords above his head and started spinning. The result was a tornado of lightning that looked like a dragon. The girls were in the air and couldn't dodge, so they were all hit by the attack. It didn't do too much damage, but it did send them to the ground in a rather painful landing. Raiga stooped his jutsus facing Naruto and Suigetsu. Now how about you two give me a real fight? Raiga said and sent a lightning bolt from the tip of one his swords. Naruto put his hand out and let the lightning hit his palm before sending it in a random direction. Although putting his hand out wasn't necessary, it just made a greater effect than in just standing there. Why don't you focus on your own fight? Naruto said as Raiga was quickly forced to dodge a great fireball from Hitomi. Hanabi came up behind him and it looked like she was going to hit a few of his chakra points, but he somehow knew exactly where she was. He turned around and gave her a nice slash on her cheek. She was forced to pull back to avoid getting seriously hurt. How did he know I was behind him? I didn't make a sound, Hanabi thought. Hanabi would have to put that thought on the back burner for now. Water bullet, she shouted as she sent a stream of water from her mouth and onto the ground under Raiga. Come on, it's going to take more than a little water to beat me, Raiga teased. Lightning bolt, Mito yelled as she shot a strand of lightning from her fingers at the water that Hanabi had laid down. Raiga stuck his swords into the water and they acted like upside-down lightning rods and absorbed all the lightning Mito had shot. Did you really think you would get me with a lightning jutsu like that? I show you a real lightning jutsu, Raiga said as he pulled his swords out of the ground and lifted them into the air. Fangs of lightning, he shouted as 2 huge bolts of lightning were sent into the cloud. The girls only had a second to realize what was going on before lightning bolts rained from the sky and barely missed them. They had to run around trying their best to not get hit by the endless number of blots. Hanabi used palm rotation to block the bolts, but Mito and Hitomi weren't as lucky. They tried to run behind Raiga, but somehow he still knew exactly where they were and they were hit. The pain was unbelievable. It felt like their entire bodies were being roasted inside out. Smoke escaped from their mouths as the lightning heated their organs. They both collapsed to the ground as the Raiga stopped his jutsu. Hanabi was horrified to see her friends in so much pain, but as Naruto hadn't stepped in, she knew they at least were alive. There was one other thing. Hanabi had noticed something that she hadn't been able to see when fighting up close. The pack on Raiga's back was giving off its own chakra signature. There was someone inside it, and Hanabi bet whoever it was the reason that Raiga knew where they were even if they weren't in his line of sight. Hitomi, Mito, aim for his backpack, Hanabi yelled, even if she didn't know if they could respond or even continue fighting for that matter. Raiga showed the briefest expression of panic when Hanabi said that, however, so she knew she was on the right track. Raiga did not find Hanabi's plan as helpful as she did, so he rushed her. Hanabi was forced to dodge the expert swordplay of Raiga. This pretty much put her of the defensive, as any attack she tried would likely get her chopped into pieces. Not that she was doing a great job of keeping up with Raiga anyways. His attacks were just too fast and Hanabi too slow. She managed to avoid being hit anywhere vital, but the cut down her arms and stomach were beginning to get very painful. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, Hitomi and Mito were trying to get to their feet, which was a surprisingly hard task to accomplish. Every muscle they moved sent a shock of pain throughout their entire body, but seeing Hanabi fight so hard finally gave them the strength to get up. They would have to believe in Hanabi and trust that attacking Raiga's backpack would somehow give them an advantage. He seemed distracted fighting Hanabi, but since he seemed to know where they were at all times, if they tried to rush him, he'd turn his attention back to them. Mito, I have a plan. Hitomi said. It's more than I have. Mito replied. Hanabi was getting hit more and more often as the battle dragged on.
She knew she was in a bad situation as she had seen Naruto getting ready to intervene on more than one occasion during one of Raiga's attacks that would hit one of Hanabi's vitals, but she would always just manage to dodge. It looked like they had lost and it would be up to Naruto to take out Raiga, but there was one more thing the girls were going to try.
Hanabi saw Hitomi running up behind Raiga with a kunai in hand. Raiga noticed her and looked over his shoulder to keep an eye on Hitomi. When he did, Hitomi threw her kunai, which had an explosive tag on it.
Raiga just held up one of his swords to hit it out of the way, but before he could, Mito shot lightning at the kunai, causing the tag to go off prematurely, covering Raiga in smoke. Raiga, having suddenly lost sight of Hitomi, started talking to his bag to try and find out where she was. Hitomi had already pulled out another kunai and was getting close to Raiga. Something was off. Though, for Hitomi, it seemed like the world was moving slower and sharper than ever before, so when she finally got close enough to Raiga to strike, she could see the swings of his swords and dodged then. Raiga could tell that he wasn't going to be able to hit Hitomi in time, so he stepped back as Hitomi made her swing. Hitomi didn't make contact with him, but she did cut the strap on his backpack, causing it fall off. Raiga made a desperate grab for the bag, losing all focus on the girls. This allowed Hanabi to get in close and block a number of his chakra points on his arm. He dropped one of the swords while his other hand was holding onto the bat and a sword. It was amazing how just one attack had changed the whole battle. Raiga was outnumbered, and with only one hand holding two things, he was in trouble. The girls quickly realized that targeting the bag would cause Raiga to let himself be hit if he couldn't block or dodge, instead of letting the weapons pierce the bag. Raiga was still an umbu and hard to hit, but since his offensive weapons weren't very effective with only one arm, he was slowly going down. As the girls continued to land hit after hit, a voice coming from inside the bag made itself more apparent, pleading with Raiga to leave him and run, but Raiga stood his ground up until the very end, and even with all the attacks, Raiga never let a single one hit the bag. Once Raiga collapsed, the girl did the same. They were bloody and out of breath, but they had taken down one of the 7 swordsmen all by themselves. Hitomi, your eyes. Mito gasped. What about them? Hitomi asked. Why don't you take a look? Suigetsu said, holding the flat of his sword to Hitomi's face so she could see the reflection. Hitomi gasped. She had awoken her Sharingan. Each of her eyes had 2 tomos in them. After Hitomi had some time to take it in, Suigetsu followed Naruto to Raiga body, or more especially the bag. The bag was making a soft crying noise as Naruto and Suigetsu looked at it. Who do you think's in there? Suigetsu asked. It doesn't matter, he's just another one of Raiga's grunts. Naruto said. He seemed to actually care for this one though. Suigetsu said. Just because he did doesn't mean we should. Naruto said. Guess you're right. Suigetsu said, making his hand into a finger gun and firing water bullets at the bag. The crying stooped as blood seeped through the newly created holes. Naruto went around and collected the swords as Suigetsu cut off Raiga head so they could get the bounty. These are yours now. Naruto said, handing the 2 blades to Mito. You have lighting nature, so it only makes sense that you should get the Kiba. Thank you, Mito said, accepting the swords. That's great, Suigetsu said, sounding really excited. Now I can train you in Kenjutsu, but first you'll have to follow the old tradition of the 7 swordsmen, getting your teeth sharpened. Suigetsu said, showing off his own sharpened teeth. What, I don't want my teeth sharpened? Mito yelled. Hey, every one of the swordsmen did it. Suigetsu stated. Raiga didn't have his teeth sharpened. Mito said. Let me tell you a secret. The swordsman's power comes from 2 things: their swords and their teeth. Raiga lost because he didn't have the second thing. Suigetsu said. That sounds like a load of crap. Come on, Accelerator, you can't let him sharpen my teeth. Mito pleaded. My hands are tied.
If Suigetsu won't teach you kenjutsu unless your teeth get sharpened, then it looks like you don't have a choice. Naruto said with his own dark smile that Mito suddenly thought would look good if his own teeth were sharpened. Back in Konoha, Minato had called Kushina and Jiraiya to his office. "What's this about?" Kushina asked. Minato sighed. He knew Kushina wasn't going to like what he had in mind. "I've decided what to do about Naruto. I'm going to put him in the bingo book as an S rank under his real name." "Minato, you can't do that. Naruto will be killed," Kushina yelled. "He's already in the bingo book," Minato yelled back. "Besides, I'm putting in additional information that I want him to be brought back to Konoha alive for a huge reward. This should make any bounty hunter that wants to kill Naruto for Kumobicure's bounty think twice, and since he'll be under his real name, I think people will get why I want him alive." "But what about all the people who want him dead, because he's related to you?" Jiraiya questioned. "I'll just have to trust their greed for money is higher than their anger for revenge," Minato said. Kushina still didn't want her son to be a target for the whole world, but if it was the best chance to get their son back, then she would just have to hope for the best. So the next day, Accelerator's bingo book profile was updated to now say Naruto Namake's Accelerator S rank. Suigetsu's sword clashed against Mito's, and Mito was sent to the floor drooping both of her swords. Suigetsu sighed as he stuck his sword in the ground. "Come on, brat, you should be able to stop that. I didn't even swing that hard." "I'm still learning," Mito said, getting up and picking up her swords. They had come back to the base after defeating Raiga. Suigetsu had immediately started training Mito in kenjutsu. Now Mito had been slowly catching up to Suigetsu in taijutsu, but in kenjutsu Suigetsu was miles ahead. One of the biggest problems Mito was having was holding two swords at the same time. Mito heavily favored her right hand, so her coordination with the two swords were way off. Most of the time she would only swing her right sword while her left sword hung at her side. She wasn't the only one training. Hanabi and Hitomi had been sparring. Hanabi was trying to work on her gentle fists while Hitomi was working on her Sharingan by trying to predict Hanabi's moves. Naruto was also training, but his was a lot different than anyone else's. Naruto was reading an advanced mathematic book that gave Mito a headache just from looking at the page-long equations. Mito had assumed that Naruto was looking for a way to fix the weakness in his reflection, but when she asked him about it, he said that his reflection couldn't get any better when it came to reflecting taijutsu, so he would just have lived with that weakness. Mito was still didn't really understanding Naruto's powers, just accepted Naruto's answer. Mito knew, however, that Naruto wouldn't just ignore the weakness. If his reflection couldn't be modified to stop Lee's punches, then he would do something else that could. This training continued for a couple days until Zesta came to give Naruto a mission. Naruto walked back in the meeting room with Zestu. "Got something you need me and the brats to do?" Naruto asked. "No, this is an actually Akatsuki mission," Zesta said. "I thought I could only do bounty hunting mission with the brats until I got a partner." "Oh shit," Naruto said, thinking about it. "Don't panic yet, we still haven't found you a partner, but you won't be going alone. Say hello to your new temporary partner," Zesta said with a creepy but somehow childish smile. Naruto looked around the room hoping someone other than Zestu would pop into existence. No such luck. "What's our mission?" Naruto sighed. "Don't sound too disappointed, we're going someplace where you can get something you want, like one of the 7 swords," Zesta said. "Kirigakure, I guess I could get the brats a souvenir," Naruto said. "Before we go, I think you need to have a look at this," Zesta said, handing Naruto a bingo book. Naruto saw what page Zesta was open to and received a slight shock. "So how did they find out?" Naruto asked, seeing his real name on the page. "Don't know, but it's here," Zesta said. Naruto put the book down inside. His secret was out and he was sure more ninja were after him than ever before. It wouldn't be so bad, but damn, that bounty Minato placed on him for bringing him back alive was fucking huge. Naruto wouldn't be surprised if he had the largest active bounty in the bingo book right now. That sucks, but there's nothing I can do about it, so what's the mission? Naruko was trying to cut a leaf with her chakra and so far no luck. It was so frustrating. Why did chakra natures have to be so hard? At least she wasn't the only one having problems. Minima wasn't having much success on her chakra nature either. The girls have been training ever since they found out Naruto was Accelerator. Naruko still hadn't decided if she wanted to take Jiraiya up on his offer, so until she could make a decision she would be training with Minima under Minato and Kushina. First lesson: chakra nature. Naruko had wind and Minima had lightning. Kushina told Naruko that wind was rare to have, something that Naruko took great pride in. Both Minato and Kushina had lighting nature, so it was no surprise that Minima also had it. This wasn't a bad thing for Minima, however, as Kushina could teach her a lot faster than she could with Naruko. With Naruko and Minima taking lessons from their parents, Team 7 had been disbanded, with Sasuke now taking lessons from Itachi. Kakashi was doing whatever Kakashi did in his free time. Naruko opened her hand again to check up on the leaf and was surprised to see she had actually made a small cut. Normally she would have jumped for joy at her progress, but she just didn't feel like she had gotten anywhere. The ability to cut a leaf wouldn't do her any good against Naruto, who just made S rank, and who knows how powerful the Akatsuki is. Naruko guessed she only had herself to blame. If only she had taken being a ninja seriously back in the academy, then maybe her brother wouldn't have such a head start on her in terms of skill. She was sure Orochimaru didn't let Naruto slack off like her parents let Naruko do. Naruko sighed thinking about her brother and went back to cutting her leaf. The next couple of days went incredibly slowly. It seemed like everyone in the leaf was just waiting for information. Information about Mito, information about the Akatsuki, but mainly information about Naruto. The leaf was tense to say the least. By now everyone knew that the Hokage had listed Naruto in the bingo book, and it seemed like the whole ninja population, not just in Konoha but everywhere, were ready to mobilize it just a clue to Naruto's location. I was a race to see who could get to him first. Would it be the bounty hunters looking to capture Naruto for the money? Would it be the leaf who wanted to bring Naruto home, or would it be Minato's enemies who were ready to kill him? These questions would plague the Namikaze family every night. However, there was one village that didn't care about the Namikaze's lost son, Kirigakure. No one could really blame them. They did just finished up a bloody civil war that has led to the rule of the 5th Mizukage, and fixing a ninja village hardly left time for concern about other ninja villages. So it just happened to be the perfect place for Naruto to turn up. Naruto was standing on a mountain overlooking the village, hidden in the mist. Naruto was wearing a straw hat to avoid being identified. The village looked like absolute crap. Buildings were in disrepair, some of them looking about ready to fall over. From what Naruto could see, the streets were littered with beggars and prostitutes. It looked even worse with the cloud-covered sky that was blocking all the moonlight from the night sky. While Naruto was admiring the city, Zesto emerged up through the gourd next to him. "You know, for a partner you don't stick around for too long, Naruto," Naruto said. Since once they left the base and Zesto explained the mission to Naruto, he had immediately merged through the gourd and left Naruto to walk all the way by himself. "I think he missed us. Do you remember the mission?" Zesta said. "Of course I remember the mission," Naruto said. "Good, then we wouldn't need to talk till the mission is complete. Make sure you don't get killed," Zesta said before submerging back into the ground. "It was nice talking to you too," Naruto said to himself. The mission Zesto had given him was beyond weird. Naruto had to kill a bunch of seemingly random prisoners that had been captured in the Civil War, and Zesta's job was to destroy some document from the 4th Mizukage. Naruto didn't know why the Akatsuki wanted these guys dead, but Naruto didn't think the Akatsuki would send them out here for no reason, so it must be important. The problem was that this was a stealth mission, and Naruto wasn't exactly a stealthy person to begin with. Add a huge bounty combined with a village that could really use the money, then you have the worst mission ever. Naruto didn't have time to curse his luck, however, because he had a mission to do. Naruto created 4 tornadoes coming from his back,
his cloak swung wildly around him and Naruto had to hold onto his hat to keep it from falling off. Once Naruto had adjusted his tornado slightly, he felt confident to us his new technique. He had never used it before, but all his calculations said it would work, and as long as the calculations said it would work, then Naruto was confident he could do it first try. Naruto pushed off the ground and started flying. It worked just how Naruto calculated it would. By moving his tornadoes in different direction, Naruto was able to push himself in any direction and hover in midair if he wanted. It was a little awkward at first since Naruto had to do all the calculations for the wind speed, but once he got that down he was flying as if he had been doing it for years. Naruto flew high into the skies above Kirigakure, staying in the clouds to keep out of sight. It was a good thing Kirigakure was so disorganized, since normally it'd be impossible to land in a major ninja village without getting spotted, but right now there was a bunch of abandoned area in the village that made for a perfect landing zone. Once Naruto landed, he stopped his tornadoes and made his way to one of the slums. Naruto expected to stand out a little more in his Akatsuki cloak, but pretty everyone in the slums were wearing some kind of strange outfit, probably because it was the only things they could find. It didn't take long for Naruto to find the prison, since it was one of the few buildings that was in somewhat decent shape. Naruto spent the next hour scooping out the place, learning the guards' movement and forming his plan of attack. The guards seemed to be anywhere from mid-chunin to high jounin, and they were all especially tense. The building was a medium-sized structure that was made entirely out on concrete. There were no windows and only 2 doors, one in the front and one in the back. Naruto assumed that the cells would be in the basement of the building. Now the question was how to get inside. It would be so much easier if Naruto could just kill them all, but no, this was a stealth mission. Naruto sighed. It looked like he was going to have to use the oldest trick in the book. He walked over to a nearby building that looked like it would collapse at a moment's notice. This would be perfect. Naruto could use vectors to make the building fall and everyone would just think it fell naturally, and that's just what Naruto did. The building fell and a bunch of the guards ran over to check the damage and to see if anyone needed help. While this was going on, Naruto walked through the back door. What idiots, Naruto said to himself as he walked down the dark hallways and down the stairs. Hey, who are you? Was all the guard could say before Naruto sent a pebble through his head. Man, one guard stayed behind to watch the prisons. This village is worse off than I thought, Naruto said, getting the attention of the prisoners. Hey, are you here to free us? One of the prisoners said. Well, I'm not freeing you, but I am getting you out of here, Naruto said, sending a pebble through the bars. This caused the other prisoners to panic and move as far back in their cells as they could. It didn't help, as Naruto went around killing everyone that was on his list. Once that was done, Naruto left the prison just as easily as he had entered. The guards were still helping the people that were hurt in the collapse, so it would be a little bit before they would discover the bodies. This gave Naruto time to head to the armory. The armory was way better guarded than the prison, and Naruto had no idea where the swords could be. He was looking for one specific sword, and finding it without knowing where to go would be a problem. Likely for Naruto, help arrived in the form of a plant. How'd it go? Zestu asked. It was way too easy. They only left one person to guard the prisoners after my distraction, Naruto replied. Ours was equally as easy. It seems like this new Mizukage isn't so great on defense. Give her a break, she only been in office for a week, Zesta said. I don't care about that, I just want to get in there, Naruto said, pointing to the armory. So you're really going to steal a sword? Zestu asked. Sure am, Naruto replied. Which one? We can get it a lot easier than you can, Zesta said. The new Wabari, Naruto said. Wait here, Zesta said, submerging into the ground. Naruto, now not having to go get the sword himself, waited for Zesta to come back. When he did, he gave Naruto the sword and they left the village just as the prisoners' bodies were being discovered. Naruto could hear sword clashing as he entered the base. He quietly walked into the training room so he could see what was going on. Mito was sparring with Suigetsu and Naruto could already see improvements in her kenjutsu. She was using both swords now, although she was still favoring her right hand, and his swordplay looked shaper. This wasn't enough to get Suigetsu to really try, but it was good progress.
Hitomi was reading a book, and Hanabi looked like she was practicing a water jutsu.
They were all too busy to notice that Naruto had returned.
"Hey, heads up!" Naruto yelled. Hanabi turned to see a long needle speeding towards her.
She barely had time to dodge before the needle embedded itself in the wall behind her.
"What the hell? You almost killed me!" Hanabi screamed. "What are you talking about? I was just giving you your present," Naruto said, chuckling to himself. "But if you don't want it, then I'm sure Hitomi will be glad to take it." Hanabi puffed out her cheeks and walked over to dislodge the needle. Hanabi knew exactly what it was since she had to listen to Suigetsu's lecture about the swords along with Mito and Hitomi. "So you went to Kirigakure on your mission?" Hanabi asked. "Yeah," Naruto replied. "How was my home village looking?" Suigetsu asked. "Like crap," Naruto said.
"Buildings were falling down and the ninja were so bad that I was able to complete my mission in no time at all and get that sword without even being detected, one of the 5 major ninja villages, my ass." "So why did you get me the new Abari?" Hanabi asked. "If you hate it so much, then give it to Hitomi. She must be feeling left out being the only one to not have one of the 7 swords," Naruto said sarcastically.
"That's not what I meant, if you know it,"
Hanabi said with a small blush on her face.
"I thought it would be the best sword for you given your eyes," Naruto said, explain his reasoning.
"I thought it was strange that the Hyugas could see 360 degrees and farther than most people but used close-range combat. Well, that sword will allow you to take full advantage of your eyes by allowing you to attack at long range along with still being usable for short range."
Hanabi looked at the new Abari in a new light.
She had never even considered using her eyes for long-range attacks, but the more she thought about it, she wondered why the Hyugas never focused on long range.
Probably because the elders thought close-range fighting reflected the Hyugas in a better light than begin cowards who stay away from their enemies. "Thank you, Naruto," Hanabi said.
"If you really want to thank me, then show me you have what it takes to use that sword,"
Naruto said. "Hi," Hanabi said energetically as she ran over to Suigetsu to learn how to use the new Abari. Naruko avoided 2 of Minima's chains.
"Great breakthrough," she yelled as she sent a strong gust of air at Minima.
Minima dropped to her stomach as the jutsu flew overhead.
Naruko was about to launch another one when she sensed something below her and jumped out of the way just as one of Minima's chains ripped through the ground. While Naruko was in midair, she threw 2 kunais at Minima, who had to roll out of the way and stand back up. Minima retaliated with her own kunais, but these were lightning charged and were going much faster than Naruko's.
Naruko was just barely able to avoid them as one even nicked her arm. "Okay, that's enough," Minato said, standing up to stop the match. "What, I haven't even got you use my ace," Minima complained.
"That may be so, but you 2 have been training all day and a long spar just wouldn't be good for you. I mean, just look at yourselves," Kushina said, who had also been watching the match along with Jiraiya. It was only now Minima realized that her clothes were stinking to her skin thanks to all the sweat she had produced.
Naruko was in a similar state. "Why don't you 2 wash up and I'll go make dinner?" Kushina said.
"Hi," the girls said, starting to walk off to their bathrooms.
Jiraiya also stood up and for some reason started following them.
"Jiraiya, if you try to sneak a peek at my daughters, there'll be hell to pay,"
Kushina said, her hair rising with a deadly aura. "That not what I was doing, I swear,"
Jiraiya said, holding his hand out in front of him.
Minima and Naruko didn't get to hear what happened to Jiraiya as they had already left the room. Naruko felt the warm water hit her face and run down her body.
It was so nice to be able to relax a little. Naruko's days had been non-stop training. She wasn't complaining. It was nice to be able to get stronger, but it could just be a little much.
"Hey Naruko, I've been meaning to ask you. Have you decided if you're going to train with Jiraiya?"
Minima said from the other side of the wall.
although Naruko and Minama had separate bathrooms. They were only separated by one wall, and it just so happened that the showers shared that wall. So they could have conversations with each other if one of them didn't turn the water on too loud. No, I haven't. Why'd you ask? Naruko said. I think you should. Minama said. What, if I left for 3 years it would just be you, Tusan and Kasan, wouldn't you be lonely? Naruko asked. Probably, but we've all experienced Naruto's power, and at the rate we're never going to catch up to him. Minama said, and somehow Naruko knew Minama was touching her scar. The only thing that I can think of to beat him is get power the same way he did, under a Sannin. I don't think Jiraiya will give me the same kind of power Orochimaru gave Naruto. Naruko said, trying to laugh at her own joke. That may be so, but he managed to make Tusan strong enough to be Hokage. So even if you only return from your training trip a minuscule stronger than you would have been if you stayed, then it just puts you a little bit closer to Naruto. And don't think I'm not going to be busting my ass while you're away, because I'm not going to let you get that far ahead of me. Minama said. Naruko thought about it for a long time as the water ran down her body like a cloak of water. Do you really think I should? Naruko asked. Definitely. Dinner was nice. Kushina had made a great meal just like always, and everyone seemed happy, but no one was saying anything. There was no conversation about anything good or bad. Naruko felt like they somehow knew that tonight she was going to say something important, and they didn't want their talking to interfere with hers. Naruko sighed. I've made my decision. I want to train with Jiraiya. Naruko said. No one asked why she had decided so suddenly, but Minama looked happy, Jiraiya was smiling like he had just peeked in the bathhouse, Minato and Kushina looked sad, but they seemed to know this was the right decision. That's when Naruko realized. You knew I was going to make my decision tonight. Yeah, Minama told us how she was going to try and talk you into it. Kushina said. I can't say I'm happy to see you go, but I know you'll come back stronger than ever. Minato said. Well, it looks like you get to spend 3 years with your hero. I'm sure you excited. Jiraiya said. Naruko looked at all the smiling faces at the table and felt better than she had felt in a long time. I promise I'll make you proud. Naruko said. The next day Naruko and Jiraiya left. Only Minato, Kushina, and Minama knew they were leaving. The rest of the village would find out soon enough, but Naruko didn't want them to know when they were leaving, because she didn't want them to think this was goodbye, because it wasn't. It was a promise that in 3 years all the problems that had built up over the last 12 years Naruko would finally be strong enough to fix them, and the village would be too. Hanabi's and Mito's Kenjutsu was coming along well. They were both sparring against Suigetsu, and although they weren't nearly strong enough to give Suigetsu any trouble, he actually had to try now. Naruto was half watching the spar when something unexpected happened. Hanabi used some tricky footwork and managed to get behind Suigetsu. She stabbed her Nuabari through Suigetsu's head, making it explode in water. Naruto sighed as he used his vectors to force his chakra to go insane. The genjutsu that was on him broke, revealing that Hanabi had never hit Suigetsu. You're going to have to do better than that, Naruto said to Hitomi. Hitomi had been training her genjutsu, and her goal was to cast a genjutsu on Naruto without him noticing, but so far that hadn't worked. How did you know? She asked. There is no way Hanabi would be able to hit Suigetsu with just Kenjutsu at the stage she's at, Naruto said. If you wanted to do something more relivable, you should have had Suigetsu seriously injure Hanabi. One day I'll get you, Hitomi said. I'm sure, Naruto said sarcastically. I see you are in high spirits, Zesta said, emerging from the wall Naruto had been leaning on. You always show up at the most inconvenient times, Naruto said. We found your new partner, sucks for you, so get ready, we're going to the land of hot water, Zesta said. Fine, let's get going, I just hope I can keeping myself from killing him, Naruto said. You brats better not wreck the place while I'm gone. Hi, the girls said. I don't think killing him will be a problem, Zesta said.
Naruto was in the land of hot water looking for his future partner with Zesta walking beside him. Yes, walking beside him, something Naruto thought Zesta incapable of doing until now.
So who is this guy? Naruto asked.
A ninja by the name of Haiden. His village was turned into a tourist spot. He didn't like that, so he killed as many people as he could before he fled,
Zesta said. I see.
You know, you never told me what happened that caused Kisame to be paired with someone else,
Naruto said.
Kakaza killed his third partner in pain, was getting fed up with replace them, so he matched him up with Kisame, who was calm and strong enough to not make Kakaza mad and end up getting killed, Zesta said, sounding somewhat entertained by the idea of all those killings.
Well, Kakaza sounds like a swell guy, can't wait to meet him, Naruto said, and not for the first time thought about what kind of crazy organization he had joined. We have to meet Haiden first, Zesta said.
That great, but who knows how long we'll have to wait before we find him,
Naruto said.
Turns out not long since, just as Naruto said, that a guy holding a triple-bladed scythe jumped from a tree and tried to skewer them.
Naruto and Zesta dodged to the side just as the weapon priced the ground. I'm guessing you're Haiden, Naruto said. Who the fuck wants to know?
Haiden said, pulling his scythe out of the ground.
We're part of an organization called the Akatsuki, and we would like for you to join us, Zesta said.
Why the hell would I join a shitty organization?
All I want to do is kill people and please Jashin, Haiden said. I must insist, Zesta said, not sounding too friendly. I told you I'm not joining your organization, Haiden yelled. That's a shame, it looks like we'll be doing this the hard way. Naruto, if you would, Zesta said, looking towards Naruto. Naruto sighed.
I was hoping it wouldn't have to go this way, but it looks like I'm going to have to force you to joining.
You're going to force me? What are you, like 10? Haiden laughed.
I'm more than old engaged to beat you, Naruto sighed as he pushed off the ground towards Haiden. Haiden was surprised how fast this kid was and was barely able to block his fist with his scythe.
Jashin will savor your blood,
Haiden said as swiped his scythe down on Naruto's head.
Naruto pushed himself backwards so Haiden's scythe hit nothing but ground.
Naruto wasn't going to be so reliant on his reflection anymore, so if he could dodge he would, even if the chances of Haiden getting through were next to zero. Better safe than a scythe through your head. Naruto reached into his pocket and took out his ball and threw it to the side so it bounced off the trees.
Then Naruto stared, firing his pebbles at Haiden.
He used his scythe to block the pebbles, but he forgot about the ball, which hit him in the side.
The ball bounced off Haiden before bouncing off some trees and making its way back to Naruto. Damn, that hurt, Haiden complained. Just join the Akatsuki, it will be easier, Naruto said. I fucking told you that, my not joining,
Haiden yelled as he charged Naruto. Naruto in reaction threw a pebble which he expected Haiden to block, but he didn't. Instead, the pebble went right through where his heart.
Damn, I killed him, Naruto thought.
But that wasn't the case. Haiden was still charging him. Naruto was so shocked that a man who was supposed to be dead was still running at him that Naruto didn't dodge. He would have been killed if it wasn't for his reflection. Haiden's scythe hit it and the force of the impact was enough to make Haiden fall to the ground.
Hey, what the hell, why didn't I hit you? Haiden yelled. Sorry, but thanks to my powers you can't hit me, but what I want to know is how you're still alive? Naruto said. I'm immortal, Haiden replied. Then it looks like we're at a stalemate. You can't hit me and I can't kill you, so it looks like you'll be joining the Akatsuki, Naruto said.
What makes you think I'll join the Akatsuki? You just said it was stalemate,
Haiden said.
It may be true that I can't kill you, but I can rip you into tiny pieces, then shoot those pieces all over the elemental nation, and if that happens you won't be able to please Jashin,
Naruto said.
Haiden scoured, probably trying to weigh his options.
He knew that if he couldn't hit Naruto then there was no way he could win. Eventually Heiden's reason got the better of him. Fine, I guess I'll join your shitty Akatsuki. I'm glad you accepted, Zesta said, handing Haiden an Akatsuki cloak and an orange ring which Zesta instructed Haiden to put on his left index finger. Let's get going, partner, Naruto said. Naruto and Haiden walked back to the base with Haiden complaining the entire way. When they finally did reach the base, they were met by an odd sight. Suigetsu had Hanabi on the ground and Suigetsu was holding some kind of chisel. Once Hanabi saw Naruto, she started screaming. Naruto, help me, Suigetsu trying to sharpen my teeth. Who the fuck are these people? Haiden yelled. Naruto sighed, he had a lot of explain to do. Mito couldn't believe how much power was in this one room. It was so much that she was sweating, and by the looks of it Hanabi and Hitomi weren't doing too much better. Suigetsu looked okay, but he kept eyeing this guy who looked like a shark. The reason they were here is because about a week after Naruto came back with his new partner, Zesta told them that for the first time in a long time all Akatsuki members were meeting, and that include non-official members, so they headed out to the meeting's location. Mito didn't really know what to think of Haiden. He obviously didn't like them, and he didn't appear to like Naruto either, but he was strong. He spared with Suigetsu once, and Suigetsu would have surely died if he wasn't made out of water. Other than that, Haiden kept to himself and didn't really come out of his room. He also did these weird rituals. Mito thought he was just the freak to join the Akatsuki, but after arriving to this meeting Mito realized Haiden was the norm. Now that we're all here, I'll begin. Pain said. The Akatsuki will soon be making it moves to capture the 9-tailed beasts, but until we're ready we will not be doing any more missions. Instead we are going to lay low and train for 3 years. Are you fucking kidding me? I just joined and you're telling me I have to do nothing for 3 years? Haiden said. Haiden, shut up, Naruto said, releasing some killing instinct that didn't affect Haiden. As I was saying, after those 3 years are up you'll each be hunting one of the tailed beasts, and as a secondary goal Orochimaru, although who will take him out will be assigned later. Pain said. As for who will be hunting each beast, it will be assigned by lottery. The women standing beside Pain produced a bunch of papers and put them in a basket. You'll each choose one, and the 2 that are left over we be giving to me and Conan. Also the location of the 3 tails is unknown, so Zesta will be giving that one and find out where it is. Once he does, it will be determined which team will take it down. The basket was passed around and every member took one. It was a childish way of doing things, but it was the easiest way to assign the tailed beasts without people fighting over them, and with the already tense atmosphere in the room a fight wasn't too hard to imagine. Please read off your number. The number is the number of tails the beast that you're hunting has. Pain said. 1, Deidara said. 5, his partner Sasori said. 4, Kisame said. 8, Kakazu said. 2, Haiden said. 7, Naruto said. That gives me and Conan 6 and 9. Pain said. Now that you have all been assigned a tailed beast, return to your base and be ready, because in 3 years the Akatsuki is going to shake up the world. Back home at last. Naruko said as she saw Konoha on the horizon. It had been 3 years since she had seen it. She was curious to see how everyone had changed. She herself hadn't changed too much. She had gotten taller and her boobs had gotten bigger, much to Naruko's and Jiraiya's joy. We're finally back. I thought I was going to die if I didn't see a girl soon. Jiraiya said all too dramatically. You do realize that I'm a girl? Naruko said. You're too undeveloped to interest me. Jiraiya said. That wasn't what you thought when you tried to peek on me bathing. Naruko said with a slight tick mark. You must have imagined it. Jiraiya replied. Naruko said no more as they entered the village, and there Naruko saw 3 very important people. Minato and Kushina hadn't changed at all, but Minima had. She was just as tall as Naruko and her boobs had grown too. But not as much as she had. Naruko thought in delight. Minima's hair had also turned a few shades darker than Kushina's hair, but other than that Minima was just as Naruko remembered her. Hey guys, great to see you. Naruko said happily. Jiraiya didn't do anything perverted to you, right? Kushina said with the utmost seriousness. What, it's been 3 years and the first thing you ask is if I raped her? Jiraiya yelled. Do you really think I would do something like that? Yes, Kushina replied. What? Jiraiya yelled, looking very offended. As Kushina and Jiraiya started their shouting match, Minato and Minima walked to the side to talk with Naruko. I'm glad you're back. Minato said. Me too. Naruko said. Has anything happened since I was gone, like information about Naruto or Mito? Minato looked down at her sadly. No, Naruto disappeared off the face of the earth and no one even seen the girls since they ran away. I see, Naruko said, sounding disappointed. How's everyone else doing? Naruko, you have no idea. Minima said. When you left, the whole village was told about the Akatsuki and everyone started training even harder than before just to make sure they're strong enough to help you. Seriously? Naruko asked. Yeah, the ninja from our class especially worked really hard. Minima said. That's amazing. So did anything else happen that I should know about? Naruko asked. Well, you know that guy Gaara you fought in the Chunin exams. Well, he's become a Kage. Minima said. That's pretty cool, but wait, he's a jinchuriki too. Shouldn't we warn him about the Akatsuki? He might have been a little insane when I meet him, but if he's became a Kage, he must be better. Naruko said. Yeah, about that, Minato said. I tried to schedule a meeting with all the villages that currently have jinchuriki, but it fell through. The sand and the mist were too busy rebuilding the village after the death of their previous Kage and were still on shaky terms with the rock and lighting, so they refused to come. The waterfall village still refuses to admit they have a jinchuriki even though everyone already knows they do. Naruko looked disappointed. She didn't want any of the jinchuriki to be captured. It was wired, but after Mito ran away, Naruko felt like it was her duty to try and help as many people as possible. It didn't make any sense, but Naruko felt that some way somehow Mito would know that she was actually doing good things now instead of putting them down. Anyways, let's go see everyone. Minima said, grabbing Naruko's arm. They'll be happy to see you and I can't wait for you to see how everyone's changed. Naruko and Minima ran off with Minima more or less dragging her sister. I see she hasn't lost her energy. Kakashi said, suddenly formed behind Minato. Yeah, I'm happy that the threat of the Akatsuki hasn't dampened her mood, but you don't think that will last long? Kakashi said. I don't. You see, the truth is I thought I would have to call Naruko and Jiraiya back before the 3 years were up, but the Akatsuki didn't make any move. Minato said, concerned. Well, they weren't active before Naruko left. In fact, if it wasn't for Orochimaru, we wouldn't know of their existence. So they might not even be close to making their move. Kakashi said. That's what the other Kages believed too when I approached them about the meeting, but something's just not right. Minato said. What do you mean? Kakashi asked, wondering what Minato was so concerned about. It's not just the Akatsuki who haven't made a move, but the whole world has come to a standstill. There hasn't been any major fighting since Naruko left. The Kirigakure civil war ended and everything's going well. Gaara has won acceptance in his village and there's been no major disputes with other villages. Minato said. Isn't that a good thing? Kakashi asked. Normally it would be, but it's strange that after so much violence, especially in Kirigakure, that it would just end. Kakashi, do you know what happened in Kirigakure right before Naruko left? Minato asked. Weren't some prisons assassinated and documents concerning the 4th Mizukage destroyed, and one of the 7 swords stolen? Kakashi said. That's exactly what happened. After that incident, everything just came to a stop. I have a feeling that those prisons knew something that no one else should know and that their deaths were just the last part of cleanup, but it's been 3 years since then and I'm positive that things are going to start getting messy. Minato said, looking up at the sky where dark clouds were rolling in. How do you know? Kakashi asked. I just have a feeling that the piece has been stacked up like wood and that someone is going to light a match and turn that piece into an inferno of chaos. Minato said. Then we better be prepared. Kakashi said. I don't know how prepared we can be for something like this. Minato said. Minima led Naruko to a nearby Baroque restaurant where Minima had told everyone from their graduating class to meet. Hey Naruko, it's been a while. Ino said as they entered. Sorry about Choji, he already started eating without you. Don't worry about it. Naruko said as she took her seat. So how did your training go? Choji said while he was chewing his food. It went well, I feel like I've gotten a lot stronger. Naruko said, kind of embarrassed. Well, don't think we've been slacking. Sakura yelled. I've been training under Tsunade as a medical nin and Sasuke has his full Sharingan now. Really, Sasuke? Naruko asked. Yeah, I did, but I never would have gotten anywhere if my brother hadn't helped me. Sasuke said casually. Don't say that, Sasuke, your brother doesn't have anything on you. Sakura said as if Itachi helping Sasuke was a personal insult. Could you be any louder? Shikamaru said in his laid-back tone. I'm going to be the crap out of you. Sakura yelled. Please don't fight. Hinata said, trying to calm Sakura down. That's when everyone stopped what they were doing to look at Naruko, who was laughing like a madman. Naruko, are you alright? Minima asked, concerned. I'm fine, Naruko said, getting a hold of herself and wiping the water from her eyes. It's just when I came back I thought everyone would be so different, but it's like nothing changed. I'm glad for that. Hey, we've changed. Do you know how strong I've gotten? Kiba said, sounding offended. She meant personality-wise, not strength-wise, you idiot. Sasuke said. Oh, I knew that. Kiba said, a light blush forming on his face. Sure you did, Ino said. We didn't come here to argue with each other. Hinata said, which caused everyone to go silent. Oh yeah, Sakura said, looking at Naruko. What it is? Naruko asked, getting a little uncomfortable with everyone's eyes on her. We came here to tell you not to worry. Hinata said. We've all decided that we are going to help you. We all worked hard over that last 3 years to make sure we could beat Naruto and bring him back. Hinata said with a bright smile. Naruko was touched by her friend's kind words, but, Hinata, are you sure your sisters is still missing? Don't worry about that, Hinata said. Because we also going to find Mito, Hitomi, and Hanabi. We're going to make it up to them and everyone's here to help. Hi. The group said. I don't know what to say, Naruko said, feeling her heart warm up. Then don't, because actions speak louder than words. Sasuke said. Naruko took Sasuke's suggestion and sat down to have a fun meal with her friends just as it started to rain. Naruto watched the girls spar against Haiden. Naruto was impressed with their progress over the past 3 years. Suigetsu couldn't even handle the 3 of them anymore in a fight, that's why they had switched over to Haiden. Now Haiden wasn't allowed to use his little blood technique, since then he would surely win along with killing the girls, but even without that he was a force to be reckoned. His side skills in taijutsu were extremely good, and the odd way his scythe moved made it hard to dodge, but that didn't stop the girls from winning from time to time. The rules of the spar were easy. If the girls managed to land a blow that would be fatal on a normal person, then they won, but if Haiden managed to get a decently good strike on all 3 of the girls, then he won. Out of the total spars, Haiden won about 60% of the time. It was impressive that the girls could hold their own against an S-class, but everyone knew that Haiden was an S-class for his skill. It was only because of his immortality and blood-killing jutsu that made him S-class, and if it was a fight to the death, Haiden would wipe the floor with the girls. Most of the girls' wins came when Hitomi would manage to trap Haiden in a genjutsu with her now fully active Sharingan. Honestly, it was just sad at how bad Haiden was at genjutsu. It could take him an upward of 5 minutes to break a simple genjutsu, more than enough time for the girls to kill him. The other times the girls won is when they would be able to stop his scythe by either cutting the wire that kept Haiden's scythe attached to him or keeping him in a parry long enough for one of the girls to get behind him. This spar was one of the latter. Mito was currently fighting close range with Kiba. Hanabi was throwing her Nuabari at Haiden trying to land a hit and Hitomi was launching some fireballs from afar. Haiden was dodging pretty well, but with Mito constantly on him he couldn't use his scythe to block the income projectiles. Mito had guts, she was covered in cuts, but none were serious enough for Naruto to take her out of the spar. All the hard work paid off in the end as Hanabi was finally able to price Haiden in the heart. "Yes, we did it!" Hanabi yelled. "This is the first time that we've won without any of us getting taken out," Hitomi said. "Hey, you right," Mito said. Yeah, hooray for you," Haiden said angrily as he pulled Hanabi's sword out of his chest. "I'm going to my room." "Good work as always," Naruto said as he walked by. "Shut up, you fucker," Haiden said before he left. "I see he's in a good mood as always," Suigetsu said. "He's just mad that he hasn't been able to go on any massacres in the last 3 years," Naruto said. "It's hard to believe it's been 3 years," Mito said, thinking about how she and her friends had grown these past 3 years. They were all wearing a dark red cloak that basically showed they were part of the Akatsuki but not main members. The three of they had been working hard over the last 3 years and it showed. The rest of the Akatsuki no longer thought of them as the condition for Naruto to join, but as an asset to the organization, although they were still the lowest tier, having nowhere near as much power as the other. The girls had met each member of the Akatsuki at least once when they came to the hideout for one reason or another. There was Sasori, a puppeteer from Suna, and his partner Deidara, a crazy bomber from IWA. He was actually kind of helpful, however, as he taught Mito how to make your paper tags more dangerous. Then there was Kakazu, a bounty hunter who the entire time he was with them just started at Naruto like he was some huge piece of meat, and his partner Kisame, who was one of 7 swordsmen. Konan was probably the nicest of the Akatsuki members. Pain and Zesto, who they already knew, and then there was Tobi. Tobi was maybe the only person weaker than the girls in the Akatsuki. He was an idiot with no real power. Mito had no idea how he even got into the Akatsuki. He was also technically Zesta's partner, which was even stranger, but Mito didn't want to hurt her head thinking about the ninja known as Tobi. Today was also the last they were going to be stuck in the hideout because it was the day they left to start hunting jinchuriki. Well, Haiden and Naruto were anyways. Suigetsu and the girls would be a backup squad, as Zesta called it, but Naruto title was much accurate. They were the Akatsuki's errand girls. Their job was to do anything and everything the Akatsuki told them to do. Any team could contract Zesta to request them for a mission that didn't involve capturing a jinchuriki, and when they weren't doing that they were hunting bounties. Mito wasn't complaining, but it just seemed like all the members were too prideful to call in some girls for help, so they would be spending most their time getting money for the Akatsuki. Mito also knew that Hanabi would miss being around a certain someone. Hanabi had a huge crush on Naruto and was trying her best to get him to return her feeling without being a fangirl, but with Naruto personality it was kind of hard to figure out how to do that. It didn't stop Hanabi, however. She had cut her hair shorter and tried her best to look as good as possible when in front of Naruto. She also wore a pair of fingerless gloves, which Naruto had given her, religiously, since she was burning herself by holding the Nuabari's wire when she threw it. However, all Hanabi's progress was almost lost one day when Suigetsu finally managed to pin Hanabi down and sharpen her teeth. He managed to do 3 on the left side of her mouth before she broke free. Suigetsu felt pretty good after that day, but Hanabi spent the next week in her room crying about it. She only came out when she heard Naruto talking to Suigetsu outside her room. He casually mentioned how he thought Hanabi looked cute like that. Mito didn't want to tell Hanabi that he probably said that to get her out of her room because Hanabi seemed happy again. Besides, her teeth didn't make her look too bad. Mito didn't know if they made her look cuter, but they certainly made her look stronger. Mito was even thinking about finally letting Suigetsu sharpen her teeth. "Well, I'm glad to see you 3 have grown into strong ninjas these past 3 years," Naruto said, breaking Mito out of her thought. But just remember you're not invincible, and no matter how weak an enemy seems, fight them like it's going to be your hardest battle." The girls smiled. They hadn't been the only ones to change these last 3 years. After Naruto's defeat by the Leaf Ninja, he stopped being so cocky and trained just as hard as any of the girls, even if reading books didn't seem like hard work. Now Naruto was still pretty full of himself, and the girls knew he wouldn't be taking his own advice on fighting weak enemies. The girls would be taking his advice, however, since they knew they weren't invincible. At the level they were at now, they wouldn't be able to beat Naruto when they first meet him, and Naruto had become way stronger since then. The girls didn't think it would be possible when they first met him, but now the girls were truly afraid for whoever had to fight him now. "Don't worry, we'll be careful," Hitomi said. Naruto looked at the girls with a smile, not one of his insane killer smile, a soft smile that actually made Naruto seem like a caring older brother, and this made the girls happy. Naruto seemed to realize what he was doing by the girl's face and suddenly returned back to his normal scowl. "As if I would worry about you brats," Naruto said. "Keep telling yourself that," Mito said. Naruto sighed, knowing that the girls had caught him in his lie, but he'd never admit that he cared for them. "Good luck on your missions. I'm getting hidden and we're leaving. Try not to get yourself killed." "Goodbye, Naruto," Hanabi said softly, knowing that they weren't going to see him for a while. "Goodbye, brats," Naruto said as he got hidden and left the hideout. After Naruto left, it suddenly felt very empty, and that's when the girls finally realized that Naruto had left them on their own. Of course Suigetsu would still be with them, and the girls had grown just as attached to him as they had with Naruto, but he just wasn't the person they risk Leaf Hunter needs to meet. "I guess we better start looking for bounties," Hitomi suggested. "Yeah, it is our job now," Mito said. "I don't care who we go after as long as we can get out of this cave," Suigetsu said. Leaving the sand was the best decision Nasto had ever made. By stealing Suna's secrets, he had not only made a bunch of money, but he had also become somewhat famous. He was now an A-rank missing nin. Nasta really hoped that he caused a lot of trouble for that monster who was now leading his former village. Nasta was planning on heading to a nearby village and get some whores with his newfound money, but on his way he met a girl. If Nasta was to guess, he'd say she was about 17. She had long black hair and beautiful green eyes. She was looking at a map, hopelessly lost. "Maybe I won't have to get a whore after all," Nasta thought. "Hey Missy, do you need some help?" The girl jumped at Nasta's words, but looked eager to talk to him. "Thank Kami you're here. I thought I was going to be lost out here forever. Can you tell me which direction this town is in?" the girl asked, handing Nasta the map. "I can, but I need some sort of payment," Nasta said. "Really, how much do you want?" the girl said. "I don't need any money, but something else," Nasta said with a creepy smile. The girl seemed to get what Nasta was implying and blushed deeply. "Well, I guess I could give you a little something, but could you look at that map first?" "Of course I can," Nasta said, looking down at the map only to see it wasn't a map anymore. It was an explosives tag about ready to go off. Genjutsu, Nasta thought before trying to let go of the paper. Too little too late, however, as the tag exploded in his hands. Nasta held back his screams of pain as the explosion burnt his hands black. "Why you bitch, I'm going to gut you," Nasta screamed at her as he threw a kunai at the girl, who was still standing there, only to realize she was a genjutsu too as the kunai went right through her. Nasta started looking around to try and find who casted the genjutsu, knowing they couldn't be far. Then suddenly a weapon that looked like a needle price thought a tree in front of Nasta and got him through the stomach. Nasta couldn't stop the screams this time, and before he could even complete his fit of agony, a string connecting the needle to whoever threw it started reeling back in with Nasta on it. He was pulled into the tree that the needle had priced though to get him. Nasta was now stuck up against the tree, not able to move, and barely able to look around. He was in trouble and he knew it. There must be some pretty good bounty hunters around here, so it was time for him. He started doing hand signs for a winjutsu to knock down the tree,
but before he could finish a sword that was charged with lighting chakra cut through the tree like a knife through butter along with Nasta neck separating his head from the rest of his body.
He was an A rank? Mito asked walking around the tree. That's what it said in the bingo book. Hitomi said not quite believing this guy was A rank either. Did we really get that much stronger? Hanabi said.
Yes and no, Suigetsu said from his observation spot. It's true you three have gotten stronger, but it was your planning that made the fight so easy. He might have been an A rank and would have given you three a pretty tough fight, but he was outnumbered and caught off guard. It just goes to show that no matter how strong you are, missing one little trick or underestimating your opponents could mean death. You know, you and Naruto give out the same advice, but neither one of you do a very good job of following it. Mito said. Suigetsu looked at her with irritation in his eyes. That's because I'm made of water and Naruto has his reflection. We don't need to worry as much. Aren't you just making excuses? Hitomi asked. Just pack up the body so we can get our money. Suigetsu said, walking off. Fine, Mito sighed as she started sealing the body. Hey Mito, what do you think Naruto's doing right now? Hanabi asked. I don't know, but I'm more curious on what my sisters have been doing in the leaf. I bet Naruko's still just as mean and stuck up as the day I left. Mito said, sounding a little bitter. Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, Naruko, Minima, and Kakashi were all sitting in Minato office. What did you want to talk about? Jiraiya asked Minato. It's about what's been going on this past week. The murder rate has shot up and high-ranking missing nin are dropping like flies. Minato said. While Minato was giving his speech, something was going on far away. Looks like that's all of them, Naruto said, looking at the 20 or so ninja that were nothing more than piles of flesh on the ground. I thought that after 3 years they would forget about my bounty, but no, it only takes one Chunin to spot me before a small army runs my way. Finally, I got to kill something. Haiden, who was covered in blood, said. Let's just get going, I don't want to spend any more time here. Naruto said. There's been a lot more activity too. Minato said. The 5 great nations have suddenly become more guarded. Hey, wouldn't they send more ninjas after us once they find the bodies? Haiden asked. It's possible, but the ninja war is kind of busy right now with the sudden increase of violence. Besides, Kakazu has done way more killing than we have. It seems like he just can't stop hunting bounties. Naruto said. I'm not sure what happened to cause this, but it can't be good. Minato said. You have to have at least some clue? Kushina said. I have my theory, but it's too early to tell. Minato said. What is it? Minima said with a determined look. That the Akatsuki has started to make its move. Minato said. So all this panic just because the Akatsuki went into action? Haiden said, sounding intrigued. The Akatsuki has 9 of the strongest ninjas alive, although I doubt anyone else knows that yet. Naruto said. But everyone knows something else. That the other ninja villages will be divided into people who accepted that something big is happening and people who try and ignore it. Minato said. But what's happening? Naruko asked. The world is starting to move again. Minato/Naruto said. Naruko was laying in her bed looking at the ceiling and had been for the past couple of hours. After the meeting with her dad, her brain went into overload, and this was the only way she knew how to clear it. If Minato was right about the Akatsuki, and Naruko was sure he was, then the world would go from slowly starting up aging to moving faster than light. It was a troubling thought, and Naruko knew she'd be right in the middle of it. If no one the Akatsuki came after her, would she be strong enough? Would they be just as strong or stronger than Naruto? Even though her friends promised to help her, how many of them would have to die before one of the Akatsuki members were taken down? They got lucky when fighting Naruto. If it wasn't for Shikamaru's plan and Minima's sacrifice to provide the information for that plan, then Naruto would have killed a lot more of them than just 2 Umbu.
So many questions, so many problems. Naruko wished she could just go back to being an academy student and let everyone else handle things, but that wasn't an option. There was no choice but to keep on keeping on. In the days to come, Minato would be proving right in the fact that the peace was ending. There was a 20 ninja massacre by 2 unknown ninjas. Umbu sent to investigate them never came back, and then the first real confirmation of the Akatsuki arrived, and it couldn't have been a worse wake call for the world. The first jinchuriki was captured, Gaara the Kazekage of the Sand. He was even captured in his own village, which really showed the world how powerful the Akatsuki was. Suna contacted Minato almost immediately after it happened, asking for help. Minato, who thought that doing this would help his relationship with the Sand but more importantly to get more information on the Akatsuki, decided to help. Minato was just going to send Guy's team and Kakashi's team minus Naruko, since Minato would not hand the Akatsuki his daughter. To replace Naruko he would have sent Itachi, but this plan fell though. Itachi was not in the village, instead he was on a highly important mission, and Naruko complained how badly she wanted to go, so the final lineup was Team Guy, Team Kakashi, and Kushina to make sure Naruko was safe. "You all understand the mission, right?" Minato said. "Get to Suna, find out what's going on, then trail the Akatsuki to find Gaara." Minama said. "Good, but remember, if it gets too dangerous you leave," Minato said with that strict down-to-business tone. "Got it," Kushina said. "Then you better be on your way," Minato said.
Naruto and Haiden were walking through the mountains on their way to Kumo.
"Why is it so fucking cold?" Haiden yelled. Now Naruto prided himself on being calm and collective, but Haiden had been complaining ever since they left the base, and that had been a while ago. That, combined with the bounty hunters that tried to kill them and Haiden having them stop every half hour to do his ritual, was really getting to him. "Because we're in the mountains where it's cold, and maybe you wouldn't be so cold if you put a shirt on," Naruto yelled. There was silence for a brief moment. "I don't want to," Haiden said. This caused Naruto punch the rock wall to the side of him in anger. His enhanced punch was so strong that the rock wall was sent crumbling down. "And you say I have anger issues?" Haiden said. "Let's just get going," Naruto said, trying his best not to rip Haiden limb from limb. "Actually, it's time for my ritual," Haiden said. That was the last straw for Naruto. He got into an attacking position, prepared to rip Haiden's head off. He would have done it too if Pain hadn't started communicating with them at that exact moment. "Sasori and Deidara caught the one tail, we'll be sealing it soon, so get ready." Naruto sighed. It looks like he wouldn't be killing Haiden today. "You heard him, let's find a spot to meditate," Naruto said. "What in the fucking cold?" Haiden yelled. Naruto, choosing to ignore him, jumped up the side of the mountain so he was off the path. Haiden followed him shortly after, and when they got mildly comfortable they sent their thought to the ceiling statue. Naruto and Haiden appeared on one of the fingers of the statue, looking like some kind of rainbow hologram. Everyone else was already there in their holographic form, with the exception of Deidara and Sasori, who were already in the room. Gaara was laid out on the floor in front of them. "Now that we're all here we can begin," Pain said. All the Akatsuki members did the required hand sign, and a strange aura came from the statue's mouth. "Hey, how long is this going to take?" Haiden said, becoming bored just after a couple seconds of this. 3 days, Pain said. 3 days? Are you fucking kidding me? We'll be here forever, Haiden said. Haiden, you do long rituals all the time, so why is this a problem? Naruto asked. Because this doesn't have anything to do with Jashin, Haiden said, like it was common knowledge. I hate you, was all Naruto said in reply. Stop your bickering. The longer this takes us, the more time the ninja have to find us, Pain said. So the Sand Ninja are going to try and crash the party, Kisame said. Actually, then enlisted the Leaf Nin for help. They'll be at Suna in a day, Zesta said. Who's coming? Kakazu asked.
Almost all of Naruto's family along with some other troublesome foes. In fact, 3 days might be too long if we don't do something to stall their progress.
Zesta said. I'm guessing you have a plan to stall them then.
Sasori said. We called in Suigetsu, the girls and Toby to fight them if they get too close. It's going to be a family reunion.
Zesta said. Are they strong enough to beat them, and since they used to be Leaf Nin, will they even fight them? Kakazu asked what every other Akatsuki was thinking. Well, Naruto, are they? Pain asked. They're probably not strong enough to beat those odds, but they should defiantly be able to buy us enough time. Naruto said. That's not the problem, it's if the girls will fight their home village. After all, your sisters are on both sides. Kisame said. They're loyal to me. Naruto said plainly. They better be, because if they betray the Akatsuki, I will kill them. Pain said. The girls, Suigetsu, Toby, and a white Zesta clone were set up a couple miles away from the sealing site going over the plan of attack. Wow, this is exciting, going up against these strong foes. Of course they'll be no match for me. Toby said, doing some kind of fighting pose. Toby, can you stop messing around and get over here? Mito yelled. Now that's not very nice. Maybe if you said please, then maybe ah. Toby screamed as Suigetsu started shooting water bullets at him. Thank you, Hitomi said. Anyways, back to the plan. They'll want to get to Gaara as fast as possible, so once they find Gaara's scent they probably make a straight shot from the sand, so we should set up traps on this path. Hitomi said, dragging her finger along the map. But won't they be expecting traps? Hanabi asked. We'll just have to make them well hidden. We'll also be able to track their progress thanks to our second set of eyes. Hitomi said, pointing to the white Zesta clone. We'll also have Suigetsu in a nearby pond for an ambush. Hopefully they actually come over there. It's a little out of the way. Suigetsu said. Yeah, but there's a good chance that they'll decide to water walk over the pond instead of taking their time going through the tress. Hitomi said. What about me? What do I get to do? Toby said. Hitomi turned to Toby and gave him the brightest smile she could. Toby, you get the most important job of them all. You have to guard the area right by the cave and make sure no one gets in if they get past us. Wow, that is important, but never fear, Toby won't let any of those ninja scums get past him. Toby said as he went running off. I thought there were already measures taken to defend the cave? Mito asked. There is, but at least this way Toby can't screw anything up. I hope. Hitomi said. The Leaf Ninja arrived at the Suna about a day later, and things were not looking good. Kankuro, who had went out to chase after the Akatsuki, was near death because he had been poisoned. Shio, a very old lady who was apparently Suna's poison expert, couldn't cure it, so it. The other huge problem was the sandstorm that was raging outside. They couldn't risk traveling because due to the fact that they had to track the Akatsuki, and with all that sand it would be way too easy to get lost. Is there anything we can do to help? Tenten asked Granny Chio. Not unless you know more about poisons than me, and no one does. Chio said. Actually, that's not true, the Slug Queen might be able to do it. She said after thinking about it a little more. Tsunade, this would be right up her alley. Minama said. But there's no way we could get her here in time. Kakashi said. Well, we can't just give up on him. Lee shouted, looking at Kankuro, who looked to be in a lot of pain. Well, the only way he's going to get better is if we have an antidote, but since I can't make one, the only option is to force the man who poisoned him to give us one. Shio said. Who would that be? Kushina asked. Shio avoided looking Kushina in the eyes. Kankuro said it was Sasori of the Red Sand, which would be my grandson. The whole room was silent, trying to take that in. Eventually it got too much for Naruko and she decided to leave. Once out in the hall, she saw Tamari sitting on one of the many benches scattered around the hospital. She looked like she had been crying,
and Naruko suddenly realized how hard this must be for her. One of her brothers had been kidnapped by the Akatsuki and her other one was dying in the room next door. She reminded Naruko of herself and the two siblings that she couldn't do anything to help. Naruko felt for Temari because if Kankuro and Gaara died then she'd be all alone. No parent, no siblings, no one. Naruko couldn't even imagine even when Mito ran away she had Minima, Kazen and Tusan, and even after she told them how horrible she had been to Mito they still loved her. Naruko would need to thank them for that. "Hey, are you alright?" Naruko said, taking a seat next to Temari. "Not really, things were going so well for the village a week ago and now this." Temari said, a few tears running down her face. "Don't worry, we'll rescue Gaara and save Kankuro, and you'll be right beside us," Naruko said. "Actually, I'm not going," Temari said. Naruko was shocked. She couldn't believe that Temari wasn't going. "What? Why don't you want to save you brothers?" "Oh, course I do," Temari yelled, tears streaming down her face. "But the council isn't letting me. In fact, they're not letting anyone go. They think Gaara is a lost cause. Why do you think we called you for help?" "I didn't think about that," Naruko said quietly. "Still, I'm glad you came after what we did to you during the Chunin exams. You should be glad that Gaara got captured," Temari said. "I would never let the Akatsuki keep Gaara, and not just because we're both jinchuriki, but because we're friends," Naruko said. "Thanks," Temari replied. After one full day filled with worry, the sandstorm finally lifted. The Leaf Ninja were ready to go the moment they could because every second that they weren't looking was another second that the Akatsuki had with Gaara, the less chance Kankuro had. They weren't the only ones going. Chio was coming to help too. She wasn't a ninja anymore, so the council couldn't stop her. "All right, let's move out," Kakashi said, who had Pakin tracing Sasori thanks to a piece of cloth Kankuro managed to get. They ran as fast as they could and were making pretty good time as the sun started to set. They even managed to reach the forest before long. It felt like they were going to make it within the day, but unknown to them they were being watched. After the white Zesta marked the ninja progress, he went back to the girls and told them their location and who was in the group. "So my mom and sister are here," Mito said. "Mito, are you sure you'll be able to fight them? They are your family," Hitomi said. "Of course I'll fight them. Have you forgotten how my family threw me to the side?" "Well, I haven't. Naruto's my only family now," Mito yelled, not happy with the question. "It was just a question," Hitomi said, surprised by Mito's sudden outburst. Could she still hate her family that much after all these years? Hitomi guesses she shouldn't be talking. After all, she still hated Itachi. Anyways, they should be hitting the trap soon, so we should get set up. Yasuajetsu already in position, and we don't want to cause Naruto any problems just because we couldn't stop them, Hanabi said. "How long till the ceiling done?" Hitomi asked White Zestu. "A little less than a day," he said. "Then that's how long we'll have to keep them at bay," Hitomi said. "Let's get going," Hanabi said, leading them to the ambush point. Kakashi saw the tripwire dead ahead. It was well hidden, and would have gotten any regular ninja, but not Kakashi. "Looks like they planted traps. There's a tripwire dead ahead. Just avoid it. We don't want to waste time by dismantling it." "Hi," the group said as they jumped over the wire. This was the start of a long track, though dozens of traps. Unlike the wire, the next traps couldn't simply be jumped over. They ranged from hidden holes to explosive tags set to go off when someone got too close. The team was good enough not set any of them off, but they had to waste time finding a way around them or dismantling them. This slowed their progress to a crawl. "There shouldn't be this many traps," Tenten said. "What are you talking about?" Naruko said. "I'm saying that if it's taking you this long to make it past the traps, it must have taken them just as long to set them up. Now maybe they could have set up a couple here and there, but the traps are everywhere. Do you really think that the people who kidnapped Gaara would stop and waste all this time? That is strange,"
They must have had someone come and plant the traps after the fact. Kushina said. Why would they do that? What's the point? Minima asked. The whole group thought about it. Well, let's see, you would only plant tarps to kill someone or keep someone from you. These traps aren't strong enough to kill us, but what's the point in setting them if your time could be better spent putting more distance between us and them? The only think that placing traps would be good for his dash. It hit Kushina like a truck if they can't move for some reason. These traps are just meant to waste our time. Kushina said, looking around the forest. The only reason they wouldn't be able to move is if they were removing the beast from Gaara. Is that even possible? Lee asked. It is, but it takes a lot of strong ninja to even attempt it, and even then it would take forever to complete it. Chio said. Damn, how much time have we wasted because of these traps? Kushina said angrily. Just clam down, it's not like we can get through them any quicker just because we know they're meant to slow us down, so let's just keep going. Guy said. That's just what they did, slowly made their way through the traps. It took the rest of the day before they finally made it past all of them. Alright, we'll rest here for a couple hours. Kushina said. What, we can't stop now? We still have to find Gaara. Naruko said. We can't risk going any farther right now. Kushina said. If the traps stop, then that means we close, and we're defiantly going to have to fight if we get there, so we're going to rest and get our strength up. Then we'll head out. Naruko didn't like it, but she understood Kushina's logic, so she couldn't put up too much of an argument. Naruko wandered around for a little bit looking at the scenery. It wasn't too long before Naruko started to get tired. She guessed going through all those traps really took it out of her. Naruko decided that she would take a short nap. She found a nice soft spot on the ground and fell asleep almost immediately. Naruko, wake up! Someone said. Naruko didn't want to. It was so cozy and warm lying in the grass, but Naruko slowly opened her eyes to see Minima standing in front. Naruko thought how pretty her sister looked, sunlight hitting her at the perfect angle, her red hair. So wait a minute, sunlight. Naruko shot up to look at the sky. The sun wasn't just out, it was high in the sky. Minima, what happened? Naruko asked. Someone cast a genjutsu on us that caused us all to fall asleep. Minima said. But how, we have Kakashi and Sasuke, shouldn't they have been able to spot the genjutsu? Naruko asked. Apparently not, but come on, we have to meet up with Kasan to figure out what we're going to do. Minima said. Naruko and Minima walked up to join the other. Every looked frustrated and Sasuke and Kakashi looked ashamed for not spotting the genjutsu. We lost a lot of time, but there's nothing we can do about it, so let's get moving on the double. Kushina said. Hi, the group said as they ran off as fast as they could. The white Zesta clone, who had been watching them ever since they fell asleep, went to report back to the girls. They've woken up, Zesta said to the girls when he arrived. And at the speed they're going, they'll make it, if only barely. Damn, if only they could have slept for a little bit longer. Hitomi cursed. Still, you genjutsu got us a ton of time, Mito said. Yeah, that jutsu is pretty amazing, it's the only genjutsu I ever got Naruto with, Hitomi said. Why didn't you just kill them while they were sleeping? White Zestu asked. Ninja are trained to sense attacks even if they're sleeping. My genjutsu only puts them to sleep, it doesn't keep them asleep, which is the reason why I couldn't predict when they walk up, Hitomi said. If we had tried to attack him, the odds are they would walk up. Then that'd have that much more time, not to mention we'd be completely outnumbered. If only they went over the lake, then Suigetsu would have stalled them for long enough, Hanabi said. Well, that didn't happen and we can't go back and get him, so it looks like we'll be the ones fighting, Hitomi said. I wonder how my family's going to react when they see we've joined the Akatsuki, Mito said. Maybe the shook alone will be enough to stall them. By the way, how long do we have to stall them for? Hitomi asked White Zestu. Not long, 30 minutes at the max. He said. Then we better get moving.
Hanabi said as the girls started running to the ambush point.
The group was on the move again.
With no more traps, they were able to leave the forest behind and were now in a valley with trees on either side of them. It was dangerous to travel in the open like this, but they could travel at full speed this way.
Their scents are getting stronger, we're almost there. Pakin said. Yes, we're going to make it. Lee yelled.
The celebration was cut short, however, when dark clouds suddenly started to roll in and a lightning bolt came from the sky.
The group had to dodge out of the way to avoid being fried.
We're beginning attacked defensive positions.
Guy said.
Niji, use you Byakugan and figure out who launched that lightning bolt.
Guy, I think you mean figure out who's launching lightning bolts.
Kakashi said as lightning started to rain down on them. The group was forced to keep dodging the seemingly endless supply of lightning bolts while Niji scanned the area.
Found him. Niji said after 2 minutes of searching.
In that tree, they're using the leaves as cover.
Got it, Kushina said as she shot a chain at high speed towards the tree Niji pointed at.
They all saw Kushina's chain hit the tree, causing it to splinter into a million pieces, but they also saw a blur holding what looked like two swords jumped out of the tree before Kushina's chain hit.
Damn, I missed.
At least the lightning stopped.
Minama said.
Yeah, but if we don't get him, then it's just going to start raining lightning again.
Chio said. Then let's get going, we don't have a lot of time.
Ten said, but before they could make it one step towards their target, about 50 small fireballs were launched at them from the other side.
Earth wall. Kakashi said, doing a few hand size, putting a wall between them and the fire. Looks like there's more than one. Kakashi said. That can't be, I would have noticed. Niji said, looking through the wall with his Byakugan. Something's coming. Niji yelled.
Everyone dropped to the floor as a needle priced through the wall Kakashi had made. It would have priced Lee's heart had it not be for Niji's warning. The needle was embedded in the ground for a second before it was pulled back through the wall by a string connected to it. Just as the group was getting back on their feet, the lighting started again.
It's never ending,
Kakashi said as he was forced to dodge another bolt.
We've got to do something, Kushina said. I've got an idea, Minama said. Niji, can you find who's shooting that lighting again?
Sure, Niji said as he started scanning the area. Found him, Niji said, pointing to another tree.
Ka-san, can you shoot a chain at the tree again? Minama asked.
But he'll just dodge again,
Kushina said. Don't worry about that. I've got a plan,
Minama said, placing her hand on the ground.
Alright, Kushina said, sending another chain at the tree.
Just like last time, the tree was destroyed by Kushina's chain and a figure jump off, but this time one of Minama's chains shot from the ground under the figure since Minama knew he would dodge. The figure, unable to move in midair, was caught by Minama's chain wrapping around his leg. Minama then used her chain to throw the figure toward the group. The figure was sent tumbling to the ground just in front of them. They couldn't see who it was due to the dust that had risen due to the impact, but when it cleared they got the shock of a lifetime.
Wow, it looks like I underestimated you, Mito said, brushing the dust off her cloak.
The whole group couldn't believe what they were seeing, but none were as affected as Kushina.
Mito, what are you doing here? Kushina asked, looking at her baby girl. She was holding two swords that Kushina knew was the Kiba. I think that's oblivious, I'm trying to stop,
Mito said with a cocky smile.
That can't be. That would mean you're part of the Akatsuki, Kushina said, tears leaking down her face.
That's right, Mito said, seeming like she was having fun torturing them.
But why? Kushina yelled. Do you even know what the Akatsuki's trying to do? Kushina said, hoping that they had just fooled her, and when Kushina explained what they were really doing, Mito would come home. The Akatsuki's goal is to capture all the tailed beasts, Mito said matter-of-factly. This broke Kushina's heart.
Her own daughter had joined an organization to hunt down Naruko. What could have caused her to do this?
Mito, we're your family, why would you do this? Everyone was surprised when Mito started laughing. Family, that's a good one.
Tell me, Kasan, what kind of family ignores their daughter and punishes her when Naruko decided to release some demonic churka? This hit Naruko hard as she remembered all the times she would do that just to get Mito in trouble.
Mito, I've changed, I promise that I'm not like that anymore. Naruko pleaded.
Even if you have, which Mito didn't believe, it's already too late.
I found a new family in the Akatsuki. One that gives me way more respect than you ever did.
Mito yelled, releasing some very potent killer instinct. They could all feel it, the hate that Mito felt for her family.
It got them thinking, were they really that bad? Mito, come on, we'll make it up to you. Minima pleaded. Why should I give you the chance?
Mito yelled. I don't know what will happen if I go back to the Leaf, but I do know what did happen. When I was in the Leaf I was miserable, but what I found after I left made me happy, so why would I go back?
Isn't there anything we can do to make you come back? Kushina said softly. Well, you could beat me and force me to come back as a prisoner since we are enemies now. Mito said, knowing this would really get to Kushina. You can't really mean that? Kushina said in shock. You can't really expect us to fight you? You bet I can.
Mito said as she put her two swords together and shoot lightning at Kushina. Kushina, still being in shock for seeing her daughter after all this years, didn't even try to dodge, so it was up to Minima to use her own lighting jutsu and meet Mito's jutsu halfway. When they connected, they cancelled each other out. Mito, just look at the position you're in, you can't really expect to beat us, just look how outnumbered you are. Minima said, trying to make Mito see reason.
I'm not as outnumbered as you think.
Mito said as two figures that everyone knew jumped to either side of Mito.
Lady Hanabi, Niji said in shock. It's been a long time, hasn't Niji? How's my sister doing?
Hanabi said, and everyone noticed the three sharpened teeth and wondered how she got them.
Hitomi, Sasuke said without much emotion.
Sasuke, Hitomi said exactly the same way.
So it looks like all of you have joined the Akatsuki. Kakashi said, noticing their wardrobe.
You give us too much credit, Hanabi said.
We're not even part of the main force. If that's the case, then it shouldn't be too hard to get past you. Sasuke said, making the Namake's family look at him with a disgusted look. Sasuke, that's my sister and your cousin. We can't just fight them. Naruko said, quiet enough so the girls couldn't hear.
I get what you're saying, but we're on a mission and we can't afford to be wasting time.
We have to fight. Sasuke said, activating his Sharingan. He's right, it looks like we only have one choice.
Kakashi said, getting into a fighting position.
Naruko didn't like what she was hearing, but if Mito wasn't going to come with them willingly, then what other choice did they have? Sasuke launched a huge fireball at the girls. Hitomi saw this and launched her own equally as big fireball to cancel Sasuke's. Naruko did a great breakthrough wind jutsu to increase the power of Sasuke's fireball. It worked, the fireball smashed thought Hitomi's fireball. Water formation wall. Hanabi yelled, creating a huge wall of water putting out the fireball. That wasn't all, however, as the water continued to flow towards the Leaf Ninja. Crap, it's going to hit us. Naruko said.
Don't worry, I got this, Tenten said as she threw a bunch of kunais with explosive tag at the rushing water. The explosion caused the water to collapse in on itself, so instead of a raging wave hitting them, it was a clam steam, like when you let the waves break on your feet at the beach. This moment was short-lived, however, as the Leaf Ninja saw Mito doing some hand signs with her swords on the ground on either side of her.
Everyone jump!
Kakashi yelled. Everyone did right before the water was electrocuted thanks to Mito's jutsu.
But the girls weren't done yet.
Since now all the Leaf Ninja were in the air, they wouldn't be able to move, giving Hanabi the prefect chance to skewer one of them with her needle, and her target was Sasuke. With the needle flying right towards him, Sasuke knew there was no way he was going to survive, but right before the needle went thought his brain it suddenly turned and flew off in a different direction.
Sasuke didn't know what happened, and by the look on Hanabi's face neither did she.
They all landed on the ground away from the water safely.
What the heck just happened? Naruko asked Sasuke. I don't know. Sasuke said. Well then I guess it was a good thing I was here or you youngling would be dead. Chiyo said holding up one of her fingers, and Naruko and Sasuke could now see a chakra string connected to Hanabi's sword. When did you do that?
Hanabi said angrily as she brought back her sword to her hand and cut the chakra string.
Chiyo chuckled at the girl.
Maybe your eyes aren't as good as you thought, she said. I did that when you priced the mud wall. They could have sworn they heard Hanabi growl at the thought of an opponent getting a chakra string past her eyes. There's no need to be mad, I just hid my string behind one of your friends when you threw it. Hanabi wanted to kill her for embarrassing her like that, but she knew that if she rushed in there like an idiot she'd get herself killed or captured. Not like rushing in would have been an option at that point since Kakashi and Guy were rushing towards them.
The girls got into a defensive position and a taijutsu battle ensued.
The girls assumed that they were only using taijutsu because they didn't want to hurt them too badly because they still had this idea in their heads that they could get the girls to come back.
How wrong they were.
Now the girls weren't complaining since if Kakashi was using ninjutsu then the girls would probably be beat.
That's not to say it was easy to keep two highly skilled jounin off then in a taijutsu battle. They were doing pretty good thanks to all that training with Haiden, so the full fight was the girls trading blows with the jounin with the exception that Guy would get in a great hit everyone in a while since he was by the far the best taijutsu user out of all of them. As the fight went on it was becoming more and more oblivious who was winning as the jounin kept making ground. It was a good thing that the rest of the Leaf Nin didn't join since against all of them there was no way the girls would be able to hold their own, but relief finally came. What Zestu emerged from the ground behind the Leaf Ninjas so they couldn't see him, but the girls could. He gave them a creepy smile and a thumbs up which the girls knew meant that they had stalled for long enough. The girls jumped back to put some distance between them and the jounin. Guy and Kakashi were going to go after them, but Mito's words stopped them. Well, it was fun seeing you guys again, but we've got to go. Mito said right before a smoke bomb went off. Wait, don't go. Kushina shouted in a desperate attempt to stop them, but they had already disappeared. Kushina looked heartbroken for losing her daughter again before she made a decision. Kakashi were going after them. Kakashi looked at her in shock, not knowing what to say. On one hand going after them would be basically abandoning the mission, on the other hand the look of determination in Kushina's eyes made Kakashi a little scared to go against her order. Lucky someone had a little more backbone than Kakashi. No, Chiyo said. I don't care if that is your daughter, the fact is they are the enemy now and going after them will jeopardize the mission, and if you had a brain you would have realized they left because they don't think we can get to Gaara in time. So if we're going to have any chance of saving Gaara we need to live right now. Kushina glared at Chiyo looking like she wanted to kill her, but she wasn't backing down from Kushina's glare. Fine, let's get going. Kushina said looking away from Chiyo. Hi, they all said, although not as energetically as they had before as they headed off to find Gaara. Unfortunately for them the Akatsuki didn't leave anything to chance, and by the time they made it to the cave and had to deal with the boulder in the way the last part of the tailed beast was being extracted. Gaara's dead body hit the hard stone floor with an echoing thud. Finally, Haiden said. Please, after all your whining we should be saying that. Kakazu said. Those girls of yours did pretty well. They let us complete the ceiling without any problems. Zesta said to Naruto. Wait, so does that mean the Nine Tails is outside this cave? Deidara asked. Yes, Zesta said. It looks like I get to bag 2 jinchuriki. Deidara said. What are you talking about? Pain is the one taking on the Nine Tails. Kisame said. I'm sure he won't mind. Deidara said. Do what you want, just don't get cocky. Pain said in a very threatening voice. Whatever. Hey Naruto, the Ninetales is your sister, right? What does she look like? Deidara asked. Naruto sighed. Kind of like you. Naruto said before disappearing along with the rest of the Akatsuki. What's that supposed to mean? Deidara said to himself. It doesn't matter now, come on, we have guest coming. Sasori said. Once the boulder was removed, Naruko, Minama, Kakashi, Sasuke, Shio and Kushina rushed into the cave. Guy's team wasn't with them since they had to remove the seals that were keeping the boulder in place. But in the end it wasn't enough, because when they entered the cave they saw Gaara's lifeless body and two Akatsuki bastards sitting on him. Kakashi noticed the blonde one was missing an arm. I'm glad you could make it, you don't know how long we've been waiting for you. Deidara said. You bastards, what did you do? Naruko yelled. I think that's obvious. Deidara said, kicking Gaara's head, which only made Naruko angrier. But if you still can't figure out, then I'll be glad to give you a demonstration. There's no way I'm going to let you even touch my daughter. Kushina yelled. That's too bad. I guess I'll just be on my way then. Deidara said with a creepy smile. Then he summoned a white bird thing and hopped on it. The bird then ate Gaara and took off flying right above them. I think I'm going to take this as a souvenir though. Get back here. Naruko yelled and went chasing after him. Naruko, wait, that's what he wants you to do. Kakashi said in a vain attempt to stop her, but she was already gone. Damn it, Sasuke, you're with me, we're going after him. Do you three think you can handle Sasori? Kakashi asked the girls. Who do you think you're talking to? Beating this dried up relic will be a cakewalk. Kushina said. Okay, let's get going, Sasuke. Kakashi said, and they both left to go chase after Naruko. Aren't you three confident calling me a relic when you have more than your fair share of age on your side? Sasori said. How about you give us the antidote for the poison you used on Kankuro and we won't hurt you too badly? Minama said. And what if I don't have it on me? What if I gave it to someone else for safekeeping, like a certain red-headed girl for instance? Sasori said with no small amount superiority. You shut up about her. Minama said as she started running at Sasori. She only got a couple steps when Sasori started launching hundreds of kunais at her. Minama stopped dead in her track, her eyes wide and fear on her face. There was no way she could dodge all of them. Maybe she could avoid any lethal shots if they were regular kunais, but she could see the purple poisonous substance on them. Just when Minama thought the kunais were going to hit her, her body started moving on its own, dodging the kunais up until they stopped coming. What just happened? Minama said, looking back at Kushina and Shio, only to see that Shio had several chakra strings connected to Minama. Don't get so worked up, he's obviously lying. Shio said as she pulled on the chakra strings, which forced Minama back to them. Well, the Hokage must have done a terrible job training you, as you and your sister ran headfirst into a trap. Sasori said. Minama glared at him, but she couldn't hide her embarrassment since he was right. Don't worry about it, Minama. Kushina with her bright motherly smile. You're still young, so there's still plenty of time for you to improve, you just need more experience. What makes you think that she'll live long enough to get that experience? Sasori said. Because I'm helping her, and my friend here is going to do everything in her power to make sure she doesn't get hurt. Kushina said, looking at Chio for confirmation, to which Chio replied with a smile. Now Minama, watch closely, because your Kasan is going to show this puppet what happens when he messes with her children. Golden chains started appearing from Kushina's palms and two more from her shoulder blades, making a total of 4. They all also had a spike at the end. Then at speeds that Minama could barely follow, they slashed at Sasori. Sasori used his tail thing to block at the chains at speeds just as fast. Minama was amused. The series of sparks whenever the two weapons collided was just amazing. Minama knew this is what it meant to be S-class, to have power so far above your peers. Minama was so proud of her Kasan and wondered if one day she would be able to use her chains like that.
The exchange of blows went on, but it was soon becoming apparent that Kushina was whining. It wasn't because she was faster or had more skill, it was simply because she had 4 chains and Sasori only had 1 tail. Then the climax began.
Kushina used one of her chains to wrap around
Sasori's tail, stopping him from blocking the 3 remaining chains. The slammed into the puppet, smashing it to pieces as a person covered in a sheet jumped out to avoid being killed. I'm impressed you managed to destroy my puppet on your own rather easily, but you are the wife of the 4th Hokage, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Sasori said, turning towards them so they could see his face. No, that can't be.
How? Shio said in absolute shock, and everyone could see why.
Sasori, who had left the village over 20 years ago, looked like he was in his teens.
I was displeased with my odd body, so I made a new one,
Sasori said in reply. It doesn't matter if you look 10 or 90.
I'm still going to beat you down, and then you're going to tell me how you got my daughter and her friends to join you,
Kushina said, looking at Sasori angrily.
I'm well aware at how angry you must be at me right now, but if you think that you can beat me, then you're sorely mistaken,
Sasori said, pulling out a scroll.
Actually, I should say you're sorely mistaken if you think you can beat him. Sasori summoned a puppet that didn't look like anything special to Minima, but Kushina and Shio knew that this was bad news. The 3rd Kazekage, Shio said.
Naruko dodged another clay bird which exploded just beside her.
This guy was really pissing Naruko off. He had been flying away on his bird the entire time and occasionally threw a clay bird bomb at Naruko. They weren't threatening since he only threw one at a time, but they were starting to make Naruko's ears ring, which only aggravated her more, added with the fact that Naruko didn't have any long-range jutsus to hit Deidara with.
Naruko didn't know why Deidara was seemingly leading her on a giant goose chase, but Naruko was getting really tired of it.
She was about to increase her speed, but a voice stopped her.
You really shouldn't run off like that,
Kakashi said, appearing beside her along with Sasuke.
But he has Gaara, Naruko said, trying to argue. Naruko, we're a team and teams do things together,
Kakashi said rather harshly.
Fine, Naruko said with a pout. So how are we going to get him? Kakashi looked up at Deidara, who didn't look happy that he had 2 more guests. That's easy, Kakashi said, giving Naruko an eye smile.
We'll shoot him out of the sky.
While Naruko and Kakashi were talking, Deidara was in deep thought. He now had 2 unwanted guests, and they had managed to talk some sense into the jinchuriki.
Deidara had planned to get her as far away from the cave as possible, then blow her sky high, but since it seemed like Sasori had failed to keep them all in the cave, that plan was out the window. Or was it? All he would have to do was get the jinchuriki riled up again, and he knew just what to do.
All right, I understand, Naruko said to Kakashi.
Good, now we can dash. Kakashi was cut off by a clay bird flying right at him. He dodged out of the way and the bird flew right past him.
What was that?
Sasuke asked.
It's a clay bird, but normally it explodes, Naruko said, wondering why it didn't. It might have been a dud,
Kakashi said, but he had a hard time believing that.
Let's just continue with the plan.
Kakashi lifted up his headband to reveal his Sharingan.
Sasuke also activated his Sharingan. Phoenix Sage Jutsu,
Sasuke yelled, spilling fireballs from his mouth that started tracking Deidara.
You'll have to do better than that, Deidara said, maneuvering his bird to dodge all of Sasuke's fireballs.
Sasuke, watch out, Kakashi yelled. Sasuke was confused since he didn't see anything coming, but less than a second later a clay bird burst the one of Sasuke's fireball and was directly in front of him. Sasuke managed to dodge it, but it blew up beside him and singed his arm and clothes. Damn, he used my own fire jutsu to hide his jutsu, Sasuke said. That's what it means to be S-class. It's not just about high-level jutsus, it's how they can use everything to their advantage and catch their opponent off guard, Kakashi said. Just look at Deidara, he hasn't used any especially powerful jutsus, yet he's still managing to fight the 3 of us. But you're S-class too, so shouldn't you be equal?
Naruko said. Not all S-classes are the same, Kakashi said, but Sasuke and Naruko noticed he had his eye smile. Luckily, I'm a pretty powerful S-class.
Suddenly Kakashi disappeared in a pop of smoke.
Deidara eyes widened seeing what he knew was a clone just disappear, so where was the real one? Deidara got his answer when Kakashi jumped up in front of him and landed on his bird. When did he get in front of me?
Deidara thought as Kakashi started throwing kunais at him.
I thought I told you you'd have to do better than that. Deidara said, jumping off his bird in order to dodge Kakashi's kunais.
As Deidara was falling, Kakashi saw him do a hand sign and immediately jumped off the bird right before it exploded.
Kakashi got back into formation with Sasuke and Naruko. Meanwhile, it looked like Deidara was going to plummet to the ground.
However, an exact duplicate of the clay bird Deidara was previously riding came and picked him up along with eating Gaara as he fell out from the other bird. He wasn't only one riding on that bird though.
I got your message and got here as fast as I could. Mito said. It's a good thing you did, or I would be a mess on the ground right now. Deidara said with a chuckle.
Mito, Naruko said, not believing that her sister was having such a casual conversation with the guy who killed Gaara. That's why the bird didn't explode, it was a message for Mito.
Sasuke said. Just keep calm, Mito's an enemy now and we have to treat her as such. Kakashi said mainly to Naruko. Naruko didn't reply, she was only focused on Deidara with absolute hate in her eyes.
After Mito finished her conversation with Deidara, she turned around to face them.
Hey Naruko, long time no see.
Oh wait, I guess we did stop you from saving Gaara, sorry about that, but hey, look on the bright side, at least you can experience a fraction of the hate I felt for you during my time living with you. Mito said, getting angrier with each passing word.
Mito, I'm telling you I've changed, please believe me. Naruko pleaded.
Here we go again, the princess doesn't get what she wants, so all she can do is cry, or better yet, why don't you use some of your demonic chakra?
Mito said, smiling. Come on Naruko, do it, you've never hesitated before. I won't. Naruko yelled. Well, we'll just see about that.
Mito said, pointing at the group with her hands made to look like finger guns.
Dual lightning gun.
Mito said and started firing a small burst of lightning at them.
Deidara supported her by throwing clay birds at them, putting them complete on the defensive. If this keeps up, we'll be killed. Sasuke said. What do we do, Kakashi? Naruko asked. Don't worry, you two haven't been the only ones training these past 3 years. Kakashi said as he closed his Sharingan eye. What is he doing?
Mito thought as she focused her fire on him.
Kakashi suddenly opened his eye and gave Mito a brief glacé at his Sharingan, which looked very different from Sasuke or Hitomi. Then he was gone. What the hell? Mito yelled, looking everywhere for Kakashi, but not seeing anything. Mito looked to Deidara for help and didn't like what she saw. Deidara didn't look panicked, but the way his eyes moved let Mito know that he couldn't find Kakashi either.
Suddenly something that Mito could only describe as a vortex appeared right beside them.
Mito could feel it trying to suck them in, and so could Deidara.
He flipped the bird over so they were standing on the bottom of it with chakra in their feet. This was only a temporary solution, however, as the vortex was ripping the bottom of the bird off. They only had one choice at that point. They jumped off the bird onto the ground below.
They were now face to face with Naruko and Sasuke, no longer having the advantage of flight.
Kakashi also returned to his group, blood dripping for his Sharingan eye.
Now that we're on equal footing, the real fight can begin. Kakashi said. One touch, that was all it would take to put them out of the fight.
The thought sent shivers through Minima's entire body. Ever since Sasori had released the third Kazekage line with poison weapons from head to toe, the fight had taken a turn for the worst.
Getting close to Sasori was impossible with his puppet in the way.
Hell, it was taking both Kushina and Chio with her two puppets that she called the mother and the father to keep up with the damn thing. Minima herself wasn't doing much, just throwing a kunai every once in a while or using her chains to try and hit the third Kazekage, but she had to stay very far away from it as per her Kazan's orders. It didn't take long for Sasori to destroy the mother and father, leaving Kushina basically to fend for herself.
Kushina wrapped a chain around the puppet's leg and threw it to the ground, but it just got right back up, not the least bit phased. Then it went on another barrage using every kind of weapon imaginable. Kushina did a good job avoiding all the weapons, but they knew that they couldn't keep this up because while Kushina was exhausting herself with all that dodging, Sasori had barely moved. The only solution was to destroy that puppet, but what could Minima do to help? Everything she did, the puppet would dodge it or block it like an afterthought. Had nothing changed? Was she still as weak as she was when she fought Naruto? Minima thought she had made leaps and bounds since then, but here she was just standing her being useless, hoping that someone faster and stronger would take care of everything. Minima suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder and looked up to see Chio. "You're worried, aren't you?" she said. "Was it really that obvious?" Minima said, looking down. "I'm just so useless." "Now this is not the time to feel sorry for yourself," Chio said. "I can't do much else," Minima said, looking at the fight going on in front of her. "You know, when faced with such overwhelming odds, there are two things people will do," Chio said. "They either decide that what they're trying to do is impossible and give up, or they will decide that no matter how bad it looks or how little of a chance they have, they'll still try because they know that one move can change everything. That would be great, but unfortunately for me, I haven't been able to hit with any move, so I guess I'll just have to believe it's impossible," Minima said. "Then I guess you can give up, and when your sister is killed just like Gaara, I guess you can give up then too, because let me tell you something, it's not going to get any easier," Choji said, running off to rejoin the fight and hopefully give Kushina some support. Minima watched the fight with a blank look in her eyes. She didn't know what she was looking at. Was she looking at a tried and sweaty Kushina? No, it hurt too much to look at her Kasan doing her best to win. Was she looking for an opening where the puppet could be hit by Minima since she had long since been inactive? No, Minima could see Sasori's eyes dart over to her every so often. He might not think much of her, but he hadn't forgotten her. Maybe she was looking just because then she'd be able to say that she was there when the first Akatsuki member was killed. Minima was sure that no matter how bad it looked, Kushina would win. Not even when Kushina was panting for breath and barely able to dodge did Minima think she would lose, but that dream came crashing down when Kushina was finally hit. It was hardly even a scratch on her arm, nothing that a normal person would even have to worry about, but it broke skin and that's all that mattered. The poison was inside her and there was nothing she could do. Kushina immediately broke in a flush, sweat dripping down her face worse than ever, and her legs were starting to shake. Minima couldn't believe it, her Kasan was going to die and had just been standing there watching. She had to do something. Time seemed to go in slow motion as the puppet got closer to Kushina. There was no way she had the strength to dodge it, and Chio wasn't going to be able to help. 1,000 plans seemed to rush through Minima's mind, but each one just seemed like it would get Kushina killed faster. Minima tried to think about all she had seen. There had to be some way to stop, if only for an instant. Then Minima thought about everything she knew about puppeteers. Then she remembered how Hanabi had dealt with Chio, and this gave her a plan. Minima shot a chain which the puppet dodged just as easily as before, but what Sasori didn't know was that Minima hadn't been aiming for the puppet. Minima smiled as her chain wrapped around the chakra strings that Sasori was using to control the puppet and gave it a nice tug. The strings bunched up at one point, making it impossible for Sasori to control. Instead of taking the time to fix his current string, he let go of them and shot new ones at the puppet. Kushina had seen what Minima was trying to do, however, and used the last of her strength to shot a chain through the puppet before Sasori was able to get his new string to connect. Minima felt pride in being to help her Kasan, but that quickly disappeared as Kushina fell to the ground coughing up blood. "Ka-san!" Minima screamed as she ran up to Kushina. "Hey, that was some good thinking. How'd you come up with it?" Kushina said weakly, trying to force herself to smile. "I remembered how Hanabi cut the string that Chio connected to her sword and realized I could attack the strings instead of the puppet, but that doesn't matter right now. What about you?" Minima said, tears running down her face. "I'll be fine once you beat Sasori and get the antidote," Kushina said, going into a coughing fit. "But there's no way I can beat him without your help, and what if he doesn't have the antidote on him?" Minima said. He'll have the antidote. Chio said, walking over to join them. And Minima, you won't be alone, I'll be here to help. Minima smiled at Chio, thankful for the help. You think you can keep yourself alive while we kick my ungrateful grandson's ass? Chio asked Kushina. Who do you think you're talking to? Kushina said. I'm happy you three are getting in some bounding time, but I don't like to wait, so we're going to have to hurry this up. Sasori said as he brought up the still active third Kazekage. It had a huge hole in its chest and looked a little wobbly, but it could still fight. Damn, I thought I destroyed it. Kushina said. You just relax, we'll deal with it. Chio said, picking her up and moving her to the side of the cave away from the battle. This battle has gone on too long, so I hope you don't mind if I just end it now. Sasori said as his puppet started spitting out some sort of gray dust. What is that? Minima asked Chio. It's the jutsu that made the third the most feared out of all the Kazekages, iron sand. Chio explained as the sand combined to form a huge block and a triangular prism. Then the block came slamming down towards them. Minima and Chio dodged out of the way only to barely dodge the prism. Minima shot a chain at the sand only for it to bounce off harmlessly. That's not going to work, these things are almost indestructible. We're going to have to destroy the puppet to stop them. Chio said. That was hard enough without two giant things trying to crush us. Minima yelled. It's already heavily damaged, one good strike should be enough. Chio said as she used her chakra string to attach to the prism and throw it off course, if only by a couple inches. Fine, Minima said as she rushed the puppet, but just because it was using its iron set didn't mean it couldn't defend it itself. It fought Minima in pure taijutsu this time, probably because all of its weapon mechanics had been damaged or destroyed by Kushina attack. It also helped that it was a lot more sluggish than before, giving Minima hope that she could actually handle it, but just like always, things wouldn't be that easy. Minima noticed a huge shadow below her and knew she had to get out of there. The block of sand fell, just barely missing Minima as she moved out of the way, but once the block landed it swung to the left and hit Minima dead on. She went flying towards the wall of the cave wall. She hit it, creating a crater. Minima didn't have time to think about the pain she was in as the prism came at her. Minima pulled herself off the wall, letting the prism hit the space she had just occupied. Now Minima knew how Kushina felt, having to run around a dodge all the time. The fight had barely begun yet Minima was already running out of breath. She didn't know how much longer she could keep this up as she had to jump out of the way of yet another attack from the block. Chio was trying her best using her chakra strings to try and throw the objects somewhere else, but the iron sand was just too heavy and Sasori had too great of a control over it. This gave Minima an idea, however. Minima stopped dead in her tracks and waited for the block to hover right over her head before dodging it as it came down. Then as quickly as she could, Minima placed her palm on the ground and four chakra chains shot out from the ground. They went up and over the block and connected at the top. The block was now anchored to the ground by Minima chain. Sasori tried to move the block and break the chains, but they were too strong. The same couldn't be said for Minima, however. Every time the block bashed against the chains it felt like Minima's arm was going to rip out of her socket since she had to hold the chains in place. Minima knew she wouldn't be able to hold it there for long, so she ran towards the puppet, extending the chain as she went. Sasori wasn't just going to let her rush his puppet that easily. The prism moved above Minima's head, and right when it was about to drop, the block bashed against the chains in the opposite direction, forcing Minima to stop. There was no way Minima could dodge now, and Sasori smirked, knowing that he would only have Chio to deal with. But something happened. The prism veered a little bit and missed Minima, and Sasori knew exactly what had happened. Chio, Sasori growled. Chio was panting as it was hardly easy to move that huge thing with her chakra strings. Minima, go for it! Choji screamed. Hi, Minima yelled as she got closer and closer to the puppet. I don't think so. Sasori yelled as his puppet tried to punch Minima. Sasori realized too late though that the puppet was too slow due to its damage, and Minima had a blue sphere in her hand. Rasengan! Minima yelled as she sent the Rasengan through the puppet's chest, completely tearing it apart,
and with the fall of the puppet the sand could no longer hold its shape and fell to the ground.
"Looks like you lost your ace," Shio said with a smirk. "That isn't my only ace," Sasori said darkly. He took off his cloak, revealing his puppet body. There was a cable in his stomach and he sported 2 saw blades from his back. He also opened a compartment on the left side of his cheeks along with a scroll. Minima watched in horror as 100 puppets emerged. "Let's see you stop this," Sasori said. Shio hissed. "I promised myself I would never use this again, but it looks like I don't have a choice," Shio said, pulling out a scroll that released her own army of puppets, although it was only 1/10 the size of Sasori's. What ensued next couldn't be called anything else than a mash pit. There was no strategy, just take down as many puppets as you could. Swords clashing against swords, chains hitting wood and so on. When it was all over, nothing had been gained. All of Chiyo's puppets were destroyed and so were Sasori's. Sasori was far from beat, however, as he lunged at Minima using his blades to nearly chop off her arm. Minima was luckily and by sheer panic managed to dodge, but there was no questioning it. Sasori was fast, far too fast for Minima to keep up, and since Chiyo no longer had any puppets, Minima didn't know how much help she'd really be. Then Sasori shot his cable at Minima, and no amount of panic was going to help her dodge this time. The cable, laced in poison, cut the side of Minima's stomach. Minima could feel the poison burning her body as it entered her bloodstream. It made the giant gash she had feel like nothing. Minima collapsed to her knees, already seeing black. Minima could hear Sasori saying something, but his voice felt like it was miles away. All Minima could pick up was something about hating to wait and how he was going to end this. Minima didn't need to hear the rest to know she was screwed. Even if Sasori didn't hack her into piece with his saw blade, she would die from the poison or bleed out from the gash on her stomach. Sasori had apparently already decided her fate as Minima saw him lung at her, though the blurry blackness that made up her eyesight. Minima was prepared for the cold metal to cut into her flesh, but something else happened in the middle of his leap. Sasori suddenly faceplanted on the ground. Minima was wondering what the hell had happened when she noticed a gold chain wrapped around Sasori's leg. Minima realized that Kushina had saved her. No, not just saved her, but had given her the chance that Chiyo had been talking about. One move is all it takes to chance everything, Minima thought as she shot her own chain at Sasori. It didn't wrap around him, it just landed on top of him, but that was all Minima needed. She had been practicing this move for the past 3 years, and it was finally time to see if it paid off. Minima used the last of her strength to force her lightning chakra through her chain. It acted as a conductor, and Sasori was the lightning rod. The lightning electrocuted Sasori's body until it started smoking. Minima hadn't noticed it before, but there was some sort of cylinder in Sasori's chest. And it seemed to be smoking the worst. Then Minima blacked out. Gaara's body landed behind Deidara and Mito, kicking up dust. This only served to make Naruko angrier at Deidara. Deidara was not happy. His plan was out the window, and he doubted that Kakashi would just let him create another bird and fly away on it. Also, with one missing arm, he wasn't exactly equipped for close-range combat. Deidara was thinking that they just cut their losses and leave, but one look at Naruko told him that getting away wasn't going to be an option. "I guess I'll just have to blow you up," Deidara said as he got his hand-mouth working on some of his art. "I don't think so," Sasuke said as he started up his Chidori and rushed Deidara. Mito withdrew her swords and pointed them at Sasuke. "Lightning rife," Mito said as lightning flowed from the hilt of her sword to the tip and then shot a burst of pure lightning at Sasuke. It was much faster and more powerful than when she had just been using her fingers, but with the Sharingan Sasuke was able to dodge without losing momentum. Deidara couldn't create his art soon enough, so he did the only thing he could. Deidara jumped over Sasuke as he ran right under him. This on course left Deidara as a very easy target, something that Kakashi picked up on. He created another one of those vortexes that had caused them to crash. Deidara couldn't move much in the air, but he managed to maneuver just enough so the vortex didn't kill him. That wasn't to say it was a successful dodge, as the vortex ripped off his other arm. Now armless Deidara had no way to make his art, which put they in a pretty bad position. The only good news was that Kakashi looked down for the count. His eye was bleeding worse than ever and he was on one knee. Deidara didn't have time to admire Kakashi because Sasuke came around and tried to send his Chidori through Deidara's chest. Mito saw this and moved to intercept him. Sasuke was surprised when his Chidori was stopped by Mito's sword. Sasuke had always thought that the Chidori could price anything, so it was a huge shock when Mito's sword not only stopped it, but started absorbing it. Sasuke backed away quickly, not knowing what was happening. "How the hell did you do that?" Sasuke asked, looking at his hand to see if there was anything wrong. "The Kiba is used to channel real lightning. Your little lighting chakra has nothing on that," Mito said with a smirk. "I just used my sword as a lightning rod and absorbed the Chidori." Sasuke didn't know what to say. If what Minima said was true, then anything lightning attack would be worthless as long as she could block with her sword. Wondering what to do, Sasuke looked back at Gaara's body and quickly ran for it. He threw Gaara over his shoulder and made a large loop around Minima, so he was back on the side with Naruko and Kakashi. Sasuke was wondering why Mito hadn't tried to stop him. He looked over to see that Deidara staring off into space while Mito seemed to be waiting for orders from him. Several seconds passed before Deidara regained his senses. He muttered understood to seemingly no one before turning to Mito and saying, "We're done here, it's time to go." Mito didn't question it. "Hey, you can't just walk away," Naruko yelled. She couldn't believe them. They started this fight, killed Gaara, and now they were just going leave on the flip of a dime. "Why not you got Gaara back?" Deidara said mockingly. "You killed him," Naruko yelled, running straight at him knowing he had no way to defend it himself. Naruko pulled out a kunai and was prepared to stab him through the chest. Let him feel all the pain he inflicted on Gaara. Naruko kunai never hit flesh, instead it hit the hard steel of Mito blade. "Mito, this doesn't concern you, get out of my way." Naruko practically growled and started sending wind chakra to her kunai. "I won't," Mito said with little emotion as she channeled lightning chakra to her blade. To Naruko's surprise, it started cutting through her kunai. Behind Mito, Naruko could see Deidara shove his face into a bag that was laying on the ground, and when he came back up he was chewing on something, no doubt trying to make another bird. "Get out of my way," Naruko yelled, pushing down harder. "Naruko, stop," Kakashi said, trying to get up but fell back down to his knees. Naruko was confused. Why would Kakashi want her to stop? Deidara was trying to get away and she needed to make him pay. "I see you haven't changed," Mito said, breaking Naruko out of her thoughts, and that's when she looked at her hands and realized what she had done. She was leaking demonic chakra, at least a tail's worth. The shock was so much that Naruko backed off to try and control herself. This gave Deidara enough time to complete his bird and hop on it. "Come on, let's get going," he said to Mito, who hopped on with him. "Wait," Naruko yelled after using some trick Jiraiya had taught her to contain the demonic chakra. It didn't do any good though, as the bird took off and flew away. Naruko was about to chase after them, but Kakashi stopped her. "Stop, Naruko, we'll never catch them," Kakashi said, finally getting back on his feet even if they were pretty shaky. "But they're going to get away," Naruko said. "It doesn't matter, we wouldn't be able to catch them anyways. We should head back to the cave. Kushina and the others might need our help," Kakashi said. "Hi," Naruko said half-heartedly and followed him. It took a while to get back because of Kakashi's overuse of the Sharingan, but it didn't really matter. The fight had been over for a long time and it was not a pretty sight. Chio was bandaging up a horrible wound on a very sick-looking Minima's side while Kushina was stilling off to the side looking pretty sick herself. "What happened?" Sasuke said as he looked at the mess of puppets all over the place. "We won," Chio said. "But Kushina and Minima here got poisoned. Luckily Sasori had 3 antidotes on him, so I was able to save the both of them, and we'll still have one for Kankuro." "They don't look fine," Naruko said. "It doesn't work instantly, give it some time," Chio said as she finished the bandaging and walked over to Sasuke. "Give me Gaara," she said. "What for?" Sasuke asked. Just do it, Shio said, and Sasuke handed him over. Shio laid Gaara on the ground and kneeled over him. What are you doing? Naruko asked. The world doesn't need an old fart like me anymore. It would be much better off if a young person with fresh dreams came back. Shio said, doing some hand seals. Wait, what are you saying? Naruko said. Make sure to get that antidote back to Kankuro. Shio said as she placed her hands on Gaara's chest and closed her eyes. Shio, wait. Naruko said, but it was too late. Shio fell over dead just as Gaara opened his eyes. Team Guy arrived shortly after and they headed off to Suna. It took them a long time to make it back to Suna, mostly because Kakashi, Minama and Kushina were all injured. Gaara also had to deal with the fact he died and was no longer a jinchuriki. He didn't talk the entire way back. Naruko had just explained what had happened and he demanded they make it back to Suna as fast as they could so they could save Kankuro. It wasn't just Gaara who didn't talk. Everyone was in deep thought, mostly about the appearance of Mito, Hanabi and Hitomi and of course the death of Chio. The only real conversation was a debate on if they should send a messenger toad back to Minato. Kushina shot that down, saying that she wanted to tell him herself, so they all just focused on getting back to Suna. But in the end none of it mattered. When they got back to Suna, Kankuro was dead and had been for a long time. Hi, Naruto said, cutting off the mental link with pain. So Sasori went and got himself killed and somehow Gaara survived. Hayden said. It doesn't matter, we still got the one tail, so we've broke even. Besides, it won't stay that way for long because we've made it. Naruto said with his psychopathic grin, looking at Kumogakure. Let's get to work. Oh, make. Toby, I thought we told you to defend the cave. Where were you? Mito yelled at a very frightened Toby. I was going to, but I had to, fight off an alien invasion. Yeah, that's what happened. There were millions of them coming down from their spaceships. They demeaned that I give them all the dango in the world, but I wouldn't let them have it, so a massive fight ensued. It was hard, but I managed to use my amazing just to push them back, but sadly by the time I was done the Leafnin had already gotten to the cave and Sasori dead. What kind of friend am I to let him die in his time of need? Toby said, starting to cry like a baby. Toby, that at the dumbest excuses I've ever heard. Mito yelled and proceeded to beat the crap out of Toby. While Mito was busy, Hanabi asked Hitomi a question that had been bothering her for a little while now. Hey Hitomi, don't you feel like we're forgetting something? Yeah, but I just can't think of what it could be. Hitomi replied. Meanwhile, far away from the girls was a lake that had a certain someone in it. How long is it going to take those Leafnin to get here? I feel like the ceiling should have been over by now. Suigetsu thought. The Leaf Ninja stayed in Suna for a little bit while Minama, Kushina, and Kakashi got their wounds patched up and to stay for Kankuro's and Chiyo's funeral. Temari had probably been the most affected after all, for that one day she had thought she had lost both her brothers, and technically she had. Gaara wasn't in any better shape. He blamed himself for Kankuro's death, but he also blamed the Akatsuki, and by the time the Leafnin left they could feel his dark aura coming from Gaara, not so different from the aura he had during the Chunin exams. So the girls are part of the Akatsuki, Minato said after the group gave their report, not letting even the slightest of emotion show. Hi, Kushina said. And the one tail has been extracted. Minato said. Hi, Kushina said. I see you can have the rest of the day off. Minato said to the group. But Tusan, what are we going to do about Mito and the other girls? Naruko asked in a panic. I'll deal with it, you are excused. Minato said. Now Minato didn't normally drink, but that night he only saw the bottom of the bottle. Keeping the girls on the down low would be harder than even now. It seemed his life was a never-ending tale of sorrow. His family had been cut in half, with Mito part of the Akatsuki and Naruto and S-Class Nin doing who knows what. Minato just didn't know what to do. Should he focus on getting Naruto? Should focus on getting the girls? Should he focus on making Minama and Naruko stronger? Who knew? The problems didn't stop there.
Minato had to tell Itachi and Hayashi about Hanabi and Hitomi. While Itachi took it as well as Minato had expected him to, Hayashi had given Minato all his thought on what should be done about his daughter in a voice that may have well been yelling for the Hyuga clan. At least they were all able to agree on something, and that was to not put any of the girls in a bingo book.
After all, no one wanted the Byakugan and the Sharingan to be hunted down. What a day this was turning out to be.
Two Kumo Jounin were standing guard in front of a large cave where Yujido trained.
It was a pretty boring job since nothing ever happened. That was until today.
They noticed a figure wearing a black cloak with red clouds on it and a straw hat walking towards them.
Who are you and what is your business here? The Jounin asked. The figure didn't respond and continued to move closer. The two Jounin took out kunais and were prepared to fight the intruder. I'll ask again, what are you doing here? The Jounin said.
The figure still didn't respond. If you won't answer my question, then I'll have no choice. The Jounin was cut off as the figure suddenly lunged at them, going for walking speed to faster than most people could see in an instant. The figure grabbed both of their faces and killed them. They fell to the ground, blood dripping from their eyes, noses and mouths. It was a practically gruesome sight.
Damn, what did you do to them? Haydn said, walking up to the bodies and admiring his partner's handiwork. I just reversed their blood flow. Naruto said, taking off his hat.
Human bodies can't handle that, so it causes most of their organs to explode, most notably the heart.
So you can kill people just by touching them? Haydn asked with more than a little interest.
I can, Naruto said.
I realized that even though my defense is near impenetrable, my offensive was lacking.
You call being able to create cyclones, shooting pebbles at high speeds, and that stupid ball of yours lacking?
Haydn said. Yes, I do. Now come on, we've got a jinchuriki to bag. Naruto said, walking into the cave.
It's not like we're in a rush. I mean, come on, this place is on the outskirts of the village. It's almost like they want us to attack their jinchuriki.
Haydn said, following Naruto with his hands behind his head.
Most people don't like a jinchuriki living inside the village, so she is probably forced to live out here.
Naruto said. So they're all going to be this boring? Haydn said.
Then how about I make it a little more interesting for you, a female voice said. Then 4 claws shot through Haydn's body, piercing his heart.
Naruto looked back to see that their target had somehow snuck up behind them.
She was smiling, obvious proud of herself for killing one of the invaders, or so she thought.
You should really be more careful, Naruto said to Haydn.
Hey, you shut up! Haydn yelled, swing his scythe behind him, almost cutting off Yujido's head. Luckily she dodged just in time, pulling her claws out of Haydn's body, earning a grunt in a very vocal, compliant form. The man.
Haydn, be careful, we can't kill her, Naruto said, but didn't show too much concern. But that fucking hurt, Haydn yelled in protest.
While Naruto and Haydn were having their little spat, Yujido was on the verge of panic. She had stabbed that guy through the heart and nothing. Not to mention that these two were having an argument right in front of her.
They weren't even trying.
They were that confident.
Well, she would just have to show them that she wasn't to be underestimated.
If she couldn't kill the first one, then she'd just have to take care of the other one. She ran up behind Naruto and swung her claws at his neck, but right when they hit him they broke. Yujido looked at the stubs that used to be her claws in shock. Both her attacks that should have killed them didn't even affect them, and worse than that, it looked like she had gotten Naruto's attention. Haydn, I believe we've been rather rude. Our guest has gotten impatient,
Naruto said, turning around to face Yujido. Fine, we'll deal with this first, Haydn said.
Now that Yujido could see their faces, she knew she was in trouble.
She recognized them as the S-class Nins, Naruto and Haydn.
Yujido didn't know why those two were working together, but it hardly mattered. She needed to get help.
Yujido turned around and sprinted to the exit. Oh no, you don't, Naruto said, hitting the side of the cave.
Yujido didn't know how he did it, but he caused a cave-in, but just at the entrance to the cave and nowhere else. There goes your exit, so why not just give up? It will save us some trouble.
Haydn said mockingly. Aren't you guys cocky? Yujito said, looking for a way out of this predicament.
Well, when our target tries to run away before we've even started fight,
I think we're allowed to, Naruto said, reaching into his pockets.
Yujito didn't take the time to find out what he was going to pull out as she threw 2 smoke bombs at them. Then jumped up to the roof of the cave using chakra to stick to it, like a cat, and crawling above them. The smoke blocked her view of the 2 ninja, but she could see something being shot out of the smoke. They looked like pebbles, but Yujito quickly dismissed the thought.
What ninja would use pebbles as a weapon?
Yujito made it to a wide-open room that she used for training. There wasn't a way out from here, but at least it gave her more space to fight, and she knew it like the back of her hand. It only took a couple seconds for Naruto and Haydn to make their way into the room, and when they did, Yujito unloaded on them, kunais, shurikens, knives, spears, everything. Yujito thought that even an immortal would be ripped to shears after that attack, so it came as a huge surprise when more than half the weapons she had thrown came right back at her.
Yujito dropped to her stomach, letting all the weapons fly over her.
When she got back to her feet, she saw that Haydn was pulling out some of the weapons that had hit, but Naruto didn't have a scratch on him.
You fucking bitch, that hurt!
Haydn yelled, ripping a kunai from his arm.
I'll let you handle this.
She's your target,
Naruto said, walking off to the side, shocking Yujito. Fine by me. You just get in my way, Haydn said. Yujito might have been surprised by Naruto's action, but she was glad.
Now she would only have to fight one of these freaks. At least until Naruto decided he wanted to intervene, but now wasn't the time to think about that.
Yujito shoot a fireball at Haydn, starting the fight. Haydn jumped over it, throwing his scythe at Yujito.
Yujito noticed that the scythe was attached to a cable and realized that Haydn would be able to control it even if he wasn't holding it.
Taking this into
account, she blocked it with her claws, the ones that hadn't been broken by Naruto, instead of dodging, but it didn't prove to be as helpful as Yujito wanted to be. Haydn rushed her with a spear. Yujito couldn't move because she was still blocking the scythe, so she brought her foot up and extended the claws on her toes to block the spear.
It worked, but Yujito was now severely off balance, something that Haydn took advantage of.
He swept her leg out from under her, causing her to fall. This also had the added consequence of the scythe and the spear began able to attack her while she was on the ground. Yujito rolled out of the way, but she felt the scythe cut her back. She got back to her feet and put some distance between her and Haydn, but Haydn wasn't going after her. Instead, he was looking at the blood on his scythe and smiling. Then he started drawing some seal on the ground.
Haydn, remember, you can't kill her, Naruto said. Relax, I'm not going to kill her, Haydn said as he finished his seal. Yujito didn't like what she was hearing.
If Naruto was telling Haydn not to kill her, then that seal must have the power to do so.
If that was the case, then she would have to keep him from activating it. It was time to show this too why jinchurikis are so feared.
Haydn and Naruto watched as Yujito started leaking demonic churka until it completely engulfed her, just leaving the 2 tails in her place.
That was quick, Naruto commented before the cat brought its massive paw down on Haydn. Haydn, knowing that this would just inflict damage on the jinchuriki, stayed where he was. Naruto, however, didn't have the same idea. He shot off from his current position and tackled Haydn out of his seal. Hey, what the hell? Haydn said, getting to his feet.
You idiot, if that attack would have landed, you would have been crushed,
Naruto said.
So I would have survived, what's the big deal?
Haydn said. You might have survived, but I doubt our target would have been able to, Naruto said, staring down the 2 tails. Oh, that's right, Haydn said sheepishly.
Whatever, just recreate your seal while I keep this beast distracted, and this time make sure not to kill her,
Naruto said. I thought you said you weren't going to help, Haydn said.
That was only because I forgot how much of an idiot you were,
Naruto said.
Hayden looked a little offended by Naruto's comment, but he backed off to go make his seal.
Now it's just you and me, fuzzball. Naruto said.
The two-tail, apparently not liking being referred to as a fuzzball, tried to swat Naruto with one of its tails. Naruto just sighed. When would they learn? No matter how hard you hit or how fast you are, you can't get past his reflection. The tail hit Naruto and of course was reflected. Since the tail was just chakra, it didn't break, but it was sent back and slammed into the cave wall. The two tails, not sure what had happened, tried again, but it ended in the same result, and this happened again and again until the two tails let out a scream of pain. Naruto could see that Hayden had completed his seal and now had his spear sticking out of his gut.
Apparently the pain was too great for Yujiro to handle as the demonic chakra receded, leaving Yujiro screaming in agony. "Make it stop!" Yujiro yelled, falling to her stomach. Hayden did not. He stabbed himself over and over again until Yujiro couldn't take it anymore and passed out. "Too easy," Hayden said.
"The two tails has been captured," Naruto said as Hayden made his way to Yujiro and flung her over his shoulder.
"Let's get out of here."
They walked back to the entrance of the cave where boulders were still covering it, but one touch from Naruto fixed that problem. But outside the cave was another problem. Someone was there. He had white hair and dark skin. He also had the characters for water and lightning tattooed to his shoulders.
"So you are the people who attacked Yujiro, Naruto, Namikaze and Hayden?" the man said, not looking too happy with them. "Only sending one person? Kumo sure is getting cocky," Naruto said.
"Don't worry, more will be arriving soon. I was just sent here to investigate.
The name's Darui, by the way."
"Hayden, get out of here.
We don't want Kumo to retake what's ours," Naruto said. Hayden reluctantly agreed and stated, walking off. "I'm not just going to let you walk out of here," Darui said. "Then you'll have to go through me," Naruto said, stepping in front of Hayden. "Let's see what you've got."
"If you insist, Black Panther,"
Darui yelled, sending a wave of black lightning at Naruto.
"Well shit, this is actually a problem,"
Naruto said, dodging out of the way. The reason Darui's lightning was a problem was because Naruto's couldn't reflect it.
The reason he could reflect it was because he had never encountered it before. Naruto's reflection worked like an index. He would find out the equation for an attack and then add it to his reflection so that attack would always be reflect. But if someone used an attack that Naruto had never seen before, then it wasn't in his index and couldn't be reflected. But there were a number of ways around this problem. One was to have a test run of the attack, for example when Orochimaru had subjected Naruto to demonic chakra until he found out the equation for it, which was the reason the Yujido's demoic chakra wasn't a problem. The second way was to have prior knowledge of an attack. For example, the first Hokages would release while Naruto and never encountered, and doubted he ever would. He was pretty confident his reflection would work on it since he had done research into it. Of course Naruto would never know for sure unless he encountered it. The third option is what he would have to do now, figure it out on the spot. Naruto started repelling the ground beneath him, so he was slightly hovering.
"Let's see what you've got," Naruto said.
Darui started shooting his black lightning and kunais at Naruto.
Naruto, now not affected by the friction of the ground, dodged all of the attacks. It looked like he was skating on ice. Naruto wasn't just dodging, however.
He was thinking. Over the years he had developed a pretty good way to discover the equation of an attack. First he would pull the equation of the attack that was most closely related to the attack he was trying to find from his index.
This one was easy, lightning release.
Then it was just the simple task of finding the difference between the two attacks, and the more the attack was used the easier to become to figure it out.
This actually caused his opponent to be trapped in a loop. They couldn't use the attack that could actually hit him too often or it wouldn't work anymore, but they couldn't use other moves because they definitely wouldn't work. This was the reason Naruto was dodging both the lightning and the kunais. He didn't want Darui to realize that only his black lightning was effective, and Naruto's plan worked like a charm. Darui kept shooting his lightning, never knowing that he was just handing Naruto the information needed to beat him.
Naruto did figure it out about 3 minutes into the fight thanks to all the times Darui spammed it and how similar it was to regular lightning release. Naruto was done with running, skating, around and charged Darui. Darui smirked, obviously thinking Naruto had lost his mind, and fired his black lightning at Naruto. Imagine his surprise when it came right back at him. He had to shot his lightning again just to negate his own attack. Naruto meanwhile hadn't stopped his charge and was now right in front of Darui. All he had to do was touch him and it was all over. Naruto could feel that finger brush over the hair that covered one of Darui's eyes. Naruto warped his fingers around, nothing. Naruto turned his head so fast you could hear the crack, but Darui had just disappeared. Where did he go? He was right there, Naruto thought. He looked around some more, but there was no one. It was only him. Naruto, not having any reason to stay, left very confused as to what had happened. Naruto would have no way of knowing this, but he wasn't alone. There were two people watching him from afar, one of them the very man who had disappeared from his sight. The other the strongest man in the whole village, the fourth Raikage. Thanks for saving me. I'm sorry to have been such a bother. Darui apologized to the fourth. Don't worry about it, there was no way we could have known that it was Minato's son. Said. But you should have known about his abilities from when he killed that genin teen when we thought he was Accelerator. I'm sorry, I never read that report. Darui said. Well, at least it appears I was too fast for him to see, so now he'll lead us back to Yujido. Said, watching the young Namikaze leave. Oh, son of Minato, no matter how powerful you think your defense is, once we find Yujido you'll know what true power is. Thought as he called in his umbu to follow Accelerator. He didn't want to attack him because finding Yujido was much more of a priority. Naruto wasn't that stupid, however. People don't just disappear, so just because Naruto didn't know how Darui got away, he knew that he was going to be tracked back to Hiden. Naruto would just have to show Kumo that Darui wasn't the only one who could pull off a vanishing act, and so Naruto would never learn of the true power the Raikage was speaking of. At least for now. The next month only proved the Akatsuki were a force to be feared. The two tails and the four tails had been captured and are presumed dead. The meeting that Minato had wanted before the Akatsuki made their move was finally coming to pass now that the other villages had been attacked. The meeting might have been late, but at least it was going to happen before things really got out of hand. The meeting would take place in the Land of Iron with a samurai overseeing it. All the great nations would be there plus Takigakure, since they had finally admitted to having the seven tails. The rules of the meeting were simple. The leaders of the villages would reveal any information they had on the Akatsuki and hopefully create a pact to fight against them. Minato wasn't going to mention his daughters as part of the Akatsuki though. All the jinchuriki were also required to be present and each leader was allowed to bring 2 guards. Minato would be taking Jiraiya and Itachi and of course Naruko. Kushina had begged to go, but Minato didn't want Minima to be left alone. The trip there was uneventful, but the arrival was a little overwhelming. It started out with Naruko being ambushed by a girl with green hair almost before she walked in the door. Hey, so you're Kanola's jinchuriki? Finally another girl. All these boys' jinchurikis are so antisocial. How many tails do you have? Do you want to be my friend? The girl rattled off, leaving Naruko no chance to answer. Minato chuckled at the scene. Well, Naruko, I better head to the meeting room. You'll be called in a little later. Until then you can wait in the lobby with your new friend. Minato said, walking off with Jiraiya and Itachi in tow. Naruko sighed. It was just like Minato to leave her with someone she didn't even know. She turned to look at the green-haired girl. I'm Naruko, I don't believe I got your name. I'm Fu, she said, pointing to herself and putting on a big grin. I'm Jinchuriki to the 7 tails. I like to swim, train and play. I'm the Jinchuriki to the 9 tails. Naruko said. Wow, so that means you're like the strongest one here. Fu said with a spark in her eye. I doubt it. I'm sure some of the other Jinchuriki are way stronger than me. Naruko said, wondering what was with this girl. She acted like a child. So you said the other Jinchuriki were antisocial, does that mean they're here?
Naruko asked since she really did want to see what the other jinchuriki were like. Hopefully they were a little more normal than this Fu. Why do you want to see them? They're all boring. Let's do something fun like tag. Fu pouted. Can you please just take me to them? Naruko asked. Fine, but don't blame me when you're bored out of your mind. Fu said, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Fu led Naruko to the lobby where all the jinchuriki were gathered waiting for the leaders to finish their opening decision. Naruko was a little surprised that none of them had guards. After all, jinchuriki were prime subjects for kidnapping, but one look at them told Naruko that they didn't need guards. They all looked really powerful and Naruko honestly kind of found herself overwhelmed. The first guy she noticed was a tall man wearing red armor with most of his face covered up, but was most shocking was the steam that seemed to be coming straight from his skin. Naruko made a quick note not to mess with him. There was also a guy in a blue kimono and he was blowing bubbles. The last one of the group was perhaps the strangest. Naruko could tell he was from Kumo by the way he dressed and his headband. He was rapping to himself, something that the jinchuriki in red seemed to find very annoying by the look he was giving him. So much for them being normal. Naruko tried to start a conversation with them, but they either shot her down or started giving her a rap concert. Told you so, Fu said when Naruko had to wander back in defeat. Let's do something fun now. Naruko was about to say something that would let her get away from Fu, but someone handled that for her. You may all enter the meeting room now. A samurai said. All the jinchuriki made their way into the meeting room and stood behind their respective leaders. Now that we're all here, we can get down to the real business. The Raikage said, obviously having not enjoyed the per-meeting discussion. First, let's go through what has already taken place. The Tsuchikage said. The Akatsuki have already managed to capture the 1, 2, and 4 tails. The 2 and 4 tails jinchuriki are most likely dead. Anoki said, giving a pretty dirty look to Gaara. As such, the reaming jinchuriki are Han from IWA, Utakata from Kirk, Fu from Taki, Killer Bee from Kumo and Naruko from Konoha. The 3 tails is unaccounted for. We've already lost 3-tailed beats. How the hell could this happen? The Mizukage said. I didn't see you rushing to fight the Akatsuki. Gaara said. I didn't see why I needed to. I kept a hold of my jinchuriki. I don't see why you couldn't when he was inside of you. Mei said with a smirk. Don't talk about my brother like that. Temari said with her hand on her fan. Calm down, we're here to fight the Akatsuki, not each other. Shibuki, the leader of Taki, said. I agree. Anoki said, making everyone calm down. Now back to business. As a united group, we know very little about the Akatsuki. Anoki said, eyeing everyone at the table. All the information is divided among the leaders and the point of this meeting is to let everyone at this table know, so who would like to go first? Everyone at the table stayed silent. No one wanted to be the first to spill their information, but finally, either because she wanted to gain respect since she was a new Kage or she just wanted to get it over with, Mei started talking. It is highly possible that the Akatsuki had a connection with the 4th Mizukage. How was he connected? Minato asked. That I don't know. All the information was destroyed, and any of the men still loyal to him we killed by an unknown Akatsuki member, although we only found out about him being Akatsuki recently. Mei said. That's just a dead end. A said, not looking impressed with this information. Also, the new Abari was stolen during this time. Mei said. Minato eyes widened just a little bit upon hearing that, but luckily no one noticed. Alright, who's next? Anoki asked, but this time no one stepped up to the plate. A few moments of awkward silence follow before the Raikage finally spoke up. Why did we even call this meeting if no one has any helpful information? He yelled, glaring at everyone. Fine, I don't see why I should tell you this since none of you have put anything on a table, but I know the identify of 2 Akatsuki members. This caught everyone's attention. Well, tell us. Mei said. The 2 Akatsuki members that captured Yujito were hidden from the now deactivate Yugakure and Naruto Namikaze, the son of the 4th Hokage. A said, finding the shocked look on Minato's face highly enjoyable. Minato, did you know about Naruto's involvement with the Akatsuki? Anoki asked.
Even though Minato had 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, he kept his cool. No, until now I assumed Naruto was a regular Rouge Nin, but in light of this new information I would also like to identify one of the Akatsuki members. Minato said, trying to shift the blame away from him just a little bit. Deidara from IWA, and there is also a possibility that Suigetsu from Kiri is part of the Akatsuki since he was helping Naruto when we first encountered him in the Land of Frost. There is also a possibility that Orochimaru is part of the Akatsuki, but information suggests he left quite some time ago. There is also Sasori from Suna, but he was killed by my wife and her team.
Now we're getting somewhere, Anoki said. We should discuss a plan of attack immediately and send a task force to recover the Three Tails. But what about Naruto? We can't just ignore the fact the Hokage's son is part of the enemy force. They could be helping the Akatsuki.
Said, not happy his big jab to Konoha and just been dismissed as another piece of information.
Calm down, Mei said.
From what I heard, Naruto was stolen as a newborn by Orochimaru, and not to mention that Minato said his wife killed one of the members.
I doubt the Leaf is supporting the Akatsuki.
Started grumbling in his chair after hearing that, but he was about to get help from a very unlikely candidate, Gaara. While I don't believe the Leaf is supporting the Akatsuki, I can't help but notice that Minato has failed to give us some very important information. Everyone once again turned to Minato, who had a panicked look on his as well, hidden as it was.
Could you please tell us this information you believe I'd been keeping from you? Minato said.
Gaara sighed, obviously having wanted to give Minato the chance to speak for himself, but he hadn't.
While I don't believe they're main members, they are definitely affiliated with the Akatsuki, and they are Hanabi Hyuga, Hitomi Uchiha, and Mito Namikaze.
Also, they have possession of the Nuabari and the Kiba swords. That was the final nail in the coffin. Everyone turned to Minato with an anger and untrustworthy look, and Minato could understand why out of all the identified Akatsuki members, Leaf Nin made up more than half, and 2 of them were from Minato's own family.
The only question was, how did Gaara find out? The only person from Suna that saw the girls was Chiyo, and she was dead.
Meanwhile, behind Minato, Naruko was shaken so bad that it was noticeable to the whole room. After all, this was the worst thing that could have happened to them, and it was all her fault.
This meeting was shaping up to be everyone against the Leaf.
Naruko was cursing herself for being the one that caused this problem. It started right after they got back to Suna and found out Kankuro had died. Temari was pretty much having a mental breakdown at that point, and once she saw Gaara alive, she leaped into him for a hug.
Gaara-san looked like it was about to block her, but Gaara suppressed it.
The next couple of minutes were spent watching awkwardly as Temari cried into her brother's shoulder. The scene probably would have lasted forever if Gaara hadn't been forcibly dragged off by the elders to talk about his capture. Naruko and Tenten decided they would take Temari to the bath to get her, and themselves, cleaned up.
Minama and Kushina were still in the infirmary getting their wounds patched up, so they didn't come.
They hoped it would relax her, and it did, but a bath wouldn't fix the trauma of losing a bother.
It will be okay.
Gaara's still here,
Tenten said.
You two could never understand. My brother is dead. I'll never be able to see or talk to him ever again.
Temari said. Tears started to flow. Temari, I do understand, Naruko said.
It might not be exactly the same, but I've lost a sibling too. My little sister Mito and her 2 friends Hanabi and Hitomi ran away from the village, and it was just today that I found out where they went. They joined the Akatsuki, and my sister made it abundantly clear how much she hates me, so I know what it's like to lose a sibling.
Naruko couldn't believe she had said that.
She had just wanted to help a friend, but now it was blowing up in her face, and Minato was taking the full force of it.
Well, Minato cared to explain why 2 members of your family are part of that Akatsuki.
Said. Minato was really in a tight situation here. What was he supposed to say? That Mito and her friends ran away because she hated her family.
Yeah, that would go over well. Damn, if only he knew that Naruto was part of the Akatsuki beforehand, everything would have made so much more sense.
Mito left to find her brother, and she did.
I have no explanation, Minato said looking down at his feet. I see, A said. Now I believe it's time to discuss what to do about the Akatsuki. I suggest the first thing to do is issue a kill-on-sight order for all shinobi.
Wait a minute, some of those members are only kids, we can't just kill them.
Minato said, getting more panicked. What you mean to say is that some of those members are your kids? Anoki said. I agree with the Reikage, and let me remind you, Minato, that you were the one who wanted to have this meeting and stop the Akatsuki so badly.
I agree to this suggestion too, Gaara said.
Me too, Mei said.
Next we should decide what to do about the three tails. We need to find it before the Akatsuki does, and figure out what to do with it once we find it.
Anoki said.
I believe since my village is the only one without a jinchuriki, we should be tasked with finding it, then making it soon as new jinchuriki.
Gaara said. You don't have a jinchuriki because you lost it. Mei said.
The three tails was originally part of Kiri and we haven't lost our jinchuriki, so we are far better equipped to take on another one. If you talking about villages that haven't lost a jinchuriki, then Taka is more than ready to find the three tails.
Shibuki said.
Silence, no one village will have the right to the three tails, it will be a joint effort.
Said.
All information will be shared, and if we do capture it, the village that did the most work will get it.
Is that agreeable?
Hi, the rest of the group said.
All right, then I believe this meeting is over. Said.
Actually, I believe that the nine tails jinchuriki should be taken out of the leaf for protection.
Anoki said.
What, are you saying that I am incapable of protecting my own daughter?
Minato said.
I do, Anoki said. More than a few Akatsuki members come from your village and would know about the village layout and Naruko's habits. Not to mention Mito would know about the layout of your own house, and I'm sure that you will not follow the kill-on-sight order.
Mito could try and convince you she's returned to your side and then take Naruko from right under your nose. That would never happen. Minato yelled, actually standing up. Come on, we're leaving.
As they were leaving, he said something that shook Minato to his very core.
What would never happen, you letting Mito back in or Mito tricking you and taking Naruko away? Minato didn't respond. Goodbye Naruko, have a safe trip back. Write me sometime. Fu said, waving Naruko goodbye.
After everything was said and done, the alliance against the Akatsuki was made with all the nations, although Konoha noticeably got the short end of the stick in information and in support from other nations. Minato had also got against many of the alliance's order. Like the fact he had told his ninja not only to not follow the kill-on-sight order when it came to Naruto and the girls, but to do everything in their power to capture them. He made sure that every ninja under his command knew about Naruto's power and his weakness, as few as he might have. Along with this, he had also kicked Naruko's and Minamo's training into overdrive. Minato had also sent a number of squads to investigate Naruto sightings. Most people thought, even those in his own village, Minato were optimistic at best and disillusioned at worst. He thought that capturing Naruto and talking to him would be good enough to get him to join the Leaf and the girls would follow, but people just couldn't see that happening. Naruto had attacked the Leaf, killed Leaf Nin, and was hunting his own sister. What Minato needed to understand was that Naruto wasn't just going through a rebellious phase, he was a serious threat to the Leaf. But there was someone who did see Naruto as a threat, and he wasn't going to wait for Minato to see it.
Danzo, you called. Torian said, kneeling in front of Danzo along with Sai and Fu, not the Jinchuriki Fu, the other one.
I have a mission for you three.
Danzo said.
What is it you desire?
Fu asked.
As you know, Naruto has been confirmed to be part of the Akatsuki. He has skills far beyond that of even a regular S-class. This makes him a threat to the entire village, but Minato can't seem to see that, so it will be up to you to take him out for the good of the Leaf.
Danzo said.
How do you suggest we go about it? From what I heard, Naruto's reflection has only been penetrated by Lee, and even with training no one else has been able to replicate it.
Not even Guy. Toryun said. You can't.
Naruto's defense is by far the best of any ninja before him.
Danzo said. That's why you won't be attack him. You'll be attack a weaker ninja, although just as much as a threat as Naruto. Fu, Torian, your orders are to capture Mito Namakes and kill anyone who stands in your way. That includes the Uchiha and the Hyuga heiress. I already have source that can tell you where they are. Now go. Hi, they said before flickering off. As for Yusai, you will tell Naruto that we have his sister, and if he doesn't comply with our demands we will kill her. Danzo said. What are your demands? Sai asked. To come to the outskirts of the village with his reflection turned off. Then I will send the root ninja to kill him. Danzo said, already formulating the plan. What if he denies your demands? Sai asked. Then we will kill Mito, although we would regardless. If Naruto is killed, then it's just one more threat that has been eliminated. We will still have removed Mito. Danzo said. Hi, Sai said, flickering off to find his mark. Mito, Hitomi, Hanabi and Suigetsu were walking along, not really doing much after having just turned in their latest bounty. After the little bit of excitement they had with Gaara's capture, it was back to bounty work like normal. The Akatsuki was figuring out who would replace Sasori, and in the meantime Deidara was tagging along with Setsu. The girls were all secretly hoping to become the new members, but that wasn't likely to happen as Suigetsu would probably be picked before them. Hanabi could still hope that she would be partnered with Naruto, no matter how unlikely that would be. Suddenly the girls stopped. Hey, what are you three doing? Suigetsu said, continuing his walk. We're being watched. Hanabi said. You're crazy, Suigetsu said as a kunai shot through his neck. Hanabi quickly took action and threw her sword at the tree where the kunai had come from. A man wearing an umbu mask jumped down without saying a word. His only defining characteristic was his orange hair. He charged at them, taking out his tanto. The girls were ready to defend themselves, but the umbu encountered a different opponent. You know, it's not nice to surprise a guy like that, Suigetsu said, having blocked the tanto with his own sword. The umbu didn't seem surprised that Suigetsu wasn't dead. In fact, he seemed to have expected it. That when the umbu's tanto started crackling with lightning and started cutting through Suigetsu's sword. The girls were about to go run off and help him, but Hanabi, thanks to her near 360 vision, saw another umbu coming up behind them along with the number of kunais he had just thrown. Hanabi, not having time to warn her friends, started spinning around. Palm rotation. She screamed, creating a dome of chakra around them and causing the kunais to bounce off harmlessly. Mito and Hitomi, have realizing that someone was behind them, turned around. Lightning rife. Mito yelled, shouting at the umbu along with a fireball that Hitomi had made. The umbu was not deterred as he quickly dogged out of the way. On the other side of the field the girls heard a snapping sound and turned to see that Suigetsu's sword had been cut in half, and the electrified tanto slashing upwards. Suigetsu leaned back to avoid the attack and shot some water bullets, forcing the umbu to move back. The umbu wasn't nearly ready to give up his attack though, as he put his hand on the ground and lightning started to dance across the ground and towards Suigetsu. Mito, seeing this and knowing that Suigetsu was insanely weak to lightning, threw one of her swords in front of him. The sword embedded itself in the ground and absorbed all the electricity that had been aimed at Suigetsu. Mito, pleased with herself, turned back to fight the other umbu, but now there was something different about him. His arms were a purple color, and it seemed to be moving like it was somehow alive. The umbu ran at them with just his fists, trying to touch them with the strange substance. The girls weren't about to let that happen. The umbu was met with three girls all using taijutsu to try and stop him. The girls weren't using any jutsu because they had leaned on more than one occasion that your own jutsu could block your line of sight, and with that guy trying so hard to get them with that substance, they weren't about to lose track of him. After all, the girls had learned time and time again from Naruto that if you don't know what something is, then you better figure it out on your own before your opponent forces you to. As the fight went on, the girls noticed something rather strange. The umbu was trying to avoid touching Mito. There was only one possible answer to explain the umbu's actions. He was trying to take Mito alive. Mito realized she could use this to her advantage by putting herself in harm's way. The Yambu would be forced to make awkward movements around her, but just as Mito was ready to put her plan into action, she felt a slight pressure hit the back of her head. It felt like something was burrowing inside her mind, and that's when Mito realized that her mind was being invaded. She unfortunately had realized this too late, and the Yamanaka took control of her mind. Suigetsu was confused on why his opponent suddenly collapsed. He was about to do the obvious thing and cut the Yambu's head off, but before he could make it a few steps, Mito jumped in front of him, grabbed the sword she had previously thrown in front of him, and slashed at him with an electric-charged blade. Suigetsu, not having expected an attack, failed to dodge. Normally this wouldn't be a problem, but since the blade had lightning chakra, Suigetsu immediately felt his body start to liquefy into a pool of goo. Hanabi and Hitomi were also surprised by Mito's sudden actions and were catch off guard when the Yambu they had been fighting rushed them and warped his hands around each of their arms. The purple substance crawled up their arms, leaving them in unimaginable pain until they finally couldn't take it in more and collapsed to the ground dead. Mission complete, the Yambu said, going over to pick up his partner's body while he was controlling Mito. Naruto was resting on the side of a nice grassy hill. It was so rare for him to be able to relax like this, and honestly it was his favorite thing to do. Why was he resting when he should be making his way to Taki? Well, that was simple, because Haiden was doing his damn ritual again. Naruto may have liked to relax, but he liked to do it when everything was taken care of. Not at the seemingly random will of Jashin. Haiden, are you almost done? Naruto asked. I will not rush the ritual just because you want to go. We've got plenty of time to capture the 7 tails. Haiden yelled. We won't if we have to stop every hour to do a 2-hour ritual. Naruto said. Haiden didn't respond, and Naruto was glad he didn't. It was tiring having to put up with him. How Naruto missed his laid-back days in the land of frost. All he had to do was teach the girls a few tricks, and they would do whatever he said. Thinking about the good old days made Naruto a little sleepily, and since Haiden wasn't going to be done anytime soon, he decided he would give in to his sleepiness. His pleasant nap was interrupted by someone walking over to him and standing right behind his head. Naruto didn't open his eyes, so he didn't know who it was. He only knew there was a person there because he heard them. Naruto assumed it was Haiden, finally done with his ritual, but since he made Naruto wait so long and he was still a little sleepily, Naruto thought he'd make Haiden wait for him. All Naruto had to do was ignore his shots to get up. After all, it wasn't like Haiden could shake him awake, so Naruto waited for Haiden to start his hissy fit, but it never came. This confused Naruto. Haiden would never let him rest in peace, so the only conclusion was this guy wasn't Haiden. Naruto opened his eyes like he had just been asleep until that very moment. The guy that was standing over Naruto's head was so pale that he could give Naruto a run for his money. He was wearing a leaf headband and had a face without emotion. Who are you? Naruto asked. Naruto, I'm here to tell you that we have dashed, the leaf ninja tried to say, but in one swift motion Naruto had reached into his pocket, pulled out his ball and shot it at the ninja's face. It wasn't going fast enough to rip through his head, but was certainly enough to rattle his brain and cause death, but instead of the blood Naruto had expected, ink came out of the wound. The ninja became a pool of ink as if it was a water clone. Alright, come on out. If you want to talk to me, you'll have to do it face to face. Naruto said, acting like he knew it was a clone all along. At this point, the ball he had thrown had bounced off a tree and back into Naruto's hand. Naruto watched as a ninja exactly identical to his clone walked up to Naruto. As my clone was trying to say, we have captured you, Sister Mito, and if you don't want us to kill her, then you must comply with our demands. Oh, I see. Naruto said, getting up on his feet. So what you're saying is that you'll kill Mito unless I come with you and get killed myself? Naruto said, already having used what this ninja wanted from him. Hi, the ninja said. But do want to know something? I don't really want to die, so that would mean you can take your request and shove it up your ass. Naruto said with his cocky smirk. I see, the ninja said, summoning a bird made out of ink. Then I will be on my way to tell my master about your decision. Wait a minute, you don't think you can just leave, do you? Naruto said, pulling out his ball again. Because you just threatened me and my sister. Sai, realizing that Naruto was about to kill him, took off and flew away as fast as he could.
Fly, fly away little bird, but just know that the sky doesn't offer any cover.
Naruto said, holding his hand flat to the floor, letting the ball drop and come back up. It was the same attack he used on Minima, but this time he did it for longer, and just when the bird was about to leave his sight, the ball went sailing through the sky. Naruto could barely see the bird at this point, but when that part of the sky turned red and a figure fell to the ground, Naruto knew he had made a hit. It just so happened that at that moment Hayden walked up beside Naruto. "What are you looking at?" he asked. "Why don't you come along and find out?" Naruto said, walking in the direction he saw the leaf nin fall. Hayden shrugged and followed him. Naruto watched as the leaf ninja tried to crawl away in pain when he arrived at the impact site. His whole right leg had been torn off by Naruto's attack, and Naruto was sure that fall had broken a lot of bones. Naruto picked up his ball that was lying in a puddle of blood. "So I'm guessing your master is going to kill Mito now?" Naruto said, wiping on his ball.
"Of course he will," the nin said, coughing up blood.
"Do you really not care about her?" Naruto smiled, getting down on one knee in front of the ninja.
"Of course I care about her. I didn't train those girls for fun."
"Then why are you going to let her be killed?" he asked. "Because they're not going to be killed," Naruto said, an evil glint in his eye. "You might not know this about the Akatsuki, but information travels fast.
If the girls had been killed or captured, I would have known about it, but I haven't been informed, so that means you don't have them."
"It is true that we don't have them," the nin said. "But we're capturing them right now, so you just signed their death warrants." "Your master must really underestimate my training method," Naruto said, getting back to his feet.
"I trained them for 3 years. They won't be beaten by Root, and you can tell Danzo that in the afterlife."
Naruto enjoyed seeing the shocked look on the Root agent's face.
It was the only shred of emotion he'd seen him give.
"How do you know about Root?" he asked.
"Orochimaru," Naruto said before bringing his foot down on the Root agent's face and using his vectors to smash it against the ground.
"Now that's done, we should get a move on." "You sure the brats will be fine?" Hayden asked. "They better be. I didn't train them to lose," Naruto said.
The Anbu that had just killed Hanabi and Hitomi walked over to his partner to carry his body while he was controlling Mito, but before he could make, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It was so bad that he actually fell to his knees. Looking down to see what had caused the pain was a huge shock.
Sticking out through his chest was the Nuabari.
But how he had killed them? He looked back just in time to see the two bodies turn into black feather.
"Genjutsu," Torian said as the sword was ripped out of his chest by Hanabi.
"Damn it," Torian said, putting pressure on his wound to keep himself from bleeding out. Fu and Mito's body rushed the girls, knowing they wouldn't hurt their friend, but he wasn't exactly right. Once he got close, Hanabi went into the Hyuga stance and closed off Mito's chakra points.
"That sword isn't the only way I can attack," Hanabi said, smiling down on Fu.
"You're not used to that body, so it would have been hard for you to dodge,"
Hitomi said.
"Then I'll just return to mine," Fu said as he released Mito from his jutsu. Fu was transferred back to his own body and was going back to attack the girls, but right when he got to his feet, a sword slashed him across his stomach. "What the hell?" Fu said, looking at the person who had caused his wound.
Suigetsu was smiling, his body have re-solidified.
His sword also reforming from the blood he had just gotten for Fu. "You two really should have thought about who you were messing with before you went and attacked us,"
Suigetsu said to the two wounded Anbu. "We're not done yet," Torian said, getting to his feet.
"Yes you are," Suigetsu said, not as an opinion but as a fact. Torian didn't know how he could be so sure until he saw the reflection. The reflection of the sun on the ninja wire directly behind Suigetsu, and everywhere else. When did she have time to do that, Torian thought. Hanabi gave the ninja wire attached to her sword a tug and it contracted, wrapping around Fu and Torian. Suigetsu was also in the area of danger, but the wire passed harmlessly through his water body. The two Anbu were hosted up, supported by the wire that was now hanging them from a tree. Game over, Hitomi said as she threw 2 kunais at the Umbu now that they were unable to move.
Mission to capture Mito, failed. Mission to kill Naruto, failed.
What used to be a small forest was now nothing more than wood and stumps.
Good job Minima, Kushina said from the sidelines.
Using your lightning chakra in combination with your chains not only gives you a lot more cutting power but it will also zap anyone who comes into contact with it.
Not everyone, Minima said with a sigh.
For the other side of the stumps the girls hear a huge blast of power and then Naruko came flying over to their side slightly burnt.
Ow, Naruko said getting up just as Mito teleported over. Still now able to get it? Kushina asked.
No, I just don't see how we're going to be able to add a churka element to the Rasengan.
Every time it just ends up blowing up in our faces. Minato said.
But we can't give up because if we're able to pull it off no one will be able to survive a direct hit.
I can name at least one person who could. Naruko said with a sigh. Kushina and Minato knew who she talking, but the truth was there really wasn't any single move that could get past his reflection. Kazan, Tusan, why is it that no one can beat Naruto? Naruko asked.
I mean there are plenty of other ridiculously strong people in the world each with their own amazing powers that would seem impossible to stop, yet they can still be beat, so what makes Naruto so different?
Minato looked at his daughter then up at the sky letting out a sigh.
You're right there are other people just as strong if not stronger than Naruto, but there's something he has that makes him stand out above the rest.
We already know it's his reflection. Minima said.
Well yes, but it doesn't have to be reflection.
Minato said.
You see when a new ability or power comes along it's the job of everyone else to figure out how to beat it.
The girls gave Minato a blank look obviously not getting it.
Here I'll give you an example when I created my flying thunder god no one knew how to deal with it and that helped us win the third great ninja war, but as time went on people figure out my power and ways to combat it, so while still powerful it doesn't strike fear like it used to. So in other words the more a power is used the easily it is to beat.
Minima said.
That's right.
Minato said.
Take the giant fireball jutsu. It seems like an incredibly powerful, but since so many people use it it's become rather easy jutsu to avoid or counter on its own. Now nobody else in the whole world has Naruto's power, in fact he's even more dangerous because his power isn't close to any other power, which makes it that much harder to figure out.
Does that mean nobody will be able to figure out his power? Minima asked. Minato sighed.
I'll admit it will be hard. Naruto has not only shown how deadly he can be with his power, but he's also has put a lot of effort into making sure not to give too much information on it, by really only spamming the 3 same moves, reflection, pebble throw and his ball. He is not however invincible. You two seem to forget that we already got past his reflection once, and that was when Shikamaru saw only a small battle between him and Minima.
Minima smiled at that comment.
So all we need to do is keep fighting him. We may not win the first time or the second or for many times after that, but each time we'll figure out a little more and then we'll beat him. Minato said with a voice that was so convincing that even Kushina had hope for the future. The future however was not going to be as cheerful as Kushina would hope. While Minato was right on a lot of things, fighting Naruto over and over again would not be a wise option because in order to get information about a power you need to have someone who survived the power, and those would turn out to be quite hard to come by. Utakata was happy. Ever since this Akatsuki business he wasn't allowed to go on missions. Now normally this would be bad thing, but Utakata enjoyed wasting the day away. Now instead of having to put his life on the line he could walk around the village and enjoy the scenery. Right now he was relaxing in one of Kiri's very few parks. He was the only one there since all the kids had left after the big bad jinchuriki arrived. Utakata didn't really care what the villagers thought of him and honestly he preferred being alone. All he needed was himself and the little pet that was trapped inside him. Utakata sat in the park for a while just blowing bubbles until he sensed someone approaching him. Normally he would just ignore it since it was usually some civilian or low-ranking ninja coming to kill him. The Ambu that always watched him would take care of them, but Utakata could feel how much stronger this guy was compared to everyone else that had tried to take his life over the years.
There was only one explanation: the Akatsuki had come to pay a visit. Utakata waited until the Akatsuki member walked into his line of sight. He was wearing the Akatsuki cloak that Utakata had been told about. His hair was a bright orange and his eyes were something that Utakata had never seen before. While he had expected the Akatsuki to be a group of freaks, so his appearance didn't faze Utakata, but the two bloody Umbu corpses he was holding in each hand was cause for alarm. He didn't even have a scratch on him. "So I'm guessing you're here to capture me," Utakata said, getting to his feet and wondering how long it would take before the entire village rushed over here to kill this guy. "That would be correct," the Akatsuki member said. "Also, this fight will have to be quick." "Really, why is that?" Utakata said, moving the bubbles he had made earlier behind the Akatsuki member. "Because I know you're expecting the other ninja in this village to come and help, and while I was able to find you without being detected, once the fight starts they'll come running. As I would prefer not having to deal with them, the fight needs to be over quickly," he said in a long drawn-out explanation, even though the reason was obvious from the beginning. It was almost like he was the one trying to stall for time. "Well, you don't have to worry, this fight will be very quick," Utakata said. The bubbles behind the Akatsuki member exploded, kicking up dust and dirt. Utakata would be naive if he thought that an attack like that would kill an S-class nin, but the explosion should get the village's attention. As the smoke cleared, Utakata saw what he expected to see: an unharmed Akatsuki member holding out two bloody and smoking Umbu which he had used as a shield, but something was wrong. He still had orange hair and those strange eyes, but his physique was different. "Who are you?" Utakata asked. The Akatsuki member dropped the Umbu with a sickening thud. He raised his head so he was staring directly into Utakata's eyes. Utakata found himself unable to look away. Staring into those purple eyes shook Utakata to his very core. He saw his death in a million different ways. He saw the six tails being ripped from him, and he saw how his opponent had the power to make all that a reality and then some. "I am pain," he said right before Utakata felt something grab him from behind, something cold and hard like metal. It took Umbu a little less than a minute to reach the area where they had heard the explosion, but upon arrival there wasn't a single person there. Well, at least ones that were breathing. The two Umbu bodies were immediately recognized as the Umbu that had been tasked with watching over Utakata. The whole village was put on alert to find either Utakata or the Akatsuki member that had taken him. However, Utakata would never been seen again. They had to send in the embarrassing report to the other villages telling them that they had lost the six tails, and they didn't even get to see the member responsible for the kidnapping. Things were not looking good. The Akatsuki was now even with the villages in terms of tail beasts, but they only had one causality while the villages had lost a number of powerful ninjas. The news spread like wildfire. The few villages with jinchuriki started beefing up their security to new extremes. An order from the council, the 5 Kages plus Shibuki, although Minato was more or less excluded, declared that all jinchuriki needed to be watched 24/7 by no less than 6 Umbu, and although this wasn't an order, most villages had addition Umbu watching those Umbu to see if anything happened to them. Minato, however, once again went against the order, figuring he and Kushina could protect Naruko just fine without her feeling like her life was being invaded. Shibuki and Mei formed a sub-alliance that gave the much weaker Takigakure much-needed support, mainly in the form of Kirk Umbu. Since Suna and Kirk didn't have any jinchuriki, they also sent out a number of ninjas to find any Akatsuki members, then report back so a larger force could be sent to kill them. This was something Minato had already been doing, but everyone knew he was really only sending them out to find Naruto or the girls. But regardless of Minato's intentions, the Akatsuki now had 3 major ninja villages actively hunting them. It would no longer be so easy to move around undetected. "This isn't fun anymore," Hayden said as he walked over the body of a jounin. Naruto was thinking along the same lines almost every day now that had encountered at least a couple enemy ninja. There were a couple Suna and Kirk ninja, but the overwhelming majority were Konoha, and Naruto didn't believe this was a coincidence. While he had Hayden never left any survivors, the trail of bodies would be enough to find their position, especially when he and Hayden were forced to sit still for 3 days. Naruto also believed the reason he was coming across so many Konoha ninja was because Minato knew it was him.
After all, Naruto's attacks left rather unique wounds on the bodies. There was something that was really throwing Naruto for a loop, however. At first it was Konoha Umbu squads, nothing strange there, but just as Naruto started suspecting that Konoha was closing in on his and Heiden's position, they changed to Jonin squads, then Chunin squads. Minato should know that Chunin or Jonin were no match for Heiden or him, so why was he sending them to their deaths? Naruto couldn't think of any rational explanation. Had Minato finally lost it trying to get him back, or had he already got so many of his ninja killed trying to find him that he can't afford it to send any more high-level ninja? Whatever the case, it just made things easier for them. As long as Taki didn't know they were coming, they'd be fine. Naruto had after all taken great care in plotting out their course to keep anyone from finding out their destination, but since Taki was the only village with a jinchuriki within a reasonable distance from them, it must be pretty oblivious where they're going. At least to anyone who had constantly thrown ninjas at them, but they had yet to encounter any Taki ninja, so was Minato keeping this information to himself? Did he not want his son to get hurt by the big bad ninja that had been ordered to kill him on sight? Naruto let out a soft chuckle at the thought. What's so funny? Heiden asked. Nothing, just thinking about how crazy my father is. Naruto said, still chuckling a little. Whatever, let's just get going, I'm tired of fighting this weakling. Heiden stopped, not only specking but walking too. Naruto also noticed he couldn't move. What the hell is going on? While Naruto couldn't move his head, he could move his eyes, and he looked down to confirm what he already suspected. They were trapped in a shadow. So Minato sent him, Naruto thought. It's been a long time, Shikamaru. I haven't seen you since you came up with a plan that ended in me getting a Rasengan in my stomach. There was no response. It was like Naruto had been talking to the trees. Hey, what's going on? There's no one here. Heiden yelled, still trying to move his feet. Of course there is, idiot, our legs didn't just stop on their own. Naruto thought. However, if we haven't been attacked, then that must mean they know about Heiden's immortality along with my reflection. So they must be watching us. Analyzing us. Well, they won't get me to reveal my hand that easily, but I guess I could give them a taste. Naruto stared to take control of the wind and made a large cyclone around him and Heiden. Once Naruto felt it was big enough, he sent it into the tree line. It tore through the trees, knocking them down like children's play blocks. Naruto watched as multiple ninja were forced to vacate the area and move to ground level. Naruto didn't see Shikamaru jump down, but the person who Naruto recognized as his sensei along with his other two teammates jumped. There was also a couple other ninja Naruto didn't know, but in total there was 9 in Naruto's sight along with Shikamaru, who must be hiding somewhere. Naruto looked around for the shadow that would be connecting Shikamaru to them. Naruto found it to the left of him, but instead of leading him to Shikamaru, it went down a small hole and out of Naruto's sight. You guys really did get us in a pretty good trap. If I can't find Shikamaru, then I'm pretty much stuck here. So why don't you just attack me? Because you just reflect our own weapons back at us. Asuma said. Then what was the point of keeping me from moving if you're just going to stand there watching me? Naruto asked. We trapped you because we believe you can get out of it, so come on, show us your power. Asuma said. And what if I can't get out? We'll just be standing here until Shikamaru no longer has the power to hold us in place. Naruto said, more than willing to wait them out. Asuma just gave Naruto a smirk in reply, and Naruto was left to wonder why when he felt his body turn. A quick glance at Heiden saw him doing the same. Naruto's back was now facing Heiden as he was looking at the back of Naruto's head. Oh, you turned us so scary. Naruto teased. Shikamaru wasn't done yet, however, as Naruto felt his hand move to reach for something behind his back. For Naruto there was nothing there, but for Heiden it was his scythe. Naruto thought of what the purpose of this was until he reached a conclusion he didn't like. Shikamaru was going to get Heiden to stab him in the back. Normally it would just be reflected, but since Shikamaru also had control of Naruto's movements, he could make Naruto move in direction of Heiden's scythe. Naruto's reflection wouldn't work if he was the one to run into the scythe. Naruto had to admit Shikamaru came up with a brilliant plan. Either Naruto do something to get out of this which would give the Leaf some information about him, or he dies to his own partner. It looks like Naruto would have to do something, but there was one thing Shikamaru forgot. In order for that information to be valuable, someone had to be alive to tell about it, and Naruto wasn't going to let that happen. Naruto felt his arm move in a swinging motion and his body being forced to the right. The first step Naruto took resulted in him causing an earthquake. The ground broke into 1,000 pieces, some being pushed up by the other pieces. The Leaf Ninja had to move back a little bit or risked being crushed. Naruto and Haiden, on the other hand, were pushed upwards by the piece they were standing on, thus breaking Shikamaru's connection. Naruto, not even giving them a chance to reorganize after his attack, jumped high into the sky so he could overlook the whole battlefield. Most of the trees had been cleared out due to Naruto's cyclone, so it was mostly a flat plain. There were, however, some small hills, and behind one of those hills Naruto could see the little shadow master of Konoha. Naruto could see him clearly in the air, but from his position on the ground he would have never spotted him. Naruto reached into his pockets and pulled out 2 handfuls of pebbles, and he made it rain. Shikamaru looked up to see a hail of rocks coming at him. They were moving far too fast and had too much coverage for Shikamaru to be able to dodge. So all Shikamaru could do was wait as the rocks got closer and closer. Right when they about to hit him, a wood branch suddenly grew out of the ground beneath him and rose above him to protect him. The rocks hit the wood, splintering it, but not even coming close to punching though. Looks like he pulled through, Shikamaru said. But I don't think Naruto's going to let a little wood stop him, better get back to the main group. Shikamaru ran back to join the rest of the force who were currently engaged in fighting Haiden. Since they knew that Haiden couldn't be killed, they were aiming for his legs and arms, trying to cut them off. It was all part of Shikamaru's plan. He had wanted Haiden and Naruto to split up, and it had worked better than he could have hoped. Naruto was in the air and Haiden was fighting the entire squad. Shikamaru wanted to demobilize Haiden before Naruto got back. The reason they didn't do this when they first got Haiden was because not only would there have been no way to force Naruto to use his powers, but he was also likely to have figured out what they were trying to do. Not like Haiden was a pushover either, as he was holding his own against the entire squad. Although have multiple injuries, he wasn't showing the slightest sign of fatigue. He had even gotten a few hits in, but since they weren't giving him any time to make his seal, they weren't being killed off. Shikamaru tried to help out by recapturing him and Ishio, but it was difficult since Haiden was now aware of the shadows, and the cracks in the ground were making it more difficult to move the shadow. As he was trying to do this, he heard a crash. Naruto had landed where Shikamaru had been hiding a little bit ago, and he would be rejoining the battle in a second. "We've got to do this now," Shikamaru yelled. "Hi," the rest of the group shouted back just as Haiden made his first kill by skewering a poor Chunin through the neck. This was actually a good thing, as it kept Haiden distracted long enough for Ino to use her mind transfer jutsu. Haiden didn't even know the jutsu was coming. With his body not under his control, he stood completely still as wood branches wrapped around his body, holding him in place. Ino cancelled the jutsu and the kunais went flying towards Haiden's arms and legs. At the same time, a blur flew past the ninja squad towards Haiden as well. Haiden's arms were sliced off expertly, but that blur had reflected the kunais that were aimed at Haiden's legs back at them. "That was a close one. You were almost put out of commission," Naruto said to Haiden. "Shut the fuck up like you helped. My fucking arms are on the ground. How am I supposed to fucking fight?" Haiden yelled. "Just be quiet," Naruto said, breaking the wood that was trapping Haiden's body. "Just go draw your seal. I'll take care of them." Haiden looked pissed, but he went off to draw his seal, grumbling all the way. "If you think we're going to let him do that, then the rumors must be true. You're insane," a random ninja said right before Naruto shoot right in front of him. "Then try to stop him," Naruto said, putting his hand on the ninja's chest and reversing his blood flow. Right as the ninja's body fell to the ground, Naruto noticed a large cloud of smoke had formed around him. Then it burst into flames. "You'll have to do better than that, Asuma," Naruto yelled, jumping from the fire. Asuma rolled out of the way just as Naruto landed, his hand right where Asuma's head just was.
Everyone focus your fire on Haiden. I'll deal with Naruto. Asuma said, taking out his trench knife. But sensei, there's no way you can beat him. Ino said.
Listen to me, I know he's dangerous, but if Haiden completes that seal then we're going to be in a lot more trouble than we are in right now.
Asuma said.
But he doesn't have any arms, it's not like he can hurt himself.
Choji said, trying to reason with Asuma. It doesn't matter if Naruto wants that seal done, then he must have a plan, so just do it. Asuma said. Hi, the group said in a less than happy manner. Wait, an inspiring speech. Naruto said, beaming with confidence. We're getting our asses kicked, but if you don't stop Haiden, we'll get our asses kicked even more. Naruto broke out in laughter. That's all you could come up with? We'll beat you, Asuma said, tightening his grip. Naruto suddenly stopped laughing. You can't believe that. We do, Asuma growled. Then my father must be even crazier than I thought. Naruto said. I'm sure you do believe that your little genius can figure out a way to beat me, since he did find a way, pasted my reflection in truth as I believe it too, but that's the problem. I believe he's a threat, he even proved it again today. He's the only one to have pushed me, made me think I might lose. That's why I'm not going to let him live. Naruto said, looking at Asuma with the most dangerous look he had ever seen. I won't let you hurt him. Asuma said, running at Naruto. Now, don't get so aggressive. Naruto said, holding out his arm. It might make you do something you'd regret. Naruto shoot a cyclone at high speeds towards Asuma. Asuma had no hope of dodging since he was already running at Naruto and couldn't change his direction that fast. It hit him dead on, smashing him into the ground, breaking bones and cutting up skin. Come on now, are you really that weak? Naruto said, walking up to the downed Asuma only to see him disappear into a cloud of smoke. Clones are such a pain in the ass. Naruto said, turning around to see the real Asuma standing between him and Haiden. Haiden was about halfway done with his seal, even though he was being pelted by all sorts of attacks, but as long as he kept dodging and avoided getting his legs cut off, they'd be fine. However, Naruto felt that just that would happen if he didn't take out whoever was able to use the wood jutsu. After all, didn't want Haiden to become trapped again. Naruto taped his feet the ground and started hovering. I need to get to Haiden, so no more clones. Naruto said as he rushed Asuma. All Asuma could do was dodge Naruto's hands. Blocking or even fighting back would be useless, but Asuma had to do something because he was getting pushed back towards Haiden. Stop moving, Naruto said as he just missed Asuma again. They were getting closer and closer to Haiden, who was almost done with his seal. Asuma was beginning to panic, but he saw something that gave him hope. Yamato was doing hand signs. Asuma knew he was going to try and trap Haiden again, and since Haiden couldn't move too far from his seal, it was likely to work. All he had to do was keep Naruto distracted for a little longer. Then came pain. More pain than Asuma had ever felt before. He looked down to see that Naruto had his hand inside his chest. You leaf ninja must think everything will work out in the end, don't you? Naruto said, pushing his hand farther into Asuma's chest, causing him even more pain. You see a small glimmer of hope and you think it's going to be okay, we've got this, and you let your guard down. Well, I've got news for you. Naruto shoot a cyclone at Yamato, who dodged it, but it interrupted his jutsu. Just because you believe you can beat me by sending ninja after ninja, doesn't mean you will. Naruto yelled, pushing his entire arm into Asuma's chest until it came out the other side. If you want to beat me, send something besides Chunin and Jounin. Naruto ripped his arm out of Asuma, letting his body fall to the ground. Satisfied with his work, Naruto turned to see that Haiden was almost done with his seal, but it looked like one of the ninja had gotten desperate and rushed Haiden with a tanto. Naruto moved fast as he dazed in front of the ninja. The ninja, not expecting him, swung his tanto on instinct. The tanto broke upon hitting Naruto's reflection. Not even a moment later, Naruto sent a rock through his heart. Naruto turned to look at the remaining ninjas. By the looks on their faces, Naruto could guess they already knew how much trouble they were in. They probably thought things couldn't get any worse, but they were about to because Haiden had completed the seal. Shikamaru was horrified to see Naruto rejoin the battle so soon. It could only mean one thing: Asuma was dead. Naruto had killed the man that Shikamaru respected so greatly in the blink of an eye. How long were they fighting? 30 seconds a minute at the most. Shikamaru watched as Naruto moved to collect Haiden's scythe and then moved back to Haiden. The scythe still had the blood of some of the ninja Haiden had hit on it, and that was all Haiden needed. He licked the blade and Naruto threw a rock through his heart. A ninja next to Choji fell over dead. Haiden licked it again, Naruto threw another rock and another ninja fell over dead. The ninja who had gotten hit started to panic. They tried to run away, but it didn't matter. In no time at all the entire squad was reduced down to 4 members. "We need to retreat," Yamato said. Shikamaru knew that Yamato was right. At this point there was no way they could hope to beat Naruto. Hell, they probably had no hope of winning going into this fight, but Shikamaru just couldn't run away. If he did, then all this would be for nothing. If they were going to run away, then they at least had to bring something back, some way to beat Naruto, some weakness. Shikamaru went through everything he knew about Naruto. There had to be something he missed. Naruto's has the power to control vectors. This gives him an absolute defense and a powerful offense. His defense is a thin layer of chakra that reflects everything that comes into contact with it. The only way to get past it is pull back at the last moment or have Naruto run into it. Both these things are extremely hard to pull off. His attacks consist of causing earthquakes, cyclones, throwing rock and a rubber ball at high speeds, and the ability to reverse blood flow, allowing him to kill anyone with just a touch. These attacks gave him a wide range of options from very short range all the way to extremely long range. On paper it seems like Naruto is an unstoppable ninja, but everyone has something that can be exploited. Shikamaru thought about it over and over again: defense, offense, power. There must be something. Shikamaru's eyes widened in realization. Could it really be that simple? He turned to look at Ino. "Ino, I think I know what is weak." Shikamaru would never get to finish his sentence as a pebble went through his neck, stopping him from talking. Shikamaru fell to his knees, holding his neck hopelessly, trying to stop the bleeding. "Shikamaru!" Ino screamed, getting down on her knees. "Sorry about that," Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. "He just seemed like he was spacing out, so I thought he could use a little something to bring him back." "You bastard!" Ino yelled, about ready to beat the smirk right off Naruto's face, but Shikamaru stopped her. Ino could tell he wanted to say something desperately, but with a hole in his throat that wasn't going to happen. Instead, he took out a piece of paper and wrote a couple words before handing it to Ino. Ino knew exactly what Shikamaru wanted her to do. "I'm not leaving without you," she yelled, but the look in Shikamaru's eyes told her that whatever was written in that note was worth the sacrifice, so with a heavy heart and tears in her eyes she ran, with Choji and Yamato following her. Shikamaru smiled as he saw Ino run out of sight. He truly believed that his note would get back to the leaf and everything would be okay. That was the last thing Shikamaru thought of, because Naruto stomped on the back of his head, turning it into a pile of meat. "You won't get away," Naruto said, speeding off towards them. Naruto, pushing off the ground, was able to get way faster, but Yamato kept putting up wood pillars to block him. Naruto could easily break through these, but it did cut down on his speed. It wasn't long, however, when Naruto got them in his sight. Ino could see Naruto behind her and he was only getting closer. "We'll never outrun him," Ino said. "Then I'll stop him," Choji said, angrier than Ino had ever heard him, even when someone called him fat. "Choji, you can't, he'll kill you," Ino said. "He killed my best friend and my sensei. He won't get away with it," Choji yelled, going into his human bullet tank. "Choji, stop!" Ino screamed, but it was too late. Choji was already rolling as fast as he could towards Naruto. Naruto didn't even react. He let Choji hit him at his top speed, but all that happened was Choji was sent flying back. The force of hitting Naruto's reflection had snapped his neck. "Choji!"
Ino yelled as she watched her dead friend roll on the ground until his bloody body finally stopped. Ino let a few tears run down her face. Not only was her entire team dead, but Choji hadn't even delayed Naruto in the slightest.
Why you running? I thought you came here to kill me. So fight like it. Naruto said. Ino and Yamato didn't respond.
Ino because she was trying to save her energy and Yamato because he was too busy making wood pillars.
Fine, then have it your way. Naruto said as 4 cyclones emerged from his back. Then Naruto flew up into the air.
Ino and Yamato were terrified to see Naruto flying. Flying so fast that he was in front of Yamato in an instant.
Those pillars not so good when your opponent can fly. Naruto said, bringing his hand around to grab Yamato's face. Yamato tried to make somewhat more to stop him, but Naruto tore right through it. Yamato was done for the moment Naruto made contact with his skin.
Ino made a sharp right to get away from Naruto, but a pebble through her knee stopped any hope she had of running away. Naruto looked down on Ino as she pathetically tried to crawl away, leaving a trail of blood as the blood poured from her wound. It took only a few steps from Naruto to catch up with her. He grabbed her by her ponytail, earning a pained scream. "Why don't you just give up? Live your last moments of life in peace,"
Naruto said.
"Screw you. I'm going to make it back to the leaf with or without a leg." Ino screamed, still trying to get out of Naruto's hold. There was a brief moment where the only sound was Ino moving dirt around before Naruto burst into the most high-pitched laugh Ino had ever heard. He even let go of her ponytail. Ino didn't let this moment go to waste as she crawled away from Naruto.
"Make it back to the leaf. Why don't you have a look around? Then you might realize that it was impossible the moment you started running," Naruto said, only now getting his laugh to calm down.
Everything in Ino's body told her not to, but her mind won out. She took a good look at her surroundings and what she saw killed any hope of escape. There weren't any trees, yet she was in the middle of a forest. The huge cyclone attack that Naruto had done at the beginning of the fight had knocked down all the trees in a certain radius of him, and Ino wasn't even out of that. Get all the way to the leaf, forget about that. Naruto had managed to kill all of them before they got out of the original battle site.
"Now do you see?" Naruto said. "You can never get back to the leaf. The entire run to freedom you and your friends had lasted a minute."
Naruto pointed to the corpses of Yamato and Choji.
"But don't worry, it will all be over soon." Naruto covered Ino's face with her hand. All she could see was blackness and knew that she was going to die. "I'm sorry, Shikamaru," Ino said. Naruto let Ino's body drop. Maybe this valley of corpses would finally make Minato see that Naruto wasn't going to be done in by ordinary ninjas. Naruto was about to walk back and meet up with Haiden, but he remembered that Shikamaru had handed Ino something. He walked back to Ino's body and found a piece of paper clutched in her hand. Naruto had to pry his fingers to get it. The paper was covered in blood, but it was still legible. At first Naruto didn't see why Shikamaru had lost his life for these few words, but the more he looked at it the more he thought about and his eyes widened in panic. Shikamaru had discovered yet another weakness Naruto didn't know he had, but this weakness wasn't like any other of his weaknesses, like a pulled punch or not being able to reflected vectors he didn't know. This was an inherited problem with his ability that couldn't be fixed. It was right then that Naruto realized just what had happened. This weakness wasn't something that was a mistake on Naruto's part. It was something Orochimaru had done on purpose. This was why he never sent his ninja after Naruto when he escaped, or why he had acted too confident when he had ordered Naruto to help him invaded the leaf. He's had a one-up on him all this time, but it wasn't exclusive to Orochimaru. Anyone could use it if they knew how. "Damn you, Orochimaru!" Naruto growled, shredding the paper into million pieces, so it could never be salvaged. Naruto made his way back to Haiden, thinking of a way to kill Orochimaru and bury that information forever. The Konoha council room was dead quiet. It had been a few days since Asuma's team had been due to return from their mission. They could still be alive, Minato said. "Oh, bite me, Minato," a council member said. We know they're dead, you know they're dead. Hell, the whole village knows that they're dead, and do you know who killed them? Your son. You don't know that. Minato yelled.
How many ninja have died doing recon missions into Naruto? 50, 60, 100.
It's time to face facts, Minato.
Your son is never, and I mean never, aligning with the leaf.
It's time to stop sending ninja to their death just because you feel guilty.
I'm sure if I talked to him then he would understand.
Minato said.
The time for that has long since passed.
Danzo said angrily, which wasn't so rare for him recently.
In fact, a lot of people had noticed that Danzo seemed to be way more agitated recently.
I have already sent someone. Not to research Naruto like you've been doing.
No, this time the ninja's been ordered to deal with Naruto.
You can't do that without my permission. Minato yelled, standing up. I can with the council's permission. Danzo said. And when did they give you permission? We called a meeting a day after Asuma and his team were supposed to return.
We didn't call you because we felt you were unfit to make such an important decision.
Danzo said. You think I'm unfit? Minato said, slamming his fist on the table. Yes, I and quite a few other people do. Danzo said. Minato, seeing that Danzo wasn't lying, tried to calm himself and returned to an acceptable manner. You sent a ninja? Who do you believe has an ability to beat Accelerator? Unlike you, I didn't settle for regular Ambu. I sent someone that is actually on Naruto's level. Danzo said, the hint of a smile on his face.
While the meeting was going on, a ninja arrived at the place where Naruto and Hayden had massacred a Konoha squad not even a week earlier. He examined the bodies and confirmed they were the work of the duo. I'm getting closer. The figure said, dashing off in the direction he knew they went off, and his red eyes lighting up the night. They were close, really close. 2, maybe 3 hours from Taki. Naruto couldn't wait. After this he could relax, only having to participate in the sealing ritual. At least as long as every other team held up their end of the deal. Hayden was also excited to get back into action now that his arms were reattached thanks to a doctor Naruto had found. Everything was looking good. There hadn't been any Konoha ninja attacking, although Kirk ninja were becoming more common the closer they got to Taki, but they were easily dealt with. Hey Naruto, we need to stop. Hayden said. We are not stopping, so you can waste our time with your stupid ritual. Naruto yelled. They aren't stupid, and besides I wasn't talking about that. I need to go take a piss. Hayden said. Fine, Naruto said as Hayden walked off the road to go find a bush. Naruto was getting really fed up with Hayden. His rituals have put them back more than a day. Not to mention they had to go out of their way to find a doctor because Hayden couldn't defend himself. At least they wouldn't have to go on missions together after they captured the 7 tails. Naruto took a look at the scenery, waiting for Hayden to come back. They were on a dirt road that got little traffic. The sun was high in the sky and it was becoming increasingly hot. There were rabbits hopping around on the ground as crows were flying high in the sky. That was until the crows decided they were too good for the sky and came down to earth. Naruto watched as the crows conjugated at one place and formed a person that Naruto had heard a lot about. Well, if it isn't Itachi Uchiha. I thought I was done getting visits from the leaf. Did my last message not get through? Naruto said, his arms crossed and smug smirk on his face. Don't worry, we got it, and that's why they sent me. Itachi said, and before Naruto could even wipe the smug look off his face, Itachi did a series of hand signs. A huge fireball way bigger than Naruto had ever seen before was coming for him. Of course, all Naruto had to do was put his hand out and the fireball was sent right back. Itachi knew this, and by the time the fireball had gone back to sender, he was long gone. Naruto had no idea where Itachi was as the fireball and obstructed his vision. What the hell is going on? Hayden yelled, returning to the road. Trouble, Naruto said right as a crow flew right in front of him, blocking his line of sight yet again. When the crow passed, Itachi was suddenly standing directly in front of Naruto. Naruto stopped himself from looking into Itachi's eyes and taped the ground with his foot, sending rocks and other debris at Itachi.
Itachi didn't even flinch as he blocked every piece.
Itachi then jumped over Hiden's side as Hiden tried to cut his stomach open. Naruto sent a cyclone Itachi's way, hoping that since Itachi was in the air he wouldn't be able to dodge, but Itachi used an equally powerful windjutsu, canceling them both out.
Returning to the ground, Itachi launched hundreds of flaming shurikens.
Hiden blocked them with his scythe while Naruto reflected them.
"We're getting nowhere," Hiden said. "All we have to do is spill a little bit of his blood, then it will be over," Naruto said, rushing Itachi.
Naruto did the same thing he did with Asuma, continuously attack until his opponent made a mistake and got touched.
Itachi wasn't like Asuma, though he was able to dodge every one of Naruto's strikes with ease.
Naruto got frustrated and started hovering, making his attacks even faster. Itachi wasn't even affected by the change of speed. Naruto still couldn't land.
"Come on, fight me," Naruto said.
"I am," Itachi said as he continued to dodge.
This only served to piss Naruto off. "Hiden, help me out over here."
Hiden came to Naruto's aid, swinging his scythe wildly, trying to hit Itachi, but it still wasn't enough.
He would dodge Naruto's attacks and blocked Hiden's with a kunai. "Why don't you just fucking die?" Hiden yelled. Itachi didn't say anything and the fight went on. Neither side made any progress. Itachi couldn't hit them, nor could they hit Itachi. It was a stalemate with not sign of breaking until Hiden actually cut Itachi's cheek. Whether it was because Itachi had become too tried to properly dodge or if Hiden had just gotten lucky, Naruto did not know, but now they had a little bit of his blood. Hiden backed off to make the seal as Naruto kept attacking Itachi to keep him occupied, but Itachi never even made an attempt to stop Hiden. Naruto found this very odd. Did Itachi just not know about Hiden's powers? Naruto found that hard to believe, but they had the blood, so Itachi would die if he didn't stop Hiden, so what was he planning? Hiden finished the seal and stabbed himself in the heat. Itachi coughed up some blood before falling over dead. "This is the best the leaf can do?" Naruto said, kicking Itachi's head to make sure he was actually dead. What a pushover. Sure, he could dodge, but he didn't even try to stop himself from getting killed. Hiden said, walking up to Naruto. Naruto couldn't believe that the person who managed to take out most of the Uchiha clan had gone down so easily, but there he was dead in the street. "Let's just go," Naruto said, turning back towards the road. Naruto knew something was off about Itachi's death, but he was still surprised when he turned and saw Itachi standing a little down the road perfectly fine. Naruto's eyes darted back to Itachi's corpse, which was still there. Naruto knew they'd been had. Itachi had casted genjutsu, but when? Naruto guessed it didn't matter. He should have realized it was a genjutsu when Itachi went down so easily. Naruto disrupted the genjutsu and the body disappeared. The body wasn't the only thing that had a genjutsu on it. Itachi's eyes were different. They weren't the regular Sharingan. Naruto didn't have time to think about it as a black fire appeared between him and Hiden. Naruto had never seen a fire like that before, and since he could feel the heat, he knew it was different enough that his reflection wouldn't work. Naruto leaped to the side, but not quick enough as the fire expanded too fast and set Naruto's right arm ablaze. Naruto stopped himself from screaming in pain as the fire burned through his cloak. Hiden had tried to block the fire, but it was a failed attempt. Hiden's whole body was lit up in a black blaze. Naruto had to think fast or he'd be burned alive. Even if it was different enough to get past his reflection, it was still fire, so cutting off the oxygen should put it out. Naruto reflected all the oxygen away from his arm, but to his horror the fire didn't go out. "What the hell is this?" Hiden yelled, the fire now burning so deep into his skin that it would have killed any normal person. Naruto had to do something about this fire before he ended up like Hiden. It took Naruto only a few seconds to come up with an idea, but he really didn't want to go through with it, but seeing as the fire was almost to his shoulder, he really didn't have a choice. Naruto closed his eyes and focused on the sections of his arm that was on fire. Once he could tell where each section was, he repelled the skin off his arm. Naruto couldn't hold back his scream as his skin was ripped from his body,
but at least the fire went with it. It looked like someone had taken a cheese grater to Naruto's arm. Naruto redirected his blood so it would stay in his body and not spill out of his arm. It didn't do anything to help the pain, but at least he wouldn't bleed out. Naruto looked towards Haiden to see what had happened to him. It wasn't good. The fire had devoured Haiden's entire body. All that was left was his ring, scythe, and a few pieces of bone. Even if Haiden's was immortal, he wouldn't be able to do much as a pile of ashes, so for all intent and purpose Haiden was dead. "I am impressed you managed to stop yourself from getting burned alive," Itachi said, sounding actually kind of frustrated his plan didn't work. Naruto noticed how one of Itachi's eyes was bleeding. At least now Naruto knew that using that strange fire was damaging to Itachi as well, but that didn't change the fact that Naruto still had no idea what the equation for that fire not fire could be. Unfortunately for Naruto, he was still in the middle of a fight, and just because that attack hurt Itachi as well didn't seem to stop him from using it. Naruto rolled out of the way as black fire once again appeared where he had been standing. Even if the fire didn't hit Naruto, it didn't mean he was fine. Naruto found out that any sudden movement caused his arm to burn with pain, and rolling certainly didn't feel very good. It looked like he would have to end this quickly. Naruto hit the ground and the world shook. The road that they had been standing on was no more as the ground split in half. Itachi, having suddenly lost his footing, fell down into the chasm while Naruto used his cyclones to fly above it. Naruto scanned the chasm, refusing to believe that this would be the end of Itachi, and he was right. He saw Itachi running up the side of the chasm. Naruto took out all the pebbles he had on him and pelted Itachi with them, but Itachi was able to dodge them all. He climbed out of the chasm and immediately black fire appeared near Naruto. It got caught up in one of his cyclones, create a vortex of fire. Naruto had no choice but to stop that cyclone or risk ending up like Haiden. Stopping that cyclone had screwed up Naruto's flying ability, and he didn't have time to make a new one before crashing to the ground. Naruto held his arm painfully as the impact nearly made him black out. Naruto got back up to his feet, shaking quite a bit. Itachi was just looking at him with a blank expression. One of his eyes were closed and bleeding pretty badly now. It looked like he wouldn't be able to use that pesky fire anymore. "Give up," Itachi said. "What?" Naruto replied. "This is a hopeless fight. You can barely stand and I haven't been hit once. Just give up. I'm sure the Hokage will make you some sort of deal," Itachi said. Naruto grinded his teeth. "You think you have me against a wall? That I'm down and out? You're just saying that because without that fire of yours you can't hit me." "No, even without my fire I still have something that can beat you, but I'd rather not use it," Itachi stated. "Stop screwing with me," Naruto yelled, sending his 3 remaining cyclones at Itachi. Naruto staggered a little bit as that attack had made the pain in his arm flare a little too much, and yet, Itachi still dodged all the cyclones, only having the use of one eye apparently not affecting him at all. Naruto was panting heavily at this point. Never before had he been forced to push his body so hard, and it was all that bastard's fault. Who did he think he was to come up to Orochimaru's most powerful creation and fight him on the same level? No, he wasn't on the same level. He was trash just like the rest of them. He was just another ninja trying to prove that he's the strongest, but he's not, and Naruto would prove that. Naruto let out a monstrous yell full of hate and rage. He held his arm up to the sky like he was trying to grab heaven. The wind changed from a cool breeze to a whiplash of air. It circled around Naruto's hand in a spiral pattern. It kept compressing in Naruto's hand until it became a blue bubbly sphere. Then the wind surrounded it in a grayish transparent cover. Itachi realized how much it looked like a gray Rasengan with a blue core, but this was on a whole different level. Just the creation of it made the floor beneath Naruto shatter. "Are you scared yet?" Naruto yelled, bringing the object to his side. "Are you trembling in fear, having to face the greatest power in the universe?" "I would be, because it's not every day that someone creates plasma to use as a weapon. This is what you get when you try and take the king's crown." "You're insane," Itachi said. "It doesn't matter what I am. If I have the power to destroy you." Naruto shouted, creating two cyclones and shooting himself towards Itachi. Even though the plasma wasn't anywhere close to the ground, it was tearing it to pieces as Naruto ran over it. Itachi jumped into the air to avoid it, but Naruto created two more cyclones, giving him the lift he needed to hit Itachi, if only barely. The plasma clipped Itachi's leg, but even that was severely damaging. Itachi felt his bones break, his leg twist, his blood vessels exploding as Naruto flew past him. Naruto swooped down and grabbed Hiden's scythe and ring, the plasma now gone, before flying away. Itachi wanted to chase after him, but one look at his mangled leg told Itachi that trying to catch up to him would be like a rock trying to catch a cheetah, so Itachi watched Naruto fly off, wondering what was gonging through the self-proclaimed strongest ninja's mind. Naruto didn't make it very far, only far enough where he thought Itachi wouldn't be able to chase him. He landed, stumbled a few steps, and then fell on the ground, having no intention of getting up anytime soon. Running away after giving that whole speech about how he was the strongest certainly was humiliating. While Naruto guessed it couldn't be helped. Naruto didn't have huge chakra reserves, and since a good chunk of it was dedicated to his reflection, he actually had lower than average chakra. It had never really been a problem before, since most of his moves didn't use that much chakra. Flying and creating plasma were the only two moves that required a lot of chakra, and he had always won in a few moves, but if that fight had lasted any longer, he would have risked using the chakra dedicated to his reflection. Why did he do that spill on how he was the strongest? He had never claimed to be the strongest before, so why had he partially yelled it to Itachi? Naruto guessed he had always believed he was the strongest. After all, Orochimaru had always told him he was, and after escaping he had done things at an age where he shouldn't have even been out of the academy that an Umbu would have a hard time doing. Maybe it was just because in Naruto's mind him being the strongest had always just been a fact, like his very existence was all the proof he needed, but Itachi had shaken that proof. It had been the first time Naruto had faced a prodigy like himself, and it shook him. Maybe he could be beaten. Sure, there had been incidents before like Shikamaru and Lee, but those had always been tricks that the weak would use to beat the strong, nothing that Naruto wouldn't be able to handle a second time. Itachi was different. He had killed Hiden with little effort. He had injured Naruto to the point where he couldn't even stand. He had won. With those thoughts in his mind, Naruto could no longer take the pain in his arm and fell into an uneasy sleep. The Rookie 9, or now the Rookie 6, were sitting around one of the training fields. "So your brother has been tasked with taking care of Naruto?" Shino asked. "Yes, he told me right before he left," Sasuke said. "I hope he brings Naruto's head back on a stick," Kiba said. Kiba. Hinata said, not believing that Kiba would say something like that in front of Minama and Naruko. "We can't keep defending him," Kiba said, then turned to Naruko and Minama. "Listen, I know we promised to help you bring him back, but he's killed our friends. He's a monster. You two pretend not to hear the rumors because you think he's a good person, but I think those rumors are." "And just what rumors would those be?" Minama said, looking angry but in reality about ready to cry. "That Naruto is a psychopath trained by Orochimaru to kill everyone and everything, and that he trained your and Hinata's sister to be bloodthirsty killers. That he's only part of the Akatsuki to test his skills against jinchuriki. That he destroys entire villages just because he can. Those are all just rumors spread by other villages to make them think that Naruto's some sort of demon child," Naruko said. "He is a demon child," Kiba yelled, his voice echoing in the surrounding woods, and he immediately knew he had gone too far. "So what does that make me?" Naruko yelled, storming off. "Naruko, wait," Minama said, chasing off after her. Naruko walked all the way home without saying a word to Minama, despite how hard Minama tried to get here to talk. She slammed open the door to her house, disrupting Kushina. "Naruko, what the hell do you think you're doing?" she yelled. "Kazan, is Naruto so evil that we have to kill him?" Naruko asked. Kushina stopped whatever she was going to say and looked at Naruko with penetrating eyes. Minama was equally as shocked and didn't know what to say, but it was obvious that Naruko wasn't bugging without an answer. Kushina sighed. "I don't know. Even though he's my son, I don't know anything more about him than you do." If the rumors are to be believed, then it would seem like Naruto's a lost cause hell-bent of destruction, and we know that he's killed lots of our own ninjas, including some of your friends. Naruko deflated with every word. It seemed that Naruto really was the devil in disguise.
But even if I don't know anything about Naruto, I know lots about Mito.
Kushina said with a smile on her face. I know that no matter how much she may hate us or how desperate she was to find Naruto, she would never follow him if he was completely evil.
Even if you think that. Not everyone is so inclined to dismiss what Naruto has done.
Jiraiya said, entering the house through the window.
What have I told you about using the door? Kushina yelled. Don't be so uptight about it.
Jiraiya said, waving it off.
What are you doing here? Naruko asked.
I'm here because Minato and I have been talking and we think we've figured out a way to add a Churka nature to the Rasengan. Jiraiya said.
That's great. Naruko said.
Yeah, it is. Why don't you two go to the usually training field? Minto's already waiting. Jiraiya said. The girls ran off to the training field, already having forgotten about their bad mood. Jiraiya chuckled as they left. Such kids. I wouldn't be so sure. They may not seem like it, but learning the next stage of the Rasengan is another way to get closer to Naruto.
Kushina said with motherly affection before switching to a more serious mood.
Anyways, you didn't come here just for that.
Itachi sent a crow.
What happened?
Kushina asked.
Nothing good. Heiden's dead, but Naruto got away and Itachi's leg was nearly separated from his body, so he won't be back for a little while he gets it healed. Jiraiya said.
At least Heiden's dead. Kushina said.
About that, in his report, Itachi mentioned how Naruto went on about how he was the strongest ninja in the world, and from Itachi's retelling of the battle that might not be so far from the truth. Jiraiya said.
Don't you think you're being a little dramatic?
I mean, sure, Naruto's powerful, but he's not the best.
Kushina said.
You want to know how Itachi got so heavily injured? Jiraiya said with an aura of dread and seriousness around him. So much so that Kushina wasn't sure she wanted to hear.
What happened? Apparently Naruto created plasma, and as Itachi described it, it was the ultimate Rasengan.
Even with the girls learning an enhanced version of the Rasengan, they still won't be any closer to Naruto.
There has to be something we can do? Kushina pleaded.
I don't know, we'll have to see how powerful the enhanced Rasengan is. Jiraiya said. Until then, Naruto is still an icon of hate to a lot of people, and it's even starting to affect our own village.
I know he has some good in him. Kushina said.
Jiraiya sighed. Maybe it was Kushina who was acting like a kid.
Naruto awoke to a giant plant.
At first Naruto thought he had gone crazy, but then the plant started talking and Naruto realized everything was fine, as weird as that might seem. It's about time you got up, Itachi really handed it to you. Zetsu said.
How long was I out?
Naruto asked, getting up, still feeling pain in his arm, but now it was bearable.
About 12 hours, but it's going to be an eternity for Haiden.
Forget about Haiden, I won't shed any tears for him, and I doubt the girls will either.
Naruto said, taking off his damaged Akatsuki cloak to inspect his arm.
There were chunks of missing skin all along his arm, you could see right to the muscles. Naruto would have surely bled out in no time if it wasn't for his powers.
Did you have anything for this? Zetsu tossed him some bandages and a new cloak. Naruto started wrapping his arm as Zetsu went on.
You'll need a new partner, Deidara still available. I'm not waiting around for someone, I'll just get the 7 tails in my own. Besides, Deidara already captured his jinchuriki, so there's no reason for him to become active again.
Naruto said.
Unlike you, Deidara doesn't like to sit around and do nothing, he's more than willing to take on another jinchuriki.
Zetsu said. Well, good for him.
Naruto said as he finished taping up his arm.
But I'll be fine on my own. Naruto put on his cloak and went to grab Heiden's scythe. Heiden's ring was gone, probably already snatched up by Zetsu. By the way, give this to Hitomi. Tell her it was a gift from our dear friend. Zetsu took the scythe as Naruto speed off. You'll still be getting a new partner even if you capture the 7 tails on your own. Zetsu said, but was not greeted with a response. Do you think he can do it on his own? He's still injured. Injured or not, he'll win, but in the meantime we still have work to do. We're closing in and a package to deliver. It took Naruto maybe 2 hours to reach his destination. He stopped in the tree line planning his strategy. He knew that the only way to enter Taki was through a under-cave system, and it was guarded like no one's business. Naruto counted 8 Kirk ninja, probably Jounin, and 4 Taki ninja. Looks like they really didn't want anyone to get in. The best plan would be for Naruto to wait it out and find the 7 tails without being caught, but Naruto didn't have the skill to sneak past such a force, and more importantly Naruto didn't like to wait. Naruto simply walked up to the ninja Akatsuki, cloak fluttering behind him. I'm here for the 7 tails, would you mind telling me where she is? Naruto asked in his nicest tone. It's the Akatsuki, one of the guards shouted before the whole lot ran towards Naruto. Come, there's no reason for having to start a fight. Naruto said as he punched a Kirk ninja who got just a little too close. His nose burst with blood as he fell to the ground, hurt but not dead. But if that's what you really want, then I'll be more than happy to oblige. The last ninja fell as the fight reached its 3-minute mark. Naruto was sure the earthquake he had created to wipe out most of the guards had alerted the village, so he would have to move fast. He traversed the caves and was greeted with a welcoming squad when he entered the village through the lake. Did they send the entire village? Naruto asked as he stared down at least 100 enemy ninja. Naruto didn't get a vocal response, but he certainly got one. Almost every ninja in the crowd shot high-pressured water from their mouths. You'll have to do better than that, Naruto said as the wave of water was sent back to sender. Most of the ninja were able to dodge, but some of the slower ones weren't so lucky and got crushed by the huge amount of water. The other ninja were quick to strike back and sent every attack in the book at him. These, however, were small attacks, so even when they were reflected they could be easily dodged. Naruto didn't want or have the time to deal with all of them, so he got to dry land and started running around the village, still being pelted by all sorts of attacks. Come out wherever you all, my little jinchuriki. I've got a treat for you, Naruto sung as he ran down street after street. As Naruto ran, civilians ran like hell trying to get back into their homes, even though Naruto wasn't even attacking. But even so, houses were being set on fire, knocked down and destroyed as attack after attack kept bouncing off Naruto. The ninja that had sworn to protect the village were NWT the cause of all the destruction. Of course they didn't see it that way, they only saw an enemy that had to be taken out. All the damage was just necessary sacrifices. What a stupid ideology. Naruto had only come here for one person and he would have been on his way. But the death toll and damages would be far more hurtful to Taki than losing their jinchuriki. Of course they were still going to lose it. Naruto ran for a while, not really knowing what to do. They obviously had hidden her somewhere, and with all the chaos happening in the village he doubted that he would be able to find her. Naruto suddenly stopped to try and think of a plan, and one of the ninja chasing him ran into him, snapping his neck. The kunais and jutsu still rained down on Naruto because these idiots didn't seem to understand that the quantity of attacks didn't mean anything to Naruto. All the nearby houses were completely pulverized by the backlash of all the attacks. People ran from their homes most bloody and some having kunais embedded in their bodies. A mother holding a crying child came out, her face streaked with blood and a rather large burn on her arm, ran out onto the street. Stop this, can't you see what you're doing? She screamed as the child wailed. Her cries fell on deaf ears as the ninja paid her no mind and continued their assault. Naruto could tell what was going to happen a mile away, and a few seconds later it did. One of the ninja threw a kunai no different from any of the other that had been shot, but this one was positioned in just the right place to cause a very bloody accident. It hit Naruto's reflection and was shot toward the woman. Her civilian reflexes were not enough to dodge it, but to Naruto's surprise she didn't get hit. Instead, a girl with green hair and wearing rather revealing clothing pushed the woman out of the way, and managed to dodge the kunai herself. This display actually stopped the ninja from attacking. What the hell are you doing you here? One of the ninja yelled. I wanted to help, not sit in room while my village was being destroyed, the girl said. Naruto instantly reconsidered the girl. She was Fu, his target. What do you know, the Seven Tails has a heart? Naruto thought as he looked at the woman Fu had just saved, but the woman didn't have the thankful look a person in her position should have had. Far from it, she looked at Fu with absolute disgust, like she would have rather been saved by a toad than by her. Then without saying a word she ran away. We don't need your help. We had it under control until you showed up. Just go back to your cell and let the real ninja deal with it. The same ninja yelled as the others were nodding behind him. But she would have died if I hadn't been her, Fu said, pointing to the woman she had just saved, only to see that the woman was no longer there. The ninja, looking rather full of himself, looked down at Fu with a sneer. I don't see any woman. You are obviously just trying to escape, you bitch. We'll have to punish you after we handle this. Hey, Naruto said in a voice that sounded like a killer scolding his victim for being dead. This caught everyone's attention as they looked upon the person who had been the prime target of their attention not even a minute ago. Fu even looked back to see that Naruto was standing directly behind her, so close that she could feel his icy breath as the words left his mouth. You people are very rude, you know. Ignoring someone who came all this, and had to endure so much hardship to get here, but you know I'm not even mad because the person I've come to see has finally greeted me. Naruto put his hand on Fu's shoulder. Why don't you come with me? Fu knew who the man behind her was as well. He was Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage. Apparently he was insane. Fu wasn't so sure about that part, but she was sure that he was incredibly powerful. Just his aura told her that. She's not going away. Where? One of the ninja yelled and all of them resumed their barrage, not giving any thought to the fact that Fu was standing right in front of him. Fu, seeing that she was about to becoming a human target dummy, grew wings and flew up. Naruto watched her as the attacks bounced harmlessly off him. Wow, didn't know she could do that, Naruto said. But you aren't the only one, Naruto said as he formed his own flying mechanism and flew after her. Fu looked back shocked to see that Naruto was able to fly as well. Naruto was gaining on her as his cyclones were much faster than her wings. Naruto thought it was only going to be a matter of time before he captured his target, but something caught his attention. Fu was leaving being some sort of sparkling substance behind her. Naruto didn't know what that would accomplish until it blew up an array of light so bright that Naruto couldn't even see his nose in front of his face. It didn't last very long, but by the time it had ended, Naruto had lost sight of Fu. Naruto couldn't believe it. Even if his reflection stopped it from blinding him, he still couldn't see past the light. So Naruto had to waste time flying around trying to find Fu, and when he did, she would use the same trick again, and force Naruto to go looking for her again. This happened a lot and Naruto was getting frustrated. There was also the problem that Fu would be able to keep this up a lot longer than Naruto would. He could already feel his body telling him he was using too much chakra, and he doubted Fu had even used 1/10 of her chakra. Not to mention the idiots below were still shooting at him. Naruto once again caught sight of Fu, and just like he expected, she spit out that sparkly substance. Naruto had already determined that closing his eyes didn't matter since Fu would still be able to get away while his eyes were closed, but Naruto had been watching and was pretty confident he'd be able to catch Fu even without his sight. Naruto looked down at the city below. Right below him was a nice little house that would have looked cozy, but the damage that had been done, and was still being done, made it look like a hellscape. To the left was the village's leader house, and to the right were a few farmhouses. A bright light blinded Naruto's vision, but this time instead of cursing himself he swung to the right and listened for the beating of Fu's wings. Just as Naruto had planned, he heard her almost directly in front of him. He reached his hand out and caught a hold of her leg. Using his enhanced strength, he swung Fu towards the ground. Fu, not being able to stabilize herself, crashed to the ground. The impact was surprising soft as Fu did manage to use her wings to slow his descent, but by this time Naruto could see and dived bombed Fu. He landed on her stomach, making he spit up blood as his force broke the ground below her and created a crater.
Naruto swung Fu over his shoulder as her wings disappeared. Naruto felt Fu struggling, and it was making his arm growl in pain. "Stop moving or I'll rip off your legs," Naruto said, and immediately Fu stopped. "How did you get me?" the green-haired girl asked, having realized that the son of the Hokage had bested her. "Whenever I went to go look for you, I noticed that you would hide in less populated areas, so I bet that you'd fly towards the fields, and I was right. I guess I wanted to keep the battle away from as many people as possible," Naruto said as he started walking towards the exit. Almost immediately they were surrounded by ninja. They all looked like they were ready to kill, but it wasn't directed at Naruto. "Look what you've done," one of the higher-ranking ninjas said. "You drew the Akatsuki here to our village, you monster. Do you know how many have died all because of you?" But Fu tried to say, but the ninja weren't hearing it. "You're going to be burned for what you've done, you devil whore. All you've ever done is run this village into the ground," one of the Taki ninja said. "Get out of my way," Naruto said, walking forward. "Don't tell me what to do, you Akatsuki scum. Just because you're trying to rid of jinchuriki doesn't mean you're good." Naruto grabbed him by the throat with his free arm. "Listen here, you rat of a ninja. It's easy to blame someone else for your mistake. I mean, of course you don't want your ass held responsible for the damages, and I can understand that. But when your preaching gets in my way, then I have a problem. I've gotten what I've come here for, so move or I'll show you a real monster," Naruto said, dropping the terrified ninja. Naruto started walking forward again, giving each and every ninja a death stare. Naruto noticed that a majority of the Taki were happy that he was taking Fu away. While the Kirk ninja didn't share the same hatred for the jinchuriki, they were way too terrified to approach Naruto, as they had seen him run around the entire village without taking a hit. Naruto walked down the village streets looking at the burned and damaged buildings. Civilians were gathered along the sidewalk watching Naruto pass. None of them said a word, but everyone one of them were looking at Fu like it was her fault their homes had been destroyed. After a few blocks, Fu couldn't take anymore and dropped her head, so she was looking directly into Naruto's shoulder. Naruto found this very odd, how almost none of them were looking at him with hate, even though if they wanted to blame someone for what happened, it should have been him. They weren't looking at him favorably. Of course they knew that he could kill every one of them, yet there was no fear in their eyes when they looked at him. It was like he was a natural disaster. Sure, they were bad and did lots of damage, but you couldn't fight them, so you just had to accept them and move on. Naruto made it to the lake that would be his exit, but there was someone else there. Shibuki, the head of Takigakure, was standing there. Fu must have sensed him because she looked up at him, hopeful that he would fight to save her, but Naruto could see it in his eyes. He might be the only one in the entire village that thought of Fu as a person, but as Naruto passed him, all he did was clench his fists because he knew that it was over. Naruto was too strong. Naruto exited the village with a depressed Fu over his shoulder. Naruto could tell from her slight shaking that she was crying. Naruto thought about knocking her out since the shaking was irritating to his arm, but decided not to. After all, it was a long ways to the closest hideout that had the ability to seal, and Naruto would prefer someone to talk to now that Haiden was dead. Suigetsu and the girls were sitting around eating their meal when Zetsu popped out of the ground in front of them. "Hello, we bring gifts. Enough with your antics, we don't have any time to waste." "Oh fine Hitomi, this is for you," Zesta said, handing her a scythe. "Wait, this is Haiden's scythe," Hitomi said. "Not anymore, Haiden's dead, at least as dead as Haiden can be." "What about Naruto, is he okay?" Hanabi said, jumping to her feet. "Relax, Naruto's fine, just got his arm burned by Itachi, he should be fighting the Seven Tails right now we have to go." And just like that, Zest emerged back in the ground before anyone could ask any more questions. Hitomi looked at the scythe, thinking about the person who used to own it. True, she and Haiden weren't practically close, but Hitomi would consider him an ally, and Itachi had killed him just like he had her parents. Hitomi wanted to curse Itachi, but it won't accomplish anything. The only thing she could do was get stronger, and thanks to Haiden she had a weapon that could help her.
Hitomi was about to strap it to her back, but she noticed a piece of paper wrapped around the hilt. "What's that?" Mito asked as Hitomi peeled it off. "It's a note from Naruto," Hitomi said, and Hanabi was instantly behind them reading the note with them. "Dear Bratz and Suigetsu, I have a very important mission for you, one the Akatsuki can't know about. I have recently discovered that Orochimaru has information about me that could be very dangerous to me if anyone found out. So I want you to kill him and burn anything you find. I know that he's powerful, but I believe the four of you can kill him. Besides, you won't be alone, the Akatsuki will still be helping you. After all, they have their own reasons for killing Orochimaru. But I am afraid that Orochimaru will try to use this information about me as a bargaining chip. You'll need to make sure that doesn't happen. As for finding Orochimaru, Zetsu told us when we sealed the Six Tails that he is narrowed down is located, and I happen to know that Orochimaru only has one base in the area Zetsu described, so I want you to go there, so you'll be the closet team when Zetsu finds the exact location of the base, and he'll call you. However, he will defiantly call an actually Akatsuki team as well, so be wary of that." Below that was the location of where they were supposed to be. "Come on, Naruto's counting on us. We can't fail him now," Hanabi said as she started marching off. "Hold up there, fangirl. I'm finishing my meal before we go anywhere," Suigetsu said. Hitomi and Mito giggled at the Hanabi being called a fangirl. "I'm not a fangirl. And stop laughing at me," Hanabi yelled as Naruko and Minamo were training, as Naruto was walking with a lump over his shoulder, as Taki was rebuilding, as Itachi was lying in a hospital bed waiting for his leg to heal, and as Minato was doing paperwork thinking the state of his family and the state it was heading towards. Killing Orochimaru sure was a tall order, Hanabi thought as she made her way towards the place Naruto had sent them. Could they really do it even with the Akatsuki's help? Hanabi didn't know. But if Orochimaru really did have a weakness on Naruto, then he had to be taken out. There was no other option, he was a threat. Mito and Hitomi had similar thoughts running through their minds. Orochimaru was a Sannin, after all, one of the best ninjas the Leaf had ever produced. He had even created Naruto's powers from the ground up. He wouldn't be taken down so easily, but Naruto believed in them, so they had to believe in Naruto's training. The trip wasn't terribly long. They set up camp near Orochimaru's base and were going to stay there until Zetsu called on them. Hitomi practiced with her new scythe, picturing Itachi in every tree she cut down. Mito and Hanabi were creating a plan to fight Orochimaru, getting information from Suigetsu about his skills. And as they were planning, they truly felt that they could take down Orochimaru, because even if he was a Sannin, even if he had a small army of his creations to back him up, they had the training of Naruto, and the strength of the Akatsuki on their side. This wasn't going to be a battle, this was going to be a small war. One that could very well decide the future of the Akatsuki and, more importantly, Naruto. It was getting dark and Naruto was about ready to call it a day. He thought about what to do with his traveling companion. Fu had cried for a while after they had left Taki, but she eventually stopped. Not just crying, but everything. She didn't talk, she didn't move, she didn't seem to live. Naruto set her down on the ground and just looked at her blank face. "Why didn't you use your chakra cloak? If you had, you probably would have been able to fly faster than me, and then the fight might have turned out very differently," Naruto asked. Fu snapped out of whatever thought she was in, and for the first time since they left the village she was aware of her surroundings. She looked around after apparently shocked that it was already night, and she was no longer on Naruto's shoulder, but just because she was aware didn't make her look any less broken. Her body was still stiff and her eyes still had that loneliness in them. She could have made a break for it, but her eyes just returned to Naruto as she answered his question. "I didn't want to hurt anyone. If I did, they would hate me," Fu said. "They were going to hate you no matter what," Naruto said, taking off his cloak so he could replace the bandages on his arm. "How did that happen?" Fu asked, trying her best to keep the conversation going. Naruto guessed that since she had been snapped back in reality, the silence gave her time to think, which in turn gave her time to hurt, and that was too hard to bear. "My father sent one of his top ninja to kill me,
and I'll have to admit Itachi was pretty good," Naruto said, deciding to relive Fu of the Silence.
"You fought against Itachi Uchiha. No wonder you got so badly injured," Fu said, sounding sorry for him. "I wasn't helpless, you know," Naruto said, rather irritated that Fu was talking down to him. "I broke his leg, you know." Fu didn't say anything after that until Naruto finished wrapping his arm. "So what's going to happen to me?" "I'm going to take you to one of the Akatsuki's bases and there we'll rip the 7 tails out of you and you'll die," Naruto said, matter-of-factly, looking up to see Fu's shocked expression. "You want to run?" Fu sighed. "No, even I can tell that you'll catch me way before I could make it anywhere." "Damn right I could," Naruto said, causing Fu to puff out her cheeks in annoyance. "Well, at least I won't have to suffer under my village anymore," Fu said as an afterthought. "But you said you didn't go into your cloak because you didn't want to hurt them," Naruto said. "I thought that one day they would come to accept me. That I could walk around like a normal ninja without being looked at like I was a monster. Haven't you ever wanted that? You must be in a similar situation with all your power." "No, I've never cared if people think I'm a monster or insane. In fact, it helps me, keeps the idiots from attacking me," Naruto said with a smirk, thinking about how afraid the Taki ninja looked when he left. "So, are you insane?" Fu said in a monument of wonder, but the blank look Naruto gave her made her wish that she had never asked. They sat there in silence for a while, Naruto just giving her that uncomfortable look. Naruto finally let out a groan and answered her question. "If you ask me, I don't think I'm different than any other ninja. The only difference is that I don't have village backing me." "But what about all those people you killed?" Fu said. "All ninja kill people, I just happen to get more than my fair share," Naruto said. "I don't go out and murder for fun as many people might think. In fact, the only times I've gone out to specially kill people has been restricted to bandits, jinchuriki, and one indicant with the leaf. 2 of those things I only did because I was ordered to. The other was because I was in need of money. Other than that, all my kills have come from people who have attacked me first. I didn't even attack any of the civilians in your village. That was your guys' fault. So ask yourself this, am I insane just because I don't show mercy to the people that attack me? I guess not, but I do think you share some of the blame for all the destruction in the village," Fu said. "I know, if I had never have come then none of it would have happened." "Is that what you're trying to say?" Naruto said. "While that is true, that wasn't what I was going to say," Fu said. "You have so much power, more than enough to change the world. You could have sent those attacks into the ground or up into the sky. But you didn't. You let them follow your normal reflection and all the destruction followed. How much effort would it have taken you to just send those attacks off somewhere harmless?" Naruto thought about for a little bit. "Not much, but why would I do anything to help the village that I'm attacking?" "Because you have the power to do so," Fu yelled, a few tears streaming down her face. Fu must have realized what she had done and immediately pulled back, wiping her face clean. "I'm sorry, it's just that there are so many people who want as much power as they can get, and know a lot of people would use that power from evil, but some want it to protect their friends, their family, their village. Just seeing you having so much power yet not even as it for evil or good makes me wonder why you even joined the Akatsuki. What's your goal?" "Goal?" Naruto said, questioning it himself. Why did he join the Akatsuki? Just because they asked him to? No, it was because being part of a powerful organization gave him what he wanted most, peace. What I want is peace. Not for the world, just for me. Fu gave Naruto a strange look, asking him to explain. I was created to be the best, the one to stand above all others, but having that much power isn't all it's cracked up to be. When you have so much power, people become afraid of you, and when people are afraid of you, they either want you on their team or in the ground. Every day people would come after me, trying desperately to prove that they had what it takes to bring me down, but to this day I can count on one hand how many people have actually hurt me, but that's not enough for them. They'll keep trying until I'm brought down. I decided to join the Akatsuki because they didn't need me. Even if I had denied their offer, they wouldn't have bothered me unless I attack them. So the reason I joined the Akatsuki is because I didn't need to. So if you want to know what my goal is, it's never having to use my powers again. To live a normal life just like you wanted, but the only way for me to do that is to surround myself with other powerful people like the Akatsuki, or become so powerful that even the best of the best will be too afraid to fight me. And you want to know something? For the first time it happened. Your village saw me and realized that fighting me was like going down a one-way road. There would be no return. Fu looked at Naruto in a whole new light. He wasn't that different from her. They both just wanted to live normal lives. They were both too high for people to understand them. The only difference was that Fu wanted to lower down to the regular world. One where she could have friends and people wouldn't fear her for her power. But Naruto wanted to rise even higher, so much so that people wouldn't even be able to see him. "Hey, how about we be friends?" Fu said with a warm smile. Naruto looked at her like she was insane. "Friends? You do know you're going to be dead soon, and I'm going to be the cause." "I know, but I still have a life to live before that happens, so I'm not going to waste it feeling sorry for myself," Fu said, holding out her hand. Naruto looked at Fu's outstretched hand and chuckled. "You know, with all the stuff you were saying earlier, I thought you were intelligent, but now I can see how much of an idiot you really are." "So you don't want to be my friend?" Fu said, the smile that was on her face disappearing and her hand lowering, but before she could pull it completely back, Naruto took a hold of it. Fu's face immediately lit up while Naruto was unreadable with a blank expression. "I guess the world does favor the stupid," Naruto said, looking at his new friend. A few days later, Orochimaru was in his office thinking of a way to stop the oncoming disaster. The Akatsuki had found him out, that much was clear. If Orochimaru's prediction was right, then the Akatsuki team would be here by sundown. Orochimaru turned to see his Akatsuki ring on a table on the other side of the room. That's what the Akatsuki would be after, but there was another thing that was being targeted. A notebook was sitting on the desk in front of Orochimaru. The title on the cover said Vector Control, Test Subject 001. This is what the other group wanted. Orochimaru's spy had told about the brats that were currently squatting near his base. No doubt Naruto had sent them to erase any information that could present a problem to Naruto in the future. The notebook on his desk was the only copy, and Orochimaru was the only one to have read it. After all, the last thing he wanted was for this information to be stolen. Hell, the only reason he had made the notebook in the first place is because with all the tests he was doing simultaneously, he would tend to forget the specific details of one particular test, and he needed to keep that information sorted out somewhere. Orochimaru considered destroying the notebook right then and there, but that would only be completing Naruto's mission for him. Besides, if the worst were to happen, then Orochimaru would be sure to release this information and bring Naruto down with him. On the other hand, Orochimaru could attack the girls now or send some of his minions to do it, but Orochimaru felt that if he did that, it would cause the Akatsuki to move faster than they already were, and that was something Orochimaru wanted to avoid at all costs. He still needed to move some of his more important equipment out of the base before the fight. So for right now, Orochimaru would plan for the battle that was soon to come. The girls in Suigetsu were preparing for the fight. Zetsu had already contacted them to help with the mission, and the two-man Akatsuki team would be here soon. They weren't supposed to move until they got here, but Orochimaru was moving more things out of his base by the minute, and the girls were afraid that the information they were supposed to destroy was going with it. Orochimaru must have realized that he had been found out because he had given up on moving the items secretly, instead focusing on speed. This not only made it more likely the information about Naruto would be moved, but also presented the problem of outsiders catching on, most notably Jiraiya's spy network. It required no explanation on how bad it would be if the Leaf also got involved. It was a few more hours before Kakazu and Kisame showed up, but better late than never. With a quick planning session, they were off. Orochimaru's base was located underground, and with Hanabi's Byakugan they were able to find the prefect entrance point. The only thing that was missing was a door. Kisame, using his godlike strength, fixed that problem by smashing his sword into the ground, creating a crater that led all the way to the base. The group dropped into the base, surprising two guards who weren't expecting their enemy to blow a hole into the base. They were easily taken care of. Now that they were in the base, they could hear the frantic patter of feet all around them. Orochimaru's minions were on high alert. "You better now slow us down," Kakazu said to the girls. "You sure you can handle this, old man? Because I'd be glad to take over," Mito retorted. "What a cocky girl. She must think she's a badass. Let's see her fight Orochimaru," Kisame said. "You better not look down on us or we just might take your spot in the Akatsuki," Hitomi said. "If you were strong enough to be part of the Akatsuki, you would have already filled one of the empty spots. Naruto has deceived you into believing you're S-class level," Kisame said. "Not that I don't love the banter," Hanabi said as she used her Byakugan to look through the walls and see all the intersecting hallways. But, Hanabi threw Nuabari through a wall where it pierced a ninja in an adjacent hallway. "We've got a job to do." "Fine," Kisame, as they all took off down the halls. They split up into 3 groups, and if any of the groups found Orochimaru, then they would alert the other groups. The groups were Hitomi and Suigetsu, Hanabi and Mito, Kakazu and Kisame. The groups fought down hallways of cannon fodder, checking each room as they went. It looked like most of the rooms had been cleaned out. Mito had expected some stronger ninja being in Orochimaru's base and all. Most of the ninja she and Mito ran into were easily taken care of. It might have had something to do with the close corridor combat which Mito and Hanabi excelled at, or it could be that all the stronger ninjas were being sent to Kisame and Kakazu as they were the bigger threat. This would be correct, as the 2 Akatsuki members were currently tearing through the sound floor. Mito and Hanabi burst into one of the many rooms. The room was some sort of lab with tables full of strange substances. It must have not been that important as it hadn't been cleared out. The girls only spent the minimal time looking through the room. They didn't find anything of importance, but as they went to leave, someone was blocking the door. It was a girl with blue hair wearing a green dress. "So you're Naruto's lackeys," the girl said. "And you're Orochimaru's," Mito said, readying her fighting stance. "The name's Guren, and I am not just some lackey. I'm one of Orochimaru's elite," the girl said with a smile that reminded the girls of Naruto's. "So you're the elite. Wow, Orochimaru must have fell on some hard times after Naruto left," Hanabi said, enjoying the tick mark that appeared over Guren's head as she talked. "I'm way more powerful than that traitor could ever be," Guren screamed as pink crystals emerged from the ground, attempting to skewer Hanabi and Mito. "Sure you are," Hanabi said as she jumped out of the way and threw Nuabari at the crystal girl. Guren blocked by making a wall of crystal between her and the needle. The Nuabari only pierced through the wall hallway before coming to a stop, forcing Hanabi to retract it. Mito wouldn't just let Guren hide behind her wall, however. She positioned her swords in an X position and slashed them, sending an X of pure lightning at the wall. It was strong enough to shatter the wall, but that may have been a bad decision. Guren used the shattered pieces of crystal as projectiles. Mito and Hanabi were forced to dodge the incoming objects. Glass tubes and beakers shattered as the crystal made contact. Once all the crystals were shot, Hanabi rushed Guren, ready to cut off all of her chakra points. Guren didn't have time to make another wall, however. Her taijutsu was a lot better than Hanabi would have expected. Hanabi wasn't able to land a hit at the beginning, but even if Guren's taijutsu was good, Hanabi's was better. It was only going to be a matter of time until Hanabi made contact. That was until Guren used her foot to crystallize the floor. Hanabi had to quickly jump away to avoid being crystallized herself. "Come on, surely you can do better than this," Guren taunted before having to quickly crystallize a beaker that Mito threw at her. It fell to the ground like a rock. What was the point of that? "No point, just wanted to get your attention on me so you could see what was going to kill you," Mito said, pointing her 2 blades at Guren. "Lightning rife." Mito yelled as two long stains of energy shot out towards Guren. Guren quickly made a crystal wall, but Mito attack easily destroyed it. Guren was forced to roll out of the way, but when she was in the middle of her roll she noticed long piece of metal coming straight at her. Guren didn't have any time to react as the new Abari shoot through her brain. "So much for the elite," Mito said. Meanwhile, in another section of the base, Hitomi and Suigetsu were in a predicament of their own. "Well, aren't we the lucky ones?" Suigetsu said as he stared down Orochimaru. Hitomi had already sent 2 clones to inform the other teams, but until they got the message they were on their own. "Now you've found me, what will you do?" Orochimaru said, not looking the least bit worried. "Kill you, of course," Suigetsu said as he attempted to lop off Orochimaru's head with his sword. Orochimaru bent back at an impossible angle to avoid two and used a light windjutsu to push Suigetsu back. "Come now, you can do better than that," Orochimaru said mockingly. Hitomi, in response to Orochimaru, created a wall of fight that went the entire length of the room at Orochimaru. Once the firewall had hit the other side of the room, Orochimaru was nowhere to be found. Hitomi scanned the room with her Sharingan looking for his chakra signature. She was looking at the ground, having expected him to dig underneath her, but was shocked when she sensed him above her. Orochimaru fell down from the ceiling with a sword in his hand. Hitomi wasn't able to dodge fast enough and got a long cut down her back. Luckily it wasn't too deep, but Hitomi didn't have time to think about her wound as Orochimaru summoned a snake right when he landed. The snake tried to shallow Hitomi whole, but she used a new scythe to stab the snake through the jaw. The snake, unable to move, was an easy target for Suigetsu, who sliced off its head. Orochimaru, seeing that Suigetsu was in the air, shot a snake at him from his sleeve. The snake had a sword in its mouth which was going to stab Suigetsu. Being in the air, Suigetsu couldn't dodge, but it wasn't like he needed to as the snake passed harmlessly through his body. Suigetsu landed by Hitomi as the snake returned to Orochimaru. "Did you really think that would work?" Suigetsu said. "Of course not, but I'm sure this will," Orochimaru said as he did some hand signs and a seal appeared above Suigetsu. It shot out chains of lightning around Suigetsu, creating a cage around him. Then a few blots went through him, making his body into a sort of gooey puddle. "Shit," Hitomi said as she realized that Orochimaru had made that seal when he was climbing on the ceiling after her firewall. Suigetsu was useless at this point, so it would be up to Hitomi to fight Orochimaru. Hitomi just hoped her reinforcements got her soon. Mito and Hanabi were searching around a set of rooms near the back of the base. Things had calmed down since all the ninja on this side seemed to be dead. Mito was alone searching what looked to be an office, and she struck a gold mine. On one of the tables was the ring they had been looking for, and on the main desk was a notebook titled Vector Control, Test Subject 001. Mito knew the only ninja to ever have vector control was Naruto, so that was no doubt that this was the information they had been looking for. Mito knew she should destroy it, but it was everything about Naruto ability, and Mito would be lying to herself if she wasn't curious. Maybe just a little peek. Mito opened the book and started reading. Test Subject 001, aka Naruto, has just completed his first test. So far nothing impressive, he only merely threw a rock at high speeds to kill his opponent. I am however hopeful for the future. All the data has suggested that the operation worked perfectly. 001 has complete control over any vectors that comes into contact with his chakra, even if he doesn't know how to properly use it yet. 001 has progressed better than I had hoped. His mind has finally caught up with his chakra, and he now has complete control over vectors. He has just mastered the vectors of lightning, which has given him a defense against all 5 of the chakra natures. 001 has become a little uncooperative lately. He has demanded I bring him books on just about everything or he will stop participating in my test. While I could just deny him his request and force him to participate, it could greatly skew the data, as he would most likely just still there letting his reflection do all the work and not come up with new ways to use his vectors. So I will grant his request. After all, gaining more knowledge could only make him more powerful. 001 has read almost every book in my library, everything from basic jutsus to the history of IWA.
While I expected him to try out some of the non-vector jutsu he must have learned from those books and the tests, he has yet to do so.
I wonder why.
001 has become even cockier these past few weeks. He has demanded that I tell him who his real family is. I realize now that giving him those books was a mistake. It's not the books themselves that are the problem, it's that I gave them to him. Naruto certainly is intelligent. After all he has to be to manage his vector control, he has been testing the waters for a while now, seeing how much he could get away with. He was figuring out how important he was to me, and the unfortunate truth is he figure out the answer is very important. As much as don't want to do it in order to keep the tests on schedule, I will have to tell him. I could lie to him, but if he were to ever find out the truth it could stop the test indefinitely, so I will just have to see how it plays out. 001 had a very interesting response to the knowledge of his family. While he did seem like he would like to be with them, he did not show any signs of anger at being taken from them. The tests have gone on smoothly with no change to 001 behavior. If I were to mentally evaluate him, I'd say he has just accepted what happened to him, so while I believe he really wants to get back to his family, he is patient and will not act out on his desire to see them. I do have a countermeasure if 001 ever does try to escape. It has to do with a ring on his wrist. It takes advantage of a certain defect I implanted into the vector control formula it works by. The book was immediately shut by an angry-looking Hanabi before Mito could read any farther.
"What are you doing?" Hanabi hissed. "I was just checking to see if this was what we were looking for," Mito said, her hastily made lie. Hanabi didn't believe here for a second and used a simple fire jutsu that was normally used to light campfires on the book. Mito watched the notebook go up in flames, and while she was sad she couldn't read more, it was probably better this way. After all, if she had read any farther she would have discovered something that couldn't be taken back. As the last corner burned, Hitomi walked into the room. "Follow me," she said. Mito and Hanabi followed her without question, knowing that this was just a clone and the real Hitomi would be fighting Orochimaru this very moment. But what the real Hitomi was doing right now could hardly be considered fighting. She was laid out on her back, a crimson liquid pooling under her. Hitomi was struggling to breathe, and just the idea of standing made her want to hurl. Her scythe was on the other side of the room, the cable connecting it to Hitomi having been cut by Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was standing there without a scratch. He slowly made his way towards Hitomi, talking as he went. "I would be lying if I said I expected more from you, but all things considered you didn't do bad. You should have realized, however, that fighting in S-class was way beyond you level. Just because you were trained by Naruto doesn't mean you have his power. There are so many ninja in the world, but less than 1% of them are S-class, and yet here you are fighting one. Is because Naruto said you were ready?" Hitomi tried desperately to say something, but her throat felt dry even though it was wetted by blood. "Naruto might have truly believed you were ready, but you need to understand something. It always been said that no ninja has started out strong, they need experience and training to become as powerful as their older peers. This is true, but there is one exception: Naruto has always been strong. Ever since I gave him vector control, he has been able to beat ninja that should be way out of his league." "Why are you telling me this?" Hitomi said, finally able to get some words out. "Because I think you should know a little more about the person you chose to follow. You are following someone who can't comprehend the difference of strength between an S-class and someone he's trained. In his mind, S-class or the norm, nothing to even be worried about. So you see, he just assumed that you were ready, and now you're going to pay the price for following someone who has never been weak." "You going to kill me?" Hitomi said. "If I wanted to do that, I could have done it any time during our fight. I want something else. Something that I've wanted for a long time." Orochimaru bent down and brought his hand over Hitomi's eyes. Pain exploded as he ripped her left eye from her socket. Hitomi's previously stiff body was contracted as she brought her legs up to her stomach and her hands over her left eye socket. The pain also caused her to close her other eye, leaving her unable to see anything. "Come on now, we've still got the other on," Orochimaru said, but just as he was about to remove the other one, Hitomi heard an explosion and the crumbling of bricks.
She felt Orochimaru's hot breath leave her face as he stood back up.
You couldn't have waited a little longer? Orochimaru asked.
Sorry, but Naruto would be pissed if we let one of his brats die,
Kisame said.
Do you really think he cares?
Orochimaru asked.
If he doesn't care about them because of his feelings, he certainly cares about them because of their usefulness.
Even if there was no way they could beat you, Kakazu said.
And you think you can?
Orochimaru said.
Then there was explosions, fighting, intense heat, all signs of truly powerful people fighting.
Hitomi in her pain-induced mind realized that S-classes were something that a person like her could never hope to fight on equal footing.
The pain finally became too much, and Hitomi passed out.
By the time Hitomi woke up, the fight was over.
She was no longer inside Orochimaru's base, she was on a bedroll looking up at the green of the trees. She forced her stiff body to sit up as she brought her hand to the left side of her face. She felt a number of bandages wrapped around her eye, but to her surprise she could feel her eye was back where it was supposed to be.
How are you feeling? Mito said from beside Hitomi.
I felt better, but at least I have my eye back,
Hitomi said.
You can thank Hanabi for that. She was able to use her Byakugan and few medical jutsu to put your eye back in place. It's just a good thing it was recently removed. Hanabi didn't think she'd be able to do if we had gotten there much later,
Mito said. So what happened? Hitomi asked, lying back down as a headache started to set in.
Well, for one, Orochimaru is dead, but so is Kakazu,
Mito started but was quickly interrupted by Hitomi.
How?
It was 4 against 1, 8 if you count all of Kakazu's hearts. How'd you lose Kakazu? Hitomi said.
Well, it wasn't exactly 8 against 1. Hanabi and I figured out pretty early on that we were just getting in the way, so we spent our time healing you and freeing Suigetsu while they fought.
Also, Kakazu lost his wind heart even before fighting Orochimaru.
There was also the issue that they were fighting Orochimaru on his own turf. So basically what happened was Orochimaru would use tricks and traps to take out Kakazu's hearts one by one until he finally killed him.
That's not to say Orochimaru didn't take serious damage, because by the time he took out Kakazu he was too weak to beat Kisame. After that we got Uriah and got as far away from the base as we could, Mito said, giving a brief explanation the devastating fight that must have occurred.
But it's just so frustrating. Hanabi and I took out a girl that claimed to be Orochimaru's elite so easily, but when faced with the Sannin we were nothing. All Naruto's training and all that planning didn't do anything to lessen the gap between S-class and regular ninja.
Is it really that wide?
Just clam down. The mission was a success, so there's no point in beating yourself up over it,
Hitomi said. I guess you're right, Mito said, giving a weak smile. So what are we going to do now? Hitomi asked. Mito handed Hitomi an Akatsuki ring.
You get a day to rest, but then we going to seal the 7 tails. So we're now official members,
Hitomi said, looking at the ring.
Well, it more to fill space to make the sealing go faster since we're not on the Akatsuki's level, not even close, but technically yes.
Our partners have already been decided.
You get Kisame, I get Deidara, and Hanabi is with Naruto,
Mito said. I'm sure she's happy, Hitomi said, knowing how much Hanabi wanted to be with Naruto. But what about Suigetsu?
Well, he was supposed to be partnered with Zetsu, but he turned them down, saying he didn't want to be part of the Akatsuki, although he did agree to help with the sealing.
He's basically already part of the Akatsuki. Why'd he turn them down? Hitomi asked.
I don't know, but something tells me that it has something to do with that conversation he and Naruto had,
Mito said. Naruto's here, Hitomi said, nearly jumping out of bed in excitement. No, he's not.
Apparently Naruto demanded Suigetsu's presence and Zetsu was forced to bring him to Naruto and then back here.
Once Suigetsu returned, he refused the Akatsuki's invitation, Mito said, showing she didn't even know what Naruto was up to.
That's pretty suspicious of him,
Hitomi said. You're not the only one who thinks that. I've heard Kisame talking about how the Akatsuki is questioned Naruto's loyalty.
Apparently Naruto caught the Seven Tails a while ago, but because Kisame and Kakazu were dealing with Orochimaru they postponed the sealing, and apparently in that time he and the Seven Tails have become rather friendly.
So the Akatsuki thinks he might not seal her? Hitomi asked.
Exactly, but only time will tell, so get some rest and just remember whatever Naruto decides we go along with him, not the Akatsuki.
Mito said, getting up and leaving Hitomi to get some rest.
Right, Hitomi said as she fell back into a dreamless sleep.
Jiraiya was walking around Orochimaru's destroyed base.
Leaf Umbu were searching the whole base, but so far nothing had turned up except a whole lot of bodies. Orochimaru's and the Akatsuki member Kakazu's include. Jiraiya's spies had informed him of Orochimaru's base as they had seen all the stuff being moved. Jiraiya rushed here as fast as he could, but by the time he arrived the party had already ended. All that stuff that had been moved would be worthless to Orochimaru now. Jiraiya was thinking about calling it quits and return to the leaf, but Kakashi came up beside him.
Jiraiya, we found a survivor.
Take me to him, Jiraiya said, happy that the trip wasn't a complete waste. Kakashi led Jiraiya into a small room where a boy was being guarded by two Umbu.
The boy looked up as soon as Jiraiya entered the room. Hello, Master Jiraiya. My name is Kabuto. It's a pleasure to meet you,
the boy said with a smile that screamed deception and cunning. Naruto was more than willing to begin the sealing. A lot of the Akatsuki members expected this, but most of them thought he would do something during the sealing. He was the only one whose real body was present after all, but no, everything went off without a hitch. It also helped Naruto's case that Fu was less than willing to start, but in 3 days the statue had the chakra and Fu was dead. This didn't mean the Akatsuki wasn't still suspicions of Naruto. After all, you'd have to be a complete idiot to not see he was planning something, but in an organization that was made up of traitors and terrorists everyone was planning something, so for right now Naruto could be overlooked.
Only 3 jinchuriki and 1-tailed beast was left. Things were not looking good. Orochimaru was also dead by the hands of the Akatsuki.
Kabuto, the only survivor, proved to be no help at all. Going through his brain had only revealed that Hanabi, Mito and Hitomi were part of the attack, and other information that would have been valuable if the snake was still alive, but the worst part was the memories Kabuto had of Naruto's childhood. Minato, despite knowing he would regret it, asked Inoichi to show him those memories, so they watched as Naruto devolved his powers at the hands of Orochimaru, sat in a cage, killing people for the sake of progress, sat in a cage, devolved his ideals, but more than anything sat in a cage. It hurt Minato to watch, and it was even worse knowing that Kabuto had spent a lot of his time spying on the leaf. Someone who could have led them to Naruto had been so close all this time. While Minato was suffering watching his son Inoichi seemed to be enjoying himself. After all, this was the monster that killed his daughter, and that's what scared Minato the most. Was it too late for Naruto? Did the village already hate him enough that he would never be able to return? The logical part of his brain told Minato that it was, but he just couldn't believe that. And even with all these memories of Naruto, there was nothing that gave them any sort of weakness. Everything that was in these memories were stuff they already knew, although Orochimaru apparently had a notebook about Naruto that Kabuto strongly expected had a weakness written inside it. But that notebook had gone to the grave along with Orochimaru, exactly how Naruto wanted it. It wasn't all bad news because Naruko had succeeded in making an elemental Rasengan. She was using 3 shadow clones to do each of the steps separately, and while Minato applauded her for her genius, it wasn't practical for anyone else to use. Minato simply did not have enough chakra for it, and Minima, while having some of the Kyuubi's chakra, could theoretically do it. It would still take a huge amount of her overall chakra, far too much, to justify using it on one move. Naruko improvement was amazing and certainty boosted her combat strength, but Minato was still so afraid that the Akatsuki would swoop in and take her. Minato had been confident that he could protect his daughter, but Naruto had crushed Taki alone. He had crushed them so bad, in fact, that Taki had pretty much pulled out of the alliance. Could Minato really protect Naruko from an organization with that kind of power? Minato slapped himself at the thought. Of course he would. He wasn't alone. He had Kushina, Jiraiya, Itachi, his daughters, and loads of other strong ninja. Taki was a minor village, so they probably weren't prepared to fight an S-class ninja like Naruto.
Besides, Naruto was Minato's blood, so of course he'd be insanely strong.
There was nothing to worry about.
With these thoughts in his head, Minato went back to work, confident once again that everything would turn out alright. If only the rest of the village could be as optimistic as he was. Hitomi walked alongside Kisame after she and the rest of the girls had been separated. Hitomi I had healed a day ago and she was finally able to take off the bandages. Hitomi didn't think she'd ever forget how painful that was. Kisame didn't talk much, but from Hitomi's observation of him thus far she was confident that he was one of the higher-level Akatsuki members even when the Akatsuki had a full set of S-classes.
If Hitomi was to guess, she would place Kisame as the third strongest in the group with Pain and Naruto above him.
Although Hitomi wasn't sure who was above whom with Pain and Naruto.
Hitomi didn't know anything about Pain's abilities, but he was the leader, which must mean he had undeniable power. But Hitomi just found it hard to believe Pain would be able to get past Naruto's reflection, although Itachi, and Lee to a lesser extent, had proven that it was not impossible. Normally it wouldn't matter who was stronger since they were on the same side, but Hitomi bet that whatever Naruto was planning wasn't just going to fly by Pain.
Hitomi just hoped that Naruto knew what he was doing. Mito was sitting on one of Deidara's clay birds while Deidara was on another one. "Where are we going?" Mito asked.
"To IWA, Sasori died before he could capture the Five Tails, so now it's up to his partner and his replacement to do it,"
Deidara said. "Thinking about blowing up your home village?" Mito said. "I'm not blowing it up," Deidara yelled defensively. "I'm making art."
"Just don't be making art out of our target,"
Mito replied. Mito didn't know what to make of Deidara.
While she respected his skill as a ninja, he just seemed too unstable even with the Akatsuki standards, although perhaps not on the level of Haiden.
Mito didn't even think Deidara and her were a good pair.
Sure, they had worked together once before, but that had ended in Deidara losing his second arm.
Their powers were also complete opposites. Deidara was a long-range bomber while Mito was a close-range brawler with one or two long-ranged attacks.
Mito was seriously wondering if they'd be able to capture the Five Tails, but then again, this was Deidara's home village and he can cause quite a distraction.
Mito smiled as she thought up a plan. She would be the one to take down the Five Tails, not Deidara like everyone expected. She would prove that she was just as good as any other Akatsuki and make up for her uselessness during Orochimaru's assassination. Hanabi was practically skipping to where Naruto was supposed to meet her. She knew that now that she was part of the Akatsuki she would have to play the part, which basically meant walking around with a scowl everywhere she went, but she was just too excited to see Naruto. She hadn't seen him in forever and now she was on the same level as him. Well, Hanabi didn't actually think that. She knew she was nowhere close to Naruto, but at least now she could help him as a fellow Akatsuki member. Plus she was all alone with him, which made her even happier. Hanabi was so happy that she didn't even notice Naruto when he was in her sight. "What are you doing?" Naruto asked with a very confused look. Hanabi stopped so fast that she tore up some grass. She had a horrible blush on her face that she tried desperately to cover up, but all she could think of was how Naruto had seen her skipping. That is something no serious ninja do, or any ninja for that matter. "I was just..." Hanabi couldn't come up with anything to say as she stood there where he hands clamped together her front of her and looking to the side. She was feeling herself melt from embarrassment from the gaze she couldn't. This is not how she wanted to meet Naruto after all this time. It made her feel like nothing had changed from that fateful day in the Land of Frost. Naruto waited a little bit for an answer to explain what he just saw, but seeing Hanabi's reaction gave him all the answer he needed. He had almost forgotten that Hanabi had a huge crush on him. "Fine, whatever, I don't really care," Naruto said without any emotion, but on the inside was laughing very hard. Hanabi felt relief wash over her as Naruto didn't press any farther. She waited for her blush to die down before turning back to face Naruto, but when she did her blush came back darker than it was before. "Why aren't you wearing a shirt?" Hanabi screamed.
Naruto had his Akatsuki cloak on the ground beside him, and apparently Naruto had stopped wearing a shirt underneath it as Hanabi could see the pale white skin of his chest and blushed madly. Even if to most people Naruto looked like an anorexic vampire, which would give very little sexual appeal. Naruto's sweat dropped as he hadn't been wearing his Akatsuki cloak since Hanabi had arrived. She must have been too caught up in her skipping to have realized, Naruto thought. He had taken it off because he felt like his arm had healed enough to where he didn't have to bandage it up, and he had taken his cloak off to take them off. This was something Naruto was going to explain to the blushing girl, but the moment he lifted his unbandaged arm, Hanabi freaked. In Hanabi's world, she saw Naruto's arm and about had a heart attack. There were large patches of fresh pink skin surrounded by a red outline that stood out against Naruto's pale skin. Hanabi had heard that Naruto had been injured by Itachi, but she didn't think he had been hurt this bad. Hanabi had seen this after the fact, so it wasn't that bad, but she knew you didn't get scares like that unless you were seriously burned. Hanabi immediately rushed over to get a better look at Naruto's arm. "What are you doing?" Naruto asked, a little uncomfortable with the sad look Hanabi was giving as she stared at his arm. "You didn't get this treated, did you?" Hanabi asked, looking up at Naruto's face, giving him a very angry look. Now a normal man would have died on the spot with a look like that, but Naruto was the strongest ninja in the world, or so he told himself, so he was not going to be intimidated by a girl 3 years his junior. "No, I didn't. Why should I have? It healed fine on its own and my ability kept me from bleeding out," Naruto said. "But what if it had gotten infected, or what if the pain had made you make a mistake in battle? This isn't just some minor wound, your whole arm was burnt to a crisp." Hanabi yelled with worry and anger. "It can't get infected because my reflection keeps all germs away, and I even banged it up just in case," Naruto said, feeling rather let down that Hanabi thought he could die from something as minor as that. "Still, let me heal it and bandage it," Hanabi said, already preparing to use the small amount of medical jutsu she knew to help Naruto. "It's already healed enough and I don't need it bandaged," Naruto said. "What is with you guys and having so much of an ego that you can't accept help when it's offered to you?" Hanabi said, very irritated. "Yes, I know that it's mostly healed, but there's still some damage here. I know that doesn't mean much to the Accelerator, the world's strongest ninja," Hanabi said sarcastically. "But it's not going to do any more damage, and besides, with my help those scares could go away faster," Hanabi said, now getting a little desperate for Naruto to accept her help. Naruto looked at the girl who only wanted to help. Didn't she realize that he was fine? That he would have to take down his reflection for her to help, and that would put him in more danger than just letting the wound heal on its own. Logic would tell Naruto to ignore Hanabi, but the sad look she was giving him made him feel a little guilty. Fine, what were the odds that they would get attacked here? Plus, as much as Naruto didn't to admit it, he did have soft spot for Hanabi. "Go ahead," Naruto said, holding out his arm, and disabled his reflection. Hanabi looked so happy while she was healing. Naruto, that the pale boy actually gave a little bit of a smile, and it was all done within 20 minutes including new bandages. "So what's the plan?" Hanabi asked Naruto, looking pretty pleased with the work she had done. "We don't have a plan," Naruto said. "What?" Hanabi said, her jaw dropping slightly. "Haiten and I both captured our targets. Which mean it's the other group's job to capture the rest, so we don't have any work to do," Naruto said, falling down to the grass in a carefree manner. "But we have to be doing something," Hanabi said, scared that she wouldn't be able to show Naruto anything she had learned since they parted. "Nope, we're done," Naruto said, looking at the sunset. "Anyways, I'm going to bed." "But we could at least do bounty hunting work," Hanabi said, but although Naruto wasn't asleep yet, he did give her a response. Hanabi, severely disappointed with the outcome of these events, made her bed as close to Naruto as she dared. When the moon was high in the sky, Hanabi stirred awake from a dream she could no longer recall. She planned to fall back asleep, but she noticed something strange. Naruto wasn't asleep, instead he was sitting cross-legged with a cup of water in his hand. Now there was nothing strange about this. Naruto's could have simply gotten up to get a drink, except he wasn't drinking it.
He was tapping his finger in the water at different intervals. Hanabi realized that he must be contacting Suigetsu. Hanabi wasn't exactly sure how it worked, but somehow Suigetsu was able to get information from water. Naruto must be sending Suigetsu a message. All the members of the Akatsuki suspected Naruto was up to something, but this was solid proof that Naruto was using Suigetsu for something. But what could that something be? Hanabi was greatly disappointed that Naruto didn't trust her enough to let her in on his plan. Didn't he know that she was loyal to him and not the Akatsuki? It hurt Hanabi, but there was nothing she could do about it. Hopefully Naruto would tell her in time. That night, while Naruto was putting together his plan, while Itachi was finally returning to the village after healed enough to make the trip back, while Minato was just getting home to his wife who had been waiting for him, while Naruko was wide awake in her bed thinking about the power she now possessed, while Pain was looking over his village with Konan next to him, while Tobi was making his final preparations for the endgame, a huge chakra pressure emerged and alerted every sensor near and far away. It was so large and so sudden it would be better to call it a chakra explosion. There were only 9 things that could give off that sort of pressure, and there was only one that was unaccounted for. That night the Three Tails made itself known. The Hokage's office was filled to the brim with ninja early the next day. As most of you have probably heard, the Three Tails location has been discovered, Minato said. Inside the office was Kakashi's team, Guy's team, Kushina, and Jiraiya. So we have to seal it before the Akatsuki can, Kushina said. But why did you call all of us in? Surely the other villages will be sending their own ninja, Niji said, looking around at all the familiar faces. It would be better than send an Umbu teams for this sort of thing. About that, the Leaf wasn't invited to help, so Umbu teams would be a quick way to send the wrong message, Minato said. Why are we going? Sasuke asked, irritated that he had been called for a mission as soon as his brother got home. Because even if we aren't supposed to come, it can't hurt to have a few extra people to help, and more importantly, by sending regular ninja it will ease the other members of the alliance into letting you help, Minato said. Some of the smarter people in the room could tell what the true purpose of this mission was. Minato was trying to mend his relationship with the rest of the alliance by sending his not-so-regular ninja to help out. In other words, his best ninja. Minato just wanted the alliance to recognize the ninja he was sending. It had nothing to do with what kind of message Umbu teams would send. If Itachi wasn't too injured to go on this type of mission, he'd probably be here too. However, this was double-edged sword. If they captured the Three Tails successful, then it would help Minato regain favor, but if they failed, the alliance could blame it all on Minato, and that would break the relationship beyond repair. I see, but I have one more question, Kakashi said. In a mission that's objective is to stop the Akatsuki from capturing another tailed beast, is it really such a good idea to send a jinchuriki on this mission? What's that supposed to mean? Naruko yelled. Quiet, Naruko, Minato said, getting the attention of everyone in the room. I can see what you mean, but Naruko hasn't been able to go on missions recently because of that very fact. If I keep her in the village, she won't get the experience she needs to defend herself against these high-level opponents. Besides, it's not like I'm sending her to fight a tailed beast alone. You're all going with her, and honestly, with all of you on this mission, it might be safer to send her with you than leave her in the village. Also, if things get really bad, I'll make sure Minato gets his ass out there in a second thanks to the seal on my back, Kushina said. I see, then I guess there's nothing left to do but head out, Lee said. By the time they got there, the battle was already long underway. There were IWA and Kumo forces running around a big lake with what looked like a giant gray turtle. Although the Three Tails was way more dangerous than any turtle could hope to be. A giant wave of water smashed onto the shoreline, breaking trees and carrying them away. There were a few bodies in the water that moved with the waves that the Three Tails was creating. What the hell are Leaf Ninja doing here? Said a female voice as she jumped down from one of the few remaining trees. She was wearing the IWA uniform, and had black hair with pupilless eyes. She was Kuratsuchi. That's such a kid's granddaughter. We're here to help, Kushina said. We don't need it, Kuratsuchi said, but then an explosion rang out along with the death screams of a few ninja. Doesn't look like it, Kushina said, giving the girl a cocky smirk. Kuratsuchi clicked her tough in annoyance, obviously not happy with another village interfering with the mission, but she couldn't deny that any ninja they could get would help. Fine, just know that you're not in charge here, she said as she led them to the main battle. They reached a small hill by the river that had a bunch of ninja focusing firing on the Three Tails. Black Panther, one of the Kumo ninja, yelled as black lightning struck the water and electrocuted the whole lake, and surprisingly the Three Tails was actually affected by it. That must be some power lightning jutsu, Minima said, admiring the man's jutsu. Hey Darui, guess who decided to show up? Kuratsuchi said as she ran up behind him. Darui took a brief look behind him, but didn't have time to take his eye off the Three Tails as it was already recovering. Hey, didn't you see? They're damn leaf ninja? I don't care if they're part of the Akatsuki, if they're here to help them, let them. We're going to be charging the lake soon to attempt to capture. Hopefully you leaf ninja aren't scared of getting a little wet, Darui said. Of course not, Sasuke said, activating his Sharingan. Every ninja there got out on the lake and started heading for the Three Tails. The Three Tails wasn't going to let them run straight at him, however. A rain of huge water bullets were shot at the approaching force. IWA ninja brought up rock walls all the way from the bottom of the lake to block them. The Three Tails reacted by upping his power. Shit, he's about to use his tailed beast ball, Jiraiya said. Everyone get as close as you can. That's no point in trying to block something like that, but it might think twice about firing it too close to itself, Kuratsuchi ordered. Everyone ran as fast as they could towards the tailed beast, hoping to avoid the blast. Kuratsuchi seemed to be right in her prediction because the Three Tails shot the ball a ways behind them, but even if it wasn't a direct hit didn't mean they were safe. The shockwave caused more than a few ninja to faceplant in the water. This was much more dangerous than it normally would have been because the water in the lake can become incredibly unstable due to the attack. Some ninja were pushed under the water and wouldn't be seen again until their bodies washed up on the shore, but the group didn't have time to worry about the water below. They were now close enough to the Three Tails where they could be easily hit by one of the swinging tails. I've got this, Kushina yelled as she used her chains to wrap around one of the tails and stop it from swinging. The Three Tails wasn't going to have any of it as he swung one of his other tails towards Kushina. I don't think so, Minima said as she used her own chains to stop the tail. This made the Three Tails pissed as he stranded, shaking back and forth, and swung his last tail around wildly, trying to hit the redheads. I can't let the leaf girls have all the fun, Kuratsuchi as she shot a white substance from her mouth at the last tail. When the Three Tails dipped his tail back in the water from swinging it around, the substance hardened, making the tail much heavier. Although the Three Tails was having trouble moving its last tail, it wasn't immobile, so the time to strike was now. Tenten shot hundreds of explosive tags. Lee and Guy opened one of their gates and started wailing on the beast. Sasuke, Kakashi and Darui used their lightning jutsus all at once to make an extremely power lighting beam, and all the other ninjas started firing their own jutsus. Not even a tailed beast could take that many jutsus without being affected. The Three Tails seemed to howl in pain as the jutsus just kept coming, but the worst was yet to come as Naruko charged up her Raisin Shuriken. Naruko was going to hit the Three Tails with her best attack, and hopefully it would do enough damage to capture it. The Three Tails must have realized that if it was hit by Naruko's attack it would do a lot more than just cause some pain. It curled itself into its tails, making himself a sort of ball. Then it started spinning at speeds that were impossible for Minima and Kushina to hold onto their chain. They had to cancel them unless they wanted to be sent flying. The spinning was so fast that the substance Kuratsuchi had shoot onto the last tail just peeled off, and with that the Three Tails raced around the lake within seconds and came right back at them. It was so fast most ninja didn't even have time to think. The ones who could cut off the chakra to their feet and fell into the lake. Tenten, get down! Niji yelled, since Tenten was one of those ninjas that forgot how to think.
Niji raced after her and pushed her into the water just as the three tails passed overhead. However, in saving Tenten, Niji had not been able to get down far enough and got his back chopped up like a raw steak by the three-tailed Spix. The water turned red from not only the blood coming from Niji's back, but also the handful of ninjas that had stayed above water. Meanwhile, the three tails kept making passes above them, making it impossible to surface, but they couldn't stay in the water, they'd drown. A sudden burst of smoke turned the group's attention elsewhere. The group was amazed to see a giant toad underwater with them. Jiraiya had summoned the toad boss. Without saying a word, the toad boss took out his sword and jumped through the water with Jiraiya on top. It was like they had a telepathic connection because he was not surprised at all by the giant spiked shell spinning at him. The three tails hit the toad boss sword and sparks flew everywhere. Slowly but surely the three tails started losing speed and grinded to a halt. The three tail uncurled itself only for the toad boss to plunge his sword through the middle tail. A new barrage of attacks ensued as the ninja started to get back onto the water. The three tails was clearly in a lot of pain and victory seemed at hand, but things never came that easy. Whether the three tails was desperate or simplified panic didn't matter. All that mattered was that the three tails created another tailed beast bomb. He shoot it so close to him that it was more like the three tails dropped it. Everything was blow back, the toad, the people, the water, itself, everything. The first thing Naruto realized after the tailed beast ball went off was she couldn't breathe. Naruko, who was lying face down in the water, quickly pulled her head out. The next thing she realized was how much her body hurt. There was blood dripping into the water, giving Naruko's reflection a reddish tint. Naruko supposed she should be happy. After all, it was only due to the fact that the three tails hadn't charged up its tailed beast ball that much that Naruko was alive. Naruko got to her feet and looked at the surrounding area. She must have not been out that long as the water of the lake was still trying to settle itself down. The three tails could be seen slightly under the lake, it didn't look to be moving. What do you know, it took itself out, a voice said from behind. Naruko turned to see Kakashi a little bloody, but since he was giving his signature eye smile, Naruko didn't think he was too bad off. Come on, let's go find everyone else. It didn't take long for everyone who was still alive to regroup. Surprisingly, there were very few casualties in the explosion, although Niji had apparently not been able to survive since he had already lost too much blood from saving Tenten. Naruko knew Tenten would blame herself later, but right now they had to capture the three tails before it was able to get up again. They started heading towards the three tails just as the lake's water calmed. That was easier than I thought, Sasuke said, already forgetting that one of their friends had died. It was only easy because you got here late. We've been spending hours weakening it, Kuratsuchi said bitterly. This is now time for celebration. The three tails could get up at any time, we need to move, Kushina said. The three tails wasn't too far away from the shore, but right when every ninja got onto the lake, the previously calm water started to move again. It wasn't even close to what the three tails had been able to do, but it was noticeable. That's not us, is it? Minima asked. No, but watch yourselves, we don't know what's going on, Darui said as he looked around the whole lake to see what the cause could be. Everyone saw it at the same time. Across the lake were two figures wearing Akatsuki robes. One was obviously male with a slightly shorter female beside him. There was whispering all throughout the group. Everyone calm down, we knew the Akatsuki could show up, so we'll just show them what happens when you come late to the party, Darui said. His words might have been spoken with the courage expected from a leader, but it didn't do much to calm the group's nerves. As the figures came closer, the water became more and more restless. The group was silent. The only noise was the slight splashing of water as the Akatsuki members walked towards them. They could start to see their features, and that was enough to make the Leaf Ninjas' voices get caught in their throats. Pale skin, hair that looked like it had been bleached, red eyes. There was no doubt about. He seemed to be grumbling about something. The group of ninjas was able to catch the last of it as he came to a stop. Stupid Zetsu making me come all the way out here even after I've captured my jinchuriki, the disaster said.
Suigetsu was walking along a dirt road with a map in his hand. Well, Naruto, you sure are an interesting guy. Who knew when I joined your little group things would turn out like? Suigetsu said, talking to himself out of boredom. You didn't seem like the type of guy who would plan something like this when I first met you, but man, when you get to work, you get to work. It's just a shame you left us with the cleanup work, although it's still going to be more fun than anything the Akatsuki had me do. Speaking of US, I'm almost at the rendezvous point. Suigetsu said, checking his map again. I really have to hand it to you, Naruto, you pulled the wool over everyone's eyes. Who could have known that she was still alive? I'll have to ask her how you did it. The group whose job it was to capture the three-tail knew that the possibility of running into an Akatsuki team was high. Even so, everyone who was brought onto the mission figured that the three-tails was the main threat, and even if an Akatsuki team did show up, they would have to fight the three-tails too. Yet Naruto had employed a strategy so simple a civilian could have come up with it: come in after the beast is defeated. Such an easy thing to predict, yet no one was prepared. Exhausted and beat, they had not thought about conserving their strength while fighting the three tails. But while they were trying to find the strength to deal with Hanabi and Naruto was standing on the water, making waves due to the unusual way he stood on it, looking rested and relaxed. It seemed he could care less if a fight did occur. Naruto! Kushina screamed and stepped to the front of the crowd. She had been the only one to find her voice, but when she saw Naruto she lost it again. This would be her first time seeing Naruto since the Chunin exams, and back then she didn't know he was Naruto. She saw the boy she gave birth to standing there, having grown up without his family. It was so strange to see the son she had dreamed so much about after she had lost him standing there. He truly didn't look like he was part of their family. Once bright blue eyes had changed into indifferent red eyes so long ago. Skin so pale that it would make you question if he had ever seen the sun, and his hair. Oh Kami, that was what made it impossible to relate him to the Namikaze family. The ominous feeling it gave because of the way it remained perfectly still even though everyone else's hair was moving with the wind. The hair that's beautiful color had been zapped out, leaving a dusty blonde in its place. This is what her son, who could have been Minato's twin in another world, had turned into. Are you just going to look at me, or are you going to say something? Naruto said with so little care in his voice that it almost sounded like a threat, even though all he did was ask a question. Why are you here? Kushina said. Naruto gave her a puzzled look before speaking. Come on, you're the wife of the Hokage, surely you can figure it out, but just in case I'll give you a little hint. Naruto pointed to his Akatsuki cloak and then to the still body of the three tails. Damn, he was mocking her. Kushina knew it was a stupid question, but nothing else would come out. How do you talk to the son you've never really known, who then becomes one of the members of a group that you're fighting? Why won't you come back to the leaf? Kushina asked, trying her best to get through to the boy. Back? Naruto said questionably. I don't know what reality you've been living in, but I've only gone to the leaf once, and that was only for the Chunin exams, so why would I go back? Because it's your home. Kushina yelled. Just because I was born in the leaf doesn't make it my home. I've never thought of that place as my home. Naruto said. That's a lie. You came to the leaf once before the Chunin exams because you believed it was your home. You came after escaping from Orochimaru, and you didn't go to the closest ninja village, you went to the leaf because you knew your family was there. So don't give me that crap. Kushina yelled, anger and sadness in each word like a river that would burn you if you got too close. But Naruto had his reflection to protect him from the heat. Oh yes, I guess he did once go to the leaf, but he was turned away. What do you mean he? That was you? Kushina said, having been hit really hard by that mental blow, so much so that tears were starting to run down her face. No, that was the fake Naruto. A person who died when Accelerator was born. People may call me Naruto since that was the name I was giving, but in truth that name is an alias for Accelerator, not the other way around. Accelerator said. His words shook every leaf ninja there, even Hanabi. Who the hell was this guy? Naruto, the son of the Hokage, Accelerator, Orochimaru's prized creation, an Akatsuki member,
but none of those were quite right. It was obvious that Naruto had no real loyalty to the Akatsuki, yet he would do anything they told him to do. "Why do you hate us?" Kushina asked, the emotional stress finally getting to her. "I think that has been some misunderstanding somewhere along the line," Naruto said. "I don't hate you or the leaf, in fact I don't really hate anyone. The simple fact is I chose a side and so did you, and it just so happens those two sides' goals are against each other. There should be no hard feeling when it comes to this stuff. If I get attacked by the leaf, then they shouldn't complain when some of their ninja come back in body bags. I don't have any enemies, there are simply people who need to be taken care of to achieve my goal. Just like how the Akatsuki is fighting the Alliance to achieve its goals and how the Alliance is fighting the Akatsuki to achieve its goals." "And what is your goal?" Jiraiya asked, being the first to get in the way of Kushina and Naruto's talk. Naruto smiled. "I'm the strongest ninja to ever live," Naruto said like it was a fact in a history book. "But there are people you don't believe that, so what do? They try to find weaknesses, they try to fight me to prove that I'm not the strongest. I want to make sure everyone believes that I'm unbeatable. So in other words, I guess I want to become a god, and in becoming a god I can decide what goes on in the world. If I want to destroy a major village, then I will. If I want to save a single child from an army of millions, then I will. If I want to sit back and do absolutely nothing while the world moves on, like most gods tend to do, then I will." "That will never happen," Naruto screamed at the absolutely insane idea. "Oh really? Well, I've got news for you. The gears have already started turning. The pieces are almost in place. It's only a matter of time," the would-be god said. That was it. Everyone there knew exactly what the thing in front of them was with those words. He was a person who had been born with power, being the son of the Hokage, had power thrust upon him, Orochimaru's vector control, and had achieved power, joining the Akatsuki and creating a group of loyal followers. Yet even having all that did not satisfy the person, because there would always be stubborn fools that would not accept his power. Those who despite the odds would keep fighting, would train, would believe that they could win. They were the people who throughout history had beaten the odds. Who had beaten the previously unbeatable. Was there any way to stop those kinds of people? The person standing in front of them had found an answer. Not only did he have an answer, he had a plan. A plan that sounded impossible, yet the way he was speaking, no one doubted that if it went on without interference it would come true. Suddenly the entire group realized something: the Akatsuki wasn't nearly as dangerous as the person in front of them. In fact, it seemed the person in front of them was using the Akatsuki for his plan, but how could that be? He had never given a single order to the rest of the Akatsuki. He had always done what he was told, so why did it feel like he was the one in control? No one was unaffected by Naruto's declaration, even Hanabi couldn't believe it. Was Naruto really shooting to become a god? Hanabi knew that people attacked Naruto to prove themselves, but for Naruto to take it this far just to make them stop. Did it really make him that mad? "Hey, egotists bastard!" Kuratsuchi yelled, stepping to the front of the group. Naruto didn't react to the insult. He simply turned to the new fly buzzing in his ear. "So you want to become a god and you have a plan to do it. That's fine and all, but if we kill you right here right now, then you'll never have a chance to become god," Kuratsuchi said, charging forward, already getting ready to shoot that substance at Naruto. Hanabi looked ready to defend Naruto, but he put his arm out in front of her and she stopped. "You seem to have missed a very important part of the conversation," Naruto said, like a teacher talking to a kid who had misunderstood his lesson. "I'm already the best. The only reason I want to become a god is to stop people who will throw their life away just to prove something to me. People like you." Naruto tapped the water with foot, and a wave, not as big as the ones the Three Tails had made but so much faster, was sent Kuratsuchi way. Not even a second later the wave engulfed Kuratsuchi's body. There was a terrible crunching as the wave broke over the girl. A couple IWA ninja went to her rescue and pulled out her mangled body. Her arm was in an L shape, her ribs looked to be absolute destroyed, and both her legs had been crushed, but she was still breathing.
You see, I can be merciful, Naruto said, acting like what he did had been the best outcome for Kuratsuchi.
Honestly, I have no reason to fight you. All I want is the three-tail. It seems like a good deal since none of you will die.
Shove your deal up your ass, Kuratsuchi said with the last bit of energy she had before the pain was too much for her and she went under. Hanabi looked like she wanted to kill Kuratsuchi, but once again Naruto stopped her. I'll ignore that since she is angry and does not speak for the whole group. I really do think I'm being nice here since I could just kill you all and not only take the 3 tails but also the 9 tails. All eyes turned to Naruko with a look of pity. Naruko didn't want that. It was like she was holding them back. Even Minima and Kushina looked at her like she was holding them back. Naruko couldn't accept this. Naruto was using her to get the group to give up, but that couldn't happen because if it did it would only prove that Naruko needed to be kept in the village at all times. I'm not some bargaining chip, Naruko screamed. So what if he's threatening to take me? What difference does it make? Even if we leave right now, the Akatsuki will just come after me some other time, and they'll defiantly get the 3 tails. But if we fight, then we have a chance to not only keep the 3 tails, but take down 2 Akatsuki members. No one answered her. They just looked at her, but it was no longer with pity, it was with determination. People tightened their grip on their weapons, and turned back to Naruto. Sure, they were scared, but it didn't matter because if they gave up here then nothing will have changed. The Akatsuki would still keep attacking until they had what they wanted, but if Naruto was defeated then the Akatsuki's combat strength would be cut tremendously. Kuratsuchi was right, Naruto wasn't a god, he was just another member of the Akatsuki, and Akatsuki members had been beaten before. Naruto knew the moment Naruko gave her speech that they weren't going to run away. It was sad really, they still believed they could beat him. This is why Naruto was going to become a god, because once he did, not even the most motivating speeches could convince people that they could beat him. You had your chance, Naruto said, making cyclones of wind and water. The IWA ninja erected a stone wall to protect it against the attack, but the defense was completely blown away by Naruto's cyclones. The ninja abandoned the wall and ran to all sides of Naruto. One Kumo ninja started doing signs for a lighting jutsu, but a long piece of metal suddenly priced his heart. Don't forget I'm here too, Hanabi said, retracting the Nuwabari and not very happy that the group seemed to have forgotten about her. She was here to prove that she was useful to Naruto. She would show them that they had just as much to fear from her as they did from Naruto. Hanabi did some hand signs and created a water cyclone very similar to one Naruto owned. Hanabi's however had a distinctive difference from Naruto's. While Naruto's were much more powerful than Hanabi's, he could only control them up to a certain range. Once he launched them, they would continue on their path until they hit something or broke apart due to not being held together by Naruto's vectors. Hanabi could control hers freely, and that's just what she did. She sent her water cyclone towards a random Kumo ninja. He dodged, having thought that it was one of the many cyclones Naruto was throwing at the group, but when the water cyclone suddenly changed directions he was unprepared and took the full force of the hit, which was deadly. Hanabi killed a couple of people before she got noticed and had to fight for real. Her opponent was girl Hanabi thought she remembered seeing when Nage got his Genin team. Was it 10-10? Hanabi guessed it didn't matter, but by giving her a brief examination Hanabi was confident that she was a weapons specialist. It would make sense if she is throwing weapons at Naruto was practically worthless and could cause damage to your own side because of Naruto's reflection. Hanabi didn't think the girl would be too difficult, but she would still follow the words Naruto had parted them with, to not underestimate your opponent. Although even Hanabi, who believed in everything Naruto did and said, knew that those words meant nothing to him. He hadn't moved since that start of the fight. He just made cyclones and sent them off to a random person he saw. Sometimes they were killed, sometimes they weren't. It didn't matter to Naruto, anything that got close to him was reflected anyway. Naruto wasn't planning on moving that entire fight until he saw a familiar green blur. He was one of them, a group of less than 5 people who had actually damaged Naruto, and that meant he was by far the biggest threat to Naruto in this battle. Naruto sent all his cyclones at the blur, but none of them made contact. Naruto noticed that the blur was moving a lot faster than the last time they had met. The blur also seemed to have a little red mixed in with all the green. The blur was too close now. Naruto didn't have time to make any more cyclones, so Naruto did something of a rarity. He punched the oncoming blur with a vector-enhanced arm. 2 fists collided on the lake. Anyone who hadn't seen it before was shocked to see that there was someone making contact with Naruto's skin, of course, as it was only the knuckles of their fists. "I see you haven't forgotten how to get through my reflection," Naruto said, looking at the person across from him. His skin was red and his hair was in the shape of a bowl, but even with how stupid he looked, he had something to be proud of. Looking at the 2 boys' fists again showed that Naruto's knuckles were bleeding slightly. The boy had used Naruto's own reflection against him. By pulling his punch back at the last moment, he was able to trick Naruto's reflection into reversing the punch towards him. This was something only he could do. "It's like riding a bike," Lee said, giving a victory smile as he saw a little bit of crimson liquid drop into the lake. Both boys pulled back, so they were a little bit apart. Naruto looked at the blood coming from his hand and confirmed that Lee was indeed still dangerous, but he would not freak out like he did last time. All Lee had was the ability to get past his reflection. If that was the case, all Naruto had to do was keep him from his reflection until he was able to kill him. Naruto created 4 cyclones and flew above the lake. Naruto smiled as Lee stayed where he was, glaring at Naruto to come down. Lee could have jumped to where Naruto was, but that would take away the only advantage he had. In the air, he would not have the balance to pull back his punch, not to mention that he would be destroyed by Naruto since he would still be able to move freely. Lee's only option was to wait until Naruto made a strike. Naruto looked at Lee past the tips of his knuckles. Naruto knew he could easily take out Lee by touching him and reversing his blood flow, but Naruto wanted to take out Lee with an incredibly powerful punch. Naruto felt it was only right to kill the taijutsu master that way. Naruto increased the power of the vectors in his hand while ignoring the swinging chains that were hitting his reflection. Naruto's punches now had enough power to rip through Lee's body. Of course, Lee didn't know that, as he had just exchanged punches with Naruto, so Lee would probably try to take Naruto's punch head-on again. This attack would wipe one person off the incredibly short list of people that had hurt Naruto. Naruto dived bomb Lee, winding up for a punch. To Lee it looked like nothing had changed with Naruto, but without Neji he had no way of knowing that Naruto had increased his power. Lee wound up for another exchange when he heard a shout. "Lee, watch out, he has a lot of chakra built up around his fist," Sasuke said, having watched Naruto transfer his chakra to allow him more power for his taijutsu. "This doesn't concern you," Naruto yelled in annoyance as he reached into his pocket with his other hand and threw some fast-flying pebbles at Sasuke. Lee had heard what Sasuke said, but having Guy as a teacher, he had completely misread what Sasuke had warned about. Lee took it as to increase his own power instead of to avoid the attack. Lee opened all his inner gates up to the 5th. His body burst with red energy as he rewound his fist. Lee and Naruto again exchanged blows, their fists meeting above the water surface, but this time it was not Naruto's knuckles that started bleeding. It was Lee's, although it would have only been noticeable for a millisecond, because right after that Lee's wrist snapped as Naruto continued to push on Lee. Then Lee's either arm collapsed in of itself as the bones broke so harshly that they priced through his skin, letting them see the light. The pain in Lee's arm was short-lived, however, as Naruto's attack was so strong that Lee no longer had an arm to feel pain in. It was ripped out of its socket and sank into the lake. Meanwhile, Naruto wasn't hurt at all, not even the blood splatter from Lee's arm reached him. All the ninja who watched this scene were horrified at the level for brutally. For someone to literally punch another guy's arm off was a little too much to handle. At least Lee wasn't in pain for long as Naruto punched the dying man right through the head before he even had a chance to fall down. Chunks of skull and brain flew through the air as Lee's body, now without the left side of his head, fell into the water, seemingly going to meet his arm. Kushina couldn't believe it, that was her son out there. Kushina didn't want to believe that he was the monster everyone said he was, but how could you deny what was right in front of you? Everyone was grounded after the display, except for Guy. "Lee!" Guy screamed as he raced towards Naruto. "You killed him, you bastard!" Guy's skin erupted in red just like Lee's had. Naruto was not even remotely afraid. Guy might look the same, but no matter how much power he put into his punch, he would not hurt Naruto. Everyone knew this, but Guy was blinded by anger, telling him to stop. His attack would be worthless, but maybe action could help. Guy, please stop. Tenten screamed as she had suddenly appeared behind Guy and grabbed onto his back. Guy's fist stopped just in front of Naruto's reflection only because he felt his back become wet. Guy turned around to see his last surviving student. Her hand had been cut so bad that she might have lost a finger or two. Blood and tears were streaming down her face into the back of Guy's suit. You can't do this, there are still people who care about you. Lee wouldn't want you to throw your life away in anger. Tenten sobbed. I'm not throwing my life away. I'm taking revenge on this monster. Guy shouted. You are throwing it away. You know the moment you hit Naruto that all that power will come right back at you, so please, you still have one student left. I know I'm not as youthful as Lee or as powerful as Neji, but I'll try my best, so please, you still have to be around to teach me. Guy seemed to calm down with each word until his red skin returned to normal and he embraced the poor girl who had lost just as much as he had. I'm sorry, Tenten, I promise I'll make you the best kunoichi who ever lived. Guy said with a soft voice. Naruto watched the scene unmoved by their heartfelt words. He looked at Hanabi, who had appeared beside him about the same time Tenten had appeared behind Guy. She had a couple cuts here and there, but she was no worse for wear. With that in his mind, Naruto turned back to the group. Why are you so mad? You seem like your friend dying has been the worst thing that has happened to you people, but yet you were the ones who choose this path. I gave you the decision to leave. I told you that you'd all be killed and yet to stayed, for what, to lose even more people protecting this overgrown turtle? Naruto's words hit everyone hard because it was true. They had let Naruko's words convince them that this battle could not only be won but won without sacrifices. How stupid had they been? Even if every last person on this lake sacrificed themselves to beat Naruto, there was little chance he would go down. But these thoughts came too little too late. They had made their decision and Naruto wasn't just going to let them off the hook. He was already approaching Guy, who was standing in front of Tenten protectively. Naruto had his arm out ready to reverse Guy's blood flow, but when he reached out, Guy was no longer there. Instead, he and Tenten had instantly appeared back with the group. Naruto was confused for an instant, but once he saw what had happened, he lowered his arm and smiled. Why, hello father, I wasn't expecting to see you here today. Did Kushina call you? She did, but that's not important. What is important is that I've wanted to see you for quite a while now and we need to have a serious talk on what kind of son you've been. The Hokage said a few meters in front of Naruto. The time for you to act like some moral figure to me ended when you shoved a Rasengan in my stomach. Naruto said, sounding a lot more cheerful than one would have thought possible when faced with one of only 5 Kages in the world. Oh, and I've already got an idea on how to pay you back. Naruto said, getting into a real fighting stance for the first time since he had arrived. Any other ninja that were on the lake at the time quickly backed off, with the exception of Hanabi, who wanted to stay by Naruto, as no one wanted to be caught up in a fight between those two. They were both monsters with unimaginable power. Fighting Naruto alone had been naive of their part, but getting in between those two was just plain suicidal. And as if the universe was making sure no one would try to be a hero, the water to the side of Naruto and Minato rose, revealing a very functional and very pissed off Three Tails. It would seem to any ninja that we're witnessing a historic battle between two of the most powerful shinobi alive, that nothing else could be happening in the world. But the world would not stop for something as little as that. In fact, there was another situation going on at that very moment that would certainly make it in the pages of history. IWA was in panic. Clay birds were raining from the sky, blowing up anything and everything. Normally something like this would be put down swiftly since IWA had a force of highly skilled. The only problem was that most of their highly skilled ninja were off fighting the Three Tails. With that limitation, Deidara was making IWA a huge piece of art while flying atop his bird. Han watched Deidara from the window of his house. Han knew he was here to capture him, but right now he seemed preoccupied, so Han would wait to fight him. That was if that Tsuchikage didn't kill him first, because while Deidara was strong Akage, he was not. It might seem cruel that Han wasn't doing anything to help his village to defend against that attack, but the village didn't care about Han, so why should he care about the village? He would actually rather like to see it turn into one of Deidara's pieces as long as he wasn't part of it. Then something that wasn't a bomb struck Han's house. Han jumped out the window he had been looking through. Han looked back to see his house on fire, but it didn't faze him. If something like his house being destroyed was enough to send Han into sorrow, he would have died at the hands of the villagers long ago. What he was curious about was the young girl walking out from behind the house. The fire gave a nice backdrop to her as the flames of destruction matched her hair perfectly. "So you dodged that. I guess I shouldn't be surprised," Mito said, looking at the house longingly, like she was hoping it would put itself out and she could have a redo. "I see, so Deidara's just a distraction," Han said. "No, a distraction is something that's supposed to keep your attention away from something more important, but I'm sure the people of your village find it more concerning that a maniac is blowing the place sky high than your safety," Mito said. "Do you really think you can take me?" Han said, looking at the girl in front of him and wondering why she was even part of the Akatsuki. Probably because of her brother. Now he would be a worthy opponent, but as Han was thinking this, multiple explosions erupted at his feet. Han had not even been remotely prepared for an attack, so he clumsily rolled to the side as he felt his armor get dented. "Wow, I really didn't expect that to work. Is that all it takes to catch a jinchuriki off guard?" Mito asked. Han got up to his feet. He wasn't really hurt, but his armor had been damaged, which really pissed Han off. Steam lifted up from a furnace on his back and seemed to cover him like a second set of armor. "You really shouldn't have done that, little girl." Then Han was right in front of Mito. She tried to block with her swords, but Han's punch was too powerful and knocked her through a wall of the burning house. Mito came out coughing and a little blood coming from her forehead. "That wasn't very pleasant," Mito said, like she pitied him. Han once again shot up in front of her and tried to punch her, but this time Mito dodged to the side, letting her sword scrape Han's gauntlet. Han quickly changed his tactic and tried to sweep Mito's feet from under her. It worked, but once again she scraped her swords along Han's armor as she went down. "You know, if you're trying to break my armor, it's going to take a lot more than that," Han said as he brought his foot down on Mito. She rolled out of the way before her skull could be crushed. "I'm not trying to break your armor. I just wanted to sharpen my swords," Mito mocked. Han did not take well to that comment. The steam around Han expanded to make what looked like an arm with a claw hand. The claw hand wasted no time striking at Mito. It was too fast and Han was too close for Mito to be able to dodge, so she blocked with her swords, but the claw hand was just a line of steam and passed right through them. Mito felt her skin burn as the steam enveloped her. She dropped one of her swords on the ground as it was getting too hot to hold. Mito ran out of the steam with her one sword, her skin having a slightly red tint. The steam worked its way back to Han and returned to being his second layer of armor. "You really made a mistake coming here, little girl. You should have known that someone as young as you had no chance of beating me." "Oh, I knew that," Mito said as she pointed her sword at Han and shot a lightning bolt at him. Han dodged it, making it completely miss him, except it didn't. Han felt his whole body freeze up as the lightning coursed through his system. Han fell to the ground, was unable to move. "I knew that there was no way I could beat you if it came to strength," Mito said, walking over to her other sword and picking it up. "I'm weak when compared to you, but unlike you, the weak have to struggle every day to stay alive while the strong get to course through life with their own power, but that also means the strong don't use the tricks the weak depended on to survive." Han couldn't talk because his entire body had been paralyzed, but if he could, he would surely be asking Mito how she had done it. His armor was made so it wouldn't be affected by lightning, and even if he didn't have it, his enhanced body should not have been paralyzed by a single lightning bolt. Mito seemed to pick up Han's frustration. "I bet you're wondering why you're on the ground and I'm still standing. Well, let me explain. I did a lot of studying and a lot of research to figure out how to beat you without Deidara's help. But nothing showed me a way I could defeat you, so I came up with my own play," Mito explained as she walked around the yard. "The first thing that I realized was that if you went into your cloaked mode, I'd have no chance of winning, so I had to come up with a plan to defeat you without you realizing you were being defeated. Mito dropped down to her knees and dug into the ground, pulling out a paper bomb. I bet you thought that I had predicted where you were going to land, but the truth was I put these things everywhere, so no matter where you ended up you'd be on top of them. But these aren't just regular paper bombs. Mito blew on the bomb she was holding and something that looked like dust scattered through the air. Copper partials very conductive and all over your armor. All I had to do was create a suitable charge, so my lightning would follow you, by running my swords along your armor, and boom, you're like a living lightning rod. At that moment a clay bird landed by Mito. How does it feel to get outsmarted by this little girl? Mito said as she loaded Han onto the bird. Another jinchuriki had been captured, and this one had lost in the most pathetic way so far. Only 3 remain. Naruko watched the 3 tails charge up a tailed beast bomb. It was far bigger than anything that it had created before, yet 2 of the 3 people in its sight didn't seem concerned. Hanabi, maybe. You should watch from the sidelines, Naruto said. Hanabi put up no complaints as she ran to the other side of the lake. By the time she got there, the 3 tails had finished its bomb and shot it towards Naruto and Mito. Minato looked like he was going to activate a seal to send it somewhere harmless, but Naruto had different plans. How boring, Naruto said as he let the bomb hit the back of his hand. The bomb seemed to stop for a moment before heading back towards the 3 tails. The beast took a direct hit by its own destructive attack. It was down for the count, and this time it wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. Naruko couldn't believe it. They had a group of 3 major villages to fight that thing, and they still had to fight their hardest just to survive the fight, but Naruto had beaten it without even trying. How he must have laughed at their struggles. How he must have watched them fight their hardest against an opponent that he could beat with a flick of his hand. This was the reason why Naruto called himself the strongest. Now that's out of the way, let's get to the main event. Naruto stomped the water and a wave sprung up not too far from Mito. Minato tossed a kunai into the wave and teleported out the other side. However, he quickly had to teleport again to avoid one of Naruto's cyclones. Come on, how do you expect it to win if all you can do is dodge? Naruto yelled as he shot off towards Minato. Minato threw a kunai behind Naruto and teleported to it in an attempt to stab Naruto in the back. Naruto's reflection broke the kunai. You should know that won't work, Naruto said as he turned around and tried to punch Minato. Minato teleported away again before Naruto could get him. Minato threw about 100 kunais at Naruto, but not one of them touched his reflection. Instead, they missed Naruto, completely scatting into the water around him and actually started floating. Giving yourself more places to teleport won't get you past my reflection, Naruto said, running towards Minato. Oh, won't it? Minato said. Minato teleported again, but this time he was directly in front of Naruto, crouched down with a kunai out to his side. Naruto was still running at this point and ran right into the kunai. His leg only received a minor cut, but his reflection had been bypassed. You basted, Naruto said, turning around, but as he did, Minato teleported himself again and positioned his kunai where Naruto's body was twisting to make his turn. Naruto once again received a minor cut to his side. The onlookers watched in amazement. Minato had gotten past Naruto's reflection by making Naruto move into his attacks. Once again it had been proved that Naruto's reflection was not an ultimate defense. Naruto stood up straight to look at Minato, who had teleported a fair distance away from Naruto. So just because you can hit, you think you've won? Do you really think I'll die from these minor cuts? If your goal is to try to get me to bleed out, then I've got news for you. No matter how many cuts you inflicted, I can just use vectors to keep my blood where it's supposed to be. You'll run out of chakra long before you do enough damage to threaten me. There's also the huge hole that if I don't move, you can't hit me. Staying perfectly still, 4 water cyclones were created and shot at Minato. Minato teleported to avoid the attack. I know very well that if you don't move then I can hurt you, but you forget I'm not alone, Minato said with a smile. At that moment Naruto felt something behind him. Naruto didn't know how to describe it. It was like a tear in the world,
but the simple fact that Naruto could feel his hair moving because of it meant that whatever it was could get past Naruto reflection. Naruto shot away from the unknown attack, but doing so let Minato give him a few more cuts as he teleported in front of him.
But Naruto really didn't care about Minato right now.
Naruto was more concerned that there was someone with an attack that was unknown to him. Naruto looked at the crowd of onlookers to see who had used it, and he saw Kakashi with a Sharingan eye that looked like Itachi's head when he had used an attack that was unknown to Naruto.
How many different attacks is that stupid eye capable of? Naruto said.
He changed his course to Kakashi. Even if he had an attack that could break Naruto's reflection, he knew from his fight with Itachi that using those kinds of attacks were very taxing on the body. Kakashi probably didn't have the strength to use another one so soon, so all Naruto had to do was kill him, and then he could stay still and keep blasting Minato with cyclones until Minato ran out of chakra. There was no way he could lose.
That thought was absolute in Naruto's mind until his entire body froze.
He became very stiff and a slight pain was starting to affect his entire body. Naruto stopped his assault and looked back at the only person who could have done this, Minato. It's true that getting you to bleed out would be a losing battle, but your healing methods might be too good, Minato said with a smile. Then Naruto saw it. There was a clear liquid on Minato's kunai, the one he had been cutting Naruto with. Normally a poison like this would be purged from your body because you'd bleed it out, but since you make sure to make your blood bypass your cuts, my poison is able to spread through your body. Don't worry, it's not going to kill you. I just want you to be out of it when you're taken back to the leaf.
Damn it! Naruto said, his vision already starting to blur.
He could feel himself losing touch with reality. He had pushed Minato's poison too far in his body.
I won't let you take him. Hanabi screamed as she came running from the sidelines to help Naruto.
Minato looked more than ready to fight her, but a voice stopped both of them.
Hanabi, stop this nonsense, Naruto said. But you're going to dash. Going to what? Naruto yelled. Going to lose. Have you already forgotten I'm the strongest? You think I need you to come and save me? Well, get this into your head, I'm the one who does the saving, I'm the one who wins. And it's about time I got serious. Naruto stood up, not looking the least bit affected by the poison. You're right, Hokage, I can control my blood perfectly, but that also means I know where the blood is that you infected with your poison. Suddenly blood gushed from wounds that were no worse than cuts. The water beneath Naruto turned a sickening red as more blood dropped into the lake, but just as suddenly the blood stopped altogether. Minato looked at his son with wide eyes. Are you crazy? Do you know how much blood you must have lost right there? Oh, I know exactly how much blood I lost, but don't worry, it's not enough to kill me, Naruto said, looking somehow even paler than before. Besides, not only is the poison gone, the fight is fairer that I've given you this handicap. And for the record, I'm not crazy, I'm insane. With that said, Naruto raised his arm and the wind started spiraling towards it. Minato knew what this was from Itachi's report. Naruto was creating plasma. Let me show you what happens when I get serious, Naruto laughed. The water became rough, like it was part of the ocean instead of a lake. The sky grew darker even though there wasn't a single cloud. Maybe it wasn't the sky getting darker, it was the ball in Naruto's hand getting brighter. The wind was strong enough to start throwing loose debris from the previous fights. Minato had to move his head to avoid getting hit by something round flying past him. He couldn't think too much about it, as Naruto's plasma was a far more dangerous threat than getting hit by a few rocks. Naruto shot towards him like a rocket. The water divided as he flew past, letting Minato see the water that would normally be on the bottom of the lake. Minato, however, was not deterred. Even if Naruto had a new weapon, the plan would not change. Minato teleported in front of Naruto to cut him once again, or at least that's what he had planned to do. The kunai he had aimed for had been in front of Naruto a second ago, but now it had been blown to the side from the sheer power of Naruto's plasma. Naruto noticed Minato besides him and sent a kick that was vector enhanced to make it strong enough to create a blade of wind. Minato used a lightning jutsu to cancel it out before it got to him. It may have been a better idea to just teleport, as Naruto changed his destruction and tried to bring his ball of destruction down on Minato.
Minato teleported, which caused Naruto to hit the water Minato had been standing on. If people doubted the power of Naruto's plasma before, then that moment was all that was needed to convince them. The plasma came into contact with the kunai Minato had used to teleport to. The kunai didn't just simply shatter, it was disintegrated. Then the water was hit, it was pushed out and up in all directions, leaving the bottom of the lake visible, and even though this was next to impossible to confirm by the onlooker because of the huge waves on all sides, they could swear that the bottom of the lake cracked like a spider web even though the plasma had been nowhere near it. Minato was the most shaken by the power of that attack because it had been meant for him. How Itachi managed to get away with only a broken leg after getting hit by that attack was a miracle. The water was steaming as it poured back into the hole Naruto had made. Like a demon walking through the gates of hell, Naruto emerged from the steam. Minato was a little shocked to see that the ball of destruction was still in Naruto's hand. Minato thought that like a Rasengan, once it had hit something it would be used up and the user would have to create another one. It seemed this wasn't the case for Naruto's plasma. Naruto once again divided the water as he flew toward Minato. Minato knew he had to dodge the attack, but if he couldn't come up with a new way to teleport in front of Naruto, then he'd just be wasting chakra. Damn, if only Minato could get a couple more cuts in, then he was sure the poison would either take Naruto out or Naruto would pass out due to him having to bleed the poison out. Minato had to do something, so he threw a new kunai that was lighting enhanced at Naruto. With the lightning strengthening the kunai, it was able to withstand the power of the plasma and stay of course. Minato teleported when it got close to Naruto and made an attempt to stab him, but Minato was there for less than a second before he had to teleport away. The reason was Naruto already had his plasma ready to hit Minato the moment he teleported. "Nice try," Naruto said. "But you were only able to get me to run into your attacks because I didn't know where you would teleport, but when I know where you're going to teleport, it's easy to guess the when. Although it looks like I did screw up on that one." Minato knew that had been a bad idea. He had felt the plasma nip at his hair the moment he teleported. It was due to luck and the fact that Naruto's senses were dulled thanks to the loss of blood that Minato had avoided direct hit, but if he attempted that trick again, then Naruto was sure to land. Minato prepared himself for Naruto to rush him, but instead Naruto backed away from Minato. He stopped at one point on the lake, apparently content with staying there. He started his usual attacks of sending cyclones at his opponent. Minato was confused. Why had Naruto backed off? He had no reason to. He could have just kept rushing Minato. It wasn't because of the plasma, it was still sitting in his hand like normal. It wasn't because Naruto had suddenly become fearful of getting too close at Minato. Minato went through every reason in his mind as he dodged Naruto's attacks. Naruto also wasn't staying completely still. He was running around, but staying close to the spot he had stopped on. He could have been moving around to keep Kakashi from using that jutsu on him, but seeing as Naruto could dodge it from a standstill position without any repercussions made that theory unlikely. The only reason Naruto would be there is because there is something he wants to do that can't be done anywhere else. Minato had no idea what that could be, but if Naruto had stopped his charge to defended that spot, then it must be something big. Just then two cyclones came from either side of Minato trying to crush him. Minato teleported closer to Naruto and almost dropped to his knees. Minato had been using too much chakra, he couldn't keep teleporting like this, he had used more than half his chakra already. But that also had to be true for Naruto. Using all these attacks must really be taking a shot to his chakra. In fact, it looked like it was way worse for Naruto. Minato could already see that the cyclones Naruto was using had become less powerful and less frequent. It was even more obvious when you looked at Naruto directly. He was sweating badly and you could see he was struggling to keep on the move. That's when Minato realized that Naruto didn't have enough chakra to keep fighting, instead he was going to do something at that spot that would end the fight, and it probably had something to do with the plasma in his hand. Minato griped his kunai if he could just interrupt whatever Naruto was doing, then Naruto would be forced to use the chakra from his reflection as backup, and once that happened it was game over. Luckily for whatever reason Naruto was moving around, so if he could just cut Naruto then the poison would at least stall him. Minato threw a lightning-enhanced kunai at Naruto.
Naruto smiled as he aimed for the spot he knew Minato would teleport to. Except Minato didn't teleport to that kunai. Naruto had been too focused on that kunai and missed the second one Minato threw directly behind it. That was the one Minato teleported to, and by the time Naruto noticed it was too late to stop his momentum even with vectors. However, the smile never left his face. Minato saw it out of his peripheral vision just before it hit the side of his mouth. Minato knew what it was Naruto's rubber ball, but all Minato could think about as the ball shattered his jaw is when Naruto had thrown. Then, as if time had stopped right before Minato would be sent skipping on the water's surface, Naruto gave him an answer. It was when I created the plasma you were too busy to notice. I knew where it would be and what time it would be here, so I took a bet. I know I can't drag out this fight much longer, but I couldn't hit you, so I went to the spot I knew the ball would come and move, making it look like I had something planned, all in hope of you teleporting right into the ball's path. Like I told you, Hokage, when you know the where, it's easy to figure out the when. Minato's body was ravaged by the collision with the water. He wasn't even up on his feet when Naruto was above him with the plasma coming down. It's game over for you, Hokage, Naruto yelled. Minato didn't even have time to think. He teleported to the nearest kunai. Minato breathed a sigh of relief as he escaped Naruto's attack. Or so he thought. There was no time to react, the plasma was already touching Minto's stomach. Minato only had time for one thought: Naruto can throw it? The plasma hit and sent Minato flying once again. This time was not nearly as pleasant. Minato knew his entire rib cage must have collapsed. He was also having trouble breathing, so a priced lung wasn't an impossibility. He was sent so far that by the time he started skipping it was on hard land instead of soft water. Minato defiantly broke a few more bones from the landing. Once he finally came to a stop, he was in no condition to be fighting, but Minato would consider him the luckiest man alive right now. Everyone had seen the power of Naruto's plasma. He should be dead, so why wasn't he? Meanwhile, back on the lake, Naruto stumbled back and forth. He had lost too much blood and too much chakra. He was in bad shape, but he knew Minato was still alive, and Naruto wasn't about to leave the fight unfinished. Naruto staggered to where he sent Minato, but a voice in his head stopped him. We are ready to seal the 5 tails, so get the 3 tails over here as well, Pain said. Naruto hissed in annoyance. He couldn't just ignore Pain's order, not yet anyways. He looked towards the 3 tails and to the group of onlookers. Some of them were running to help Minato while the other were watching him with unbelieving and caution's eyes. They wouldn't bother him now. Let's get going, Hanabi, Naruto said, hopping onto the back of the 3 tails. Hanabi had heard the order too and stepped aboard without question. Those who were still watching Naruto were amazed and fearful to see Naruto using his vectors to lift the 3 tails so it floated through the air. No one thought about to stop him as they flew away. Once they were far enough away from the lake, Naruto dropped to his knees, sweat rolling onto the 3 tails' back. Naruto had used all the chakra he could without taking his reflection down, but he had to keep this stupid turtle in the air, so he took down his reflection to access the extra chakra. Naruto, feeling the true extent of his injuries, took a seat. Naruto, are you okay? Hanabi said, scanning him with her Byakugan, looking worried, probably noticing that his reflection was down. I'm fine, Naruto said. Maybe we should land and give you some time to refill your chakra. I said I'm fine, Naruto said, giving Hanabi a hateful glare. Hanabi didn't accept that answer for a second, but she let it go and turned to look off into the distance. She hadn't ever seen the world from above the clouds before. It was a beautiful sight, but Hanabi's worry kept her from enjoying it fully. Hanabi couldn't take the only sound being Naruto's labored breathing, so she shot off a question. Why didn't your plasma kill Minato? I saw how powerful it was. It should have torn his body apart. It was because I threw it, Naruto said, but realized he would have to give an explanation. As I'm sure you know, plasma is impossible for other people to create. It's not because it requires an ungodly amount of skill. Any ninja with a wind affinity could probably condense the required amount of wind to make plasma. The problem is that plasma is a very unstable substance, so even when it's created it needs to be constantly adjusted to keep its form. My vector control can make those kinds of adjustments, which is why I can create it and hold it. I can throw it, but because it's no longer under the control of my vectors it gets exponentially weaker the moment it leaves my hand. It was simply a fact of when it hit Minato was too strong and the attack had become too weak. Suddenly Naruto went into a coughing fit. The three tails fell to the earth like it had been on strings and they had all been cut. Hanabi was afraid that they were going to crash, but Naruto got his vectors under control long before they hit the ground. Sorry about that, just lost my concentration there for a sec. Now Hanabi knew Naruto was in bad shape. Lifting something up should have been something Naruto could do in his sleep. Naruto, I really think we should land somewhere. We are not landing. Naruto yelled, looking at Hanabi like she was the enemy. Hanabi was taken back by Naruto's harsh look, but slowly Naruto's expression turned back to normal. You don't understand, Minato came this close to ruining everything. If the onlookers had grown some balls and attacked after Minato was sent flying, I would have lost. We could have run and come back for the three tails another day, it wouldn't have been so bad. Hanabi mentioned. No, I can't run away or lose until the plan is complete and I become a god. Then I won't be able to lose. You can still become go even if you lost once. Hanabi said. I know I can, but that's not the point. The whole plan rides on me becoming God as the strongest ninja alive. If I don't, then people will just say I became God to get more power and beat the people who defeated me. Then nothing will have changed, they'll still try to prove they're better than me, but if I become God with a flawless record, then people will say that I was unbeatable before I gained all this power. How could he possibly be defeated now? Then what is this plan? Hanabi yelled, tears streaming down, not being able to take Naruto's talk about some plan she knew nothing about. Why won't you tell me? I know Suigetsu's part of it. Am I really that untrustworthy, or am I too weak? Hanabi tried to wipe the tears away, but they were coming out much too fast for her to deal with. Naruto looked at the girl, his face cracking with the hints of guilt. There was no point in telling you before your part came, but I guess if you're going to cry about it I may as well tell you. Take a seat. Hanabi quickly took a seat across from Naruto, waiting for his explanation, but Naruto didn't give one. He sighed and created a mini cyclone. He sent it around to Hanabi back. It hit her, but it wasn't strong enough to do any real damage. Instead, Hanabi was flung onto Naruto's lap. What are you doing? Hanabi said, a blush spreading to her entire body. Naruto didn't say anything, but he started rubbing her head like a dog. What are you talking about? This is what you want, right? Naruto said, acting like this was a completely normal thing to do. I do not. Hanabi said, but it came out as a squeak. Okay then. Naruto said, taking his hand off Hanabi's head. Wait, Hanabi said without meaning to. Naruto looked at her, already knowing what she was going to say. Could you keep doing that? It feels good. Naruto smiled and he put his hand back on Hanabi's head. So you want to know how I plan to become God? Minato was being rushed to the leaf. His condition was absolutely terrible. You could hear the bones bounce around in his body as he was being moved. All the leaf ninja were following behind a toad that Jiraiya had summoned. The Iwa and Kumo ninja didn't bother to stick around, so it was left to them to save Minato. There it is. Naruko said, pointing to the gates of the leaf. You two get out of the way and find Tsunade this instant. Kushina yelled and the guards immediately moved from the sound of an angry Kushina, despite them still being a good distance from the gates. Minato was rolled in surgery not long after. Everyone who had gone to capture the three tails was sitting in the waiting room with the expectation of Tenten, whose injuries were bad enough to require medical attention, and Guy, who went with her. What are we going to do? Minama asked. Naruto beat Minato. How can we stand up to someone as strong as him? What are you saying? Naruko said, jumping up from her seat. Sure, Minato may have lost, but Naruto had barely been able to stand. We can still bring him back if we work hard enough. Are you an idiot, Naruko? Minama screamed.
Aren't these words similar to what you said right before when went to fight Naruto? Everyone believed you, but look what happened. We got our asses handed to use, our friends got killed, our Tusan almost died and still might, and in the end he still got the three tails. Naruto isn't someone who can be beat. Didn't you hear him? He's crazy enough to claim he's going to become a god.
I know you want to make it up to Mito. I really do. But I'm done
convincing myself that Naruto's still part of the family. He's not coming back. We're not going to be able to live a happy life when this is all over. What are you talking about? Of course Naruto's part of the family. He's your brother,
Kushina said, giving Minima her famous death glare. But Minima was unfazed. Naruto is not our brother, he's a monster.
Her words held unbelievable pressure. There were only a few people left who truly believed Naruto could be brought back. He had made an enemy out of the entire world and was considered by most to be the most dangerous person alive. He killed without regret. He was strong enough to beat a Kage. How many people were left that believed he still had good in him? Minima had just jumped ship. So it was Naruko, Kushina, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and possibly Minato, but with the state he had been put in, who knew if he still saw Naruto as his son?
But I will not abandon the family, Minima said as she stood up to leave. Mito is still a good person.
She can still be saved along with her friends. I will make sure to get her away from that monster. The door slammed shut as she walked out.
This is terrible, Kushina said, shaking from head to toe. Naruto can still be brought back. As long as we can reverse what Orochimaru did to him, then everyone will see that he was just being manipulated. Orochimaru's dead, Sasuke said without any mercy to Kushina's feelings.
I know you don't want to hear this, but Naruto's been forging his own path for a while now. But the Akatsuki, they have to be forcing him.
Do you even hear yourself? Sasuke yelled.
You saw how strong he was. Do you think anyone can force him to do anything?
Do you really think the Akatsuki is going along with his plan to become God? Because I don't.
You all need to realize something. This isn't just the Akatsuki versus the Alliance.
It's the Akatsuki versus the Alliance versus Naruto and whatever groups he's formed. But Naruto can't fight the Akatsuki and the Alliance. Even he'd be killed, Kakashi said, trying to poke a hole in Sasuke's theory.
If he becomes a god, I bet he can. That's the reason why right now he's doing the Akatsuki's bidding, but mark my words, that won't last for long. He's going to betray the Akatsuki. And I bet it's going to be sooner rather than later, and I'm not going to wait around for everything to go Naruto's way.
Sasuke got up and left without saying any more.
The room was silent. What was there to talk about? Sasuke was right after all. No matter how you look at it, the moment Naruto escaped from Orochimaru was the moment he was responsible for his own actions, no matter what Kushina and Naruko wanted to believe.
Hey Naruko, can I talk to you alone?
Jiraiya said, standing up. I guess, Naruko said, looking at Jiraiya strangely. They left the waiting room to talk somewhere more private.
Even after everything you've seen, do you still want to save Naruto? Jiraiya asked with none of the carefree tone he usually had. Naruko didn't even think about it.
Of course I do,
Naruko said, looking at Jiraiya with eyes of steel.
I know that Naruto did some terrible things, and I know no one forced him to do it, but I was the same way. I know most people wouldn't even draw comparisons between me and Naruto. After all, he's killed so many people and made all the major villages despise him. But I made my little sister despise me just because I wanted to be mean to her. So I don't see a difference if it's one person or a million that you make cry, it's still the same amount of evil.
Naruto simply had a larger stage to play on.
I was saved, so I know Naruto can too.
I see, then I have a proposal for you, Jiraiya said. Naruko was taken back. She thought that maybe Jiraiya was going to try and talk her out of saving Naruto. What is it?
I want you to leave the village and learn Sage Mood with the toads, Jiraiya said.
Why? Naruko asked. Because Sasuke and Minima are right, the world hates Naruto.
If he is ever captured, then he'll just be executed, but that only applies if the world captures him, Jiraiya said with a cocky smile.
What do you mean? If you single-handedly were to capture him, then you could set the rules from his punishment.
You could hide him until the Alliance agrees to your terms. But as I'm sure you know, it's going to be a lot harder for you a single person to beat Naruto than it is for an alliance that has the support of most of the world.
So you think me learning Sage Mode would give me the one-up I need? Naruko asked.
I do, but there's also another reason for you to leave the village. Jiraiya said.
Think about this, why is Naruto still part of the Akatsuki? Because he needs their support until his plan is complete. Naruko answered.
But won't running around doing the Akatsuki's work slow down Naruto's plan, and didn't Naruto seem like he wanted to get it done as soon as possible? Jiraiya said.
I guess. Don't you also find it odd that the Akatsuki still let Naruto run free even though at this point it's pretty clear that Naruto's going to betray them?
I guess, but what are you getting at? We have no idea what goes on in the Akatsuki.
Naruko said. Actually, we do. The Akatsuki has one goal, and that is to gather up all the tailed beasts. What would be the only reason Naruto would stick with them and they wouldn't try to get rid of Naruto?
Jiraiya said.
The gears in Naruko's head clicked so hard that she almost got a headache. They need each other. Naruto needs the Akatsuki for his plan. Bingo, and what's the Akatsuki's goal? To gather the tailed beasts. That means Naruto's plan requires him having the tailed beasts. Naruko said, shocked that Jiraiya was able to put this together with so little information. That's right.
Naruto needs the tailed beast as badly as the Akatsuki wants them, but here's where it gets interesting.
The Akatsuki knows Naruto has a plan, but they don't know he wants the tailed beast. They just think Naruto has something else going on in the background.
So here's what they do: they collected the tailed beast as fast as they can in hopes that they do it before Naruto's can activate his plan, unknown to them that Naruto's plan also involves the tailed beasts. They're probably planning to take Naruto out after all of that, since infighting in the Akatsuki at this point could do nothing then hurt them. So here's my bet: they're going to go after the 9 and 8 tails at the same time.
You're saying the Akatsuki's going to attack both Kumo and Konoha? Naruko asked, just imagining the destruction that would occur from a battle like that.
It not only makes sense given the situation they're in, but it also makes sense strategically.
The Akatsuki might be powerful, but they're small in numbers.
If they were to say capture the 8 tails now, then there would only be you left. That would let all the major villages come to one place and guard you. But if there's 2 possible targets, then we have to split our forces in half to guard both.
Jiraiya said. I see, so you want me to go to Mount Mayaboku so I'll be out of harm's way when the Akatsuki attacks? Naruko said. Yes, Jiraiya said, knowing he was in fact asking Naruko to abandon the village for her own safety.
I'll go, Naruko said.
No matter what, the Akatsuki will attack, so even if I'm here I'll just be a target. I'm glad you aren't as stubborn as I thought. Jiraiya said, happy that it went over so easily. So when do I leave? Naruko asked. Right now. Don't worry, I'll tell Kushina and Minato everything. Jiraiya said, and before Naruko could protest she was teleported in a puff of smoke.
Jiraiya should have gone to a casino on that day because he had been right on the money.
The Akatsuki were indeed going to attack Kumo and Konoha simultaneously. The teams of 2 had been thrown away. There were now 2 teams that would each attack a village.
It seems the Alliance has prepared for us. Kirk and IWA have gone to Kumo to support them, and Suna has gone to Konoha. It's going to be an all-out war. Even the Kages have left the safety of their home villages to protect the last 2 jinchuriki.
Zesta said. What's Minato's condition? Naruto asked.
Alive, but weak, very weak. It has only been a week since you humiliated him. Even if he's not at 100%, I doubt he's so out of it that he can be called weak.
Conan said. Enough chit-chat.
We've already sealed the 3 and 5 tails. This will be our last mission. Pain said to the group.
I wish you all the best of luck.
I won't let you down, Master Pain.
Toby said, jumping up and down like an idiot.
Once Pain dismissed them, the Akatsuki split off into 2 groups. Pain, all 6 of them, Konan, Hanabi, Mito, Hitomi and Zesta headed to Konoha. Kisame, Deidara, Naruto, and Tobi headed to Kumo.
Wow, this is so exciting. Tobi said as he led the group to Kumo. Why is our group so much smaller than the Konoha group? We only have 3 and they have 11 if you count all the pains. Deidara said. What about me, I'm here too. Tobi said, trying to get their attention. Stop complaining. Kisame said.
Zestu isn't meant for fighting and the girls aren't S-class, besides they lived in the Leaf, so it makes more sense for them to go there. Besides, I'm sure the 3 of us won't have any problems. Naruto said, not thinking too much of the battle that was coming up, but that battle that Naruto planned after this.
I'm still here. Tobi yelled, but none of the Akatsuki members paid him any mind.
Tobi seemingly burst into tears, but behind his masquerade I was thinking about what was to come. It was ready to keep Naruko in check during this mission, and if Naruto proved to be unreliable then it would have to cut him loose. The endgame was almost here. The only question was, who had put their pieces in the winning position.
The moon sets, signaling the start of another day. This day would not be an ordinary day. Everyone could feel it. Today was the day that the lines of fate would be drawn.
There was no stopping it, for it was far too late in the game. By the end of the day the ground would be scorned red and the victor or victors would have the special privilege to steer this boat that they call the world in whatever direction they desired. The people who felt the pressure of that day the most weren't the top-tier ninja or the leaders of the Akatsuki.
It was the simple ninja that were guarding the way to Kumo and Konoha.
Even the night before they could feel the icy cold touch of death and war, and it had yet to let go. There was no reason that the Akatsuki had to attack on this day. In fact, some would even say that it would be too early, but anyone who had thought that knew they were wrong now.
There was no big blowout, no speech, no nothing that would put this day anywhere out of the ordinary. Why would there be?
There was no proof that the Akatsuki would attack, but everyone knew they would. It was as if the world itself had marked this day as the day the battle would begin, and it would not accept it on any other day.
It started at Kumo. The guards, already prepared for the attack, waited in dead silence for their foes to appear.
Off in the distance a cloud of dust could be seen.
It was heading towards them at an incredible pace. Even though it was clear what it was, the Kumo guards didn't react. It was like they were dreaming and they would be woken up right before the climax. And it wasn't until they saw the person with pale skin wearing the Akatsuki cloak who was creating that dust did it become real. "They're here!" yelled the chief guard. "Someone inform the village.
Everyone else stay here, even if we can only stall them for a minute. That's one more minute the ninja inside can prepare." The guards nobly stood their ground against the oncoming disaster, but asking for a minute had been shooting 59 seconds too high.
Naruto blew right past them.
He punched the gate, making it twist and crinkle. The gate blew off, creating such a large gust of wind that the guards were knocked away.
Naruto paid them no mind as he entered the village.
"I told them that it would just be easier to go through the front door," Naruto said as he kicked the gate towards one of Kumo's buildings, which like many had been built around a mountain. That only made it more impressive when it was sliced in half. Meanwhile, up in the sky were 2 clay birds.
Wow, look at Naruto go.
He was able to bring down a mountain.
Maybe we should just let him handle this, Tobi said, watching the mountain collapse onto the rest of the city.
"Don't be such a baby,"
Deidara said as the bird that Tobi and Kisame were on nosedived.
Hey!
Hey! Hey! I'm not ready,
Tobi screamed as the ground got closer and closer.
Kisame remained completely silent with a smile on his face.
Below them were a lot of ninja rushing down the street. They were probably going off to fight Naruto.
Kisame decided to help lighten Naruto's load.
He jumped off the bird and landed on one of the ninja, crushing him. As the ninja turned to face the new threat, the bird that Tobi was riding crashed into part of the group and exploded. "And there will be more of that if you mess with me," Tobi yelled like a little kid, having had his ego boosted with that display. The Kumo, Kirk, and IWA ninja ignored their previous mission to fight Naruto and rushed Kisame. The man in question gave a smile that could rival Naruto's in the psycho department before smashing his giant sword into the ground. The village hidden in the clouds suddenly found themselves having some water problems. Deidara saw from above the water rushing through the streets, sending ninja that had been trapped into the current into buildings and mountains, if they were lucky. If they weren't, they were sent to another disaster. Naruto, who wasn't too happy to be suddenly fighting in the village hidden underwater, used any ninja that was swept towards him as a projectile. More often than not, they become a permeate part of a nearby mountain. We better hurry this up. We won't be able to play for long, Deidara said to himself as he dropped hundreds of bombs on Kumo. He blew up any buildings that looked important as well as dropping them on random places, just to keep the alliance on their toes. Naruto ran through the streets of Kumo. Naruto didn't have any need or desire to go on a rampage as Kisame. Property damage didn't appeal to Naruto. He was here for one reason and one reason only, to capture the Eight Tails. Although Naruto guessed that going on a rampage was just another tactic to lure Killer Bee out, Naruto would opt for the good old-fashioned hide-and-seek approach. His plan wasn't to find Killer Bee per se, but anyone who knew where he was. Alliance ninja would try to stop him, but Naruto was way out of their league. If he wanted to, he could just ignore them and his reflection would take care of everything, but that would be a slow process and Naruto wasn't that nice. Any ninja that attacked him would just end up as another body on the street. It wasn't long before Naruto ran into someone who just might know a thing or two. Black lightning shot towards Naruto at incredible speed, but was sent back at the same speed. Come on Darui, we've fought each other enough that you should know that won't work. Maybe not, but I'm not going to let you run around like you own the place, the dark-skinned man said. Naruto wasn't amused at his declaration. Come on, why don't you go fight Kisame? At least then you might have a chance to actually hit him. That may be, but I learned something from our last encounter, Darui said. Your chakra levels are low, so if I force you to waste a lot of chakra on attacks, then you won't be able to keep up this invasion. Darui looked pretty pleased with himself and was about to begin his attack when he suddenly felt Naruto's hand around his neck. Darui broke out in a cold sweat. Naruto had crossed the distance between them like it was nothing. Is that really your great plan? Naruto whispered into Darui's ear. Did you really think that I could be taken down just with that? I only have a very few techniques that make a dent in my chakra, the rest I could use all day and still be fine. Did you really believe that you were important enough for me to use those moves on you? Darui was a trained ninja. He had gone on many dangerous missions and had come a step away from death numerous times, yet he was scared. He was scared not because he knew he was about to die, but because of the look Naruto was giving him. It wasn't filled with hate. It was filled with disgusted. He was looking at Darui like he was a kindergartner who had walked up to a Nobel Prize winner and presented an idea that he thought would destroy Naruto's theory. Darui was regretting ever coming up with such a stupid idea like beat Naruto by running down his chakra. The idea that seemed so solid moments now seemed like he had suggested stopping a bugler by locking your doors. Of course the bugler would know the doors would be locked and bring something to pick the lock. It was the same with Naruto. Of course he knew that he had low chakra and would just not use the techniques that used a lot of chakra. You want to know something? Naruto asked. You're the type of person that irritates me second most. You're that person who comes up to challenge me with the first idea that pops in their head thinking, oh, he must have not thought of this, I'm sure I'll beat him now. The only people who irritate me more are the people who come and challenge me with no plan at all. They simply believe they can beat me if they try hard enough. Darui was squirming now. He wished Naruto would just end it already and stop looking at him like he was less than nothing. I was going to ask you about Killer Bee, but you just about ruined my day spouting your nonsense. Besides, there will be other. Naruto killed Darui by reversing his blood flow. Good work, Naruto. I thought I was going to have to come in and finish the job, but it looks like you did fine on your own, said a very annoying voice. What are you doing here, Tobi? I thought you would be hiding in the sky with Deidara, Naruto said, making it clear that he didn't want Tobi around. Funny story actually.
First Deidara forgot that I was riding on the same bird as Kisame and set me down with him. Then Kisame accidentally swept me away when he used all that water. But that's okay because I was lucky enough to find you. Naruto clicked his tongue. Why did those two have to drop off the idiot with me? Naruto watched in frustration as Tobi started poking Darui to see if he was still alive. How Naruto wished Tobi would just disappear. Then an idea, Naruto could just kill Tobi. He had been planning to kill all the Akatsuki members anyways, and honestly he would probably forget Tobi was even part of the Akatsuki if he waited. No one would have to know how Tobi died, and even if they did know they wouldn't care. Hey Tobi, Naruto said, walking up to Tobi with an evil grin. Yes Naruto, Tobi said, turning to look at Naruto. Naruto shoot his hand towards Tobi's shoulder. He was planning on just reversing Tobi's blood flow and then it would be bye-bye Tobi. But that's not what happened. Instead of grabbing Tobi's shoulder, Naruto grabbed nothing. His hand had gone through Tobi's shoulder. What the hell? Naruto said aloud without meaning to. Naruto looked at his hand that should have been on Tobi's shoulder, and Tobi looked at his shoulder that should have had Naruto's hand on it. Then they looked at each other. Naruto was having an internal crisis. Naruto was scared, not because he was afraid that Tobi would attack him. The day Tobi became a threat to Naruto would be a sad day indeed, but because if Tobi went crying to Kisame, his plan would be ruined. It was true that Naruto was planning to kill all of the Akatsuki very soon, but he needed them for just a little longer. He needed the captured tailed beasts to stay where they were. If the Akatsuki found out Naruto was a traitor before he was ready, then they would defiantly move the tailed beasts. Damn it, why did he have to attack Tobi? There was no point to it. Everything was going smoothly, but Naruto had flexed his muscles too soon and it was going to ruin everything. Naruto waited for Tobi to run off screaming, but Tobi's stupidness and ego saved Naruto. Oh, I see, you were just going to congratulate me for coming all the way over here even with my hardships. Yeah, I can't believe what you went through. Naruto said, his face so stiff that it felt like it was stone. He couldn't believe that Tobi had mistaken an assassination attempt for a pat on the shoulder. Well then, let's go find the 8 tails. Pain will be so happy when we do. Tobi sang, skipping off. Naruto followed him, not believing his luck had held out. It was impossible Naruto should be panicking to figure out how to keep his plan together, but he wasn't. His plan was still going on track. No. That couldn't be. Something was wrong. He had gotten off too easy, yet Naruto moved in behind Tobi because there wasn't anything wrong. Naruto was still a part of the Akatsuki. The same feeling that swept over Kumo had swept over Konoha as well. And just like Kumo, the feeling didn't help with the actual battle. They were disorganized and confused when the attack finally came. The 6 paths of pain were leveling the place in order to find information about Naruko, because by now the Akatsuki had determined that she was not in the village. However, finding her would not be an easy task because the only people that knew where she went was Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Minima, although Pain knew that they were the most likely people to know and was already searching for them. The problems didn't end there. Thousands of papers were flying across the village, killing anyone who couldn't defend against them. There was also the fact that Hanabi, Hitomi, and Mito were helping the Akatsuki. There was mixed opinions on what to do about them, but since the battle was so chaotic, there was no orders about them being passed down, so it was under the notion that if you could capture them, great, but don't hesitate to kill them. Mito was running through the village that she once called home. The sound of destruction rang loud in her ears and the rubble made the village look so different, yet Mito could remember every street and every building, and with it came the memories, the good and the bad. She didn't want them. She had wanted this village to just be another target, but she couldn't stop them. She remembered when she first met Hanabi and Hitomi. She had met Hanabi at one of her sister's birthday parties. All the clan heads and their families had shown up, but that also meant that Hanabi was more or less forced to go to a party for 2 girls she barely knew, so in boredom wandered around and found Mito playing in the back of the room. They got to know each other and became best friends. So in a way, Naruko and Minima had caused Mito to get her first best friend. Hitomi came later. Hanabi and Mito were playing ninja and ran by the Uchiha clan compound. Hitomi was outside the gate sweeping the entrance as punishment for breaking into her father's weapon kit. When Hitomi saw them, she decided that playing with them would be much better than sweeping and asked to join. Hanabi and Mito didn't have a problem, so the three of them played for the rest of the day. Although in the end they were all punished. Hitomi for ditching her previous punishment, Hanabi because her father found out she was disgracing the Hyuga clan by running around playing ninja when she should be training to be a real one, and Mito because Naruko had overblown the story, making it sound like she had caused damage to the village with her game. And of course, without even looking into it, Minato and Kushina punished her. There was also her first day at the academy where she was excited to find out her friends were in the same class as her. But that was basically the end of the good memories. The rest were filled with Naruko's constant bullying, Minama's apathy, and her parents' ignorance. Mito didn't know if things could have gotten better if she had stayed in the village, but she did know that Naruto had been a better sibling than her sisters had ever been. Now Mito wasn't blind, she knew that Naruto was far from a good person. In fact, Mito wasn't surprised that the rest of the world saw him as a monster, but the world didn't know Naruto as well as they thought. Sure, in battle he was brutal and unforgiving, but they didn't know that Naruto during peaceful times would train a bunch of girls that had appeared out of nowhere. They didn't know that Naruto would listen if you had a problem and answer any question you asked. They didn't know that Naruto's power had forced him to fight. They didn't know that Naruto had only joined the Akatsuki because he wanted to stop being attacked. They didn't know that he would protect three girls no matter what, even if he would never admit. And last, they didn't know that if they stopped attacking Naruto, he would stop attacking them. So did Mito regret leading her friends to the person that would later be known as the world's greatest monster? Not a bit. Mito raced around another corner and there was a Leaf Chunin. He was frightened to see Mito round the corner and fumbled with his kunai when he tried to pull two out of his pocket. Amateur, Mito said, thinking about the scolding she would get from Naruto if she ever did something that stupid. Mito was going to quickly cut off his head and move on, but as her sword cut the air she hit something metal. The Chunin fell on his ass after having been saved by the sudden appearance of an object. To be more specific, it was a chain. Mito realized what was going on and quickly backed away, avoiding another chain that was shot from the roof of a nearby building. Then something else fell in front of the chain, or to be correct, someone fell in front of the chain. Mito smiled seeing the person in front of her. Why did you save him, Minama? As far as I can see, I was trying to help your village. That guy can't even hold a kunai correctly. He's better off dead. Mito said, trying out some of Naruto's tricks to piss off her sister. Minama looked at Mito with anger, but it wasn't directed at her. Minama's anger was directed at someone who was not even here. What has Naruto done to you? Minama hissed. He showed me what it was like to have a real family. Mito said with no regrets. Minama bit her lip in frustration just as the Chunin was getting up. Thank you for saving me, I can help you fight. No, just leave it to me, this is something I have to do alone. Minama said. It seemed like the Chunin didn't really want to fight as he ran off right after he was dismissed. Wow, looks like you gained some balls while I was gone. What was it? You get tired of being Naruko's lapdog and wanted to be the one to boss people around for a change. Mito taunted. Mito, listen, I know we were awful to you and I know you might hate us, but we've all changed and we want to make it up to you. There's no reason to suffer under Naruto anymore. We can be a family again. Minama said, holding out her hand. Mito shot a lightning bolt at Minama's hand with ferocious savagery. Minama quickly pulled her hand back and looked to see Mito shaking in anger. Suffering? Is that what you call it? Mito yelled. Being with you people was suffering. You say you changed, but all you're trying to do is turn me against the only person who really cared for me. Mito, he's a monster. Minama yelled back. Even if Naruto is a monster and his only thoughts are to use me, at least he acts like he cares, and that was more than you ever did. Mito yelled. Let me show you what that monster taught me. Mito said, crossing her swords and getting into a fight stance. Naruto, I know your feelings aren't fake, so I'll make sure your training didn't go to waste. I won't lose.
Minima bite her lip harder. If she wanted to get through to Mito, she would have to beat into her. Mito, please forgive me, but I'll show you that Naruto isn't your family. Your family is right here and we're willing to do anything to make it up to you. Hitomi stood across from Itachi. They were inside the Uchiha compound. Why did you come here? Itachi asked. I'm here to do to you what you did to my parents. Hitomi said, her eyes flashing red. Do you really think you can beat me? Itachi asked. Maybe not, but you're still no fully healed from your fight with Naruto, so this is the best time for me to strike. Hitomi said, pulling out her scythe. Itachi could not deny that fact. He was clearly limping to one side and his balance was favoring one leg over the other, although to give him credit, he was miles better than when Naruto had broken his leg. Even with this handicap, I'm still an S-class ninja. Do you really think you're strong enough? Normally I'd say no, but there's one other thing that has me to believe that you're not as healthy as you appear to be. Hitomi said with a smile. And what would that be? Itachi asked, just to amuse the girl. You're not fighting. Even if you weren't in top shape, you'd be out there protecting the village. But you back here far away from where pain would come, looking for people who know about Naruto's whereabouts. Itachi didn't give any outward reaction, although Hitomi was right on the money. Itachi had been ordered not to fight due to his condition combined with the damage Naruto did, but it looked like now he didn't have a choice. Hitomi was already charging him with her scythe. Itachi had already determined that. Hitomi was a genjutsu and dispelled it, moving his arm behind him to block the real Hitomi's scythe attack from behind. Hanabi was walking around the leaf very calmly. It would seem to anyone watching her that she must be faking it just to make herself look cooler, but Hanabi was not acting. She really didn't care what was going on. This battle was nothing more than a scene to watch. All because she knew about Naruto's plan, and she knew that this battle had no bearing on the plan, at least not yet. Hanabi would walk around only keeping an eye out for potential attackers, but Hanabi didn't have a goal. She would rather be in Kumo with Naruto, but that's not how Pain decided it, so she was stuck here until the battle was over. The funny part was that it didn't matter who won this battle, at least in the terms of Naruto's plan. The only part that was required was that there was a winner in this battle. All there was to do was wait until the battle here and the battle in Kumo was over. Then all the prep work would be done and Naruto would take center stage. Hanabi could hardly wait. She was already blushing thinking about the life she would have after Naruto became a god. If only this battle would hurry up. Can't these people kill each other any faster? Hanabi, a voice said from behind. Hanabi turned around, already knowing who was there thanks to her Byakugan. Hello father, sister. I was hoping that you would just let me pass by. I see you have grown very confident in the time we've been apart. Hayashi said, like he was talking to a business partner instead of his daughter. I have been trained by the most confident person alive. Hanabi said. But enough about that, I know you aren't taking a stroll through the village. Why are you here? Well, I think that would be obvious. The village is under attack and it's my duty to protect it. That's not what I'm talking about and you know it. Hanabi said. Her father had never failed at making her angry. I mean, why'd you track me down? I think that should be obvious too. I request that you came back to Hyuga clan and become the heir. Hayashi said. I can understand if you are hesitant, but you don't have to worry. I will use all my political power to make sure that you do not receive any punishment for associating with. Hayashi paused for a moment, trying to think of the right words. That group of dangerous mercenaries and the Hokage's distasteful son. The Nuwabari trembled in Hanabi's hand. You really haven't learned anything, have you? I left because I didn't want to be part of that damn clan, much less lead it. Why do I have to be the head? Hinata was born first and she didn't betray the leaf. Surely you've been training her to be the head, and Hinata, why won't you spec up for yourself? Hanabi yelled to Hinata, who hadn't said a word. I know you want to be the head to change the way the clan does things, but here you are just standing there while he talks about replacing you. That was a brief silence,
But Hinata started talking with a trembling voice. I don't care about being the head, I just want you to come back. Don't you see what you're doing is wrong? Do you have any idea how many people Naruto has hurt? I have a pretty good idea, but I don't care. Naruto doesn't go out to hurt people. People come to hurt him. He's just defending himself. It's not his fault that he has so much power that it makes it look like he was the one who attacked. Hanabi said. You call in joining the Akatsuki and hunting down Jinchuriki defending himself? Hinata said, wonder just how far Hanabi believed in Naruto. That's only because the Akatsuki ordered him to, and Naruto only joined the Akatsuki because if he didn't he would have no one to help him when the major villages came after him, but don't worry, that time has passed. You might not believe this, but we're on your side. Very soon Naruto will destroy the Akatsuki. That doesn't make it any better. Naruto will just become an even greater villain than the Akatsuki. Hinata said. You wrong. I can't say the world will be peaceful after Naruto wins, but I know once Naruto's in control he won't go and destroy everything. He won't destroy anything. We're going to live a peaceful life that will only be interrupted if some idiot decides they want to fight Naruto. Hanabi yelled. You're crazy. Hinata said. Maybe, but you are too if you think I'm going back with you. Hanabi said, forcing chakra to her hands. I had hoped it wouldn't have had to come to this, but I can see now that the only way to do this is by force. Hayashi said as he activated his Byakugan and got in his own fighting stance. These fights may be important to the people involved no matter what the reason, but they were minor encounters in this war. It would seem to anyone watching that the Akatsuki was absolute having their way with Konoha and Kumo, but the real fights were just beginning. A pain that looked more machine than human was blindsided by a fireball. His tough metal plates took most of the damage, but that was nothing more than a warm-up for Kakashi. He would make sure this piece of metal ended up in the trash. Another pain with long hair and was the one that had been interrogating the ninja for information stood across from a very pissed-looking Kushina. Were you looking for me? She yelled as several chains shot from her back and towards the enemy. A pain that had the ability to absorb chakra was finding its powers useless against Guy and his student Tenten. A pain that had summoned animals to assist the fight was finding itself being beaten back on all sides by Umbu and other powerful ninja, but the main problem was a feisty Suna girl who was using her giant fan to keep the pain in range of the other ninja. One of the most important pains who had the power to restore any of the other pains wasn't even given a chance to fight as Gaara crushed him in sand before he even knew what was happening. The final pain was dealing with a furious Hokage who, despite being in a hospital bed for a while and was far from fully healed, was using his teleportation to put up a pretty good fight. Universal pull, the pain said, but the jutsu only collected rock as Minato teleported out of the range. You'll have to do better than that. Minato said, blood dripping from his mouth despite not having been hit during the battle. Conan was fighting a battle she could not hope to win. Conan, I can't believe it's you. Why would you do this? Jiraiya said with a pained look his eye. We have to for peace. Conan yelled. How will this bring peace? Jiraiya said, motioning to the destruction that was all around them. You'd never understand. Conan yelled as she attacked her old master. The Akatsuki might be strong, but they didn't have the numbers needed for something like this. They had been speared to thin. The 5 major villages had powerful ninjas on their own plus the average ninja to back them up. As it was, the fight that had started with the Akatsuki decimating the other side was changing flow as the few Akatsuki members had to fight off an endless stream of ninja. They might have been fine if they had gotten more people and had planned for a little longer, but Naruto had forced them to rush. It wasn't just in Konoha that the Akatsuki was being beat back. In Kumo things weren't looking much better. The Kages had entered the fray. Kisame was clashing swords with a ninja who looked like a nerd with glasses, but he was one of the 7 swordsmen and as such couldn't be underestimated. It also was bad news when the Mei started assisting him. Not to mention the other 100 or so ninja that were surrounding him. Deidara's safe spot in the sky suddenly wasn't so safe as he barely avoided a winjutsu. You ran out on her last fight, I won't let you do that again. Anoki said. Shut it, you damn old man. I would have killed you if it wasn't for that brat calling me away. Deidara yelled. I see, so you take orders from kids now. Anoki said, giving Deidara a smile filled with spite. Back to the ground below, Tobi was hiding behind Naruto, about ready to piss himself. But Naruto was smiling as he couldn't be happier with his luck. Your certainty came out earlier than expected. If you think I'll let you terrorize this village, why I just sit in the background like an extra, then you are sorely mistaken. Plus I have to punish you for what you did to my fellow jinchuriki. Killer Bee said. With his 8 swords already out. He wasn't the only one there. Kumo ninja were behind him, ready to give him support if necessary, although they would be worthless against Naruto. Don't you take us lightly. Naruto here is going to kick your ass. Tobi shouted as he ran behind some rubble. Naruto sighed before he started speaking again. Tobi might be an idiot, but he's right about one thing: you can't beat me. We'll just see about that. Bee said, moving so fast that he may have well teleported in front of Naruto. All 8 of his swords were aimed to pierce somewhere vital. They all broke before touching Naruto's skin. I guess we saw. Naruto said and punched Bee in the stomach, forcing him back a few feet. Naruto walked up to Bee so casually that it looked like he might have started skipping. Bee, it could be argued that even if all of the jinchuriki were still active, you'd be the strongest, but I'm absolute the worst person you could ever be put up against. Your power comes from your brute strength and lightning fast speed, but none of that matters to me. In order to beat me, you need unique jutsus or a unique skill. You have neither of those. Naruto almost started laughing. You should just give up. Then I'll show you I do have a unique jutsu. He said as red chakra emerged from his body and covered him like a suit of armor. His speed and strength had been even further increased as he shot off the ground towards Naruto, leaving a crater in the ground from where he jumped. Naruto did the exact same thing and the two clashed in midair. Blood was sent into the sky, but none of it was Naruto's. He crashed into the ground, causing the street they were on to implode. His cloak immediately vanished as the damage Naruto had done had just been that great. Naruto stood on the edge of the crater that his attack had caused, completely unharmed, looking down at a barely conscious jinchuriki. I thought I told you strength and speed mean nothing to me. All it does is inflict more damage to yourself. It's because you're so strong that this battle was so easy for me, you did all the work for me. And by the way, that unique skill isn't that unique. I can name at least 8 other people who could do it. Bee forced his broken body into a sitting position. His face was warped in anger and regret. He obviously wanted to fight, but his body wasn't listening to him, and what if it was? It wouldn't change anything. But slowly Bee's face changed into a sad smile. Who would have guessed that I would be taken down in one shot? Bee said with a dry laugh. Even if I was to go into my full beast mode, I doubt it would work, but even though I lost, I won't let you get your way. Naruto realized what was going on a second too late and wasn't able to stop Bee from taking one of his busted swords and stabbing himself through the heart, an instant death. And with Bee's death, not only went a beloved figure in Kumo, but the tailed beast that was inside him. The 8 tails would reform, but that could be years from now. The Akatsuki's plans had shaken to the core. The Kumo ninja that were there watched sadly as Bee's body fell to the ground. Naruto was pissed, but there was someone who was much more pissed than Naruto. So much so that he was shaking to his very core, and oddly enough it was Tobi. Damn it, Tobi said in a tone that wasn't his. That bastard ruined everything. Zesta, get out here. The voice that was no longer Tobi's yelled. Zestu emerged from the ground, although it was only the white half. Who would have thought that he'd kill himself? Don't jinchuriki fight no matter what? I don't care about that. What the situation with the 9 tails? The 9 tails isn't in Konoha, and the way things are going now, Pain won't live to find out where she is. Zesta said in a mocking tone, like he was glad the plan was going to shit. Toby hissed as he spoke. Get your other half and return to monitor the leaf at everyone on our side dies, then return to base. If not, continue as planned. And what are you going to do? Zestu asked. I'm going to finish us up here and gather up the Akatsuki members here. Toby said. I have to think of a new way to go about things now that the Eight Tails ID dead. Zesta seemed content with that answer and phased back into the ground, but Naruto still had question. Who the hell are you, Toby? Toby turned around and Naruto could see a Sharingan eye. I am Madara Uchiha, the true leader of the Akatsuki. And just for the record, Naruto, if you ever try to kill me again or betray the Akatsuki like I know you were planning to, then I will wipe your sorry thoughts from your head along with the rest of your internal organs. I'm not nearly as forgiving as Pain. That was all Madara said before leaving. Big talk coming from someone who hasn't done anything besides sit in the shadows. Naruto said. Naruto wasn't the least bit afraid of Madara, but he would have to be dealt with. Naruto looked at B's body and to the ninja on the other side of the crater. They all looked terrified, but they all had too much pride to run away. They were expecting Naruto to come after them, but Naruto had different plans. True, Naruto would have liked to have the 8 and 9 tails before proceeding with his plan, but they weren't necessary, and since it looked unlikely that the 9 tails would be captured, that was no reason to put it off any longer. Naruto took a cup of water out of his Akatsuki cloak. Hanabi would have recognized it as the same one she had seen Naruto used to communicate with Suigetsu. Naruto dropped it and it shattered on the ground. The Kumo ninja watched in awe as Naruto turned away from them and ripped of his cloak. He wasn't wearing a shirt, but he walked to the nearest Kumo ninja corpse and took off his white flak jacket and put it on. Madara's threat had done nothing. Naruto had betrayed the Akatsuki. In a Konoha restaurant, Suigetsu was sitting at a table eating a bowl of yogurt. Across from him sat his partner. There was no one else there, which was to be expected as they were basically in the middle of a war zone. Don't you think you should be a little more cautious? Suigetsu's partner asked. Why, it's not like the Akatsuki is going to come looking for Naruko in here, and if any other ninja come in here to hide or whatnot, I'll just kill them. Suigetsu said, specking between mouthfuls of yogurt. But just as Suigetsu was about to take another bite, his body stiffened, then he smiled. He took the bowl of yogurt and downed the whole thing. Then he stood up and motioned for his partner to do the same. Naruto called, "We've finally gotten to the good part." They both walked out of the restaurant ready to complete their part of the plan. The ceiling was complete. Fu fell to the ground like a ragdoll. The Akatsuki looked at Naruto strangely before they stopped sending their thoughts and disappeared one by one. Eventually they all left and Naruto was left alone. The Akatsuki were probably shocked that Naruto hadn't done anything. Little did they know he had. Naruto jumped down next to Fu. "All right, get up," Naruto said, shaking her awake. Fu slowly opened her eyes and letting them focusing on Naruto. "How am I alive?" Fu said weakly. "I told you I wouldn't let you die," Naruto said, grabbing Fu and lifting her up to her feet. She might be a strong ninja, but she had been trapped for 3 days without food or water, and Naruto was sure it wasn't a very pleasant experience. "I know you said you would, but I thought you were just lying," Fu said, trying to stand up on her own without using Naruto as a support. "You need to stop comparing me to those idiots in Taki. I have way more class than them, plus I need more powerful people on my side," Naruto said. "I think you might be overestimating me. Even if I'm alive, I can feel that I'm not a jinchuriki anymore," Fu said, managing to stay on her feet and following Naruto out of the cave. "I know, it wouldn't be very convincing if the Akatsuki didn't get their tail beast, but you're still a good ninja even without you, little helper," Naruto said, sounding like tricking the Akatsuki had been a boring task. "So how did you save me?" Fu asked. "It wasn't that hard, although I'm sure if any of the other Akatsuki members had actually been in the room they would have noticed," Naruto said. "All I did was use my vector control to separate your regular chakra from the demonic and then only let the demonic chakra out of your body."
But even if you did that, I still should have died. Fu said, shocked at how easy Naruto made that sound. Well, I did control all your internal functions and adjusted them to stable levels. That was the hard part. Do you know how many things I had to keep track of? Blood flow, heartbeat, breathing, chakra flow, just to name some of the more important ones. Thank you, Fu said, blushing a bit from hearing all Naruto had done for her. No need, you'll repay me soon enough. Naruto said, looking up into the sky like he expected something to come down and greet him. What do I need to do? I'll do anything. Fu said, ready to repay her. Savor completely ignored that he was the one who had captured in the first place, but she would rather be with him anyways. You won't have to do much, just help me with a plan. Naruto spent the rest of the day explaining what Fu and some guy named Suigetsu were going to do. Fu would never forget that. Naruto had taken her away from Taki, and while she thought the best way to go about things was to try and get the village to like her, she realized now that it would never have happened. She wouldn't deny it, she had probably fallen in love with Naruto and was eager for this all to be over so she could spend more time with him. Fu, however, was not a useless fangirl that would follow him like a lost puppy. In fact, Fu had some problems with this plan. Sure, Fu knew it would make him stronger, incredibly so, but a god. Fu thought Naruto might be a little full of himself, but then again Naruto hadn't really explained what would happen when all he got the parts he needed. When Fu had asked him, he just reposed with, once I have the tailed beast and what you two will be getting from the leaf, my vector control will ascend it to another level, a godly level. Fu didn't know how the tailed beasts would make Naruto's vector control any more power. Hell, Fu didn't know how his vector control could get any stronger. But that was only on the tailed beast end. Fu knew exactly how the item they were getting would help Naruto. We're here, Suigetsu said, looking at a sewer grate. Then let's get to work, Fu said with a lovely smile. On the other side of the village, metal clashed with sparks jumping from every impact. Mito was having problems getting close to Minima as her chains would keep pushing her away, and her long-range lighting jutsus didn't help since they would just charge Minima's chains. Is this what you want, Mito, for us to be fighting? Just let me make it up to you. Naruko's changed, but Naruto never will. Shut up, you don't know anything, Mito yelled, blocking one of Minima's chains. You can't deny it, if you stay with Naruto you'll end up as rotten and evil as he is, Minima said, focusing her energy to make her chains strike faster. You're the rotten ones, Mito yelled, breaking through Minima's wall of chains and getting in close. Minim ducked down to avoid Mito's swords and hit her in the stomach. Her doing so caused Mito leaned over in pain and cut Minima on both her shoulders as her swords were brought down. Minima backed away to keep her arms from getting cut off. Was it really that bad? Would you still rather take Naruto over us? Minima yelled. Why wouldn't I? Mito yelled, her eyes starting to tear up, and Minima could see the little girl she was. The fact was, Mito was still a kid who should be going on C-rank missions with her friends, not in the middle of a battlefield fighting her sister. She had her childhood robbed from her, and as much as Minima would like to blame Naruto, she knew that she was just as at fault. Damn it! It's the older sister's job to protect the younger one, Minima said, just loud enough for Mito to hear. We shouldn't be doing this, we're family, Minima yelled, tears running down her own face. Well, it's Naruto's job too. And he did it way better than you. Metal clashed once again in a fury of emotion. He's not protecting you, he's using you to further his own crazy plan, Minima said, sweat dripping down her face and her shoulders rising up and down with each heavy breath. Mito wasn't in any better shape. They had both been running around a lot, and with the emotion running high, the mental strain was just as bad as the physical one. You talk about protecting me. You talk about how we need to be a family. But you call him crazy. You call him a monster. Tell me, where does Naruto fit into this happy fantasy of yours? Isn't he family too? Mito yelled. Minima was about to retort, but the words died in her mouth. Where did Naruto fit in? Sure, Minima had decided that Naruto was too evil to ever be accepted into the family, but he wouldn't just go away if Minima brought Mito back.
Did Minima want him killed? In the heat of her anger she may have said yes, but now no matter how evil Naruto was, Minima didn't want to visit his grave. But the only other option was to let him continue on and become a god, and if that happened then who knows what kind of disaster he would bring. Naruto was evil, Minima had no doubt about that, but was it really his fault? He had been trapped in a cage with Orochimaru as his warden. Naruto may play it off like no big deal, but who knows what he went through. Maybe Naruto could step out of the darkness and into the light. He wouldn't be the first member of their family to do it. Minima looked at Mito. She obviously cared deeply about Naruto, and convincing her to come back to Konoha would be difficult, but Minima had to convince her. Not just because she thought it would be best for Mito, but because now she believed it would be best for Naruto. If he could be surrounded by family that truly wanted to set him right, then maybe something would change. Where does Naruto fit in? Minima said after a long period of silent thinking. Right beside us. Mito was taken back by Minima's complete reversal and crouched lower into her fighting position. You're lying, you want to see Naruto dead, and even if you did believe that, Naruto's already the brother I wanted, he doesn't need to change. I have no reason to come here when we already have everything we need. Now you're lying. Minima said with a low tone. Naruto isn't at all the brother you wanted. Minima took out a book and threw it at Mito. Surprisingly, Mito dropped one of her swords to catch it because that book was very important to her. It was the book that had all the drawings of what she thought Naruto would look and be like. She hadn't brought it with her when she left because she had been going to meet the real thing. You went to see a hero. A person who would save everyone no matter what, but most importantly you wanted him to save you. But you didn't get that. Instead you got someone who only cares for himself and his small group of allies. He doesn't believe in second chances, all it takes is for someone to get in his way. Then he has no problem with killing them. You don't understand. It's your fault for attacking him, he's the victim. He's nice when it's not a battle. No, you're the one who's wrong. Minima yelled, abandoning her chains and running towards Mito. What would happen if you all died here? Who would he be nice to then? And maybe people do attack him, but I'm sure you know that those attacks can't even be considered threats to Naruto. It's the same as them yelling that they're going to kill him, and yet when someone yells that at me I don't go and kill them because I know they couldn't really do it. So why is Naruto? Minima was getting closer. Mito could see, but her mind had been completely shot. All she ever believed and thought about Naruto was coming into question. As such, Mito couldn't even dedicate 1% of her brain to putting up a defense. Mito thought Minima was going to hit her, but instead she hugged her. But even if all that's the case, we're a family and need to help each other. I can see that now thanks to you. So what do you say, do you want to help us pull Naruto out from the darkness? Mito didn't give a verbal response, her brain would not allow for such a thing, but she warped her arm around Minima's back to return the hug. The broken family was slowly picking up the pieces and putting it back together. A ninja who was not part of the normal Konoha force was patrolling the sewers. He was part of an organizing Noah's route under the leadership of Danzo, and yet none of the members of the organization were fighting the serious threat to the leaf. Instead, they had come down to the sewer, which was hiding one of Root's many bases. They were waiting it out to see what would happen after the flames were out. Danzo wanted the Hokage seat, and there was no better chance to take a grab at it than right after the battle. The ninja was patrolling to make sure no one would find out about them, at least until they were ready. Unfortunately, a group had already made their move. The Root ninja heard the sound of someone landing behind him, but before he could turn around he was pushed into the sewer water. Normally he would have just surfaced and raised the alarm, but something was keeping him from swimming up. It felt like something was grabbing, but the only thing around him was water. Unable to break free of the mysterious power, the Root ninja drowned. Fu watched the ninja's body float back up, then pushed downstream. A moment later, Suigetsu's head popped above the waterline. And another one meets a watery grave. No one's caught on yet? Fu asked. The water is still undisturbed, they have no idea we're here. Suigetsu said with an easygoing tone. That's good. Fighting Danzo head-on would be a problem. Fu said, only knowing the man from what Naruto had told her. Yeah, but he has to unlock that arm of his before he can really stand up to us. A quick assassination will be the end of that odd fart. Suigetsu said as he started swimming. How do you know all this? Fu asked. Same way Naruto does. Danzo made all kinds of dark deals with Orochimaru. I only saw him a couple of times myself, and that was only as he was passing by, but the prisoners didn't have much to do but talk about what was going on, so information got spread around. Besides, I'm sure the Hokage's son got to meet him on a more personal level than I ever did. Suigetsu said as he stopped his swimming and disappeared back underwater. Anyways, let's get a move on, we've still got more ground to cover before we get to Danzo. Suigetsu's voice echoed off the walls, making it impossible to tell where he was in that mucky water. It gave off a very unnerving aura that made Suigetsu seem like a ghost. Fu was just glad he was on her side. She didn't know how she would deal with someone who could literally become part of the water. Hitomi was bleeding badly. Even with Itachi's injuries, he was still kicking her ass, but Hitomi was not disheartened yet because she had gotten hits in. They were not nearly as numerous or as damaging as the ones she had received, but they proved that Itachi wasn't even close to his full potential. Hitomi knew that with Itachi's current state, being aggressive was a much better strategy than waiting for Itachi to catch his breath. Hitomi charged in with her scythe, swinging it wildly, trying to attack from every angle, but she was cut off when Itachi kicked her in the stomach, pushing her back. But something strange happened. Itachi staggered. Hitomi, not willing to let this chance go to waste, did a diagonal swing that cut Itachi down his chest. Itachi took a few uneasy steps back as blood dripped to the floor. Then started coughing uncontrollably. He brought his hand to his mouth, and when he removed it, there was a fresh coat of blood on it. What the hell is wrong with you? Hitomi asked, having problems believing that Itachi was in this bad a state. Itachi gave a dry smile with blood running down the side of his mouth. You might find this hard to believe, but I'm dying. You're right, I don't believe that. You're telling me that one of the strongest ninja in the Leaf is on their deathbed? Hitomi yelled. You can believe what you want, but it's the truth. I don't have much time left. I was supposed to be resting to get my strength back up. But since you forced me into this fight, I can feel my body dying out on me, and even if you hadn't attacked me, I would have never been able to stay in this ninja life for much longer. So congratulations, you got your revenge. Even if you lose this fight, the odds are I won't make it to see the end of the day. Itachi said with a kind of final peace. So is that it after everything you've done? All the people you've hurt, you just going to fade away without any last hurrah? Hitomi said. She didn't know why, but the knowledge that Itachi was going to die no matter what made her angry. It was like her own vengeance was being taken away from her. What about all the other Uchiha kids? How would they feel knowing that the man who murdered their family just suddenly died? Would they feel satisfied? Hitomi couldn't imagine they would. If you're going to die anyways, then let me kill you. At least that way I can feel like you paid for your crimes. I can't do that. Itachi said. Revenge does nothing but drag people into the abyss. If I let you kill me, then Sasuke will swear his revenge against you and the cycle will start all over again. You say I need to pay for the terrible things I've done, yet you follow someone who is just like me. I did what I did to protect the village. Naruto did what he did to protect himself. We've both made orphans and caused people to cry and swear their vengeance against us. Tell me, do you think the children of the ninja Naruto killed, regardless of who started the fight, should have the right to kill Naruto? Hitomi was shanking. She wanted to say of course not, it was their parents' fault for attacking Naruto, but that would mean destroying the very base of why she was attacking Itachi. It was after all her parents who had started the fight against the Leaf. In the end, Hitomi couldn't say anything and charged Itachi for one last attempt at revenge. And Itachi stood there with a dry smile on his face awaiting the end. Hitomi's side was embedded in Itachi's side and had priced a lung. He would soon die. Itachi knew this, but he was content.
The cycle of revenge that had cursed the Uchiha for a long time had been broken, at least for now.
Sasuke would not seek revenge on Itachi's killer because she was laid out on the street with a kunai in her stomach.
She was not breathing. Itachi turned back to his house and started walking. There was no reason for it, but he wanted to die in his own home. He made it to the front door, a trail of blood behind him. Right as he opened the door, he fell inside with his final breath. His upper half laid inside the threshold of his property while his bottom half laid outside.
Maybe Hitomi would find satisfaction that she had denied Itachi his final wish, no matter how small. Danzo, an old man covered in bandages, was surrounded by root ninja that were ready to give their lives to protect him.
Suigetsu was watching from the water. If only Danzo was a little bit closer, then one swing with his sword would end it. But as things stood right now, Suigetsu had no way of getting to Danzo without alerting every ninja there. Fu, on the other hand, was right above Danzo's head and no one was noticing.
She could suppress her chakra signature completely.
To most people this would be impossible, but Fu had to learn to suppress her demonic chakra, and when it was suddenly taken away, suppressing her regular chakra was an easy task. Besides that, it was amazing just how little people forgot to look up. Yet even with Fu in the perfect position to assassinate Danzo, she couldn't, because once she did, those root ninja would kill her, and Fu wasn't going to make this a suicide mission. So it was up to Suigetsu to lure them away. Suigetsu thought about it for a little bit, but couldn't think of anything, so he would just do what he did best. If Fu couldn't take on all the root ninja alone, then they would just do it together. Suigetsu jumped out of the water, slicing the nearest ninja in half. All attention was on Suigetsu, and in that moment Fu, who was not happy about the plan Suigetsu chose, dropped down and stabbed a water blade through Danzo's heart. The root ninja quickly fought back despite their leader having been killed, but in the end the shock of losing their boss caused them to become disorganized and ended in their deaths. Suigetsu tossed all the bodies into the water as Fu dressed the wounds she acquired from the battle. "I can't believe you got injured. Those guys were jokes once Danzo was killed."
Speaking about Danzo, did you see the look on his face? He didn't even have to think about unlocking his arm.
"We got luckily. If he had sensed we were coming, he would have crushed us, and by the way, you got injured just as much as I did, but your stupid body doesn't show the damage," Fu said. "Yeah, whatever, but now that everyone's dead, we can search for those documents that Naruto wants," Suigetsu said, heading as he started opening random desks and cabinets that were down here. "I guess you're right, we need to get that information, but we don't even know if Danzo has it or if it even exists in the first place," Fu said. "Trust me, it exists, and Danzo will defiantly have it. After all, the guy is obsessed with the Sharingan. There's no way he didn't do research into its abilities," Suigetsu said, tossing a sack of paper to the side.
"Then I guess we better find,"
Fu said as she started looking around, thinking about how happy it would make Naruto if she hand-delivered the information. Once he knew the concept behind the Sharingan's power, he would be able to reflect it, and then he wouldn't have to worry about some pesky Uchiha taking his throne. And if by will alone Fu found it, Danzo's research into the Sharingan. A quick skim showed that it was exactly what Naruto needed to plug the hole in his defense. Hanabi kept her distance since her father's gentle fist technique was miles ahead of hers. But Hayashi wouldn't be head of the Hyuga clan if something that simple would stop him. He shot wind out of his palms. The area of effect was wide and it was tearing up the ground, so Hanabi was forced to dodge to the side. That was all the time it took for Hayashi to close the distance. Hanabi quickly spun around, creating a dome of chakra to push Hayashi back. If he was able to close even one of Hanabi's major chakra points, the fight would be over. Hanabi dome didn't stop Hayashi for long. He created his own dome and brought it against Hanabi's. The two chakras grinded against each other. However, within a matter of seconds it was clear who had the upper hand. Hanabi's dome burst as she flew backwards. Hayashi stopped spinning and stood there waiting for Hanabi to get up. Hanabi was pissed as she stood up and wiped the blood that was dripping from her chin. It was clear by the way her father was acting that he didn't see this as an actually fight, he was treating it more as a training exercise. That would also explain why Hinata was standing off to the sidelines not doing anything. And as if to prove her point, Hayashi started talking. "You've improved.
I'm glad to see that your absence from the leaf hasn't been a complete waste. Hanabi growled as she did a few hand signs and a wave of water escaped from her mouth. Hayashi didn't bat an eye as he ran straight through the torrent. It looked like the water had engulfed him, but a little later he popped back at the other side with no sign of the water having affected him, with the expectation of being soaked. Hanabi tried to do another set of hand signs, but Hayashi was too close. Hanabi ended up in the situation she had wanted to avoid the most, a taijutsu battle. Hayashi attacks were lightning fast and had the precision of a surgeon. Hanabi could not keep up. She tried to fall back, but this only caused Hayashi to push his advantage. He struck several of Hanabi's chakra points before she was finally able to get away. None of them were major, and as long as Hanabi had use of her arms she could unblock them once she had an opportunity to do so, but they disrupted her chakra network nonetheless. Hanabi really had to think of a way to beat her father. She still had the Nuabari, but with Hayashi Byakugan that was no angle she could strike from that he wouldn't see. Actually, there was one place, but there was no way her father would be careless enough to let Hanabi take advantage of it. Yet it was her only hope, so she had to try it. Hanabi threw the Nuabari at Hayashi and he dodged to the side no problem. Hanabi pulled at the string to have the sword return, but she adjusted it so it was in Hayashi blind stop. It got closer and closer to Hayashi's head and Hanabi dared to hope it would work, but just as it was about to hit, Hayashi brought his arm behind his head and grabbed it. "Did you really think that would work?" Hayashi said, sounding disappointed. "No, but I think this will." Hanabi yelled as she came charging at him. Hayashi was unprepared and he was still holding the Nuabari, so he only used one hand to attack Hanabi. He closed off a lot of her chakra points, but Hanabi was still able to crash into him with her entire weight, while not a lot was still able to knock him to the ground. Hayashi barely had enough time to move the Nuabari he was holding so it wouldn't skewer him. Hanabi, however, now had an advantage and was desperate to press it. Hanabi headbutted Hayashi, causing blood to drip from both their foreheads. Hayashi was no use to this kind of fight and got lightheaded from the attack. His grip on the sword loosened and Hanabi was quick to pick it up and place it right above Hayashi's neck. "You lose," Hanabi said. "Oh really? Because I'm still breathing, and if you think you can get away while I'm still able to move, then maybe Hinata really should be clan head," Hayashi said, looking at Hanabi's form. She was shaking so badly that she couldn't keep her weapon steady. It was all because her chakra network was shot thanks to all the chakra points Hayashi had closed. Hanabi needed to get away and unblock them, but in order to guarantee that time, Hayashi would have to be died. "You can't do it, can you?" Hayashi said with an emotionless look. "You might have been trained by someone who could kill his family without a care, but you can't do it." Hayashi slowly brought his arm up and grabbed the sword. Hanabi knew that if he pushed it away it would all be over. She had to make a choice, but could she really kill her father? Naruto or her father, a subordinate to the strongest ninja in the world or the head of the most prestigious clan in the world, love or blood? A choice had to be made, and in the end it was. Madara ran through Kumo with the intent of gather up the Akatsuki, but that plan would be put on hold when a boulder the size of a building landed on him. Madara's head poked out of the rock to see a man with an eerie grin approaching. "I see you didn't heed my warning." "Warning?" Naruto said, coming to a stop in front of Madara. "I didn't take that as a warning, I took it as a challenge." "Are you really prepared to take me on?" Madara said, phasing completely out of the rock. Naruto tilted his head to the side, cracking his neck. An ancient artifact who lost to the first Hokage when he was still in his prime. "I think I'll be just fine." "You're also making an enemy of the Akatsuki," Madara said, as if to give Naruto one last chance, but both knew that there was not going back. "The Akatsuki," Naruto laughed, "is done. They're getting destroyed in the leaf, and Kumo has already pushed Kisame and Deidara back if they're not dead already. Besides, even if you somehow scrounge up the remains, B's dead. The Akatsuki has lost its goal. Its reason to exist." Then the fight began. Both sides jumped at each other, bringing their fists together, but instead of an explosion of power, Naruto harmlessly passed through Madara. "You know, that really pisses me off." Naruto said, trying to mess with Madara's vectors, but oddly enough he couldn't find any. This is no different from your reflection, they both keep us from being hit. Madara said.
So you're saying neither of us can cause damage to the other?
What a boring battle this will turn out to be. Naruto said. You're the one who started it. Madara said.
But I didn't say that, I only said they served the same purpose.
Madara threw a kunai and it stuck into Naruto's side, bypassing his reflection.
Naruto felt the pain but didn't look at all worried that his reflection had been broken.
He screwed with his own chakra and the kunai disappeared. You know, if you want to trick me with a genjutsu, you're going to have to be more realistic.
Like, show me a giant monster that breathes fire and talks like a 4-year-old crushing Kumo. The fight continued, and just like Naruto predicted, the fight was painfully boring. All the attacks Naruto tried to do passed right through Madara, and Madara wouldn't even attack because he would get a broken wrist if he tried. All Naruto could think to do was constantly attack Madara, and maybe he would just run out of chakra using that technique, or maybe the technique itself had some sort of restriction. It didn't look like it was doing anything, but Naruto noticed that the closer that they got to the 5-minute mark, the more nervous Madara was becoming and the more he tried to get away from Naruto. What's the problem, you getting scared? Madara didn't say anything but tried even harder to get away. You better do something or you're going to die. Madara couldn't get away, so he did the only thing he could. Naruto suddenly found his body getting pulled forward into Madara's eye. It wasn't long before Naruto's entire body was sucked in by the unknown vector. Naruto dropped into a strange place that was made up entirely of block and had purple tint. Madara was standing on a block that was elevated higher than the one he was on. Is this your big plan? Naruto said, spreading his arms. Do you think that if we fight here that anything will change? Madara looked down on Naruto and spoke in a very superior voice. Of course not, but I can just leave you here until you starve. But maybe I'll let you out if you swear allegiance to me. Madara expected Naruto to have a look of pure horror, being forced to admit he lost, but that's not what he got. Instead, Naruto looked annoyed. Is that it? Is that all you've got? Do you think you're so powerful that you can fight off starvation? Madara asked, mad that he had not gotten the reaction he wanted. Naruto's face warped from an annoyed look to a disappointed look. To think I thought I was going to be able to fight someone who was able to face off against the god of shinobi. That would have proven I was the strongest ninja alive, but instead I got you a sad access for an imposture. Madara was taken back by Naruto's word. What are you talking about? You've lost and now you're trying to say I'm not who I say I am. If you want to be Madara, that's fine, I don't really care anymore, but you're way too weak and stupid. Madara's not a one-trick pony, yet all you were able to do was avoid my attacks, and when that didn't work you sent me here. Even Minato was able to hurt me, but all you can do is lock me in a cell and run away. But I've got news for you, putting me in here was the worst mistake you've ever made, and it's something the real Madara would never do. Naruto said, pointing his arm at the man in the mask. I know how you've been phasing through everything. You've been sending your body or part of it into this dimension. So what if you figure it out, you're still trapped in here? Madara said, about ready to leave, but Naruto's laugh stopped him. If this is the best you can do, then you've got a serious problem on your hands. You're talking to the master of vectors. Anything that has mass and direction is under my control. And you better not think I'm limited to the X, Y, and Z axis of 3D space. You see, I couldn't hit you because I didn't understand how it worked, but now that I know you're just changing dimension, then it becomes simple. All I have to do is take a fourth axis between this dimension and ours into account. Madara watched as the whole dimension started to shift and blur until it changed back to the Kumo. Madara was shocked. He couldn't believe that Naruto had just broken himself out of an inescapable prison. You know, I guess fighting you wasn't a complete waste, because now that I've been in both dimensions I can freely move between them. Naruto said, walking closer to Madara, and to Madara's horror he took a step back in fear. Although I don't know if I'll ever have a reason to change, since I can't send only parts of my body like you can, but it can't hurt to have it. Naruto then speeded towards Madara. Madara didn't know what to do, so he did what he always did and sent part of his body to the other dimension. But Naruto hit him clear on and sent him tumbling back. I told you that if you didn't come up with something new that you would have a serious problem. Naruto yelled, sounding mad that Madara didn't have a different plan. I have that fourth axis now. Even if you send your body to the other dimension, I can bring back by reversing the vectors you're trying to use. Madara launched a devastating fire jutsu at Naruto, but it just came back and phased through Madara. You could hear Naruto sigh. I guess it really is over. You don't have any tricks left. What a disappointment. Naruto brought his hand up and seemed to imagine it warped around Madara's mask. Of course I can only control vectors I touch, so cyclones and rocks will still phase through you. But that's okay, reversing you blood flow will be enough. I won't check to see who you really are after you're dead if you're worried about that. If I did, it would break the illusion. At least this way I can. Pretend that fought with Madara, he just happened to get so much weaker with age. With that said, Naruto lunged at the man in the mask and killed him. Nagato watched Minato approach him. So you're the one who was controlling the pains? Minato said with a hateful look in his eye. I think it hardly matters what part one played in the invasion. All that you care about it that I played a part, so just go ahead and kill me. I know you want to. Nagato said, having given up after watching all his pains and Konan die. Don't worry, I will, but first I need to ask you something. Where is my son? Minato said with a hint of a hiss. So you still care about him even after he almost killed you? Nagato said. Of course I do. I'm still his father, and even if he's put in a cell for his crimes, you bet it will be a cell in the leaf far anyway from anyone who would kill him out of anger. Minato yelled. How naive, there are plenty of people in the leaf who want him died, and aren't you being a little hypocritical after all? Isn't the reason you're here to kill me is because of your anger? Nagato said, not trying to avoid his fate, just simply stating the facts. You're not my son. And he is not the son of anyone else, so don't be surprised when they offer up the same kind of bloodshed that you've offering me. Where is my son? Who knows? He was sent to Kumo, but if Kumo crushed the Akatsuki just like the leaf did here, then he could be long gone or dead. Nagato said, and not long after a kunai went through his brain. Suigetsu and Fu could only see the leaf village on the horizon now. Looks like we did it. Suigetsu said, smirking with pleasure. We got what we came here for. Now none if the Uchiha's special techniques will be a threat to Naruto. Although now that Itachi's dead, is there really any Uchiha left that could have posed a threat to Naruto? Fu asked. It's still good to have it. But I'm a little sad about the brats, look like none of them will be able to join us. Suigetsu said, although he didn't seem too sad about that fact. Just as they were about to head off, they heard a bush rustle and prepared to attack. There's still one brat who's willing to come along, Hanabi said as she shambled onto the road. Her face was covered in blood, but only a little bit if it was hers. She had made her choice and she had choosing Naruto. Let's get going, I want to wash this filth off. Oh, look who's giving orders now, Suigetsu said in good fun as Hanabi walked by him. Suigetsu, who is that? Fu whispered into his ear. She had never heard Suigetsu or Naruto talk about the brats until now. She's your competition, Suigetsu said with a smile, running off to meet Hanabi. Fu blushed heavily before running off to catch the both of them. It was silent in Kumo. All the ninja were gathered around a person who looked more like a shark. He wasn't breathing and his sword laid next to him without a master. The explosions had also stopped. The Kumo-nin were sure that Deidara was dead somewhere if he hadn't been crushed to the particle level. Once they realized this fact, they jumped in joy. We've won! Someone yelled. There were cheers and happiness all around. Even Mei seemed to be enjoying herself, but then something struck next the Kisame's body, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Kumo-nin stopped their party and aimed all their weapons at the cloud. Once it settled, they could see person with red eyes bending over to pick up Kisame's sword. Relax, the man said as if he was talking to a group of rowdy children.
I'm just here because I promised I'd get Suigetsu this sword. I have no reason to fight you. Like hell you don't. You're one of the people that invaded our village. Someone yelled. A hail of jutsus and weapons assaulted the man, once again kicking up a cloud of dust. But none of them hit and none of they were reflected. Instead, above the cloud the man was hovering with 4 cyclones keeping him in the air and the sword in his hand. I have no time for you today. The man said. Because I have very important business to take care of, and once it's complete I will have elevated to a new plane. The man then flew away so fast that some would question if he had never really been there and it had just been a genjutsu. Mito sat in a cell, her weapons taken and a chakra seal on her body. Even if she had given up willingly, she was still an enemy and wouldn't allow to walk around the village freely. She had been brought to this prison after the battle had ended and hadn't seen any of her family members since, but Mito doubted that would last long. Why the gloomy look? The person who shared the cell next to her said. Mito chose to ignore him. She had nothing to say to Orochimaru's assistant. Is it because you betrayed Naruto after all he did for you, or is it because your friend Hitomi is dead? Kabuto continued. Mito didn't really care how Kabuto knew about Hitomi's death. It didn't matter. All he was trying to do was get under her skin. She was mourning her friend's death, but Kabuto had gotten it right the first time. She had betrayed Naruto. That thought would not leave her mind. She wasn't sure if what she did was right anymore. Even if Naruto's was defeated and brought back to the Leaf, the other villages would certainly call for his execution. Mito supposed they would call for hers too, but Minato probably had enough political power to stop that. After all, the only really destructions thing she did to the major villages was captured Iwa's jinchuriki, but that could be blamed on Deidara. But what if Naruto wasn't defeated? Would he come back and kill her for her betrayal? Mito wanted to say they had gone through too much for Naruto to kill her just like that, but she couldn't deny that Naruto didn't have much mercy for his enemies. The more Mito thought about it, more she realized that she may have screwed up big time. No matter what, it seemed that the happy family Minima described was never going to happen. Mito had been blinded by those false images. In the end, Mito was still just a kid who gave into her emotions over logic. But there was no going back now. Mito spent a couple more hours in her cell just thinking about what would have happened had she stayed with Naruto, but her thoughts were interrupted by footsteps approaching her cell. Mito was afraid to look up, knowing it had to be one of the members of her family. When she finally did look at who had come to visit, she was shocked to see it was Naruko. Mito was about to say something, but Naruko dropped to her knees and put her head to the floor. Mito, I'm sorry. Naruko said, tears leaking into the floor. I'm sorry for being a terrible sister. I'm sorry for not being strong enough to bring Naruto back. I'm sorry for not being here when you were fighting Minima. I'm sorry for everything. Mito didn't know what to say. She never thought she'd see the day when Naruko would apologize to her. She knew that Naruko had changed from what Minima had told her, but she never expected it to be this much. You don't have to apologize. Mito said. But I do. Naruko said, standing up. I know you love Naruto more than you love anyone else in our family, yet you choose us over if. So that's why I'll promise to bring him back and make sure you and him get to live a normal life. I'll get that happy ending. Mito couldn't believe it. The look in her sister's eyes was so full of hope and determination. It was clear that her eyes could only see the world becoming a better place. It was so different from Naruto's, whose eyes had the look detachment and darkness. His eyes saw a world that was filled with violence and stupidity and believed that only a god could change its course. Which one of them saw the right world and which one was dead wrong? Mito believed that Naruto's version was more realistic, but Naruko made that unrealistic world seem so close, and because of that she started giggling. Naruko, you even more of a child than I am, but maybe, just maybe, I'll believe what you say. Naruko gave Mito a smile, a real smile, not one of those plotting smiles that Mito had seen during her childhood. I guess I am a child. Naruko said. But the good thing about being a child is you can keep moving forward without thinking about the consequences. Conniving the Kages to let Naruto walk seems impossible. Mito said.
That's okay, we'll just go step by step and cross that bridge once we get there.
First we have to defeat Naruto. Naruko said, still holding her smile.
The odds of that happening aren't high either, and if he becomes a god it might drop to 0.
I've gotten a gift from Jiraiya and the toads that just might work. Just might isn't going to cut it.
You'll still lose if you go and fight Naruto with the odds you have now.
Then do you have anything that could raise those odds? Naruko asked, dropping her smile to look at Mito with a pleading face. Mito didn't know if she could help.
She didn't even know if she'd help, but just this once she would put her faith in Naruko over Naruto. People would probably call her an idiot for relying on the sister that not too long ago she had hated, but Mito too wanted Naruto to live a normal life, and this might be the only way to do it. I'm not sure if it will have all the answers, but in my mind there is an image of a notebook that Orochimaru wrote about a certain boy. It was closed before I could read it, but if someone could go into my head and pauses that image, then just maybe we can raise our odds.
I'll go tell Tusan right away to get Inoichi on it. Naruko said, walking out of the prison. Oh, and Mito, thank you.
Mito didn't know why, but she felt pride in the fact she was helping her sister. It was strange she should feel horrible for betraying Naruto like this, but for some reason it felt like she was helping Naruto by doing this, although only time would tell if she was really working to make her family whole again.
You're really putting a lot of trust in Naruko and that notebook. Kabuto said. What happens when you have to watch Naruto walk up to an execution platform knowing it's partially your fault?
Kabuto, I know the odds of that happening are way more likely than us being a happy family, but I'm just a kid so I can only imagine a happy ending. Mito said, for the first time truly believing it. Then I'll enjoy seeing that childish fantasy being ripped from your mind.
Kabuto said.
Naruto was floating around his new dimension. Technically it wasn't his dimension, but since no one else that he knew of could access it, Naruto was pretty certain he could lay claim to it. He was only in this dimension because he had wanted to know if it could serve any purpose for him besides storage. That, and he was still waiting for his team to arrive at the meet-up point.
Sadly, both those things had yet to happen.
On the dimension side, Naruto had learned a few things, but none of them were practically useful. For one, the vectors here were very simple, which was why he was floating around so carelessly. It was like swimming through water.
Although there was nothing in this dimension that Naruto couldn't do in his dimension, so that was a bust.
Their other thing that Naruto found was that the two dimensions shared the same time. It was strange. Naruto would have assumed that these two incredibly different dimensions would exist in different time, but no, if Naruto stayed in here for an hour would pass in the other dimension as well. This didn't have any use to Naruto, it was just interesting. The one thing that may have been helpful was the fact that this dimension was a lot more condensed. This meant that talking in step in this dimension would be a couple miles in the other dimension, but alas, while good on paper as a teleportation system, in real life it would be incredibly dangerous to use. The fact was that Naruto had no idea where he would be placed when he warped back. He could put himself in a rock or a tree. The Madara imposter must have been able to use his Sharingan somehow to make sure this didn't happen. So with all Naruto had learned, this dimension was no more use to him than a convenient storage. Naruto floated to the spot he knew he had come in at and wrapped himself back to the meeting place, and to his surprise, Fu, Hanabi and Suigetsu were already there. The bad news was that Naruto appeared right where Suigetsu was standing. Suigetsu exploded into a puddle of water. Another inconvenience with swapping dimensions. If that had been anyone else they would have died, and who knew what could have happened to Naruto. What the hell? Suigetsu yelled as he reformed his body. Naruto gave him a quick insincere apologize before asking if they had gotten what he asked for. Fu nodded her head and pulled out a scroll, handing to Naruto. He gave it a quick skim to make sure it was what he wanted. Naruto smiled when he confirmed it was. This is great, you three can take a break, I'm going to read this in more detail before we move on. Naruto walked a little ways to find a good reading spot. Are you saying we just have to wait for you? Suigetsu yelled. Yes, was Naruto's simple reply as he threw a very large sword on the ground.
Just take this and stop your bitching.
Suigetsu stomped his feet on the ground and walked off mumbling, but not before picking up the sword. Fu and Hanabi had basically been left alone and it was awkward to say the least. They both knew about the other's feeling for Naruto. Hanabi was pissed that Naruto had let Fu onto the team. Before she had no one that could steal Naruto away from her, but now she had real competition, and as much as Hanabi hated to admit it, Fu had better assets than she did. The only thing Hanabi really had an advantage over Fu in was time. She had known Naruto for longer and had more experience with what Naruto liked and didn't like, which was not easy to figure out given Naruto's general apathetic attitude towards most things. So for about an hour Fu and Hanabi shot glares at each other until Naruto finally finished reading and walked over to them. Go work, Fu, this is exactly what I needed, all the Sharingan powers have been revealed to me.
Naruto said, patting Fu on the shoulder, earning a blush from her and an irritated look from Hanabi. Where's Hitomi and Mito? Naruto asked just now, noticing their absence, having been too focused on getting the information about the Sharingan. Well, you see, Hanabi started to say. Hitomi died fighting Itachi and Mito went back to her family. I see. I had heard that Itachi had died on my way here. I'm sure Hitomi can be happy knowing that she got her revenge. Naruto said, turning his head to look for Suigetsu. You're not going to say anything about Mito? Hanabi asked. Why should I? Mito made her choice. If she believes she can be happier in the Leaf, then who am I to stop her? As far as I'm concerned, she can do whatever she wants. She just needs to know that if she decides to attack me, then I will show her no mercy, Naruto said, his voice getting darker towards the end. Besides, it's not like she had any important information on me, so there's nothing to worry about. Anyways, let's get going, we still have a ways to go before we get to that damn statue. Fu and Hanabi quickly nodded, following Naruto. A female ninja was running to the Hokage's office with what could be called the most important information on Naruto, thanks to Mito. She slammed open the doors to Minato's office, forgetting to knock, and started talking. Hokage, we finished looking through Mito's memories and we hit a gold mine. We've figured out Naruto's weakness. Then for the first time the ninja actually looked inside the room, and when she did she almost pissed herself. Inside were all 5 of the Kages along with seriously powerful ninja acting as their guards. Minato just gave her a smile. Thank you, can you please set it down in front of me? Minato said. The terrified female ninja waddled over to the table and set the file down before running out the door as fast as she could. What do you know, we were just talking about what to do about Naruto and in comes some very useful information. Said. Why don't you open it and share with the class? Minato sighed. He knew he would never had been able to avoid telling them about this, but he at least wanted to read it himself beforehand. He opened the file and started reading. It said, Dear Hokage, after going through Mito's mind we have found a notebook she had once looked at belonging to Orochimaru. Although she did not have enough time to read it herself, her mind still had an image of the event. This notebook has provided indispensable information, so instead of paraphrasing I'm going to write down exactly what was in the book on this file. Test subject 001, aka Naruto, has just completed his first test. So far nothing impressive, he only merely threw a rock at high speeds to kill his opponent. I am however hopeful for the future. All the data has suggested that the operation worked perfectly. 001 has complete control over any vectors that comes into contact with his chakra, even if he doesn't know how to properly use it yet. 001 has progressed better than I had hoped. His mind has finally caught up with his chakra and he now has complete control over vectors. He has just mastered the vectors of lightning, which has given him a defense against all 5 of the chakra natures. 001 has become a little uncooperative lately. He has demanded I bring him books on just about everything or he will stop participating in my test. While I could just deny him his request and force him to participate, it could greatly skew the data, as he would most likely just sit there letting his reflection do all the work and not come up with new ways to use his vectors. So I will grant his request. After all, gaining more knowledge could only make him more powerful. 001 has read almost every book in my library, everything from basic jutsus to the history of IWA.
While I expected him to try out some of the non-vector jutsu he must have learned from those books and the tests, he has yet to do so.
I wonder why.
001 has become even cockier these past few weeks. He has demanded that I tell him who his real family is. I realize now that giving him those books was a mistake. It's not the books themselves that are the problem, it's that I gave them to him.
Naruto certainly is intelligent, after all he has to be to
manage his vector control. He has been testing the waters for a while now, seeing how much he could get away with. He was figuring out how important he was to me, and the unfortunate truth is he figure out the answer is very important. As much as don't want to do it in order to keep the tests on schedule, I will have to tell him. I could lie to him, but if he were to ever find out the truth it could stop the test indefinitely, so I will just have to see how it plays out. 001 had a very interesting response to the knowledge of his family. While he did seem like he would like to be with them, he did not show any signs of anger at being taken from them. The tests have gone on smoothly with no change to 001 behavior. If I were to mentally evaluate him, I'd say he has just accepted what happened to him, so while I believe he really wants to get back to his family, he is patient and will not act out on his desire to see them. I do have a countermeasure if 001 ever does try to escape. It has to do with a ring on his wrist. It takes advantage of a certain defect I implanted into the vector control formula. It works by using his own chakra against him. This works because I made sure 001's vector control wasn't precise enough to notice the difference in individual chakra. What happens is the ring has some of 001's chakra stored in it, and when it's turned on it delivers this straight to 001.
Now why would this be a problem? For normal people this wouldn't be an issue. Worth discussing, yet for 001 it's a crippling weakness. Normally when something comes into
contact with 001's chakra, it briefly touches it before 001's default setting determines it's a foreign object and reflects it. But when 001's own chakra is shot at him, there's a problem. 001's reflection has determined that something has attempted to breach it, but what tried to breach it is exactly the same as it, so what's it supposed to do? A paradox has occurred. 001's chakra has just been told to reflect 001's chakra. If 001's vector control was more precise, it could differentiate the chakra that had been shot at him and the chakra that is a part of him, but that doesn't happen. Instead, his chakra reflects itself, dispersing the chakra that made up his reflection in the first place, leaving him defenseless. And if his chakra is continuously being shot at him, then he will be unable to bring chakra to the outside of his body to control vectors. Not to mention that he loses a great deal chakra every time his reflection is dispersed. This is my countermeasure, easy to pull off but almost impossible for someone to figure out on their own. I've made a mistake. 001 escaped when the Akatsuki attacked. He should not have been able to, but I've miscalculated the growth of 001's chakra. The ring was set to replace the chakra it had stored by absorbing chakra from 001 after it shot chakra at him should he attempted to control vectors. That was my mistake. The ring would only refill once it shot, but since 001 realized a long time ago that trying to use his vectors while the ring was on was worthless, he stopped doing it. This caused the same chakra to sit in the ring for a long time. 001 is still a kid, so as he grows his chakra changes slightly as his chakra coils make more connections, something I didn't take into account. Over time the chakra inside 001 and the chakra inside the ring became different enough to be considered different chakra. This is quite a loss, but I'm sure that I can salvage it. The Kages sat in silence after Minato finished reading. They were all thinking about what to do with this information. 4 out of 5 were thinking how they could kill Naruto with it. After almost 3 minutes of being in a noiseless place, Inoki broke the silence. So when do we head out? What do you mean we? We still haven't disused anything and he's my son, so I don't really think you busy Kages need to be involved. Minato said. I wouldn't worry about that. I'm sure all of us would be willing to clear our schedule to help you catch and execute this criminal. Said. Or don't you remember that the alliance was created to take down the Akatsuki and now there's only one member left? Minato bit his lip. There was no way he could bar them from hunting Naruto. The only thing he could do was supply his own ninja to at least try and get Naruto alive. I have a question. Gaara said, breaking Minato's thoughts.
How do we know that doing this will actually work? This is Orochimaru we're talking about here. I wouldn't be surprised if this was all some big lie. If chakra has that much of a difference like Orochimaru says it does, then why is Naruto able to reflect everyone's chakra? Shouldn't he have to find the vectors for each slight change in everyone's chakra before he could reflect it? Not necessarily, Mei said, looking at her fingernails. Think of chakra as water. Water isn't exactly the same. There is salt water and pure water. Some water has more iron, more calcium, more chloride than other water. There are thousands of different kinds of water if you think of it like that. Yet for anyone using a water jutsu it doesn't matter. It must be the same way for Naruto. The changes from one person's chakra to the next are so slight it might as well be the same. That makes sense, but how would we even get a hold of Naruto's chakra? A asked. That's easy, Anoki said. Any chakra absorbing technique should work. Even if Naruto reflects it, there would still be a brief moment where it made contact with his chakra. It would only absorb a minuscule amount, but according to Orochimaru that should be enough. So we're all in agreement. We will use this found knowledge to take down the final member of the Akatsuki. A said, looking at Minato with a satisfied look. And thus the plan to take down Naruto were underway. Almost immediately after the decision was made, Naruto's location was discovered. A high-class missing nin might be able to wander around undetected from their home village, but when all 5 major villages had made it their primary objective to hunt you down, there was no escape. 2 days later, the largest single task force was created. It didn't break the record by just a little but either. In terms of power and numbers, most people would think of it as an army than a task force. All 5 Kages would be present along with various other highly skilled ninja. Among them was the entire Namake's family minus Mito, and obviously Naruto, the 2 remaining Sannin, one of the 7 swordsmen, Temari, along with 200 average ninja. This was being put together to take down a group of 4 people, yet no one saw this as overkill. That's just how big a threat Naruto was. The task force moved out planning to intercept Naruto and his group, if the calculations of Naruto's route was correct, by sunrise the next day. The earth seemed to shake as they ran. Naruto heard them long before he saw them. It sounded like a herd of buffalo charging at him. It looks like we've got company and a lot of it. Hanabi said. Your 3 might want to stay back. This is way beyond the level any normal ninja can take on. Naruto said. Fu and Hanabi nodded, falling back, but Suigetsu stayed where he was. I'm not missing out on this. Besides, I've got to test out my new sword. Suigetsu said as he pointed to his back where 2 giant swords were crisscrossed. Suit yourself, just know that I'm not responsible if you get yourself killed. Naruto said as the army came into sight. He instantly picked out all 5 Kages and his family. They really aren't holding back. Suigetsu and Naruto stood there as the army got closer and still didn't do anything when they broke off to surround them. It might have seemed they were just that cocky, and to a certain extent that was true, but Naruto was getting a feel for them. You couldn't just smash 5 different types of ninja together and expect that they would work flawlessly without any team training. Naruto could already see some of the conflicts in the training each village had used. Kyumo ninja were trying to get closer to Naruto than the rest, and the Kirk ninja were backed away from the ground, almost creating a second layer. Some ninja would bump into each other as they tried to move to a position that they believed would be the best from them. It wasn't so broken that Naruto would deem them ineffective, but there were already cracks starting to appear. I'll only ask this once, are you willing to surrender? Gaara said. No, Naruto said as he prepared cyclones behind him. Then we have no choice today. You will be killed or captured. My bet is on the former. Said. Naruto didn't waste any more time and smashed his cyclones on the group in front of him. Suigetsu ran into the crowd and started tearing people up using the living sword. Kyumo nin were dispatched to deal with him while a few people moved to the front to deal with Naruto. These ninja did something very odd. They shot wires at Naruto. One of them hit Naruto and was reflected. The ninja that had thrown it grabbed it and retreated back into the crowd. They seemed to be waiting for something, but Naruto wasn't just going to stand there. He joined Suigetsu and the blood ran like water.
Something was strange, however.
They weren't attacking Naruto.
Instead, they were keeping their distance. Of course, there was no distance that you could be safe from Naruto. But normally they would freak out and start attacking even if they knew it was useless.
Then Naruto felt something hit his chakra and then his reflection destroyed itself. Shit, Naruto said as every ninja that had previously passive unloaded jutsus and kunais on him. Naruto quickly focused on replacing the chakra on his feet and jumped high into the sky, avoiding the destruction below him. So they figured it out, Naruto thought. This might be harder than he thought. Then Naruto heard someone counting below him. It was a Hyuga, and when the Hyuga got to 10 he stopped and shouted, 10 seconds, that how long it takes for him to restore his reflection. The crowd nodded and Naruto hissed. Naruto landed with his reflection back to normal and started to take things seriously. He avoided the wires that were again shot at him. You really think I'll fall for the same trick twice? Naruto yelled as he crushed one of those stupid ninja into the ground. Naruto wasn't going to let them do that again. But before he could even begin his real assault, something flew past him. Naruto looked behind him to see a very liquidity Suigetsu. This sucks, Suigetsu said. Looks like you're on your own, just make sure to grab my swords when you're done. Suigetsu then started to leak into the cracks in the ground that had been caused by the battle. And then there was one, said the voice of the man who had defeated Suigetsu. One will be plenty. Naruto replied to the wreckage. Are you sure about that? Said as he charged his arm with lightning and ran at Naruto. Before Naruto could even decide if he should reflect it or dodge it, and cause it was another trick, the ground above his feet rose so Naruto was standing on a stone pillar. A's target was no longer Naruto, but the pillar. The pillar was no match of A's strength and it crumbled away, leaving Naruto with no footing and failing directly onto A's electrocuting arm. Naruto quickly used his vectors to push him to side and avoided failing into what would have certainly been his death. But what Naruto did land on wasn't much better. A seal lit up under his feet and in an instant it absorbed some of his chakra and shot it back. Naruto reflection ruptured and A was coming right at him with his lightning fist. Naruto realized he was going to die in that moment, so his only choice was to, but something else happened. A chain wrapped around his stomach and flung him around. Naruto saw it was his dear sister that was holding the chain, but he was not thankful because he was on a collision course with Tsunade. He wouldn't get his reflection back up in time. By the time he reached her, he would still need 2 more seconds. He reached her just as she was pulling her arm back. The chain let go and Tsunade's fist buried itself in Naruto's face. Blood exploded from Naruto's new broken nose and his vision blurred as he was sent flying back. He tumbled on the ground, picking up cuts and scrapes as he went. Naruto realized what Minima had done. She wanted to make sure he lived through this battle, and the only way to do that was to capture him. She had sent him to Tsunade so she could use enough power to damage him, not kill him like I was going to do. Naruto got to his feet in a less than dignified manner as he faced the army that was after him. His reflection was back up, but he was badly hurt. Give up, Naruto. You've lost, Minato said. Naruto looked back at him with cold eyes. You know, if Tsunade had used enough force to kill me back there, you would have won. The truth is, I was unprepared for that. But on the flip side, if you had done nothing, I would have won. In other words, you threw your one chance at victory away because you wanted to save me. Everyone looked at him strangely. What are you talking about? You've lost, just give up, Minato said. Naruto started laughing. If I was the old Naruto, you'd be right, but you came just a little too late. I have ascended. Naruto was laughing like a maniac, now blood dripping from his nose into his mouth. You thought I was heading to become God when you intercepted me, but the truth is we were coming back. I was going to do this right when it was about to kill me, but you threw me into Tsunade, which threw me off, but yet you didn't kill me. Now let me show you what your mercy gets when dealing with a god. Something started to emerge from Naruto's back. At first they thought it was more of his cyclones, but that wasn't it. There were 2 of them. They were both pitch black and they took the shape of wing. They were huge, easily being 5 times the height of Naruto. There was
Also the pressure that the wings themselves seemed to emit. It caused even the Kages to freeze up. But the worst part was only shown to the people who could see chakra. Naruto no longer had a thin chakra layer surrounding his body. He was now inside a dome of chakra that extended as far as his wings. It also wasn't just made up of his chakra, it was made up of demonic chakra as well. Once the wings had finished growing, Naruto looked at every ninja in the group that had been sent to beat him like some kind of insect. Naruto was no longer thinking of them as enemy, instead they were pests. Calling what happened next a one-sided massacre would be giving them way too much credit. The events leading up to Naruto getting his new power were not as exciting and epic as one would have expected. Walking was the majority of it, with Naruto leading, Fu and Hanabi close behind, and Suigetsu farther back fondling his new sword. "We're here," Naruto said. "What do you mean there's nothing here?" Suigetsu said, looking around at a place that looked the same as every other place they'd passed for the last hour. "It's underground, genius," Fu said. "Hanabi, use your Byakugan to find where the statue is exactly," Naruto said, ignoring Suigetsu's comment. Hanabi instantly did as Naruto asked and looked around. After a while of looking, she admitted with a disappointed look that she couldn't find anything. "See, told you there's nothing here," Suigetsu sneered. "It's here all right, I know it is. There must be hiding its chakra with seals," Naruto said, then thought for a moment. If the chakra's hidden, it must be some kind of seal that affects the way chakra is seen. Suigetsu flood this whole area. "Hanabi, tell me if you see any difference in the chakra that's in the water at a certain place." "Got it," Hanabi replied. "Wait, let me do it," Fu yelled, butting into Suigetsu just as he was about ready to do his jutsu. "I don't care who does it, I just want it done," Naruto said, knowing full well why Fu was trying to make herself useful. Fu did a little hop of happiness before shooting a wave of water from her mouth in all directions. Suigetsu could have done it better, but it would serve its purpose. "There," Hanabi said, pointing to an area close to Naruto, "the chakra there is warped somehow." Naruto smiled as he walked over to where Hanabi pointed. "Here?" Naruto asked, and Hanabi nodded. Naruto brought his foot down and the ground below it collapsed, draining all the water into it. The rest of them crowded around the hole that Naruto had fell in. "You okay?" Fu shouted. "I'm more than okay, we've found it," Naruto yelled back. Taking that as their cue, the three of them jumped down to where Naruto was. When they got down, they saw what they had been looking for. The ceiling statue was big and off-putting, but Naruto walked right up and touched it without missing a beat. "Oh yeah, I can feel it. The chakra of all the sealed beasts just waiting to be taken." "You still haven't told Use what exactly you're going to do with that chakra. Are you trying to become a jinchuriki?" Suigetsu asked. "No, that's not it at all. In fact, it being demonic chakra makes no difference at all. In fact, it might even be a little bit harder to use than normal chakra," Naruto said, pressing both palms to the statue. "Then why did we go through all this trouble?" Suigetsu yelled. "Because I needed a huge amount of chakra, and luckily for me the Akatsuki just happened to be collecting. I wanted the 9 and 8 tails to be included, but even with their absence I should still have more than enough chakra." "But you can't just take in chakra like that," Fu said, looking at Naruto with worry. "Even if you can use your vectors to store the chakra in your body, your chakra coils don't get any bigger, so how will you hold that much chakra? Did you that matter is made up of mostly just empty space? If the entire human population was condensed so there was no empty space, they could fit inside a cube of sugar," Naruto said. "Churka is the same, just energy with partials and a lot of space in between them. Now normally no matter how hard you tried you could not push partials closer together. But if you can control vectors no matter how small, it becomes a simple progress. Not only will I have a huge chakra reserve, I'll also have the densest chakra in the world. This doesn't just allow me to store this massive amount of chakra in my body, it also gives my chakra a noticeable weight without any modifications." "How does that help you?" Suigetsu asked.
It would be a pain to explain, so you just have to wait for the demonstration. Naruto said, turning his focus onto the statue. He used his vectors to pull the chakra out and into his body. The only noticeable effect that could be seen to an outsider was the dark glow, which must have been condensed chakra, flowing into Naruto's hands. Now the effects of what Naruto had done could be seen by all. It was hard to tell for anyone who didn't have a Byakugan or any other sort of chakra sensing power, but the wings that had grown from Naruto's back were nothing more than incredibly dense chakra. The chakra that made up the dome around was regular chakra that had been dispersed by the wings. Although anyone without a Byakugan or Sharingan would not be able to tell where the dome was. Now let me show you what your mercy gets when dealing with a god. Instantly anyone that was in the dome of chakra that Naruto created was killed. Blood rushing out their eyes and mouth as their blood flow had been reversed. Then wings flew at anyone who was just outside the dome at insane speeds. Some ninja were beheaded and some had their stomachs ripped out. The plan that the Alliance had devised to not attack until Naruto's reflection was down fell into panic. Kunais flew at Naruto. They were not reflected immediately when they hit Naruto's chakra. They made it a little ways into the dome before Naruto simply shifted his eyes a little and the kunais were sent back at triple the original speed. Naruto was no longer using his automatic reflection. It may have seemed like a very stupid thing to do to most people, but to Naruto it only increased his power. The only reason his chakra was set to reflect things automatically was because when an object touched his chakras it was already too close for Naruto to do the calculations on his own. But now since his chakra was a fair bit away from him he could take the time to calculate what he wanted to do with every object that entered his chakra. It was no longer limited to returning the object at the same speed it was shoot. Naruto was not at all worried about doing the calculations himself either. Even if every ninja in the world threw 100 kunais at him at the same time he would still be able to calculate a new path for every single one of them. Surprise attacks wouldn't work either since even if he couldn't see it his chakra would pick up something coming from behind him. In a matter of seconds every ninja that had been in close range of Naruto was killed. The remaining made a defensive line around a bit away from Naruto. Naruto, however, was not even close to showing his full power. He stomped on the ground and hundreds of thousands of pebbles flew up around. The Alliance was only given a brief second to figure out what was going on. Those who didn't were torn to shreds as a carpet bomb of pebbles blasted the whole area. It had only been 30 seconds since Naruto had brought out those wings and 1/3 of the Alliance had already been wiped out. Don't hesitate. Minato screamed. Stick to the plan, nothing's changed expected for the area we can target. One ninja seemed to take Minato's words to heart and step up to the tip of Naruto Dome, or at least where he thought it was. It was far closer than any other ninja dared to be and people took note. Naruto watched too as the ninja absorbed some of Naruto's chakra and shot it back at him. Of course Naruto would not have just stood there and watched if the Alliance's desired effect would be produced. Instead Naruto's dome stayed exactly how it. You idiot, Naruto said, taking one step forward. My chakra is now a mixture of 2 different chakras, technically a mix of 8. That won't work anymore. And with a simply flick of his hand the poor ninja was sent into the sky with such speed that the friction caused him to turn into a burning ball. Now it's time for the real show to begin. Naruto said with a smile, not the insane smile he usually gave, but a real smile that made it seem like he was a kid that had just been given news toys. He clasped his hands together and wind began to move towards him. The people who knew what he was doing were truly terrified, but compared to what it was before this was hundreds of times worse, literally. Hundreds of plasmas were being created around Naruto and when they were finished they formed a ring at the edge of Naruto's chakra, so they wouldn't be weakened from leaving it. Then they started spinning faster and faster until the induvial balls could no longer be seen. It was now just a spinning ring of light, that some may say looked like a halo. The halo was not a sigh of good fortune, however. It was a sigh of death and destruction. It seemed wrong that it would glow white, it should have been as black as Naruto's wings. Naruto took a couple steps towards the Alliance, going very slowly. The halo nicked a tree and the tree exploded so violently that a crater was left in its place. Then Naruto's slow walk turned into a bullet of death as he used his wings to fly just above the ground.
The halo torn through everything, humans being no expectation. Any that were able to avoid the halo were just as easily crushed by Nightmare's wings. Gaara, in a vain attempt to stop Naruto, brought a sand wall up between him and his halo, but the wings could be said to be stronger than the halo. The sand was sliced through without even slowing Naruto down. The sand, however, did have an effect on Naruto. It made him change his course directly towards Gaara. His sand barrier was just as useless against the halo as it was against the wings. Gaara tried to dodge out of the way, but a black wing caught him, wrapping itself around Gaara's body and lifting him into the air. Naruto didn't stop to brag about how he was about to kill a Kage. That was not an achievement when Naruto was at this level. The wing crushed Gaara's body, creating a blood rain. It was not all that different from a sand burial. If it wasn't obvious before, then it was clear now that the alliance was way out of its league. It was like a group of kids armed with sticks that had decided to fight a Kage. There was no way for them to win. The Kage would crush them. The only hope the kids had were if the Kage was nice and would let them go for their naivety. Naruto was not so forgiving. This time it was Tsunade to feel the full force of a god. Naruto, without saying a word, shot his halo outside of his dome. The plasma would start to break down immediately, but his speed was insane, leaps and bounds faster than what Naruto had done at the lake. Long before the halo lowered to a non-fatal level, it made contact with Tsunade and cut her in half, although with about 15 other ninja. It had now been 2 minutes since the wings had appeared. 2/3 of the alliance had been killed. The kids fighting the Kage analogy had been wrong. It wasn't even close to that. At least with that scenario, the kids had a 1 in 1 billion hope that they might be able to touch the Kage with a stick. But that would not happen with this battle. It was more like an army of ants trying to attack the god of pest control. At that point, it's beyond stupid to believe that the fight will result in anything less than absolute slaughter for the ants. Inoki flew above Naruto and started his atomic dismantling jutsu. His aim was to destroy one of Naruto's wings. A white box engulfed one of the wings and it looked like it might have worked, but just as the just was activated, the wing blew apart to avoid it. It wasn't that the whole wing came apart, it was just the section that would have been hit by the jutsu. There now was thousands of what might be called feathers if it wasn't for the fact that they looked like thin black spicks. And every single one of they were shot at the old man. Just like the wings themselves, no defense seemed effective enough to stop them. When Inoki was efficiently skewered, the feathers returned to reform that section of the wing, leaving it to look like nothing had happened. "This is ridiculous," a leaf ninja said, trembling with fury. "We can't fight this. We're all going to die," he screamed before dropping his weapon and running off. He wasn't the only one either. Quite a few ninja were backing away from Naruto, just waiting for the right time to run away. "Don't lose hope," Minima yelled, turning to face the crowd. "He might be strong, but he's not invincible. You know you should turn your back on your enemy, especially when they really are invincible," a voice said from right behind her. Minima turned around, sweat already dripping down her face. Naruto had landed behind her as she had been giving her brief encouragement. She was already too far in the dome to be able to run out, and the look in Naruto's eyes told her that he was going to kill her. Minato saw this also and teleported to Minima with the seal he had placed on her. Minima felt something grab her, and then she was immediately teleported outside the dome next to Kushina. Minima breathed a heavy sigh of relief. "Thanks to San," but when she looked over she saw Minato with blood dripping from his eyes and mouth just before he slid down Minima's body and collapsed onto the ground. "To San!" Minima screamed as she bent down to check for a heartbeat. There wasn't one. "What do you know?" Naruto said, not at all concerned by the fact he had just killed his own father. "Even when I reversed his blood flow, he still held on long enough to teleport you out. I didn't know that could happen." Minima grinding her teeth and had the glare of death trained on Naruto. She got up and started walking. Naruto just watched with his head titled and a smug grin on his face. Minima was going to kill him. He was a monster that didn't give a damn about anyone else. She was going to rip that smug look off his face. But as she got closer, her glare loosened and her fear grew. She couldn't kill him. He was a monster.
No one could rip that smug look off his face. Minima stopped walking long before so got to Naruto. The fact was she was too scared. That's what I thought, Naruto said. His wings lifted straight up into the sky. They stayed there a few seconds and all anyone could do was admire the horrible sight. The way they were positioned blocked out the sun so light was only able to come from the sides, making Naruto look like some demonic angel. Then they came down. The ground split and trees were uprooted as the shock ravaged the entire ground. Even the best ninja found themselves unbalanced. Naruto wasn't affected, and by the time the alliance got their footing, Naruto was ready for round 2. Everyone! I yelled, startling everyone, even Naruto. They all looked to what he was going to say. He had the look of a man who was having an inner conflict. His face seemed to be fighting itself. He obviously didn't want to say these words but knew he had to. Retreat! No one even thought about denying that order. Everyone ran off, leaving that monster behind. Naruto watched them leave with little enjoyment. He could chase after them, but his plan had been fulfilled. The alliance would realize their mistake and come back with their head bowed to the ground, begging him to not destroy their villages. The black wing slowly faded away as Naruto walked around the body-filled field to look for Suigetsu's swords. Once Naruto had created his wings, the battle had lasted 3 minutes and 57 seconds. He averaged a kill every 2 seconds and came just shy of killing 1 Kage per minute. It was truly devastating for the alliance, but they had brought it upon themselves. Meanwhile, a fair distance away from the disaster, Naruko was panting, having used up all the strength in her legs to get this far. Most of the other ninja were in the same state, but not even pure exhaustion could keep people from talking. Did you see those wings? How course we did, you idiot. How many people do you think we've lost because of them? He took out that Tsuchikage like it was nothing. Is he some sort of god? No one should be that strong? Naruko was getting irritated by all the talking. Her emotions were running wild about what to do with Naruto. Naruto killed Minato, that fact was clear, but Minato had still believed in Naruto when he was almost killed fighting for the 3 tails. Should she still trying to bring Naruto back because that's what Minato would have wanted, or should she finally give in and write Naruto off as a monster? Naruko didn't know, but the chatter didn't help, so she shouted something that she had always believed. You all need to shut up? We're still alive. We can still fight. Naruto isn't invincible. We can beat him once we regroup and gather our strongest ninja. Everyone turned towards Naruko just like they had during her speech at the 3 tails fight, but unlike last time, she did not fill them with hope and determination. Instead, you want to see our best? Well, head back to where we came from because they're all over there. There is no way that he can be beaten by just a little regrouping. If he wanted to, he could stroll right up to Kumo and no one could stop him. Beat him. Beat him. We would have been lucky if he even looked at us like a threat. On and on they went about how it was impossible to beat Naruto, and no one put of any opposition, not the Kages, not Kushina, not even Minima, who Minato died trying to protect. It was Jiraiya who finally put an end to their squabble. Listen, no matter what is said here, no resolution will be reached. I suggest we all go back to our home village, then have a meeting to discuss what should be done next. After all, Jiraiya said, his voice taking on a very sad tone, we along with Suna and Iwa have to elect a new Kage to even take part in this meeting. Everyone seemed to agree, but no real words were said. Everyone just got on their feet and hobbled away in the direction of their home village. It was a depressing sight. The threat of Naruto coming to attack them was not zero, so maybe they should have up a little more effort in leaving like an actual ninja force, but then again, why did it matter? There was no defense they could put up to stop Naruto, so why even try? No one even thought about going back for the bodies. When the Leaf Ninja returned, everyone was ready to congratulate them, but the mood surrounding filled their senses with defeat. How had this happened? It was one guy against the world, and yet he not only beat the world, he crushed it. The election took place soon after, with half-hearted voters coming up to vote for Jiraiya, who won with no opposition. Jiraiya, the man who had avoided taking the Hokage's office all this time, sat in Minato's chair with no complaints. Iwa and Suna also chose new leaders, but Suna didn't have anyone really ready to take the seat, and it was already under debate if Suna should be replaced with Taki as a major village. Iwa on the other hand wasn't that bad off when it came to leadership. Let's be honest, Tanoki had already been heading to the grave and more than a few people had been ready to take his spot. Jiraiya's first order of business was to assess how much damage had actually been caused by Naruto's slaughter. A group was set out to collect the bodies, and a shocking discovery was made. Sasuke Uchiha had been killed and no one had noticed, not even after the fact. If anything else, it showed just how many legends Naruto had killed that day that made something like the death of Sasuke Uchiha go unnoticed. There were still a handful of Uchihas left, but they were all far too young to take control of the Uchiha compound. It was eventually de-iced. It would be left for an Uchiha who could later prove himself. Meanwhile, as the days passed, the more pressing issues hovered over everyone's head. What was to be done about Naruto? A meeting would be taking place in Kumo very soon, but it was almost a given that the meeting would never be able to put a force together that could beat Naruto, so what was going to happen? Naruko thought about this a lot as she sat in her room doing nothing particular. It wasn't so long ago that Jiraiya had sent her to the Toads to learn the Sage Mode. The idea behind it was that Naruto wouldn't know about that vector and thus Naruko would be able to hit him, but she didn't get the chance to use it. It didn't matter anymore either, even if Naruto didn't know the vector behind Sage Mode, which would kept him from altering her direction or reflecting her, he still knew how blood flow worked. It wasn't a big deal before. All Naruko would have to do was be careful and keep her distance, but now the minute she stepped into that dome she'd be killed. But there had to be a way, there just had to. Mito had heard the news even in her cell. Looks like that fairy tale ending would never come about. Naruto was a god now, an unbeatable force. What do you think will happen? Mito asked Kabuto as much as she hated to, but Mito had to admit Kabuto was way smarter than her. This meeting that they're holding is only propaganda that makes it seem to the average citizen that they still have some sort of control over Naruto. The real purpose of the meeting will be coming up with a plan that will convince Naruto to not walk up and destroy the ninja world. The only problem is that they don't know what to give him. What are you talking about? Mito asked. We all know that Naruto wanted to become a god, but now that's done, that what does he want? The Alliance needs to figure this out because they don't have a power advantage anymore. It's obvious what Naruto wants, Mito said. And what's that? Kabuto asked, showing a mild curiosity. He wants peace. Ninja won't stop fighting each other even if they were threatened to stop by Naruto's all-destroying power. The system has been around too long. If ninjas stopped fighting, the economy of all the major villages would collapse, which would lead to even more sadness and despair than a fourth great ninja war would. I wasn't talking about world peace. As much as I love Naruto, he isn't that nice. He just wants peace for himself, and I guess the people in his group. Mito said, bringing her knees up to her chest, thinking about how she could have been in that group. Kabuto thought about it for a little bit before giving his own reasoning. I see that isn't impossible with how strong Naruto is now. People will give in to their fear more than their anger and won't attack Naruto. That must be why he calls himself a god, but Naruto has probably already acquired his peace with his most recent display. The Alliance can't do anything in that regard, so they'll have to find something else. Luckily for them, if Naruto really only wants peace for himself, he'll be willing to make a deal with the Alliance, and no matter how outrageous the demands get, they'll give it to him. The meeting took place in Kumo, although it was less like a meeting and more of an inventory check. What if we offer him a squad made up of our best ninjas to protect him? The new Kage of Suna said. You idiot, Naruto doesn't need protection. He's way too powerful, and what would they even protect him from? There's not a person left in the world who would think about attacking him. I said, begrudging as it was humiliating to a part of this meeting. Then what else can we do? We can't let him walk into any village he pleases, he'll level the place. The Kage yelled back. Naruto isn't just going to start taking tours of our villages. I bet he won't even step foot in one of the major villages. I said, being the only one in the room who still thought Naruto might still see the Alliance as a threat, even if it was a very, very small threat.
Then there was a knock on the door and A ushered his secretary in. Mr. Rakage, Naruto Namikaze and his friends have just entered the village. I could hear the other Kages snickering at him, but he chose to ignore them to keep his pride intact.
What is he doing?
I asked, not being able to dismiss the thought that Naruto had come to level Kumo and kill the Kages he missed.
Right now he's not doing anything.
He's just walking around, although it looks like he's making his way here, the secretary said. All the Kages looked at each other.
What should we do?
Mei asked. As long as he doesn't do anything, we should just wait here, but if he tries to attack Kumo, we'll have no choice to attack him, Jiraiya said. I agree, the Kazekage said, looking at his feet, obviously terrified of the thought that he may have to fight Naruto. The other Kages were better at hiding it, but they too prayed that Naruto was just here to make his demands. Meanwhile, out in the village, Naruto was getting the welcome he had expected. Ninja and citizens were crowding the sides of the streets just to get a look at the man who had defeated the entire alliance. They knew full well that Naruto could kill them, but that wouldn't stop them from watching. Most of the ninja had a look of pure hatred in their eyes, but they had accepted that Naruto was too strong for them to do anything. They would shift their eyes from Naruto to the group behind him, thinking that maybe they could get to Naruto by killing his friends, but they would quickly realize that too was an impossible task with Naruto right there. The group behind Naruto was taking the welcome in their own way. Fu was partially clinging to Naruto's back, and surely would have been if it wasn't for his reflection, as the people gave them their hate. It probably reminded her of the looks she got in Taki. Hanabi had a lot more control of herself, but she was still nervous. Suigetsu, on the other hand, loved the attention. He returned each glare with one of his own, and at one point it even growled, showing off his shark teeth. They made it to the place where the Kages were having their meeting, and the guards didn't even attempt to stop them. Naruto walked right past the secretary, although the rest of the group decided to wait in the lobby while Naruto took care of business. Naruto walked into the meeting room and all the Kages looked at him, trying to dissect his mind for what he was doing there. Hello, I'm so glad that you all had the time to see me, Naruto said with a big smile and a happy-go-lucky voice. I don't want to take up too much of your time, so I'll get right down to business. I would like each of you to give me 1% of your village's revenue. It took about 2 seconds for Naruto's demand to sink in. 1%? Are you fucking insane? Mei yelled. The other Kages stiffened, thinking that Naruto would blow the room sky high, but instead he just answered politely. I think you're overreacting, it's just 1%. It might only be 1%, but it's 1% of the world's 5 largest economies that was used to fund whole sites, not one person. Even having 1% of just one of the major villages would make them rich, but all 5 would give them almost unlimited funds. I'll agree, Jiraiya said, startling everyone. I'm glad you see it my way, Naruto said. Jiraiya's words started a chain reaction, and the other Kages started to really think about it. And it didn't take much thought to realize that they didn't have much of a choice. They all agreed to Naruto's terms in the end. 1% wouldn't kill their economy, but having an enemy like Naruto certainly could. That's how powerful Naruto had become. He never once mentioned why the Kages should give him this money. He didn't threaten them. He simply told them that he wanted it, and that was enough of a reason to pay up. Thank you for your cooperation, Naruto said after he had been given a huge sum of money to start out with. Every time you need to pay up, just send it to my house. I'll send an address once it's built. Then Naruto Namikaze, the richest and strongest person in the world, got up and left. Mito was awoken by a strange sound. It was like the pooping sound an airtight container would make when the lid was suddenly removed. Outside her cell was a life form that she had really hoped she never see again. Well, isn't this interesting? Kabuto said to the being that Mito would refuse to think of as a person. The alliance sure can be mean. Naruto this, Naruto that, Naruto the only surviving member of the Akatsuki. Why did they all forget about us? Zetsu said, sounding like a child who lost out on the last cookie to his older brother. You idiot, that's a good thing. If they forgot about us, then we can move freely. It still makes me sad.
If you don't mind me asking, what are you two, or is it one doing her? Kabuto asked, but the smile on his face told Mito that he already had a pretty good idea. We need your help, Kabuto-sensei. White Zesta pleaded and would have gotten done on his knees if he wasn't attached to Black Zetsu. We do acquire your assistance with that special skill of yours. That's great. It's been a while, so I thought that leak about my skill wouldn't catch any fish, but it looks like I just had to be patient. Kabuto said as Zetsu phased into the ground and then phased out behind him. Well, we certainly bit. Zetsu said before warping his arms around Kabuto's waist and phased them both into the ground. Mito watched it all without saying a word. There was no point. Even if every ninja in Konoha came running to the sound of her voice, Zetsu still would have escaped with Kabuto. But what did Zetsu want with Kabuto? Mito could only assume it had something to do with the now destroyed Akatsuki. It was probably some sort of revenge against Naruto, but whatever it was, Naruto could handle it. Mito thought as she went back to sleep, very sure of that thought. Konoha could discover their missing prisoner in the morning. How long had it been? The calendar said 3 months, but it sure didn't feel like it. When the Alliance surrendered to Naruto, everyone held their breath, fearful of what would happen next. What would the land's newfound god do? The answer, nothing. Naruto didn't go on daily massacres like people thought he would. He didn't go out and kill all the dangerous missing nins and bandits as a punishment. He did none of that, and because he did nothing, he became more godlike. Soon people just thought of him as a legend. Someone who had the power to kill them all, but wouldn't us it so they had nothing to fear as long as they didn't try to challenge him. He was always in people's mind but not their actions. Just like a true god. Naruko realized just how sturdy the world was. It only took a month for everything to return to the way it was after Naruto stepped off the main stage. The alliance broke up almost immediately after Naruto left Kumo. The main issue was if Suna should still be allowed to counting as a major village. The villages were split and once again became their own separate entities, the only link between them being the money they owed to Naruto each month. Bandit camps started popping back up at their usual rate since fear of accidentally turning down a one-way road had been passed. The world moved on. Naruto was nothing more than a story, and he would stay that way unless he deiced to return to the world. There were, however, 2 places where Naruto was still very real and would remind people that he was still the strongest. One of these places was a simple white page in the very back of a certain black book. It read, Naruto Namikaze is the only person to ever achieve God class. He is extremely dangerous and should be avoided at all costs. There is no bounty on his head, so going after him is pointless. If you are unfortunate enough to meet him, do not attack. He has no known weaknesses, in his wing form, and has enough firepower to wipe out all 5 of the great ninja villages. The suggested course of action is to reason with him and do anything he asks. It was just a brief paragraph, but it was sure to stick fear into any academy brat who was thinking about taking down the best. The only other place could also be found on that page. It was Naruto's address. Naruto had built a house. It was more like a mansion, where his first true home was, the Land of Frost. Why anyone would want to go there after reading the passage was beyond Naruto, but it was there, probably to let people know where they should never go. Naruko, dinner's ready. Kushina shouted. Naruko put the bingo book down on her dresser and headed downstairs. Minamo was already at the table and Mito was just walking in. The one good thing about the alliance breaking up was the fact that other villages lost a lot of their influence in the Leaf. They would have to spend a lot of time and money to try and get Mito executed, and it just wasn't worth it. Mito was left in the hands of the Leaf. Mito was soon released on Jiraiya's order since she never committed any huge crimes against the Leaf. Anyone who tried to bring up her part in the invasion was persuaded by a certain red-headed widow to not, so that issues was conveniently never brought up. Her release forced her to live in the Namikaze mansion, and she still had to wear chakra seals until she could prove trustworthy. Having Mito back was probably the best thing that could have happened to Kushina, since she could force all her attention on her daughter than the loss of her husband. At first Kushina was terrified that Mito would run back to Naruto the first chance she got and the whole thing would start over again.
But it soon became clear that Mito had no intention to go back to Naruto. She seemed more afraid of seeing Naruto than the Kages were. It was understandable Naruto was not likely to be happy to see the person who betrayed him. Mito was still detached from the real family, but due to constant attention and Naruko's endless attempts to make amends, Mito was slowly growing back in. Everyone sat at the table eating Kushina home-cooked meal and were having small talk, including Mito. It was almost like they were a normal family. Minima would have been happy staying like this, and given time Mito was sure to accept this family over Naruto. It might not been the exact happy ending they had all been hoping for, but it was good enough. But good enough hadn't been what Kushina was shooting for. "Girls, tomorrow I'll be heading out on a mission," Kushina said as if she was just another piece of small talk. "What's it going to be?" Minima asked. "I asked to be the one to deliver Naruto his money this month," Kushina said. Naruko choked on her food and had to pound her stomach to breath. "Why would you do that?" "It's just something I have to do," Kushina said. "He won't come back to the leaf," Minima said. "I know, but I just need to talk to him. I need to learn who my son really is," Kushina said, tears leaking out the side of her eyes. Mito didn't say anything. She knew exactly what Kushina was thinking. It would be hard to face Naruto, especially after he killed Minato, but as Kushina said, she had to. Mito knew she had to too, but she wasn't brave enough, and honestly Mito didn't think she'd ever be. Slowly Naruko and Minima realized this too. "Just be careful," Minima said. "I will." Later that night Naruko laid awake in her bed looking at Naruto's page in the bingo book as she often did. There was no special reason that Naruko did this. The story seemed to have already reached its conclusion. Naruto was the strongest, he had achieved his goals and everyone else was able to go back to business. The best thing to do was to put it down and be happy with the ending you got, but Naruko just couldn't let it die. Even if what she had now was better than could have been realizably expected given the situation. Naruko had thought she would be happy with this ending, but when Kushina announced that she was going to see Naruto, Naruko realized something. This wasn't the ending she wanted. Naruko wanted to go too, but now wasn't the time. There was always a chance that Kushina's and Naruto's meeting could change the story's ending, but it seemed unlikely. It might have sounded like Naruko hadn't changed at all from the spoiled brat she used to be, but this bittersweet ending was unacceptable to her. Why did everyone who worked so hard to get their happy ending be forced to accept this ending where Naruto was the only truly happy one? Naruko must have been insane for thinking this, but she believed the happy ending she had promised Mito back in her cell was still possible, but it could never be achieved as long as Naruto's ending still stood. Naruto's ending had to be knocked down. Naruko was probably the only person in the world to even think about challenging Naruto at this point, and for what a stupid reason. Even if she was able to beat Naruto and destroy his ending, it was almost granted to be an even worse ending. Naruto wouldn't be allowed to just come and live with them like Mito had been, he'd be executed, but just like how the gate guards of the villages knew that the Akatsuki would attack that fateful day. Naruko knew that if Naruto's ending was shattered quick enough, then a happier one would take its place. Kushina walked with a bag in her hand filled with enough money to buy a large house. Normally this large amount of money would never be allowed to travel with only one person, but this case was special. The chance of attack when taking this mission was almost zero, since no one from the random bandit to the greediest man in the world would dare to rob Naruto's money. It was getting cold and Kushina wished she had on more layers of clothes. She underestimated how cold it could get this time of year in the land of frost, and Naruto's mansion was far enough away from any village that it would take too much time to go out of her way to buy some. It only took a couple more minutes for Kushina to see it peek over the horizon. A structure that was built in half the time it should have looked out of place with all the wideness that surrounded it, but the mansion looked as much a part of the landscape as the growing trees. It was white and seemed to fall into the ground instead of rise above it, but this must have just been an illusion as Kushina could count the windows, marking it as a two-story structure. Kushina knocked on the door. She heard the shifting of feet coming from the other side, and for a brief moment thought about leaving the money on the steps and running off. The door opened too quickly, however, for her to act on that thought. Kushina froze under Naruto's gaze, but he didn't have that piercing look when he opened the door. Kushina had frozen because she thought Naruto would have that look. Instead, he looked like a normal teenager, something that would have to be seen to believe. He was wearing a white hoodie with gray pants. His feet were bare and his red eyes, that Kushina had expected to pierce right through her, were just moving around aimlessly. "I see you finally come," Naruto said, his words no longer lanced with the acid and arrogance it once had. "I'm here to give you your money. Can I come in?" Kushina asked. "We both know that you're not just here for that," Naruto said with a slight hint at his precious demeanor. "Come on in." Kushina walked into the house as Naruto closed the door behind her. She couldn't help but notice that Naruto didn't lock it, and she didn't recall hearing him unlock it when he opened it either. It was obvious that Naruto had not been the one to furnish the house, as the entire space gave an atmosphere of color and polish that Kushina was sure that Naruto, and most males for that matter, were incapable of doing. "Just put it over there," Naruto said, pointing to a corner of the room that had a pile similar looking bags already in it. They all looked unopened. Naruto hopped on a light blue coach. Kushina sat across from him in a whitish blue chair. There was a coffee table in between them that had a bottle of expense wine on it. Kushina looked at it, partially licking her lips. It had been a long journey and a drink could do her some good. Naruto seemed to have noticed her hunger and decided to play the nice host. He cracked open the bottle to pour each one of them a glass. Kushina quickly took the one she was offered. She would have drunken the whole glass in an instant, but she noticed that Naruto was just looking at his glass as he swirled the red liquid inside. Kushina briefly thought that Naruto may have spiked the wine, but that thought was gone almost as so as it came. There was no reason for Naruto to do that. He could have easily taken Kushina down if he wanted to. "I assume you're here because you want to talk about Minato's death," Naruto said. "I do," Kushina said, putting her glass down, giving him a more Naruto-like stare than Naruto had given all night. "Shoot away," Naruto said, finally taking a small sip of his drink. "Why did you kill him?" "He tried to kill me." "Don't you feel even the slightest bit guilty?" "No." "How can you be so heartless?" Naruto let out a heavy sigh of annoyance. Why is this so hard for Leaf Ninja to understand? Have men really grown so arrogant that they believe they can do no wrong? "Of course not, but what you did was clearly in the wrong," Kushina said. "You still don't get it. Why am I in the wrong?" "It's a ninja's job to kill," Naruto said. "That might be so, but what you did was barbaric. All those people were ready to run away. You knew they were no threat to you right when you sprouted those wings. Yet you killed them without hesitation, not even thinking about their families or friends." Kushina said, a clear liquid falling onto Naruto's floors. "This confirms it," Naruto said, like he had just finished an equation to a math problem. "You Leaf have grown so high and mighty that when one of your nobles are killed by us peasants you cry out, 'Look at these barbarians, they're so evil.' How many people did Minato kill in the Third Shinobi War? In fact, how many people did you kill?" Naruto asked, finally giving Kushina the death stare she had been so worried about. "We had to, we were at war," Kushina said, trying to defend herself. "Then that makes it okay because you're the Leaf and those rock bastards attacked you. I bet when Minato massacred those people by the hundreds he didn't think about their friends and family. Yet you call him a hero while calling me a villain. The truth is I'm only in the wrong because I killed one of you, but things are different than they were before. Now the nobles aren't strong enough to take me down by force, so all they can do is cry out on how cruel the world is to them." Kushina wanted to make a defense. She was digging into every part of her mind and soul for a refute, but there was nothing. Slowly she looked towards the ground, accepting Naruto's words as truth. "That's better," Naruto said. "It finally dawned on at least one of the nobles that morels are made by the strongest, and it just so happens that a god is far stronger than a noble." Suddenly Naruto's piercing eyes left, as if someone had used an eraser on his face, and returned to the lazy unfocused ones from before.
Is there anything else? Do you like your new life? Kushina asked. You must think I'm one of those people who can't live unless they're fighting or putting their life on the line, but that isn't me. I love these nice peaceful days, although if I have to I won't hesitate to bloody my hand to protect this life. I see, Kushina said before standing up, then hope you enjoy it because you're still my son and I want you to be happy. Naruto heard the door open and close and then there was silence, for a brief second. Wow, I didn't think we ever see that look again. A female voice called from the second floor. What can I say, the nobles just know how to irritate me. Naruto said, getting up from the couch. What are you going to do now? Fu asked. First I'm going to get something to eat, then a nice long bath. Naruto said, clearly nothing Kushina had said had changed anything. Fu waited for Naruto to enter the kitchen. Once he was completely out of sight, Fu raced to one of the second-floor bathrooms with a very naughty plan in mind. She entered the bathroom and quietly shut the door behind her. This bathroom had a huge bathtub that could easily hold 4 to 5 people. This was Naruto's favorite place to clear his mind, so he would defiantly come here. Fu started running the water when the door to the bathroom opened. Fu was confused since Naruto should still be eating and there was no knock. Surprisingly, Suigetsu and Naruto were very good about knocking first. Fu turned around to see Hanabi shutting the door behind her. So you were watching? Fu questioned. I sure was, and I noticed you running off to the bathroom. What the hell are you doing? Hanabi said, pointing her finger angrily. I just want to take a bath with Naruto. Fu said innocently. You can't do that. Hanabi said, her finger shaking and a hard blush on her face. Besides, Naruto would never agree. You obviously haven't been paying close enough attention to Naruto as I have these last 3 months. I can already see the scene play out. It will start with Naruto knocking on the door like a gentleman, but I won't say anything. Then Naruto, thinking no one is here, will come in and see me. Then I suggest we bathe together. Naruto will find it more of a pain to go somewhere else and trying to keep up his laid-back image will agree. But Naruto is still a teenage boy and will find himself taking glances at my body, then he'll realize what he can have and our relationship will blossom from there. You can just peek at us with your Byakugan. Fu said offhandedly. I would never do that and your plan is ridiculous. Hanabi said, her blush having turned new shades of red from Fu's plan. Then leave. If you don't think it will work, then you have nothing to worry about. Fu said, shutting off the water and then doing something unthinkable. She started stripping off her clothes. Hanabi couldn't believe what Fu was doing, but now it was clear this was a serious threat to Hanabi. Up until now, Hanabi had only been doing little things like make Naruto coffee and other small things and hope Naruto would come around, but with Fu's actions it became clear that Hanabi would have to be more aggressive. I'm not going to lose to you, Hanabi said, and also started doing the unthinkable. With both of them in that state, it was clear who had certain advantages, but neither one of them really knew Naruto's type, so it was still up in the air for them. The stare down continued for a good 2 minutes before a knock was heard. The girls stood perfectly still, not wanting to be heard. In a few moments Naruto would decide who was more attractive, not by his words but by his eyes. The door opened and Suigetsu peered in. It took him all of half a second to realize that there were 2 completely naked girls in front of him. He smiled at them with a small blush. Why, hello ladies, this is unexpected. Both of the girls were blushing furiously. This isn't for you and you know that. Fu yelled as she grabbed everything in the nearby vicinity and threw it at Suigetsu. Suigetsu held his hand to his gut as he was laughing uncontrollably, the objects passing though him harmlessly. This is the best you two could come up with to seduce Naruto, Suigetsu said between laughing fits. I thought you two were rivals, didn't know you'd be willing to double team him, but I guess with Hanabi proportions she didn't have much choice. That's not what happened at all. Hanabi screamed, joining the attacking Suigetsu with random bathroom products. Naruto walked out of the kitchen and immediately heard the commotion upstairs. Why do they have to be so loud? Naruto asked himself. Then he blocked all sound and headed for a different bathroom. Better to avoid that mess. "Hello, Kyubi," Naruko said inside her mindscape. "It's been a long time. Why have you suddenly decided to grace me with your presence after all this years?" The fox said, sarcasm dripping from his mouth. "I need your help," Naruko put out plainly. "And why should I help you?" The Kyubi said, already feeling this conversation was a waste of time. "Because I'm sure you want to defeat Naruto just as much as I do," Naruko said. The Kyubi gave a soft chuckle. "If you think using my powers will help you beat that boy, then you are the dumbest container I've ever had." "Are you saying you're weaker than him?" Naruko said, trying to provoke the Kyubi, but then the fox did something that Naruko could hardly believe. "He is stronger than me," Kyubi said. "How can you admit that?" Naruko shouted, missing the irony that she had been the one provoked. "I thought you were the strongest being alive." "Strength doesn't matter to your brother if you haven't noticed. Even if I was to give you full accesses to my cloak, like I did when you were a better you, it wouldn't matter. Naruto has already proved he knows the vectors behind demonic chakra. Besides, reversing your blood flow is more than enough to end the fight." "So that's it, you're just going to give up?" Naruko yelled. "I don't like it any more than you do. In fact, I probably hate that brat more than you do with what he's done to my brethren, but I can be content with giving up for now." "Why is that?" Naruko asked. "Because Naruto is not a god, not matter how much he says he is. He is only human and will die while I will live on as an immortal being," Kyubi said, sounding like it was Naruto who was giving up, not him. "Fine, but just so you know, I'm going to fight regardless," Naruko said. "You have no chance," Kyubi said, knowing that he would just be reborn in a couple of years. "I know that, but if you help me we will. Besides, don't you want to see Naruto get the shit kicked out of him? I already told you, even if I gave you all my power you'd still be slaughtered. There's nothing I can help you with," Kyubi said as he started to growl in anger. "There is one thing you can do," Naruko said, pointing to the seal on Kyubi's. "If I tear a little of that off, it will give you more control of my body." "So what?" Kyubi said, starting to think that Naruko had lost her mind if she was serious about tearing the seal. "Right now Sage Mode can keep Naruto from altering my direction and can get past his reflection, but none of that matters if he can reverse my blood flow from a distance. However, if my blood could change direction on someone else's order, then they could reverse Naruto's reverse." "I see what you mean now," Kyubi said with a strange look in his eye. "Naruto might be the master of vectors, but everything he does functions on mathematical equations. He doesn't actually tell the blood flow to go a different way, he just tells us to go the opposite way. If I control the blood flow, I could force the blood to go in the opposite way as soon as I felt Naruto's vectors, and then your blood will go the correct way." "That right," Naruko said, holding her hands above her head, glad she convinced the Kyubi, but the giant fox started howling in laughter. "She did." "What's so funny?" Naruko yelled. "You must really have a lot of faith in that small body of yours, willing to let me control your bloodstream. What if I decided to kill you right when I get control?" Kyubi howled. "I trust that you want to see Naruto defeated more than you want to kill me," Naruko said, trying to defend her position. But what about after? Not to mention the fact that the constant switch in your blood flow would be extremely painful and could possibly kill you if I'm even a second off," Kyubi said. "I'll just have to trust you then," Naruko replied. Kyubi stopped its laughter and all become quiet. "You really are a dreamer, but I don't have much to lose in this deal, so I'll help you. It's just going to hurt my pride when Naruto wipes the floor with you." "Thanks for your vote of confidence," Naruko said as she walked up to the cage and tore off the corner of the seal. "Hang on, I don't think that's enough, could you do a little more?" Kyubi asked. "No," was Naruko's simple answer before teleporting out of her mindscape. Naruko's eyes shot open. She was in her bed staring up at the ceiling. She thought about staying like that for a little longer, but if she did she might have the chance to talk herself out of it. She put both feet on the ground and took a step towards the door.
Then her body was assaulted with an incredible pain that caused her to lose her footing.
The pain stooped almost instantly and all that was left was Naruko's fainted breaths.
It works, Kyubi said from within her mindscape.
Naruko cursed him inside her mind and got back to her feet.
Downstairs she saw Kushina, who had returned early that day. She didn't talk about her visit.
"Kazan, I'm going out for a little bit," Naruko said. "Just be back by dinner," Kushina said, not looking away from the oven.
No promises, Naruko said as she opened and shut the door to a life that she could very well not return to. Naruto was still up even though the moon had creeped into the sky a few hours ago. Fu was leaning on his shoulder fast asleep and Hanabi was resting her head on his lap. Naruto would sometimes put down his reflection if the girls wanted to snug up on him now that the threat of attack was very minimal, and it would only be down 1 or 2 seconds at the most. Naruto did not mind the girls' company, in fact, he found himself enjoying it more and more. But tonight was not the time to think about his dual lovers. It had come to Naruto a few moments ago, and just like those other strange events there was no possible way he could know, but he did. There was someone just outside who had come to beat him. Naruto was annoyed that there was still someone who would dare challenge him, but he still finished the chapter he was on before doing anything. Naruto stood up, told the girls to go back to sleep as his movement had woken them, and walked outside. Naruto guessed the person who had come to face him was just the world's biggest idiot who refused to give up. That was fine, the world was allowed to have one of them. Naruto would just crush them and go back to his peaceful life. A white carpet adorned the ground as of last night and it was desperately cold, but Naruto, wearing his thin clothes and no shoes, didn't even feel it. Naruto saw the figure waiting for him. Why was that person waiting for him? That was obvious, the figure knew that Naruto would know about their presence. When Naruto saw who it was, he let out a heavy sigh. "Naruko, what are you doing here? Don't act like you don't know. I'm here to knock you out," Naruko said forcefully, her arms crossed in front of her. "Knock me out?" Naruto said, raising his eyebrows. "You're not here to kill me? Don't tell me you still think you can force me to the leaf and everything will be just peachy?" "I do," Naruko said with a fire so great that it might have set the trees on fire. Naruto, however, was not touched by the heat and let out another sigh. World's biggest idiot. An instant later Naruto was directly in front of Naruko with a sidekick already coming towards her head. Naruko lowered her body to avoid it, but as Naruto's leg crossed over her head, the force that should have continued on was suddenly shifted downwards. Naruko rolled out of the way just in time to see Naruto's foot crack the hard ground. Most people would have been caught off guard by that attack, since for a normal person changing the movement of their attacks so suddenly was impossible. But Naruko had done her homework and she would not be taken down by Naruto's simple calculations. This did not, however, put Naruko at a significant advantage. The Alliance had certainly been educated about Naruto too, and they still ended up smears on the earth. Naruko summoned one of her 3 clones from Mount Mayaboku to active her Sage mode. Naruko's plan was simple, but she had high hopes of it working. Naruto might seem like the perfect human, but he wasn't that fast and he wasn't that strong. His vectors just make it look that way. If Naruko could just hit him with one really strong punch, like a Sage mode punch, then it should be enough to knock him out. If this worked, Naruto would have never even gotten the chance to create his wings. Naruto looked at Naruko's new form with a hint of contempt. It was a vector he didn't know, which was already bad since he couldn't reflect it, but it was made double worse since the aura around her wasn't close to anything he knew. It looked like chakra, but there was something about it that made it fundamental different. In hindsight, it should have been obvious that Naruko would have had some way to get past his reflection, but it was still irritating. Naruto stood there as Naruko shot towards him with speed she hadn't had before. Naruto made sure to watch Naruko very closely, since observing her would lead to what vector that aura was. That was the reason Naruto only barely dodged her attack, since he wanted to be close enough to feel the technique. Naruko passed Naruto from the side, her attack missing Naruto by mere millimeters, except she was smiling. Then Naruto felt it. The punch Naruto knew he dodged hit him in the face. He was sent tumbling backwards with such force that he crashed through a tree before coming to a stop.
Naruko was about ready to jump with happiness. Naruto had done exactly what she thought he would. He had been too greedy when trying to figure out her technique, and now he was paying for it. Naruko hoped that her punch had been enough to knock Naruto out, but a god wouldn't go down that easy. Naruko heard snowing being moved as Naruto got to his feet. He had blood dripping from his mouth and his forehead, but other than some dirt stains on his clothes he looked perfectly fine, something that was strange since the tumbling he did should have given him a few scratches at the least. "I'll admit," Naruto said, brushing the snow and dirt off his clothes, "you got me good on that one, but don't think it will happen again. You see, the more you attack the more information I get, and if your attack connects then I get even more information, though I prefer if it didn't. The point is that attack allowed me to figure out that techniques extended range." Naruko's face twisted into anger as she saw Naruto get back up so easily. "Why are you so mad?" Naruto asked. "Oh, was that attack supposed to knock me out?" Naruko's face twisted even more as Naruto hit the jackpot. It was a valiant effort, but Tsunade tried the same thing and it didn't work. It's actually quite funny since not too long ago that would have done the trick, but since my churka is so dense now it acts like armor inside my skin. That combined with me using my vectors to lessen the amount of damage my body takes on secondary damage like tumbling and whatnot makes me more suited to take blows like that, although, my body is still weaker than most, so I probably will clock out if you hit me with a couple more of those. Naruko rushed Naruto again. She used every kick and punch she knew, hoping Naruto would slip up and fall into her extended range, but staying true to his word he was doing the bare minimum to dodge her attacks. All the while he was speaking in a machine-like tone. "It's definitely chakra-based. It also appears to be degrading." There was also the fact that Naruko used a clone, which leads to the conclusion that Naruko has no way to produce this chakra on her own, or she is at least not able to produce it in battle. While he was talking, 4 cyclones erupted from his back. They attacked Naruko like an extra pair of hands, but Naruto wasn't the only one who could dodge ridiculous attacks. The cyclones were fast, but they could not match Naruko in her sage mode. She weaved in and out trying to attack Naruto in the process. There was one thing Naruko noticed: ever since those cyclones had come out, Naruto's awareness of her extended range seemed to have lowered. There was a few close calls where Naruto had moved to dodge, but would have still been clipped by the invisible attack. Only at the last second would Naruto seem to realize and adjust for it. It wasn't strange for this to be happening. Naruto offense and defense were based on equation. Every time he had to dodge he would run an equation to calculate Naruko's extra range. When he was just dodging he only had to focus on that one equation, but when he brought out cyclones he had to spilt his focus to run their equations too. But even though it felt like Naruko was getting closer to hitting Naruto, she knew that Naruto could probably jumble 20 plus equations and still be able to avoid all her attacks. The real question was why Naruto had decided to start attacking. Even if it was minuscule, adding any extra equation would increase the chance of being hit, so why would he risk it? He already determined that Naruko's sage mode was on a time limit, so the best option would be focus all on evading until the time ran out. Naruko tried to figure out why, but Naruto already put it into action before Naruko could get to her second theory. A cyclone came at her just like they had been, but this time when she dodged she was hit in the stomach by another cyclone. She flew through the air, but Naruto hadn't done all that work for a simple attack. He shot towards Naruko faster than she was moving. Naruko couldn't dodge in the air, so all she could do was block as Naruto's fist smashed into her crossed arms. Even with her body enhanced with sage mode her bones creak at the tremendous force. Her flying speed easily tripled as she smashed through several trees before coming to a stop. Naruko's whole body was stinging as she got to her feet. Naruto's attack had made her only successful attack look like a light kick in comparison. "I bet you're wondering how you got hit just then," Naruto said with all the passion of a politician. "By attacking you with all those cyclones I analyzed how you dodged, then created a database of the most likely position you would dodge to when confronted with a certain angle of attack. So I attacked you with one cyclone and then had my other 3 head to the top 3 positions you were likely to go to. It was the third most likely position, by the way." "You sure do love to explaining thing," Naruko said, annoyed at what she thought of as Naruto's bragging. Information and experience are the best things you can get from any battle. When I took on the brats, I found that I rather enjoy teaching. Naruto said, really sounding like he was lecturing. Doesn't explaining everything put you at a disadvantage? Naruko asked. Maybe if it was a jutsu with some kind of trick to it, but this is math. All I did was show my work. Naruto said. Then I'll just change my thinking and dodge somewhere I normally wouldn't. Naruko said as she charged Naruto. The cyclone came and Naruko dodged, and then she was blindsided by another cyclone. That was truly sad to watch. Did you really think you could change all those years of training and your own dodging patterns just like that? They're embedded in your body by now. They won't change just because you willed it. That was first position, by the way. Naruto said as Naruko was eating snow. Damn it, Naruko said, pulling her face out of the dirt. Stop acting so cocky. You are go. 5 minutes 9 seconds. Naruto said, cutting her off. What? 5 minutes and 9 seconds, that's how long it takes for your technique to completely degrade. Naruko looked down and realized her sage mode was gone. She looked back up and saw a small storm of pebbles heading her way. Without her sage mode, she didn't have the speed to avoid them, and they were easily going fast enough to pierce her skin. She looked for salvation and was actually able to find it in the form of a downed tree that she herself had knocked over when Naruto had punched her. Naruko dove to cover, hoping the pebbles would fly over her, which most did, but a few shot right through the fallen tree and priced Naruko's side. With blood now soaking her shirt, she fumbled through the hand sigh required to summon her clone and get her sage mode. Once that was done, Naruko realized how quiet it was. Naruto hadn't launched another attack even though he had more than enough time to do so. Seconds passed and Naruko realized that this was just draining her sage mode. She peeked over the fallen tree, then there was a bare foot in her vision, then she felt her nose break. Naruko reeled back as her nose burst with blood. Her body was enhanced with sage mode. If that kick was strong enough to break her nose, then she was sure it could have knocked most people's heads clean off. However, that was just the initial attack. A cyclone tried to smash into Naruko. Naruko dodged, and she did so without getting hit by one of Naruto's other 3 cyclones. It wasn't anything special Naruko had done, it was just that her mind had been in such a panic that she got lucky and didn't dodge into one of the 3 most likely places. Naruko, knowing how luckily she got, created 2 clones with a plan in mind. Naruko and her clones created something that she hoped could change the tide of the battle. Naruto let out a soft whistle as his sister created Rasengan and then added her wind chakra to it. It looked to be truly dangerous, and it was no less so to Naruto since Naruko had added that strange chakra to it, but Naruto wasn't worried. Naruko would still have to get in range to use it. Naruko knew this. She had no way to make absolutely sure that her Rasenshuriken could hit. She would defiantly have to dodge his cyclone at least once, and that would lead to her possibly being hit by one of the other cyclones, but Naruto's prediction of her dodges wasn't perfect. Her 2 clones were no threat to Naruto since they didn't have sage mode, but they shared her dodge patterns. If they dodge a little before her, they would likely take up 2 of the top 3 spots. It wasn't a perfect plan since Naruko herself could easily dodge to the 3rd most likely spot and get hit, but Naruko believed that she would change her dodge patterns based on where her clone dodged and avoid that last cyclone. If only she could create 1 more clone without losing her sage mode, but she couldn't, so she would have to put her faith in pure luck. But Naruto didn't believe in luck, and when he saw the 3 clones run at him, he immediately swung the odd back in his favor by create 6 more cyclone to take up the top 9 spots Naruko was likely to dodge to. His 10th cycle swung at the group sideways, so all 3 of them would have to dodge it. Naruko paled at the sight of all those cyclones. Even with her 2 clones, she would have to go against her own body and dodge somewhere that she would never do regularly, and Naruto had already proven that was impossible. Then let me dodge for you, a voice said from inside Naruko's head. Naruko felt her body move in an irregular direction, and against her better judgment went along with it. The 2 clones were destroyed immediately after they dodged, but Naruko miraculously dodged to a spot that wasn't even close to the top 9. Naruko smiled with joy as she had finally broke through Naruto defense after that initial sage mode strike. Her Rasenshuriken was in range. She swung it at Naruto,
but he used his cyclones to shoot himself away from Naruto, just barely avoiding the edge of the attack.
That was okay because Naruto had made a mistake.
He had created 10 cyclones, which as previously mentioned would lower his defense, so instead of making a complex dodge that would put in safe spot from other possible situations generated from an attack, Naruto only dodged to get away from the immediate danger. So when Naruko threw her Raisin Shuriken, he was caught in the danger zone with it moving too fast from him to avoid.
Damn it! Naruto cursed.
That thing had enough power to tear his body apart, so he would have to stop it, and unfortunately there was only one way to do it. In an instant all of Naruto's cyclones disappeared and black wings exploded from his back. With speed that rivaled lightning, one of the wings smacked the Raisin Shuriken into the ground. An explosion rang out as dust and rock was shot into the air. The cloud did not last long, however, as one of Naruto's wings blew it away like a giant fan.
Naruko, I am truly shocked.
These wings were meant to take on armies, to take on gods, but you, a single person, managed to force them out.
Unfortunately for you, that means this fight is over.
Naruko realized what Naruto was about to do. It charged forward. She charged towards those wings that had paralyzed the shinobi word. She charged towards the person who was thought to be untouchable in this form. Pain shoot through her body as the Kyuubi reversed his blood flow. Then an instant later Naruto reversed back to normal, but even with that terrible pain she still ran towards that nightmare. Naruko was sure that if her attack didn't work, then her mind would give in to the nightmare of the wings, and she would become paralyzed by the belief that Naruto truly was untouchable, but right now she was still able to move because at this moment she was Naruto's nightmare. That attack had a 100% success rate, so defensive wasn't even considered, but Naruko had just broken that 100% and was now right in front of Naruto. Naruto stumbled backwards to avoid it, but defensive hadn't been considered, so when Naruko smashed her fist into Naruto's face, with all her power, the idea that Naruto was untouchable would be forever shattered.
The ending that Naruto had won was starting to crack.
Naruto's wings seemed to hiss in pain as his body was thrown to the ground so hard that it left cracks.
Naruko was going to go in for another hit, but at that moment her Sage Mode ran out of juice.
She jumped back a ways to summon her last clone. Meanwhile Naruto was slipping on the ground trying to get back up. Naruto's eye was swollen and his skull must have been fractured, but he still got up.
How? Naruto moaned.
My wings crushed an army, enslaved the Kages to my will, and finally gave me peace.
You should not be able to oppose me. Naruto had that piercing glare that Naruko only now realized had not been present before. Naruko quickly dodged the wings as they tried to crush her.
Naruto appeared to have given up on predicting her dodges and was going for pure speed, and indeed the wings were insanely fast. Naruko's Sage Mode was barely keeping her from being skewered, but that also meant that Naruto was leaving himself wide open.
Naruko charged at her brother, determined that one more punch would end it.
Naruto must have really lost it, since he didn't even seem to register that Naruko was getting closer. Naruko brought her right arm back and thrust it forward, but just before it made contact with Naruto he held his hand out like he was going to grab her fist, then, her wrist snapped. At that moment the battle stopped, the furious black wings were now swaying calmly. All that was left was a smile that seemed to cut Naruto's face in half. It was a smile that denied everything Naruko had worked up to, a smile that assured Naruto's ending would stay. "I figure it out," were the only words that escaped through the gaps of that smile.
Naruko was shot into the air and spun around like a yo-yo. It was as if an invisible hand was grabbing her leg.
She was going so fast that it wouldn't be long before she puked. Unluckily for her, the ride was brought to a sudden halt with the ground. Her ribcage shattered and a soundless cry was let out before she was thrown back into the air. Naruko, who was in such pain, still awed at the beautiful landscape from so high up, and it gave her a sort of peace as she was free-falling in the wrong direction. The moment was all too short as the invisible hand grabbed her leg once more and Naruko was sent plummeting to the earth. When she hit that cold hard ground, vision to her left eye cut out as her eye socket collapsed.
Naruko was battered beyond belief. Even if she had the strength to get up, the pressure that Naruto's vectors were using to pin her to the ground would have been enough to stop a Kage from moving. The invisible hands rolled her on her back and tilted her head up slightly so she could see Naruto walking towards her. He had a ball of plasma in his hand, His wings were swinging lazily behind him as their physical power was not needed. He was not, however, the untouchable god he was before. He was stumbling quite a bit and his eyes had lost their pierce. They were now filled with the spastic movements of a madman. It was a testament to how far Naruko had pushed him, but none of it mattered now this fight was over. "Kit, we still might have one last trick we can pull," QB said. "And what would that be?" Naruko thought sarcastically. "I'll add my demonic chakra to your sage chakra. I don't know what will happen and it's very possible that you'll lose the strength given to you by your nature chakra, but it will create an entirely new type of chakra that will free you from Naruto's vectors," QB said, sounding somehow passionate about this fight. "That sounds nice, QB, but the only reason nature chakra worked for so long was because Naruto had no idea how it worked. If we just combine two chakras, he already knows he'll figure out the vectors immediately." "Not immediately. No matter how familiar Naruto is with the two chakras, there will still be a delay until Naruto can analyze both their properties together. Even if it's only a few seconds, we can still attack." "Wow, QB, I thought you didn't care how this fight ended," Naruko thought. "Things have changed. You showed me that this bastard can be beaten, and now that we're so close, I don't want to see it end with him smiling," QB screamed for the first time in its life. "Even if I could leave Naruto's vectors for a moment, I'm still too weak to stand." "Then I'll help you. You gave me a little bit of control of your body, I can move you a little, but it will all be pointless if you don't try to." Naruto was nearly on top of them when Naruko spoke up. "Fine, let's do it." Suddenly the chakra around Naruko took on a slightly red tint and Naruto felt himself lose control of her. "So you've enlisted the help of the QB. Hate to say it, but this will only prolong your life a little longer," Naruto said, and immediately started to break down Naruko's new combination by combing his own equations. With an unreal sense of pain, Naruko made it to her feet. Then, like a robot, she held her left hand out and started forming a Rasengan, then it turned into a Raisin Shuriken. She did not use clones, but she hadn't made the Raisin Shuriken by herself, she had the help of a friend. Then after a little of the newly formed chakra was added, Naruko ran with all her strength. Her joints screamed in protest, blood oozed from her body even faster, and the feeling of vomit was creeping up her throat. The QB's power was the only thing keeping her on 2 feet, but Naruko would not drop now. Naruto was already halfway through when Naruko started her change. Naruto wouldn't finish in time, so something had to be done. Naruto held up his own sphere of destruction and ran towards his sister. Her new chakra splice was a pathetic technique that Naruto was positive he could crush with his plasma. This new chakra was weak, it had now battle ability, it drained energy way faster than normal and it was hard to use, yet Naruko had faith that her weak retort could go against Naruto's strongest creation. The two siblings clashed and an earth-shattering noise rang out. The crater wasn't nearly as large as it should have been, Naruko realized, as she was once again on her back, her sage mode and left arm gone, but the destruction was not nearly enough to match the power. The snow on the edge wasn't even melted, which could only mean one thing: Naruto had used his vectors to contain the damage done to his yard. Then the devil appeared as he moved from the left side of Naruko to the right. Naruto's wings were gone, disbanded after they were no longer needed, but the fear hadn't left. Naruto was unscathed from their exchange, and the murderous look in his eyes had taken on a whole new appearance as his hair was plastered to his face, letting Naruko only see slits of red. He walked towards her, prepared to end something that should have never lasted this long. Naruko had no more tricks left to play, all she could do was wait. She was very tired and could barely keep her eyes open, maybe she would fall asleep and be spared seeing her death. In the end she did choose to shut her eyes. It was dark but peaceful. Naruko had no way of knowing if she was still alive and this was just dream or if this was the afterlife. It didn't matter either way, if she wasn't dead she soon would be. There was nothing but darkness, so there was nothing Naruko could really do but think over her life. It had its ups and downs, but Naruko was satisfied. She had made amends with her family and had gotten Mito back. She had, or at least felt she had, helped people across her ninja journey. She also had fair share of regrets. She cursed herself for chasing Mito away in the first place.
She cried for all the friends she couldn't save, and her biggest regret, although it might have been biased since it happened so recently, was losing to Naruto.
Naruko guessed she shouldn't complain. Winning had always been an unattainable dream.
But she had gotten so close, closer than anyone ever had, and she should be content with that.
But are you?
A voice whispered from nowhere.
What? Naruko said as she frantically scanned the horizon. Are you really okay with losing? Of course not, but what else was there to do? I lost. End of story. I tried my hardest, but Naruto really is unstoppable. Is he really unstoppable? Did you really lose? Did you truly try everything? Exhausted every last option?
Yes, Naruko said weakly, but this voice had cast a shadow of doubt. What if there was something she could have done? She thought back to those very last moment. The pain of losing her left arm. The devil walking towards her. The way his hair was blown back into his face to show her those red slits of death. The wind. The wind shouldn't have been blowing his hair. His reflection should have stopped it. Something was wrong with his vector control those last few seconds. Exactly, the voice said, having heard her thought. Then there's still a chance. Naruko said, her face lighting up like a Christmas tree, but suddenly the lights went out. But what if it's already too late? What if I'm already dead? Try to open your eyes and find out. I'm scared. Don't be. The worst that can happen is you'll still be here. That wasn't what Naruko was scared of. But in the end she took the voice's advice and closed her eyes to try and open them in the real world. Right before she opened them she realized whose voice that had been and felt stupid for not recognizing it. Thank you, she whispered. She opened her eyes and she was back where she was, and miraculously no time had passed. She was still in horrible pain, but it didn't seem to matter anymore because she could see the things she hadn't noticed before. The way Naruto's clothes were moving with the wind. The way the crater she was in was serrated as the edge, like Naruto's power had become unstable, but the most important thing she noticed was how Naruto didn't notice these things. All his attention was focused on Naruko. He didn't even realize he was shaken because of the cold. He had no idea his ultimate defense was malfunctioning. But why was his reflection not working? It was because of Naruko's Raisin Shuriken. It didn't hit Naruto directly, but it had the power to damage cells on the micro level. It must have damaged the chakra cells on Naruto's right side, which in turn screwed up his equations and shut down his reflection. However, all this would have been worthless if Naruto had realized. Normally repairing damaged cells would have been impossible, but Naruto had only lost his reflection since it used all of his chakra system. In theory, Naruto still had the power to control vectors on his left side, and his vector control could work on the micro level to fix the damaged cells. In the end, Naruko could grasp victory due to sacrificing her left arm and being incredibly lucky that she had pissed Naruto off so much that he couldn't tell the damage to his own body. This was not something that Naruko could ever recreate. The stars had aligned to give Naruko this chance at victory, and she'd be damned if she threw it away. Naruko didn't have the strength to stand, so she pushed off the ground, sending incredible pain through her body. She was more or less falling towards Naruto with her arm behind her ready to punch. Naruto gave a slight chuckle at her last attempted. Her arm was moving so slow and had no force behind it, it could hardly be called a punch. All Naruto had to do was move his head slightly and Naruko's arm went over his shoulder. If Naruto had just stood there and taken the punch, believing his reflection was still active, then he would have won that day, but for whatever reason fate had favored Naruko that day. With a broken wrist, Naruko would have hardly been able to build up enough strength to knock Naruto out, but when Naruto dodged, she warped her arm around Naruto's shoulder to give her the needed support to even stand. Naruto's face froze as he realized that his reflection was down, but at that point there was nothing he could do. With Naruto supporting her body, Naruko brought her head back and let out a scream that must have sounded like pure freedom to anyone who heard it. Naruko's forehead smashed into the bridge of Naruto's nose, his eyes rolled back as blood burst from his nose, and both he and Naruko fell to the ground. Naruko listened for anything, fully expecting Naruto to get back to his feet and crushing the last hope she had, but it never happened. Naruto was out cold. Once Naruko realized this, she let out a sound that was the closest thing that could resemble joy in her state. It was possible Naruto could be beat, sure, an unbelievable amount of luck and coincidence had to happen, but it was possible. Even with her body beaten and torn apart, Naruko couldn't be happier, until she felt cold hard metal touch her neck. In her excitement, Naruko had forgotten something very important. I never thought anyone would actually be able to beat Naruto, but look at this, you actually did. I beat that. You were having a celebration ready to announce to the world that Naruto was down for the count. That would be really bad for us if you did that. Luckily no one will ever have to know. I'll just kill you and Naruto can take the credit. History books will just write you off as the last fool who dared to challenge God. Suigetsu pulled his sword back, ready to slice off Naruko's head. Naruko could help but cry. Everything she had done was about to be lost to history. As the sword came down, Naruko prayed that someone would figure out the truth. She didn't care if she survived, but there were others who did. Just before the sword cut the soft flesh of her neck, a golden chain stopped it. Naruko looked with her one good eye to see her sister, mother, Jiraiya, and Kakashi all standing there. Don't worry, Naruko will take care of the foot soldiers, Minama said with a great big smile as she saw Naruto lying on the ground. Naruko couldn't believe they were here, but she couldn't do anything else than offer her own smile of gratitude. Then she promptly passed out. He had lost. That was the first thing Naruto realized when he woke up in his cell with so many chakra seals on him. It may have well been a second set of clothes. All Naruto could do was think, since all the prisoners' whispers had vanished the minute they realized he was awake. Naruko had been beaten, that much was fact. People could argue that it was all luck, and it was true he had made blunders that lead to her victory, but no matter how many mistakes he made, Naruko would have never won if she didn't have the skill, the plan, and the determination. What Naruto was thinking about wasn't the fight itself, but how he should react to his lose, and the strange part was he didn't care. He had killed hundreds of people, destroyed the Akatsuki, and created a plan to become God, all so he wouldn't lose. One would think he would be smashing his head against the wall, but Naruto wasn't. He had lost, but he didn't feel any different. What had he been so afraid of? Naruto would have to do some more thinking before he found the answer, but before he could do that, one of the prisoners finally opened his mouth. Are you really a god? Naruto gave a soft chuckle. That was an answer he had only found out recently. Don't be ridiculous. No human could ever become a god. Naruto was defeated by his sister? That's certainly unexpected. Kabuto said. Well, that's what happened, Zetsu said, although the damage done was incredibly one-sided towards Naruko. So the world's god has fallen back down to earth just as we were ready to strike him down from heaven. What a shame that is. Kabuto said. This just makes it easier for us, Zesta said. He's sitting in a cell just waiting to be taken out by Madara. Wouldn't it just be easier to let him be executed? Kabuto asked. I don't trust them to get the job done, and even if they do kill him, we'll have to start this whole jinchuriki hunt over again. It would be much easier to suck the 1 through 7 tails churka out of him. If you're so worried about that, why don't we build an army like I suggested instead of just sending Madara? Kabuto asked. If Naruto and Madara really do end up fighting, then no amount of ninja, even if they're Kage level, will have any effect on them. The two of them are just too strong. Besides, we can't gather that many bodies without drawing suspension. You seem to have already forgotten that Naruto was just taken down by a bratty girl. Kabuto said, having to once again butt head with Zetsu. He got us there, Zesta said to himself. Yes, he did indeed lose, but I wonder about that fight. Even when we were watching, something seemed off. I told you we should have gotten closer. If we had done that, we would have been caught up in the blast. Not to mention, when his wings came out, he would have noticed us instantly if we were any closer. I just wish we could have heard what he was saying when Naruko collapsed. Can you two stop fighting? I would like to get going before the sun comes up. Kabuto said. Naruko woke up in a hospital bed with her everything hurting.
So you finally awake. Kushina said from the side of the bed. What happened? Naruko said, her mind still hazy from the pain and the drugs. Well, where to begin? You disappeared without telling anyone where you were going. Then after scouring the whole village we finally pick up your trail only to realize you headed directly to Naruto's. Jiraiya and I got Kakashi and Minama and raced after you as fast as we could. Skip ahead a little bit and we arrived just in time to see you headbutt Naruto and Suigetsu, almost cutting your head off. Did I miss anything? I don't think so. Naruko replied. Oh, wait, I did. Do you know how much trouble you're going to be in once you leave this hospital bed? Naruko's face lost all color. But I beat him, so shouldn't that get me rewarded, not punished? I'm sure the Kages will think of some meaningless title to give you, but as your mother you'll be lucky to leave your room once a month. Kushina said with a smile that didn't match her tone. Naruko sunk into her bed wishing she had never woken up. What's going to happen to Naruto, she asked. That's up to the Kages to decide. Once they heard about Naruto's defeat they all rushed over here screaming for his head. Kushina said, looking very sad. But Jiraiya will stop them, right? Naruko asked. He's trying, but the only defense we can put up is keeping him alive to study his powers and possibly recreate them, or, Kushina had a look of disgust as she spoke, have him impregnate some women to see if his powers are genetic. But neither of those options are looking good since the other villages are afraid that we're just using that as an excuse to mass-produce vector control ninja. They rather just have Naruto's power die with him. But the alliance broke up, they shouldn't be able to call the shot in the leaf. Naruko said, sounding like she was pleading with Kushina. The alliance may have been destroyed, but every village has more than enough reason to call Naruto an international terrorist. If we kick them out and decide what to do with Naruto on our own, a war is almost guaranteed to start. But if we have Naruto on our side, is that really a problem? Naruko! Kushina screamed, making Naruko sink even deeper into the mattress. Do you even hear yourself? Naruto might be your brother and my son, but he's proven time and time again that those things don't matter to him. If we let him out and gave him his powers, do you really think he'll just protect the leaf? But what if he's changed? Losing really does change a person, you know. Naruko said in her defense. Naruko, I know you wanted all of yous to be a family again, but it should be obvious to you that you can't just smash Naruto into our house and expect everything to go the way you want. Losing might change a person, but I highly doubt that it changed Naruto so much that he'd be willing to undo everything he's already done. But dash. Naruko, I don't like it any more than you do, but it's time to face reality. There is nothing you can do at this point. While the Kages were busy discussing if Naruto execution should be a public display or a private matter, the man in question was incredibly bored. Apparently the other Kages weren't satisfied with Naruto's previous arrangements, so he had been moved away from the main population. He was chained to a wall in a room that only had a single torch for light. Naruto was also positive that there were at least 4 guards behind a thick steel door that separated him from the main prison. Is all this really necessary? With all these chakras sealed, I couldn't even pose a threat to a civilian. Well, whatever makes the big wings happy, I guess. Naruto said, letting his voice bounce off the walls. Naruto had learned a few things after thinking over his lose. 1. He was not a god. He had been arrogant to call himself one. No matter what anyone says, Naruto lucked out far too often during that fight. Now Naruto didn't put too much faith in beings of higher power, but the math didn't add up for the number of times Naruto had escaped death. The only explanation, at least in Naruto's mind, was that there had been some sort of outside interference, at least before his wings came out. But that was just a small inquiry that he learned immediately after the fight. The second thing he learned had been what he had sought after, and now that he knew it, he felt like an idiot for not realizing it before. Naruto had always looked for ways to expand his powers. After all, the more options he had, the better. His lose, however, showed him that although expanding his views had not been wrong, he should have used what had already been given to him more effectively. In other words, he needed to condense his thinking both metaphorically and literally.
Suddenly Naruto's cell started to rumble as small pebble-sized pieces of the roof dropped to the floor. The steel door to the cell burst open and 6 guards swamped in only to see Naruto still restrained and without any power. "Sorry to disappoint you, but I haven't suddenly regained my power. This was caused by someone else, although I don't think I can say I'm not a primary factor of what's about to take place," Naruto said with a smile that no one had ever seen before. He almost looked excited. The rumbling had been caused by the Leaf's gate being blown to pieces. Ninja rushed to the scene, weapons raised. Smoke was everywhere and any ninja who wandered in was immediately thrown back with their head missing. Since whoever was the cause of this was obviously incredibly dangerous, the best strategy was to wait for the smoke to clear, then fire everything at the person inside. But the person behind it didn't have time to wait for the smoke to be blown away, so he stepped out himself, giving the Leaf Ninja quite the shock. In front of them stood someone who should have been dead. "So this is what has become of the Leaf. I must say I'm very disappointed." Then, as if the Leaf Ninja elite were statues, he began his attack. A blood rain soon followed. "Kages!" someone yelled as they ran down the halls of the Hokage Tower and broke into the meeting room. "It's an emergency." All the Kages were on their feet in an instant. "Did Naruto break out?" said. "No, it's not that. Madara Uchiha just destroyed the gate and is slaughtering the village." The messenger panted out. "Madara should be dead?" May said, overcome with confusion. "It could be an imposter." The Kazekage mumbled. "No matter whom it is, they must be power if they were willing to invade the Leaf on their own," Jiraiya said. "There's only one reason such a powerful opponent would appear at this time," said. "We don't know for sure if this has anything to do with Naruto," Jiraiya retorted. "I bet my life that this Madara Uchiha is here either to kill or free Naruto," the Tsuchikage said. "If he is here for Naruto, then that's all the more reason to stop him," said, looking at Jiraiya for support. "I'll order all active ninja that we're facing a village-wide crisis," Jiraiya said in response. "We better head out," said. "No need to worry about that," a voice said right before a human smashed through the large window of the meeting room. "I took the liberty of making my way here." Not even a minute later, the top floors of the Hokage Tower were blown away by a massive explosion. Minama and Mito saw the explosion from their house. "What the hell is going on?" Minama said as she watched giant chunks of building fall on the village. "Did Naruto escape?" "I doubt it," Mito said. "Even if he did, he's not going to go and attack the village. He probably would have gone up there and tried to negotiate to get his previous position as the cash dump back. But I don't think he would start going on a killing spree. He's not as evil as you believe." "So who is it then?" Minama asked, rather irritated that Mito looked so calm. "My guess someone who saw their chance to kill Naruto now that he's a sitting duck," Mito replied. "Maybe someone from the Akatsuki or even farther back in his past, like someone associated with Orochimaru." "I'm going out," Minama said as she headed for the door. "You sure you want to do that? That person has the balls to take on all 5 of the Kages. You'll be crushed," Mito said, stating the obvious. "I'm still a ninja of this village, so it's my job to go," Minama replied. "It's your life," Mito said, sounding uninterested, but Minama saw the slight look of worry on her face, and that was enough to send Minama out the door with a smile. Once she was gone, Mito leaned on the window watching the warzone take shape. Honestly, if you had half a brain, you realized that whoever this person is has to be at least close to Naruto in level. The best plan would be to let Naruto out so can take care of this problem. At least then he has somewhat of an obligation to not destroy the entire village in the crossfire, but as always politics would get in the way of that. Mito may have gone to free Naruto herself, but the guards would stop her immediately, and with the chakra seals she wouldn't be able to fight back. But the more imposing issue that was keeping her away is the fact that she betrayed him, and facing him would be way too much for her to handle. It was a stupid reason, and Mito knew she was hiding behind her fears, and she would have felt a lot worse if she didn't know for a fact that there was a person in the village that would free him no matter what. And it just so happened to be a perfect time to attempt a jailbreak. The smell of blood hit Minima hard. She had to slow down, afraid that she would accidentally step on one of the many bodies that lined the street. Minima had seen bodies in blood before, but these bodies were mangled. Even when Minima saw Naruto tear people's arms off and caused their bodies to explode from the inside out, she didn't feel this sick. It might have been because most of bodies were civilians. The look of their face was nothing like what a ninja had when they died. These people hadn't been prepared to fight, they hadn't risked their lives before. They were innocent. All they could do was run away, but they were still slaughtered. Minima couldn't stand the sight. Whoever did this was going to pay. As Minima swore this to herself, something flew past her and hit a building behind her with a mushy splat. Almost against her will, Minima looked over to see who that poor person was. The Kazekage's body, just as mangled and beaten as the rest, was imprinted on the side of the building. Naruto could hear the explosions and rushing of feet, but other than that he had no idea what might be going on outside his cell. He could guess that it was some attempted by Zetsu to kill him, but he also knew it couldn't be Zetsu himself, so who did Zetsu enlist? Come on Zetsu, why don't you just tell me who it is that's causing so much havoc upstairs? No response. Come on Zetsu, I know you're there, getting into my cell would be easy for someone like you. Why don't you come out and try to kill me yourself? I can't exactly fight back. Naruto said. No response. Fine, stay in the walls or the floor and let you puppet do all the work. This time there was a response, but it wasn't for the walls or the floor, instead it came from the door as it opened. You haven't been in here that long. Don't you think it's a bit early to be talking to yourself? A young female voice said as she entered the cell. She was obviously an Uchiha with her long black hair and Sharingan already active. By her appearance she couldn't have been older than 8, but Naruto knew a little better to take information based on appearance. Are you here to mock me or save me, Hitomi? Naruto said. The young girl sighed. So you did know. In a puff of smoke the henge Hitomi had been using disappeared. How did you know I was still alive? I didn't tell anyone. I keep a lot closer track on my students than you might think. Naruto said with a cocky smile. Suigetsu ability to get information for water really is helpful. Besides, I always knew that you could beat Itachi. You can't be serious. That bastard took a scythe to the side and didn't even lower his speed. If I hadn't cast my own genjutsu on me using the side's reflection, I really would be dead. And don't even get me started about getting a body double to fool the leaf autopsy. But you did it. Naruto said with a smile that actually made it seem like he was proud of her. So you just assumed because I was alive that I would come and save you. What if I was a traitor like Mito? Hitomi said. It was always possible you wouldn't come to get me, but it was a low one and I had a backup plan just in case. So what have you been up to? I assume you didn't fake your death for no reason. Naruto asked like he was reminiscing with an old friend. I realized a while ago that killing Itachi wasn't going to make everything right. His death wouldn't bring back all the people he killed. So I thought about what would happen to all the other Uchiha when Itachi was dead. I might not like it, but the truth was Itachi was the only sort of guidance for those kids, the only person who could teach them. If I just killed Itachi and ran off, I would be just like him, so I decided to help them, and what I found was awful. When I went in under a henge, I thought I would have to cast a genjutsu on the staff so they would think there had always been 12 orphans instead of 11, but they didn't even notice the difference. The staff didn't even bother to learn their names, that's how little they cared. Outside wasn't much better, people would keep giving dirty looks and I heard all sorts of things about how they were all the sons or daughters of traitors and how they should be punished for their parents' crimes, like having everything taken away from them and their family slaughtered wasn't enough. You should have seen the look on their faces when I suck in and told them who I was. They were so excited to hear about my adventures outside the leaf. Even the 2 kids who were on their last year of the academy were shocked to hear that I knew simple fire jutsus. So you see, Naruto, I had to help them. I taught them how to be ninja and treated them like actual people.
I'm sorry of abandoning you." Naruto listened without saying a word. He accepted Hitomi's reasoning without issue. "Did you think I was mad?" "I'm not mad whatever reasoning you had if you felt strongly about I wasn't going to stop you. I didn't even mind that Mito straight up left to join the other side. I don't hold grudges over that kind of thing. The only thing that Mito or you need to worry about is if you ever directly go up against me I won't hold back, but considering you went out of your way to help me I don't think you need to worry about that." "Thank you," Hitomi said, water slightly building up in her eyes. "Is there anything else you need to tell me before you break me out?" Naruto asked. Mito apparently felt bad for the Uchiha orphans and came to visit when she was released for prison, and since she cared enough to remember how many were left she discovered I was still alive. I talked to her a little bit, and while it seems like she regrets leaving you she also had no intention of helping you." "That's fine, anything else?" Naruto said, waving it off. "Well, I kind of accidentally made the Uchiha clan your fan club," Hitomi said, blushing in embarrassment. "It's not my fault, it's just those stories I told must have made it seem like you were the prefect teacher, which must have resonated with them. Once they heard you were captured they started a plan to free you. Luckily I stopped them, but they offered up their rooms as a safe house for you to hide, although I doubt you'll need it. I appreciate their concern, but I don't need to hide. Now can you please remove these chains and chakra seals?" Naruto said. "Hold on just a minute, I spilled the last 3 months out on the table for you. Now I want you to answer my questions," Hitomi said, sounding like a mother scolding her child. "Shoot," Naruto said, shrugging Hitomi's tone off. "Why did you lose to Naruko?" "She was too strong." "Bull. I don't care if she's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, there is no way Naruko could beat you, especially if what I've heard about your wing form is true." "That's what happened," Naruto said, shaking his head at Hitomi's disbelief. "I'm not freeing you till you tell me," Hitomi said, angry that Naruto was keeping things for her. They stared each other down for a good 2 minutes before Naruto accepted Hitomi's stubbornness. "Alright, fine, I may have given her some help during her fight." "What kind of help, and more importantly why would you want to lose?" Hitomi said, still annoyed with Naruto. "I'm sure you heard that losing changes a person more than winning. I want to experience that. That was the first reason, although don't be fooled, if I just handed her the win then I wouldn't change and it would be pointless." "So you plan to have Naruto beat you from the beginning?" Hitomi asked. "Not at first, I was just going to crush her for disturbing my peace, but she was doing better than expected, and that's where I reached my first conclusion from losing, that I am not a god. So despite what you may think, that first part of our fight was completely genuine. It's when I brought out my wings that she needed some help. The moment I decided she had the potential to truly beat me was when my blood reverse didn't kill her instantly. I could have just keep spamming that attack and sooner or later the Nine-Tails would screw up, or the pain of having her blood reversed and unreversed over and over again would have killed her, but I had decided to start my help at that point. I refrained from using my most powerful moves, but even then the extra range of my vectors and my plasma was too much. So my second helping step came when she was near death and I needed to give her the hope needed to see that I had neglected to repair my reflection after she damaged it with her Raisin Shuriken." "And what would the second step be?" "It's hard to explain and I can't demonstrate it unless I have my vector control, so may you pretty please take off these chains." Hitomi sighed. Naruto obviously had no idea what it meant to truly lose. All he had done was pull the bell test where the teacher would hold back to give their students a chance. All Naruko had done was successfully snatch the bell. Well, maybe when you're as strong as Naruto that's the biggest lose you can have. But, Naruto, I can't believe that you destroyed your peaceful life and got everyone arrested just to see what would happen if you lost. You're the strongest already, why would you even need to change? Oh yeah, the more important reason I got myself captured has to do with what's going on above us. You see, my new life wasn't perfect peace, there was an overgrown weed infesting my house. I might be the strongest ninja alive, but every time I tried to sever this pest it would run away before I could. I knew it was planning something, but it wanted to make sure everything was ready before it strangled me. Not wanting it to have the upper hand, I decided to dangle some bait that it couldn't resist. Naruto said. So in other words, you got captured to force Zetsu to act. Hitomi said plainly. Way to ruin my analogy, but yes, that's the reason. Naruto said, sounding honestly hurt.
Suddenly another explosive rocked the cell. And from the sound of it, Zetsu got someone truly powerful.
From what I hear, it's Madara Uchiha. Hitomi said with a bucket load of skepticism.
I see, that would make sense. I hope it's not an imposter this time.
Naruto said, looking up with a smile on his face. Hitomi realized that Naruto was displaying an emotion he never had before, excitement.
It was so strange to see Naruto look forward to a fight. He was normally nonchalant about it and only did it because he had to. Even when he looked like he was enjoying himself, it was just because something unexpected happened and Naruto found it interesting. It was so strange that Hitomi just had to ask.
You sure look happy. Did those 3 months of peace bore you? Hitomi asked.
No, I was very happy with my peace, and after today I plan to return to it, but even if this had nothing to do with me, I don't think I could keep myself out of this fight.
Naruto said, his leg actually shaking in anticipation. His repose was even stranger than his actual excitement. Naruto never went out of his way for a fight, so why did he want to now? Why? Was all Hitomi could say. Imagine it like a game. I played and got the high score.
It wasn't a slightly better high score either, it crushed second place.
Then I played again and got an even better high score.
This kept happening until my score was so high that nobody else even had a chance. I might be able to play again and beat my old high score, but when it's so high, what's the point? So I stopped and went off to my
peaceful life.
But a little later someone comes along and actually beats my high score, but they didn't beat it by huge margins, they barely squeaked by.
So the question is, who is the best player?
That's why I want to fight him so bad, not because I have to go back to my peace, but because he's the only person in the world right now who can match my skill.
Don't you think you're jumping the gun a bit?
Just because he's causing huge amounts of destruction up there doesn't mean much to you, and you vector control.
Hitomi said, surprised that Naruto was putting this guy on such a high pedestal.
You're right, he might just be a dirty cheater, but if that really is Madara Uchiha, and I bet he is, then he was the best player before me.
It only makes sense Zetsu would choose him to kill me. Naruto said, still smiling. Fine, let's get you out of those chains. Hitomi said.
A few minutes later the chains were gone and the seals removed.
Oh man, it feels so good to be free. Naruto said, stretching out. You know you weren't in there all that long. Naruto was never meant to be locked up. Anyways, let's go get the other. I thought you were going to show me how you helped Naruko the second time? Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Naruto said.
I just used this little trick to motivate her. Hitomi's eyes widened, not because of anything she saw but what she heard.
Sound was just vibration going through the air. Naruto had taken control of those vibrations to change the pitch of his voice, and it sounded exactly like Ninto's voice. There was no need for any more explanation. It was so unfair. Naruko had worked so hard to defeat Naruto, and it finally looked like things were going to return to normal, but then this happens. Why did they have to defeat one god only for another one to show up? There was nothing Minima could do.
She was just part of the scenery to Madara's one-man war. She was thrown around like it was nothing.
An aftershock from Madara's fight against Akage sent her into a brick building. Minima dropped to her hand and knees.
She tried to convince herself that she should stand up and fight no matter how pointless it might be, but when she saw Madara set his barely living body on fire, her faith was crushed. People could say anything they wanted about her sister, but if she stood up to Naruto under these same conditions, then she was the bravest person ever.
Unfortunately, Minima was not. Resorting to the most pathetic thing anyone had ever seen from a ninja, Minima started crawling away.
However, something happened that stopped her before she could really start. A foot stepped in front of her. The complexion of the skin was all Minima needed to see before she realized who it was. Slowly looking up, she met the cold eyes of her brother.
It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. After all of this. After all Naruko had done, Naruto was walking free. Minima couldn't help but cry, and if crawling with teary eyes wasn't pathetic enough, she did something that she knew would throw her pride out into the garbage, but it was the only thing she had left to even feel like she was giving an ounce of help. She threw her head to the floor and started begging. Naruto, please defeat him. I know this might have nothing to do with you, but please, as your sister, will you please do something? You're the only one strong enough. I don't have anything to give you, hell, I don't think the world has anything it can give you, but please, as a god, will you help these mere mortals with their tragedy? She had no way of knowing what expression Naruto had, but the fact he hadn't moved yet gave Minima some hope. Then, as if she had interrupted his favorite show, he spoke. I may not be a god, but do you really think your begging is so important that it will cause me to act? Minima face drained. He wasn't going to do anything. They were all going to die to Madara, but Naruto continued. I'm going to fight Madara because I want to fight him. Not to protect this village or anyone in it, and since I already told my group to leave, there is nothing stopping me from holding back, so if you want to be helpful, I advise you convince everyone else to do the same. After that, Naruto took a couple steps past Minima. She had no way of knowing this, but while Naruto had been speaking, they had drawn quite a crowd. Madara Uchiha being one of them. The rest were ninja too shocked to do anything. Once Naruto was completely past Minima, Madara seemed to teleport in front of him, swinging in kunai at the side of his head. Die, was all he said before the kunai came into contact with his reflection. The kunai shattered and Madara's arm was twisted in a weird way. How about you? Naruto said, quickly placing his palm on Madara's chest. A second later, Madara's body exploded in what looked like scraps of paper. Did he not know about my vector control? Naruto asked himself. The ninja there could barely register what happened. The person who they couldn't even land one hit had been taken down in a single move. They didn't know if they should start celebrating or turning their weapons on Naruto. But neither decision was viable after a couple seconds when those scraps of paper gathered to reform Madara. I see you must be my target. Madara said. Good, I thought that attack may have really killed you, but it looks like you've gained some sort of immortality. However, since I killed you so easily, I'm a little worried you're not as strong as I thought. Naruto said. You shouldn't, because that won't happen again. What you should be worried about is the fact that you only have one life. Madara said, using a jutsu that summoned some sort of fan. You don't really have another chance either. Naruto bragged. Since I saw how you reformed right then, I know how it works. The next time I break you, you'll stay broken, so please don't disappoint me. All the ninjas surrounding them at that point realized that staying here would only bring them death. Leaving their pride behind, they bolted away from destruction the fight was sure to bring. Within a minute, the battlefield that had been filled with people and noise was empty and quiet. Naruto and Madara had not moved during the stampede. It wasn't that they cared about getting innocent people involved, it was just that they were chaotic variables, and on the fight of this level it was best to have as few of those as possible. At the start of the fight, Naruto had the clear advantage. Madara didn't have a solid grasp on his vector control, and unless Naruto was lying, and Madara doubted he was, then he would be able to stop Madara from resurrecting. Given these conditions, it was only natural for Naruto to take the initiative. A hail of pebbles bombarded Madara's position. He brought up his fan to protect himself, and when the pebbles hit, they were reflected back at Naruto. However, he had already moved from that position. Madara felt a pressure on his fan that was not being reflected, and a moment later the fan shattered as Naruto broke through. Come on, reflection is my trick, Naruto said as he took a swing at Madara. Madara jumped into the air to avoid Naruto's attack. A blade of air passed through where Madara had been and cut the ground in half, but Naruto had already jumped before the attack was fully completed. Madara had timed his jump so he wouldn't be in air too long, as such Naruto was still in the air when Madara had landed. He quickly did a few hand signs to flood the streets and send an electrical current through the water. You might be able to reflect thing, but you have to land somewhere, Madara said. Naruto looked at the sparking death below him and let out a laugh. You really are amazing. You figured out this flaw in my ability way faster than anyone else ever did, but it won't be enough. A cyclone of wind shot from Naruto back, propelling him past Madara's homemade fryer. Naruto fell right behind Madara with a cyclone about to launch. Now it's my turn, Naruto said, but right when his foot touched the ground his body stiffened from the painful electric current that shot up his foot. Naruto gave a quick yelp of pain before jumping back into the air. Damn it, he casted a genjutsu to make it look like the water stopped sooner than it did, but when did he do it? Naruto would have to dispel that genjutsu, otherwise he wouldn't know where he could safely land. He sent the command for his chakra to go haywire. The water filled into to match the reality, but before it was completely finished, Madara jumped up and punched the side of Naruto's face. Madara's arm twisted and snapped unnaturally, but the punch did indeed connect with Naruto's cheek. Naruto was set flying through the wall of a nearby high-rise. Madara landed gracefully as his arm snapped back into place. He watched the rubble fall into the building's newly formed hole, kicking up dust and plaster. Suddenly, the back end up the building blew out, revealing a cyclone that was easily 20 times larger than Naruto's normal cyclones. The propulsion of the cyclone forced the building toward Madara as it started to collapse. Normally Madara would have plenty of time to dodge something like that, but Naruto's cyclone was giving to an incredible amount of extra speed. Madara was barely able to force his way past the building, but as it fell it hit the electric water, causing it to shot everywhere. On top of that, 20 of Naruto's normal cyclones burst from seemingly random point on the building. It was a strain for even Madara to dodge all these incoming variables, but he still saw through Naruto's actual plan. In one of the cyclones you could barely make out a human silhouette between the raging winds. Naruto must have hidden himself inside so he could pop out behind Madara when he dodged, but Madara was not so easily fooled. When that particular cyclone came, instead of dodging, Madara used a powerful windjutsu to disperse the cyclone. Right when the attacks collided, Madara felt something grab his leg, and only then did he realize he had been fooled. The silhouette Madara had seen had not been Naruto. It had been one of the many ninja Madara had killed beforehand. That meant the thing grabbing Madara's leg was the real threat. Madara could swear he heard Naruto say, "It might be the oldest trick in the book, but it still works." Madara didn't give it a second thought and with a quickly made lightning jutsu severed his leg. Madara jumped back a ways to put some distance between them. Naruto must have realized what Madara had done, because the leg did not explode like it surely would have if the rest of his body had been attached. Naruto instead climbed out the ground with a smile of his face and the leg in his hand. The smile was warped due to Madara's punch dislocating his jaw, but a push from his opposite hand and a grotesque crack was enough to fix it. The leg was twitching as it was alive. Under normal circumstances the leg could have broken into the scraps of paper to escape Naruto's grasp and return to Madara's body, but Naruto was clearly doing something to prevent that. "You really are everything I hoped you'd be, a person who truly forces me to go all out. Without knowing much about my power, you were able to exploit a weakness that no one else has, even after doing instant study into my power. To hit me in that 1 second window where my chakra is a little screwed, which also screws my equation slightly, when I dispel a genjutsu was really impressive. Although I guess it didn't work out perfectly," Naruto said, remembering how Madara's arm had still suffered the effects of Naruto's reflection. "My Sharingan see everything," Madara said. "It wasn't hard to figure out that your power comes directly from your chakra." "No, it's more like your power is your chakra. Once that was discovered, it was easy to see what I had to do. There is no way to dispel a genjutsu without disrupting one's own chakra. In other words, you have to mess with your own power to dispel a genjutsu. See, this is what I'm talking about. You dissected my power so easily, but as I'm sure you already realized, I'm not one to be brought down so easily. How many times have you tried to trap me in a genjutsu during this conversation? By my count it's 32. Madara hissed in annoyance at Naruto's jab. "Not to mention," Naruto said, waving around Madara's leg, "you suddenly have acquired a huge disadvantage." "It's only a temporary setback," Madara said, letting his Uchiha arrogance out. "As soon as you discard my leg it will return to me, unless you intend to hang on to it for the remainder of this fight." Naruto laughed at Madara's logic. "You're right, I don't tend on carry this pointless thing around, but I also don't intend to let you make use of it." Madara raised an eyebrow at Naruto's rambling, but it wasn't long before Naruto demonstrated what he meant. Previously Naruto's attack blew Madara's body apart, but this time his leg was church-like walls were pushing in on it from all sides. It continued to contort until it finally resembled a ball, but even then the invisible walls did not stop. They continued pushing down, forcing what could once have been called a leg even smaller. Eventually, it became a small ball of flesh that could easily fit between Naruto's fingers. When a toy breaks, as long as you have all the parts and the know-how, you can put it back together, but if a single section of any part is missing, then there's no way to put the toy back together without bringing something from the outside, even if all that was missing is the empty space between the parts. Naruto let go of the tiny ball and it immediately flew to Madara to try and reattach itself, but no matter what it did, it could not regain the mass to make it a full leg. It tried to unravel and break apart, but it would not gain the area necessary to remake Madara's leg. In the end, it just speared across Madara's stump of a leg, not even adding a centimeter of length back. "I can't tell you how stupid I feel for only just recently figuring this out," Naruto said with a hint of regret. "I mean, come on, it should have been obvious that condensing things and working on the micro level was way better than expanding in large-scale work. My two best moves came from condensing, plasma from condensing wind, and my wings from condensing chakra. So why did it take me having to repair my chakra networks after Naruko sliced the cells to figure this out? Oh, but I've started rambling, haven't I? You came back from the dead to lose to me, so I won't prolong it anymore." Kabuto was observing the battle from a ridge outside the city walls. He wasn't the only one either. The entire population had been evacuated, even the surviving Kages were outside the city limit. Who could really blame them? Those two monsters had already destroyed an entire district, and to the Leaf civilians who have never seen so much destruction, it must have been a nightmare. The only people in the crowd that didn't have looks of horror were the group of Uchiha orphans situated far away from the main crowd. They appeared to be cheering for Naruto while the rest of Naruto allies were watching the battle with the utmost intensity. Kabuto, however, would not just watch. It was becoming clear the Madara would lose if he didn't get some help. It might have gone against what Zesta wanted, but he was an idiot, so what did it matter? The first thing Kabuto did was transfer all the information on Naruto's powers and weaknesses into Madara's head. That would give Madara the ability to produce better plans of attack. The next would be giving Madara some much-needed assistance. Kabuto already had a couple of dead Kages that he could make use of, and stealing some sacrifices from the crowd wouldn't be too difficult. Kabuto would sneak to the back and acquire some participants, but before he could jump off the ridge, the ground was taken out from under him. Kabuto fell flat on his face, hitting his nose and cracking his glasses. Kabuto rolled around to see what the cause of this was and was terrified to see that it had not been the ground that had been cut, it had been his legs. The severing had been so quick and so clean that Kabuto hadn't even noticed. Kabuto looked down to see a large pool of blood spilling from his torso. The bleeding would have to be stopped soon or he would bleed out, but thinking about that hardly seemed to matter when Kabuto saw who was responsible. "Impossible, you're fighting Madara, how are you here?" Kabuto screamed as Naruto causally walked up the ridge, hands in his pockets. "I am," Naruto replied, "but I'm also here." "Liar. I don't care how much power you have, you can't be in two places at once." Kabuto screamed at this absurd development. "Well, I guess that's true. After all, technically the Naruto fighting Madara and I are not the same person, but on paper we are no doubt both Naruto." "How is this possible? No matter how much you warp vectors, you can't create another you." Kabuto said, his sight already getting blurry from the loss of blood. "Of course I can't create a clone of myself using vectors, but why are you so shocked? I didn't do anything that special," Naruto said, seeming a little confused. "Then how is there two of you? How have you not figured it out yet? It's not that hard," Naruto said, seeming a little annoyed with Kabuto. "Maybe it's my fault causing you to lose so much blood, but it should be obvious vector control isn't the only thing I can do, you know." Kabuto felt his voice stop in his throat and the words came out like he was a squeaky toy. "Shadow clones, you used a regular jutsu." That's right, super simple, but none of you expected it. The clone said. But Zetsu and I have been watching you ever since you got captured and we never saw you make a shadow clone. I've been around far longer than that. While you've been watching Naruto go through his peaceful life, I was created to track you down to whatever hole you live in and kill you and Zetsu, but with Naruko's attack things changed. I almost had to go break the original out, but someone else already did, so I just hunted you down while you were busy with the commotion. The clone said. You're still lying. A shadow clone can survive on its own for such long periods of time. That's true, but I'm not a regular shadow clone. I was made from Naruto chakra, which as already demonstrated gives me vector control. Now don't be fooled, I'm not nearly as strong as the original, but the normal rules of shadow clones don't apply to me. Shadow clone are destroyed when the chakra making up their bodies is dispersed by entire existing too long or getting hit hard enough, but I can use vectors to force my chakra to stay in the form of my body. The only thing that keeps me from being a complete human is my inability to produce chakra on my own. Once I run out of chakra, I will fade back into the original, and since I have to use chakra to force my chakra to stay put, I will eventually disperse like a normal clone, but don't worry, the original made sure to give me enough chakra to last another year if I have to. Even if you have that much time, you won't be able to kill Zetsu. Kabuto said as his last hurrah. He can phase into the ground the moment he notices you. Even if you catch him off guard and chop him into pieces or condense him into dust, he'll still come back just as he was soon enough. He truly is invincible. Kabuto let out a slow chuckle before Naruto crushed his head. We'll just see about that. Naruto said as he took a brief look at how the original was doing. Madara's eyes had changed. They were no longer the red and black of the Sharingan, instead, it was the purple of the Rinnegan. It had happened after a brief moment where all expression on Madara's face had left. I see, Madara said as if he had gained some divine wisdom, that's your power. I'll admit if I had continued to use only my Sharingan then you would win, but my new eyes changed some things. They just so happened to give me the perfect jutsu to use on you. Madara raised his arm towards Naruto. Push. Everything flew away from Madara except Naruto, whose reflection reversed the command and sent him towards Madara. As Naruto's body was flying at high speeds towards Madara, he simply held out his fist and Naruto crashed into it, his reflection not doing anything since Naruto's body had been the one moving, not Madara. Naruto's body bent into a C shape as his speed was suddenly reduced to 0, but he was close enough for a counterattack. Naruto swung his arm towards Madara's face, but before it could reach, Madara spoke, pull. Naruto was pushed back, hitting a bunch of rocks and other objects that were being pulled. However, Naruto wasn't going to just let Madara throw him around like a toy. As Naruto passed the flying objects, he increased their speed towards Madara, making it unsafe for him to just stand still, but with only one leg it was hard for him to dodge. Eventually the storm stopped. Naruto was on a knee, breathing heavily. Madara's punches took a toll far greater than Naruto punches ever did. Out of breath already, Madara mocked. How do you expect to survive round 2? Pooh dash. I don't think so, I'll put an end to this right now. Naruto yelled, wings bursting from his back with such force that they ripped the back of his shirt. Without a moment of hesitation, Naruto held out his own arm. Madara was in the range of his vector control, he would condense him into nothing. Crush. But nothing happened. Madara pushed off the ground using his only leg and flew towards Naruto. Naruto tried to divert his path using his vector control, but that didn't work either. Naruto clicked his tongue as Madara was nearly there. Naruto created a small ball of plasma and launched it at Madara, but when it got a certain distance from Madara, Naruto felt the chakra keeping the plasma intact disappear. The plasma, having lost its glue, was unable to keep its form. A second later, Naruto was put on his back from an uppercut delivered by Madara. Once on his back, Naruto used his wings to push himself away from Madara and back to his feet. Naruto quickly got his thoughts in order and observed how Madara was able to counter his vector control. Naruto soon discovered that there was a small dome around Madara that was outside his vector control. Trying to push his chakra into that space caused it to disappear. It was a dome of safety inside Naruto's dome of control. You're absorbing my chakra. Naruto said, sounding much more distressed than he meant to. That's just one of the powers of the Rinnegan.
It must be really bad for you since without your chakra you have no combat skills.
Madara said, satisfied he had broken Naruto's control. It might be true that without my chakra I wouldn't be able to do much, but you little eyes haven't taken away my chakra.
Naruto tapped his foot on the ground and all the pebbles and rocks inside his vector control rose and seemed to point towards Madara. There were thousands of them at the least. Even if the chakra supporting these rocks disappears inside your dome, they'll still maintain their speed if I fire it from outside your dome. Good luck dodging all of them. Maybe with 2 legs and your skill you could have, but with only 1 you're screwed. The rocky storm began a moment later. Rocks were shot at Madara from every angle and at every speed. The ground began to shake at the sheer number of them. Dust kicked up across the entire village, and when it was finished Madara was nowhere to be seen. Naruto was very confused and a little shocked. He had expected that attack to blow Madara's body away, but where were the scraps of paper that were supposed to reform it? Naruto had planned to condense the spot where they would reform Madara, then immortal or not Madara would be out of the fight, but there wasn't a scrape to be found. That's when Naruto felt it. Normally nothing could happen inside his dome that he wouldn't know about since he could feel it through his chakra, but Madara removed that chakra. However, that just meant Naruto could do the opposite, where he couldn't feel his chakra that was where Madara was. So it came as a big shock when Naruto suddenly lost the feeling directly behind. Naruto didn't even have time to turn around before a force to his back sent him flying. This punch was a lot stronger than any previous punch, and Naruto felt himself lose consciousness a moment before his body being blown through a brick wall brought him out of it. Naruto used his wings to block most of the damage, but it still hurt like hell. Naruto made his way out of the wreckage only to see Madara sitting on top of some rubble with a newly restored leg. Well, maybe restored wasn't the right word. The new leg wasn't flesh and blood like his old one, instead, it was metal and mechanical. Another one of the Rinnegan's powers? Naruto spat. How'd you know? Madara replied with genuine smile. The tables had turned. Naruto was now at an overwhelming disadvantage. With his effective moveset cut down, Naruto's only choice of attack was to use the objects around him, but no matter if it was a million pebbles or smashing an entire building onto Madara, he would always be able to dodge or block. Meanwhile, Madara was piling on his own damage. Naruto dodged what he could, but Madara was just too damn fast. It seemed to only be a matter of time before Madara's kicks and punches would bring Naruto to his knees. And that moment happened when Naruto built a dome of rock around Madara's absorption dome, not giving him a single space to dodge to and launching every piece of rock at the same time. But a moment later Naruto felt his chakra disappear directly below him, and before he come think of a counter plan, Madara popped up behind him and grabbed one of his wings. Naruto's wings were made of chakra, so when Madara grabbed it started to get absorbed. It was like Madara was pulling the wing off an insect. Even if Naruto broke the wing up into its feathers, they would still have to return to his back very quickly. But the biggest problem with Naruto's wing getting ripped apart was that they were basically the spines of Naruto's current vector control, and shaking it was have devastating effects on Naruto's chakra. Eventually Madara complete absorbed one of Naruto's wings. Madara not wanting to get too greedy back off once it was done, but he had not needed to. Naruto had no more strength to stand. He collapsed to his hands and knees, throwing up a good portion of his blood. Losing his wing didn't just affect his vector control, it also heavily damaged his body. He didn't have enough chakra in his body to reconstruct his missing wing, and he didn't have nearly enough time to wait for his body to replenish the chakra naturally. So in a move that would defiantly bring his defeat, but was the only thing Naruto could do to keep fighting properly, he recalled his other wing. Now Naruto was fighting with only his normal vector control. Naruto bent over and picked up 2 handfuls of pebbles and fired them at Madara. The number of pebbles wasn't even 1/100th of what Naruto previously had done, so Madara dodged them with incredible ease. A kick connected with Naruto's stomach and sent him rolling across the dirt. It's not that Naruto couldn't get up, it's just that he didn't see what point there was in getting up. With Madara able to cancel all of Naruto's chakra and Naruto having lost the use of his wings, there just wasn't any way he could win. As a man of equations and probability, Naruto knew this as fact and wouldn't try to delude himself into thinking that if he just tried a little harder then maybe he could win.
So this was the feeling people had when they fought him. It was interesting to experience it for himself. Naruto closed his eyes as Madara's foot landed right in front of his face. It would be just like sleeping. Naruto waited for the moment he'd lose all his senses, but seconds passed, then an entire minute, and nothing happened. Naruto opened his eyes to see what was going on. Madara was looking away from him, which was strange enough, but what was stranger was the semicircle of humans that surrounded them. There was Fu, Hanabi, Suigetsu, Hitomi, and all the Uchiha orphans. "What are you doing here?" Naruto sighed. "Didn't I tell you that being here would only get you hurt?" Naruto said, looking around. He and Madara really had gone at it. Half the town was in ruin. "Stop trying to act so cool," Fu yelled. "We're here to save you." "I'll admit I'm not doing so good, but he'll destroy you," Naruto said. "That may be true, but even if we can buy you even a minute, then I know you'll come up with a plan to win. All you need is some time to think," Hanabi said. "If that's the case," Madara said, cutting in, "then I won't give you that time. I'll destroy you all right here." Madara lifted his arm up to the sky like he was going to bring down heaven, and what do you know he did? A chunk of rock burst through the clouds. It was easily twice as big as the entire city. It was obvious what would happen if that thing fell on them. "I wonder if your vector control is strong enough to stop this," Madara said with a grin plastered across his face. "Well, so much for a complicated plan," Naruto said, standing up and gaining the attention of everyone around him. Naruto looked at the giant mass with bored eyes as if his near death a few seconds ago had never happened. "Looks like you've made a blunder, Madara. An object that is too big to be affected by vectors, what a joke. My power comes from other people's power. Be it the stolen chakra that makes up my wings or the natural wind that make up my cyclones, none of it can truly be called mine, but you just delivered me the key to your defeat." Two wings burst from Naruto's back. They were only half as long as they normally were, which cut Naruto extended range to 1/4 of what it had been, but it didn't matter. Naruto didn't really need any extended range for what he was about to do. His wings stated to be causing dust to swirl around him right before he flew up towards the meteor. When he was close enough, Naruto matched the speed of the falling rock and placed his hand on it. Outside, the village people watched in horror as the meteor fell. It truly seemed like the end of the world. But suddenly the meteor started to shrink at an incredible rate. It was an amazing sight, and soon the entire object was no longer visible. Instead, people could see a figure with two wings soaring through the sky, but it was quickly lost as it dove to the ground. Still, some people would claim that it had been the work of God that had stopped the meteor. If only Naruto could have heard. Back on the ground, Naruto held a baseball-sized chunk of rock in his hand. All the Uchiha orphans were gawking at his display. "You should really leave now," Naruto said to the group standing behind him. "Are you crazy? We didn't come here just to be sent back," Fu said. "I know you came to help and you did, but now that I have this," Naruto said, holding up the rock, "you'll be in great danger. My next attack will likely destroy the whole village and then some." Fu, Hanabi, and the Uchiha orphans were ready to argue, but a look from Naruto told them that he wouldn't use whatever attack he was planning until they were safely out of range, and if Naruto didn't do whatever he was planning, he would lose. So the group ran off to the nearest exit. "How noble of you, creating a lie to make your friends leave," Madara said. "It's no lie. Once they're gone, this fight is over." "How stupid do you think I am? So you may have stopped my meteor. What's a chunk of rock going to do? Why don't you come over here and find out?" "With pleasure." Madara lunged towards Naruto, expecting Naruto to throw that chunk of rock at him since it was really the only option he had, but that didn't happen. Instead, Naruto simply dropped it. The impact was as if a megaton bomb had gone off. A crater the size of an entire city block opened up, sending everything, including Madara, to the edges. Naruto used his vectors to stay anchored to that space, and when the explosion was done, he picked the rock up just as casually as he had dropped it. "What the hell did you just do?" Madara said, shock-jawed. "You know, condensing things down only changes the size, the mass stays the same. You should have realized this. Doesn't one of your legs feel heavier than the other?
Now that Madara thought about, he did feel that his mechanical leg was heavier.
This rock I'm holding in my hand must be a couple billion tons. It's only due to my vector control that I can even hold the damn thing. I bet not even the entire world's population could even budge the thing. Dropping something this heavy, well, you already saw, but there's no chakra involved, so this attack is completely effective against you. We'll just see about that. Madara yelled with true anger in his voice. He rushed Naruto again, but once again the dropping rock caused him to be blown back. No matter what angle or what speed Madara came at Naruto, it would always end the same. Even if Madara dug below him, the crater would deepen, causing the exact same result. No human alive could go against that much force. But that wouldn't stop Madara. He was gearing up for a third attempt when Naruto spoke. That should have given them enough time now to end this. Naruto moved the rock to the very edge of his vector control, then the rock started shrinking again. Madara put up his defenses, trying to be prepared for anything, but nothing could prepare him for what was to come. The rock kept shrinking and shrinking until it was no longer visible, but even then it continued to shrink, and eventually there was too much mass in too tiny of a space. A black hole was formed. It immediately started pulling things in, starting with dirt and loose rocks, and as it grew bigger at a terrifying rate, buildings and the ground itself. Naruto was safe. He had anchored himself to that point in space. Even when the ground below him was devoured, he just floated at that point. Madara, however, had no such safety net. He was putting in a valiant effort, but he would not be able to resist the pull for long. There was nothing Madara could do. His immortality wouldn't be of much help in a black hole, and there was no jutsu that could destroy a black hole. Are you crazy? He yelled. So what if you win this fight? The black hole will continue to grow until it obtained the either planet, then it will move on to other planets. Not even your vector control can destroy a black hole. You've doomed this world. Whatever, just die already. Naruto said with no concern for the world he had just ended. Madara really didn't know how to respond to Naruto's apathy, so he turned away from Naruto and said these words. Fine, I'll be going now, but to think you would kill everyone just to kill me. You really are a true monster. Madara stopped all his resistance and let the darkness swollen him. Naruto waited a little bit to make sure Madara hadn't pulled some trick like the Izanagi, but it didn't seem like he did. Now to remove his creation, it was true that even his vector control wouldn't be able to destroy a black hole. After all, no one really knew how it worked, but Naruto could move it since it did have a fixed location in space. Naruto got as close as he dared to the hole and used his powers to wrap it into that dimension that the fake Madara had showed him. Naruto guessed the true Madara had access to that dimension too, but his Sharingan would never have had enough power to transfer a black hole into it. The black hole would no longer be a threat to this plan of existence, but it would destroy that other dimension, forever locking it off from any future Uchiha. In essence, Naruto had traded his infinite storage for an endless garbage can. Meanwhile, Zetsu was far outside the village with a disappointed look on his faces? It looks like it didn't work. I can see that, and unfortunately we don't have anything else to use. Then I guess we'll be waiting until Naruto dies to start anew. That's our only option at this point. I really thought we had it this time. It's going to be so boring waiting another 100 years. How about I give you another option? A voice said from behind Zetsu. Zetsu, recognizing the voice, and being a lot quicker than Kabuto in figuring out how there were two Naruto, quickly merged with the ground for a quick escape. Not so fast. The Naruto clone said, stomping on the ground, shooting a huge chunk of land upwards. Naruto jumped up, following the land high into the sky. Before they had even reached the peak of their height, the clone was already at work. Placing his hand on the land, he used his vectors to sense where Zetsu was. Once that was figured out, Naruto cut the half he wasn't on off. He kept doing, making the land smaller and smaller until it was no longer big enough for Zetsu to hide in. Zetsu was forced to pop, and when he did, the clone grabbed a hold of his. What will you do? Even if you destroy our entire body, we'll still be back soon enough. You seem to have forgotten the original created something just now that can deal with annoying people like you.
The clone started laughing like a maniac before wrapping himself and Zetsu into a 100% guarantee no way in hell returning garage disposal. And thus the last member of the Akatsuki was destroyed. Naruko was laid out in a simple medical tent that had quickly been set up with Mito by her side. For what she had heard, the battle was over, but the leaf was in ruins. Apparently only a few outer buildings had survived. There was going to be a long rebuilding process. Naruko thought about what the future would hold when the flap to her tent opened and her brother walked in. "Naruto. How'd you get in here? Why did no one stop you?" Naruto gave her a deadpan, wondering if she was actually serious. Naruko sighed after realizing her question. "Sorry, that was a stupid question. Are you here to kill me?" "I'm not here for anything quite that serious," Naruto replied, walking past Naruko and Mito over to some boxes. "I'm just here to get some medical supplies. Madara really did a number on me." It was true, Naruto's shirt was barely clinging to his body and blood soaked everything else. "On another note, I feel as if I should thank you." "What for?" Naruko asked skeptically. "Well, if you hadn't have beaten me, then I wouldn't have realized that working micro was so much more efficient than working macro. So not only am I not going to kill you, I feel like rewarding you." "What are you talking about?" Naruko asked, having a hard time believing that Naruto would do anything out of the goodness of his heart. "Your whole reason for hunting me down all this time was because you wanted to bring me back to the village, right? I decided that I'll move into the leaf." "What?" Naruko yelled in disbelief. "Why would you suddenly decided to do that?" "Well, it's not all about you. You see, after I crushed Madara, those Uchiha orphans wouldn't stop telling me how amazing I was, and they kept telling me how they were done with the leaf and wanted to train under me, but you see, my current house doesn't have the room to support all of them. There is, however, a huge chunk of land that is rightful the Uchihas that I'm sure I can get if I ask nicely. So after everything you've done, you just decided to move into a village where the majority of people hate you just because some kids asked," Naruko said. "Madara was the last person that could stand up to me, so there's no point in me continuing to fight, so I need something to do. I can't just spend the rest of my life reading books and sitting around, and I did actually enjoy my time training Mito, Hitomi, and Hanabi. I also think the villagers will warm up to me. I did, after all, just save all their lives from that meteor, and if they don't like me, it's not like they're going to attack me. I'm sure defeated Madara reinstated my image as being the strongest." "You really are crazy, Naruto," Naruko said. "Doesn't this work out for both of us? You can visit your dear brother anytime you want, and I still get to have the peace I always wanted. You know, most people think I'm true evil, but if I was to give myself an alignment, I'd say I'm chaotic neutral. So don't be surprised that I'm not here to murder everyone," Naruto said, getting ready to leave with all of his medical supplies. "Oh, one more thing," Naruto said as he walked over to Mito and flicked her on the head. She had not said a word and had been bug-eyed since Naruto walked in. "Don't be so scared, Mito. No one's mad that you left us. I'm not out to kill you. In fact, I think you should visit when I get settled in the Uchiha district. I'm sure Hanabi and Hitomi wants to talk to you," Naruto said with a very brotherly smile before walking out of the tent. "I will," Mito said quietly. When Mito had left the village so long ago, she didn't know what to expect, but she did know she wanted someone to care about it, and after all this time she had finally gotten her sisters and her brother to it. She couldn't be happier. Epilogue. The same old argument was staring in the school courtyard yet again. "I'm telling you, my mom killed you dad's ass," a highly energetic boy with spiky blonde hair yelled. "Do you even listen to history lessons? Because if you did, then you would know my dad let you mom win so he could learn how to beat Madara," a slightly pale girl with long green hair yelled back. "You two know that class ended 30 minutes ago, right?" a teacher said as he walked past. The two kids flushed in embarrassment as they looked around to see that they were the only two left. "I know," the blonde-hair boy said. "We'll go ask Grandma who's right." "That's a great idea. She said that she would be eating at Dad's house today and that you loser of a mother would be joining us." "Shut up, your dad's the loser."
The yelling could be heard by all until they reached the former Uchiha district. They walked past Suigetsu, who was as always yelling at a bunch of his students for using their swords wrong. The two of them barged in the house demanding answers for their pervious argument. "Do you two really have to be so loud?" A very pale girl with white hair and white pupilless eyes said. "Misaki. Why the hell did you leave school without me? We're sisters." "Technically we're only half-sisters and I'm the younger one, even if it is only by a few mouths, so you should be walking me home," Misaki said. "I'm going to use my vectors to block out your annoying sounds now, so if you need to speak to me please face me so I can read your lips." "Hey, don't just cut me off. We were talking." "Oh, are you just jealous that despite being older you're not skilled enough with your vectors to block out sound?" Misaki said with an evil smile. "I'm just as skilled as you," the green-haired girl said, even though it was clear she was not. "Mikoto, stop yelling at your sister," Naruto said as he walked out of the kitchen with Fu and Hanabi on either side. "Also Toma, my sister wants to see you." "Alright," Toma said as he entered the kitchen. "Hey Two-san," Mikoto said, "I have a question to ask." "What is it?" "When you and Naruko fought right before you defeated Madara, who won that battle?" "It was Naruko, of course. I got put in jail after that," Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head. Mikoto and Misaki both looked at him with shook. "But you let her win," Misaki said, not wanting to believe that their family vector control could be defeated by anything. "That's a story for another day," Naruto replied, walking back into the kitchen. "Let's eat for now." "But you did let her win, right?" both girls said as they followed Naruto like lost sheep. "I said another day."
That's it for today. Remember to show your support to the creator of this story if you enjoyed it. If you would like more parts of the story to be uploaded, leave a comment and subscribe to get notified when the story continues. Bye-bye for now, and I hope that you all have a wonderful rest of your day.